Fancheng, Su family residence. Before 6 o'clock in the morning, Su Tian had already risen to prepare breakfast for the entire family. The hourly maid only worked 6 hours a day in the Su household. All the remaining chores were taken on by Su Tian herself. 2 hours later, the family finally woke up one after another. Su Tian attended to her slightly muddle-headed grandfather as he ate breakfast. Su Tian's mother, Su Liuhua, elegantly lifted a strip of bacon with her fork. She reminded Su Tian, the Hua family will be coming later to propose for your elder sister. Once you've prepared the desserts and fruit, you should withdraw for a while. I understand, Mom. Su Tian had no intention of meeting the people from the Hua family. Her elder sister, Su Yuro, looked worried. Mom, that Hua Beichin, I wonder what sort of person he is. He's the grandson of your grandfather's old comrade-in-arms. How bad could his family background possibly be? We'll just see when they arrive. If we all feel it's suitable, then we'll agree. If it's not suitable, it's not a big deal. This is modern society. How could a verbal agreement made by two old men back then really be treated as law? Su Yuro's gaze flickered. On a highway in Fancheng, a pale blue ultra-luxury Lamborghini sped along the road. In the passenger seat, Hua Beichen's dark eyes, deep and brooding, concealed a touch of impatience. The man with the high straight nose had features so handsome they were practically flawless. The driver, He Wang, chuckled. Chinga, why don't you just skip the blind date? I can find someone, give them some money, and have them go to the Su family and brush them off for you. He Wang knew this noble young master's temperament all too well. In his youth he had loved studying, and as an adult he had sunk so deeply into work that he could not extricate himself. In his 28 years of life, matters of romance between men and women had never once appeared in his world. Throughout the entire Jinghai city, debutantes and heiresses lined up in droves, all wishing to pluck this lofty, unattainable flower from the high ridge. Yet all of them had retreated in defeat. Why don't you go and tell my grandfather instead? Hua Beichen finally spoke. His voice was cool and inherently aristocratic. He Wang shrugged. Chinga, you really know how to joke. This marriage of Hua Beichen's had been arranged by old master Hua before his death. He and the Su family's old master Su Weigua had once shared the bond of comrades who had shouldered rifles together on the battlefield in their youth. In their younger days, the two men had agreed upon the future marriage between their children. Later, as time passed and circumstances changed, they were separated by fate and lost contact, not seeing each other again for many years. Only in their twilight years did they finally learn of each other's whereabouts. Sadly, one was already at death's door, and the other had grown muddled and senile from illness. Before he passed, old master Hua had clasped Hua Beichen's hand, urging him again and again never to break his word. Hua Beichen had agreed. Even so, he had dragged his feet for 2 years until he could delay no longer, and only then did he decide to come to the Su family to fulfill the old man's last wish. He Wang's mind moved quickly. He said, Chinga, if you're really this reluctant, there is a way. You could pretend to be poor when you go to the Su family. If they take the initiative to break off the engagement, it wouldn't be your fault, right? Then it wouldn't count as going back on your word, would it? Besides, if they despise you the moment they see you're poor, even if Grandpa Hua were to know, he would understand that they were never a good match. And what if they don't despise me for being poor? Hua Beichen asked. He Wang scratched his head. Well, we'll talk about it when the time comes. Hua Beichen slowly lowered his eyes. Hearing the sound of a car outside, Su Tian's mother, Su Liuhua, immediately stood up and looked out. Yuro, come with me to welcome our distinguished guests. Facing the mirror, Su Liuhua straightened her appearance. She had already heard that the Hua family's assets were considerable. Hua Beichen too had been born with a silver spoon in his mouth. She was rather satisfied with this marriage. Su Yuro followed in her mother's steps. A shabby old Jetta drove in, kicking up a cloud of dust. Su Liuhua and Su Yuro were choked into a few coughs. 2 men got out of the car. Both wore very ordinary jackets and jeans. Although their clothes were clean and tidy, the styles were clearly long out of date. There were worn marks at the cuffs as well. The smiles on Su Liuhua and Su Yuro's faces instantly froze. Their full anticipation turned into an uneasy embarrassment. Su Liuhua recalled hearing that the Hua family's business had gone badly over the past few years, their family fortune dragged down. She had previously thought that no matter how far they fell, even a broken ship should still have a few nails left. Now it seemed they truly had fallen to ruin. Hello, Auntie. I'm Hua Beichen, Hua Beichen said. This is my friend He Wang. Hello, Auntie. And this must be Miss Su Yuro, old Master Su's granddaughter, right? Very pretty. Hwang was lively and enthusiastic. I'm Su Yuro. Nice to meet you. Seeing the way they were, Su Yuro no longer felt like saying much. Hua Beichin inclined his head in greeting. Only then did Su Yuro realize how exceptionally handsome he was. His figure was tall and imposing as she had to tilt her head back to see his face clearly. He was the kind of man who made one's heart skip a beat at first sight. What a pity that he was so poor. No matter how good-looking a face was, how could it be eaten as food? In her heart, reason instantly triumphed over the impact of his looks. Come inside and sit first, Su Luhua said, her voice cool. Her smile had already faded. Hua Beichin and Hwang walked into the Su family's living room. The Su family owned a company, though not exactly an aristocratic clan, they were comfortably well off. The home's interior decor and layout clearly displayed their financial means. Su Tian's father Su Qingbong sat on the sofa reading the newspaper. As he greeted Hua Beichin and Hwang, he too silently formed his judgment. Hwang shot Hua Beichin a meaningful look full of self-satisfied intent, as if to say, look, this family has no intention of marrying off their daughter. Hwang set the gifts down. Uncle, Auntie, this is a small token of Chinga's regard. They were some health supplements and fruit. Su Luhua was now thoroughly displeased. They hadn't even bought any high-end cigarettes or liquor, yet still had the nerve to come calling. Please sit, she said. Once they were seated, she asked with a smile, Beichin, how is your family? Your parents haven't retired yet, have they? Thank you for your concern. My family is doing well. My parents have already retired. I remember your parents aren't that old. They've already retired. The two elders wanted to enjoy some time alone together, so they took early retirement. At present, Father Hua and Mother Hua were traveling around the world thoroughly at ease. Su Luhua said, that's quite nice. Where did you buy a house here in Fancheng? We haven't bought a house in Fancheng yet. This answer was not an intentional attempt by Hua Beichin to play the pauper. The Hua family's enterprises were all based in Jinghai and Fancheng. They only had a branch office. He seldom came here and usually stayed in hotels owned by the family. Su Luhua no longer found it worthwhile to probe any further into his situation. However, since they had come from afar, it was not convenient for her to show them the door. Su Tian, come out and pour the tea. Carrying the prepared desserts, fruit, and tea, Su Tian walked out. The girl wore a simple home cotton dress, her face bare of makeup, long hair cascading over her shoulders. She walked over and came to stand beside Hua Beichin. A faintly sweet fragrance of tea drifted over, prompting the previously uninterested Hua Beichin to raise his head almost unconsciously. The girl's pure and delicate face entered his field of vision. Her skin was porcelain white, her brows and eyes exquisitely refined. The tiny teardrop mole at the corner of her eye lent a trace of just right allure to her otherwise innocent expression. Eyes lowered, the girl silently poured tea for Hua Beichin. After pouring the tea, Su Tian slipped quietly out of everyone's line of sight. She caught the reproachful look in her mother Su Liuhua's eyes. Pouring tea was one thing, but why had she brought out the imported high-end fruit as well? Su Tian paid her no heed. If the fruit she had prepared was not for the guests, then who was it for? Treating different people with different standards, dividing them into high and low. Such was their way, but not hers. Hwang's gaze followed Su Tian as he leaned over and said softly to Hua Beichin, Chen, look a beauty. Drink your tea, Hua Beichin replied, rolling his eyes at him. Chen, later on give me a hand. I'm going to ask that girl for her WeChat. Help me this once, and I'll be your loyal servant from now on. Hua Beichin no longer responded to him. Su Luhua gave a light cough and said, Beichin, we really didn't prepare much for your visit this time. How about you and your friend stay for a few days and later bring some local specialties back to the elders at home? She advanced by retreating, eager to quickly send Hua Beichin away. Seeing her distaste written plainly across her face, while she still avoided any mention of the marriage, Hwang grew anxious. How could they break off the engagement if they never spoke of it? Annie, actually, Chun didn't come this time, just to have fun. He's here to fulfill the last wish Hua grandfather left 2 years ago. Didn't Su grandfather and Hua grandfather once say there was a marriage arrangement between the two families? So you see, on this matter, I don't agree. Su Luhua cut in at once. She feared that if Hua Beichin clung to this promise, he would insist on marrying Su Yuro. How is that not possible? Hwang said in disappointment. Beichin is outstanding in every way. Oh, I like him very much. But look at the society we live in now. You're still talking about those ancient customs. It simply doesn't work. These verbal engagements are nothing more than jokes elders make among themselves. How could they be taken seriously? On Hua Baichen's finely chiseled handsome face no emotion could be read. Huang looked thoroughly dejected, yet in his heart, he urged silently, speak, keep talking, say more. Su Luhua went on, Beichun is so handsome. He will certainly find someone he truly likes. If you ever run into difficulties, you can come to the Su family anytime. If there's anything we can help with, I as your aunt will definitely lend a hand. So you're saying the engagement no longer counts? Hua Baichen's voice was calm and cool. I don't think you'd want to be bound by such an engagement either, would you? What kind of girl do you like? I can introduce someone to you. Oh right, our hourly housekeeper's daughter is quite nice. Would you like me to introduce you? Hua Baichen's finely defined features darkened. Huang launched into his act. So this is what you think. My Chun has held this engagement close to his heart, coming all this way, and yet you treat him like this. Su Luhua lifted her teacup. Matters of marriage cannot be forced. Chun, let's go, Huang said righteously. Inwardly, Su Luhua was satisfied at last she had managed to send the two men away. Her eldest daughter Su Yuro was the refined lady she had carefully cultivated, destined to become a rich man's wife and never to suffer even the slightest hardship. Wait. At the sound of a clear, sweet voice, Hua Baichen halted mid-step. He turned back. Su Tian walked out. She had witnessed everything just now. Hua Baichen's humiliation and Huang's righteous anger left a bitter taste in her heart. Displeased, Su Luhua said to her second daughter, why aren't you cleaning the room? What are you doing out here? Mr. Hua and the Su family's second daughter Su Tian, she said. I would like to marry you. Is that all right? Su Tian looked up at Hua Baichen. The man was very tall, though she had to tilt her head back slightly to clearly see his features. Su Tian, are you crazy? Su Luhua snapped. Mom, the Su and Hua families have an engagement. Since elder sister isn't suitable, why can't I be? Of course you can't. Although Su Luhua did not particularly like her second daughter, she still hoped to marry her into a respectable family that could support the Su family. Then tell me why not? I find Mr. Hua very much to my liking, and I simply want to marry him. If Mr. Hua also agrees, then according to what you just said, this wouldn't be a forced marriage. So why can't it happen? Su Luhua glared at her in anger. In front of Hua Baichen, how was she supposed to explain herself? Hua Baichen's noble voice sounded. Su Tian, is it? I agree to marry you. Su Tian walked up to him. Are you sure? She asked. Her soft tone seemed to tickle it. Hua Baichen extended his hand. It's a deal. Mr. Hua, it's a deal, Su Tian said, taking his hand. Huang was left speechless. What? He thought. Wasn't his Chun supposed to have no interest in men and women? Wasn't he here to break off the engagement? No, this was the girl he had set his sights on first. He could not make sense of it. This completely contradicted what had been said before. Mr. Hua, I still have some matters to attend to. Could you wait until I'm done, and then we can leave together? All right. I'll wait for you, he replied. Su Tian withdrew her hand. On the pad of Hua Baichen's finger there still lingered a faint trace of her soft fragrance. Su Tian turned back and looked at her mother Su Luhua. You too? Su Luhua was both shocked and furious. She turned and shouted at her husband sitting nearby, Su Qingbang, control your daughter. Su Qingbang spoke up. Su Tian, this is nonsense. Aren't you currently dating Xiao Shen? How can you marry someone else? Right, how could I forget that? Su Luhua exclaimed as she snapped back to her senses. Su Tian smiled as she looked at Su Yuro. I can break up with Xiao Shen right away. What do you think, elder sister? You agree that I should be with Mr. Hua, don't you? As for Xiao Shen, I'll trouble elder sister to handle things for me, she added. Under Su Tian's gaze, Su Yuro's eyes flickered in panic and avoidance. Xiao Shen was Su Tian's boyfriend, but as early as a year ago Su Yuro had begun an illicit affair with him behind her back. For certain reasons, Xiao Shen had not broken up with Su Tian, instead drifting between the two sisters. Su Yuro had thought she had concealed it well, not knowing that Su Tian had long been aware. Yuro, what is going on? Su Luhua had heard the undercurrent between her two daughters. Or is it that elder sister hopes I will continue to stay with Xiao Shen? Su Tian asked in return. Of course, Su Yuro did not want Xiao Shen to stay with Su Tian. When Xiao Shen had first pursued Su Tian, his family background was ordinary, and he himself unremarkable. The Su family had never taken him seriously. But more than a year ago, Xiao Shen's family had suddenly risen in fortunes, becoming extremely wealthy. After coming into money, Xiao Shen's demeanor changed entirely. He now looked handsome and upright. Without quite realizing it, Su Yuro grew close to him and led him to betray Su Tian. She naturally could not give up Xiao Shen now. Turning to Su Liuhua, she said, "Mom, let Su Tian marry Hua Beichen." At this, even Su Liuhua could no longer fail to understand. Su Yuro had gotten together with Xiao Shen. In the past, she had indeed looked down on Xiao Shen. But now, with his family wealthy and his appearance impressive, he truly was a rare good match. Feigning difficulty, Su Tian said, "Forget it. Since you all disagree. All right, you can go ahead and get married. Once you spread your wings, I can no longer intervene." After a moment of hesitation, Su Liuhua agreed. Compared to her second daughter, her first daughter was the apple of her eye. Su Qingbang always listened to his wife and had no objections. Su Tian smiled sweetly and said, "Mom and Dad, could you give me some dowry? Right now our family business needs cash flow everywhere, and I don't have much cash on hand. I'll give it to you later." Su Tian said, "Don't you have a few houses? Just give me one. Mom, you can't just watch me get married without a place to live, can you?" Su Liuhua was reluctant to give anything. Su Tian pouted slightly. "Sigh, if I have to live in a rental after getting married, then maybe I won't get married at all. Although Xiao Shen was somewhat indifferent towards me, marrying him at least meant I wouldn't have to worry about housing. I might as well ask Xiao Shen if he is willing to marry me." Su Liuhua and Su Yuro both panicked upon hearing this. How could that be allowed? Su Tian's interference would lead to a major scandal. Even if Su Yuro married into the Xiao family, she would be laughed at. "I never said I wouldn't give it to you. Today isn't the weekend. Let's do the transfer paperwork on a weekday instead." Su Liuhua compromised, but still wanted to delay Su Tian. Su Tian said, "The transfer can also be done on weekends, Mom. I have a friend in real estate who has informed me about it before. He can also help with the process." Su Liuhua realized that Su Tian had been waiting for this opportunity all along. She had no intention of blaming Su Tian, she just wanted to protect her eldest daughter's interests. She had to pick a small house from the family property to transfer. Hua Beichen said to Huang, "Arrange for someone to keep an eye on them, don't let them delay the process." With someone watching, each step of the process went incredibly smoothly. The transfer paperwork was completed as promised. Su Tian now owned a small 2-bedroom apartment. Subsequently, the marriage paperwork was also completed. Su Liuhua was furious at being outsmarted by her second daughter, exclaiming, "A daughter married off is like water thrown out. If you want to move out, then hurry up. What's the use of raising such a daughter?" Su Tian picked up her small suitcase and walked towards Hua Beichen's car. "Is that all your luggage?" Hua Beichen asked, slightly furrowing his brows. "This is all I have." This was indeed everything Su Tian owned. Hua Beichen got into the back seat. Su Tian followed suit. Remembering her earlier boldness, she felt a bit apprehensive. Fortunately, things had gone much smoother than she had anticipated. The real estate agent was quite helpful. Sitting together with this man who was now her nominal husband, Su Tian felt a little shy. Huang glanced at her through the rearview mirror. As he looked, he caught sight of Hua Beichen's dangerously narrowed eyes. Hua Beichen calmly spoke. "Let me introduce you. This is my friend Huang." "Hello, Mr. Huang, this is your sister-in-law, Su Tian." The phrase sister-in-law was pronounced with great emphasis, making Su Tian's ears feel hot. Huang was taken aback. "While I had once fantasized about a sister-in-law, Hua Beichen, you truly are a dog." Su Tian's ears remained hot. Huang said, "It's getting late, and I'm starving. Brother Chen's sister-in-law, let's find a place to eat." "Pull over to the side," Hua Beichen said. Huang found a restaurant and parked the car. Hua Beichen extended his hand. "Give me the car keys." "No need, I'll keep them. It's more convenient to drive." "What I meant was you can leave first." Huang, holding back tears of sorrow, bid farewell to Su Tian. "Sister-in-law, I still have something to attend to. I'll celebrate for you later." Once Huang left facing Hua Beichen alone, Su Tian felt even more uneasy. She spoke up, "Mr. What would you like to eat? Let me treat you." Hua Beichen guessed that she didn't have much money and pointed to a fast food restaurant. Following Su Tian inside, Hua Beichen's brows were tightly knitted. He had never eaten at such a place before. The greasy smell made it hard for him to breathe. The grease on the table was also quite unpleasant. Su Tian skillfully took out napkins, wiped down the table and chair, and cleaned Hua Beichen's side as well. It seemed that she was used to doing such things. "Mr. Please sit down." Only then did Hua Beichen take a seat. They both ordered light rice noodles. It was past meal time, and there were few customers. The rice noodles arrived quickly. Su Tian picked up her chopsticks and focused on eating. Although she ate at a steady pace, her movements were quite pleasant to watch, and soon beads of sweat appeared on her nose. Hua Beichen initially had no appetite, but seeing Su Tian eat so heartily, he decided to try a bite. The flavor was not spectacular, but it was decent, and he ended up eating quite a bit. "Mr. I'm sorry, today's events were a result of me taking advantage of you. I really wanted to leave my parents. Su Tian spoke softly after finishing her meal. Are you a foster daughter of the Hua family? Su Tian smiled bitterly. No. My parents always wanted a son. When my mom was pregnant with me, she was worried it would be a daughter, so she secretly went to the countryside for a checkup, and it turned out to be a son. But when I was born, they didn't get their wish. My arrival delayed their chance to have a son, so I was never the child I could never compare to their first child who was cherished, nor to the son they later had who was precious. Hua Bei-chun recalled the slight calluses on her palm when they shook hands. That was a mark left by long-term hard work. He said, but do you know that marriage may not necessarily bring you what you desire? But it can give me the freedom to leave home. Su Tian's brows and eyes lit up. The small beauty mark on her face was not a sign of sorrow, but rather radiant. She said, my household registration and ID have always been securely kept by my mom, as she's afraid that I would run away and no one would do the laundry, cook, or help with my brother's studies. That year I defied her a couple of times, and she nearly confiscated my ID, not allowing me to report to college. But now all those things were in her own hands. The slight discomfort Hua Bei-chun felt about being used had dissipated. This girl's series of actions today had been quite clever. However, the Su family said she had a boyfriend. Thinking of this, Hua Bei-chun's tone turned 3 degrees colder. Does your boyfriend know about you marrying me? Su Tian, who was sipping water from her cup, almost choked on his question. She quickly replied, let me tell you quietly, my ex-boyfriend has been with my sister for a long time now. At that time I was initially thinking of making a scene. Why should I let them bully me as if I were a fool? But later I thought perhaps it would be more beneficial for me not to create a scene. I quietly distanced myself from them without revealing anything. In my heart he had long become an ex-boyfriend. The feelings that were already scarce had vanished completely. Hua Bei-chun felt his mood lighten and took a sip of water in front of him. The plain water at this fast food restaurant tasted quite good. I'm sorry for causing you quite a bit of trouble today for my own benefit. Su Tian sincerely apologized. Mr. Or I can cooperate with your wishes and proceed with the divorce at any time. Looking at you, when do you plan to? She began only to notice Hua Bei-chun's cold expression, his eyes filled with. She pondered and said, or if you need any compensation, I can provide it to you. In fact, when she received the property certificate along with her own documents earlier, she had considered whether or not to get the marriage certificate. She was afraid of causing trouble for Hua Bei-chun. However, the staff handling the paperwork were swift, giving Su Tian no time to think. She had a persistent illusion that those handling the paperwork seemed more anxious than she was, even more eager to get things done quickly. This resulted in Hua Bei-chun passively acquiring a married identity, which indeed left Su Tian filled with regret. Did you use it up so quickly? I truly apologize. You can ask me to do anything. After she finished speaking, she realized the man was actually just inches away from her. The table at the fast food restaurant was small, and the tall man only needed to lean slightly to be close enough to share breath with her. His sculpted features were magnified right before her eyes. His prominent nose seemed about to touch her skin. Su Tian's heart skipped a beat. She could see herself reflected in his eyes, flustered and helpless. Then can I now ask you to fulfill your duties as a spouse? The man's voice was both noble and arrogant. The warmth of his breath brushed against Su Tian's face, making her breath uneven. Her delicate fingers tightly intertwined. Just kidding. Hua Bei-chun straightened his posture, retracting his previous words. Su Tian sighed with relief, her eyes beginning to mist. Biting her red lip slightly, her face was flushed. She had genuinely considered Hua Bei-chun's words. This man was entirely her ideal type, stunningly handsome, with a perfect build of broad shoulders and narrow waist and long legs. Realizing he was teasing her, Su Tian felt embarrassed, her toes digging into the ground. Hua Bei-chun observed her expression, not wanting to take advantage of her vulnerability. He spoke. You know, I came to the Su family to discuss marriage matters for my grandfather's last wish. Since you're trying to deal with your family, I have my own family to handle as well. Su Tian's eyes brightened. I understand. When you need to deal with your family, I will be there at any time. I have a question for you. Mr. Who, go ahead and ask. If today the person who appeared was not me, would you choose to marry? This question stumped Su Tian. She had not anticipated today's scenario. At that moment it felt like an opportunity, so she went along with it. If it were another man, she wasn't sure. Seeing the hesitation on her face, dark currents surged in Hua Bei-chun's gaze. How it turns out anyone can play this role. He was nothing special. Hua Bei-chun stood up and walked out. Su Tian hurried after him. Seeing his displeasure, she felt it inappropriate to continue with her answer. She said, then Mr. Well, let's say our goodbyes here. When you need to deal with your family, just give me a call. She provided her phone number. Hua Bei-chun's eyes darkened. So you don't plan on letting me live with you? I didn't mean that. I just think that getting married has already troubled you enough. If it disrupts your normal life, I wouldn't know how to make it up to you. I think you understand what I mean, right? After she finished speaking, she noticed that Hua Bei-chun's gloomy expression had not eased much. She remembered that Hua Bei-chun had yet to buy a house in Fan City. This meant he was renting. No wonder he was angry today. He was squeezed by the Su family, and her actions must have caused him to misunderstand. Mister, or if you wish, I wouldn't mind you moving in with me. It would be a way to repay him for his help. Let's talk about it later, Huobei-chan said in a calm voice. Then take care, goodbye. Su Tian hurried to tidy up the newly acquired house and turned to leave. Huobei-chan pressed his tongue against his cheek, remained silent for a long time, then drove away. Su Tian stood at the entrance of her new apartment complex, unable to refrain from softly exclaiming. The dilapidated old complex exuded an air of long-neglected despair. No wonder her mother was so quick to give away this apartment. No matter, having one is better than having none. Su Tian opened the door, and the apartment was quite messy. However, she was adept at cleaning, quickly tidying up and organizing. Soon the two-bedroom apartment was infused with new vitality. It was just lacking essential furniture which she needed to procure in the next couple of days. Fan City. The whole group has several branches in the city. Huobei-chan had come here to stay for a few days, every year more or less. His appearance did not surprise anyone. But He Wang was shocked. He followed Huobei-chan into his office. Brother Chen, what brings you here? Shouldn't you be enjoying the company of beautiful women right now? You seem pretty free. The African branch has a lot of business. Do you want me to send you over? He Wang immediately sensed the need to exit his office. I have a lot of documents to review. I need to go to work now, Brother Chen. As soon as he left, Huobei-chan's phone rang. He glanced at it and picked it up. The voice of old lady Hua came through, filled with excitement. Bei-chan, I heard that your marriage with that girl from the Su family went through. Huobei-chan rubbed his forehead. He Wang's mouth was quicker than his legs. When will you bring the girl back to show Grandma? I didn't expect my grandson to be so decisive in matters of the heart, securing a daughter-in-law so quickly. Secured Oi. Thinking about the fact that he hadn't even crossed the threshold of Su Tian's door, Huobei-chan's eyes darkened. When will you bring her home for Grandma to see? Not for now. I pretended to be poor in front of her. Old lady Hua became intrigued. I understand. Oh, I've seen it in short videos. Are you testing the girl's character? The young people nowadays really know how to play. Huobei-chan. Words failed him. Just send me a photo first. I won't expect the real thing for now. Old lady Hua urged him fervently. For 3 consecutive days, Huobei-chan worked overtime at the branch office. Even at midnight, he showed no signs of leaving. He Wang could no longer hold back. He leaned closer to ask, Brother Chen, why are you working more overtime after getting married than before? What's wrong with that? I wouldn't dare to say anything. I just thought, aren't you supposed to go home to accompany your wife? Is that really okay? What problem could there be? Your wife is young and beautiful. There must be a lot of men chasing her. Don't look at me like that. Your wife is your wife. How could I do anything? I just think that if you, the flower protector, are not around, it gives others a chance. Huobei-chan remained unmoved. He Wang had no choice but to continue looking down at his documents. Don't think I don't know you want to go out for drinks. Huobei-chan threw the car keys at him. Get lost. Upon receiving the limited edition Lamborghini car key, He Wang exclaimed with joy, Brother Chen, can I drive this car? No, give it back to me. Yes. Thank you, Brother Chen. Huobei-chan pinched the bridge of his nose and glanced at his phone. It had been 3 days, and not a single call had come through. She truly did not take the marriage seriously. After putting down his phone, he suddenly remembered that Su Tian had given him her phone number, but he had not given her his. When Su Tian received the unfamiliar call, she heard the man's distinguished voice light-heartedly asking, Mr. Hua, is there something you need? My grandmother knows about our marriage and wants to meet you. Oh, no problem. Just tell me a time, and I will call. She is in Jinghai, and I can't go back for the time being. Just send her a photo of the two of us together for now. Then I will come find you. They'll come find you, Huobei-chan said. The presidential suite of the hotel where he was staying was not a convenient. Su Tian provided him with an address. Could you please come here? This is the Su family company, and I can't. After hanging up, Su Tian arrived at the Su family clothing company. Once there, she quickly wrote her resignation letter and printed it out. Su Yuro walked in and asked, Su Tian, you haven't been to work for 3 days. Su Tian had spent the last 3 days arranging her home and purchasing furniture and appliances. I took annual leave. Didn't you use up your annual leave last time? Last time Grandpa was sick and needed someone to take care of him. You personally said it wouldn't count as a vacation if I went to accompany him. Su Tian explained. Su Yuro held the position of deputy manager at the clothing company. Su Tian as a designer was under her authority. Su Yuro said, that's not the case, is it? You were absent for 3 days. If I don't address it, I can't manage the other employees. Su Tian, please understand my difficulties. According to the rules, I have the right to dismiss you. Su Tian understood that her sister was trying to use this as an excuse to force her out, to prevent her from staying longer and obstructing her and Xiaoxin's good fortune. Though they were sisters, when it came to scheming, they were even worse than strangers. Fine, you can dismiss me. Just calculate my N1 salary. I've worked for 3 years, so you should pay me for 31 months of salary. Su Tian, it's not that I don't want to calculate it for you. You violated the rules first, and I dismiss you afterward. I can't calculate it like that. Otherwise, how can I manage others in the future? Su Yuro showed signs of being in a difficult position. She added, moreover, mom also gave you a house, which must be worth around 7 to 800,000, right? Sister, that's not how it works. I have been taking care of grandpa since I was young, helping to look after my younger brother Su Jia and tutoring him with his homework. I did all the household chores like laundry and cooking. At the company, I only received a basic salary with no share of project commissions or bonuses. After all these years, even if we hired a nanny at home, the money spent would be enough for a used house. If you dismiss me, my N1 salary is definitely owed to me. With Su Tian's words, everyone in the company turned to look at the two sisters. Su Yuro was worried about being labeled as harsh towards her sister, which would not reflect well, and said, Su Tian, taking care of family shouldn't be portrayed so negatively. I consider you all family, but you don't see me as family. You were the one who wanted to settle accounts with me, Su Tian calmly retorted. True heartbreak does not come from loud arguments. It is all contained within this quiet rebuttal. Su Tian knew that no matter what she did, she would not receive love from her family. However, Su Yuro's actions still left her heartbroken. I don't care, you go collect your last half-month's salary. She would not give Su Tian the N1 salary. I won't collect it. If you don't give it to me, then let's go through legal procedures. Although Su Tian's basic salary was very low, even if she received the N1 salary, it wouldn't be much. But Su Tian would not swallow her anger. Do as you wish. Just don't blame me for not warning you. Legal procedures take a long time, and it may not end up as you wish. It would be better to at least secure this last half-month's salary first. Nearby familiar colleagues also quietly advised Su Tian to secure that half-month's salary first. They all knew Su Tian was not favored at home. It was better to take whatever they could get. Huo Beichen drove to the clothing company. He did not wait for Su Tian, and when he called her, she did not answer. The security guard, seeing his distinguished demeanor, proactively asked who he was looking for. After learning he was looking for Su Tian, he assumed he was a client and kindly pointed out the location of Su Tian's office. Huo Beichen had never been one to wait for others. Waiting so long today was already a break from his usual behavior. He grew impatient and walked upstairs just in time to hear the argument between Su Tian and Su Yuro. Su Tian. The door was wide open as Huo Beichen walked in. Mr. Huo, Su Tian exclaimed in surprise. As Huo Beichen entered, everyone in the office turned to look at him. Though he was dressed simply, his charm was undeniable. His face seemed to radiate light, capturing everyone's attention. Su Yuro was once again astonished. Yet thinking about how poor he was with no house and Fanching, her heart grew cold. Upon seeing Su Tian's smiling face, Huo Beichen's earlier impatience eased a bit. He asked, how many years have you been working here? What's your salary? What is your position? I've been here for 3 years, earning 1,800 a month as a clothing designer. Huo Beichen frowned. Although Fanching was not as resource-rich as Jinghai, the salary was decent. However, 1,800 was shockingly low. It seemed that the Su family truly exploited this second daughter. How about this? I know a lawyer friend. I'll have him help you with the legal process. It would be best to calculate your past company records, social security bonuses, and commissions as well. In the end, we'll see how to handle it. Su Yuro felt a bit anxious. She knew Huo Beichen's family was once well off, so he must truly know capable friends willing to help. If they dug deeper into the discrepancies in Su Tian's accounts at the clothing company, it would become quite troublesome. Even if they didn't have to pay much, dealing with it would still be bothersome. Su Yuro chuckled awkwardly. Su Tian, is this really necessary? It's not a big deal and hardly worth it. I agree, I'll give you the N1 salary. You can go to the finance department and collect it. Su Tian had also thought it unnecessary before. Just getting the N1 would be fine. Huo Beichen reminded her that she should not give up on her rightful benefits. She smiled and said, Sister, I'm not trying to make it difficult for you. Let's do as Mr. was said, and I'll have my lawyer friend come to the finance department to help me settle it. Whatever it is, it is. Su Tian. Su Yuro was very angry. When did this usually compliant sister become so difficult to deal with? Mr. Well, let's go? Su Tian left the office with Huo Beichen. Breathing in the outside air, she felt so free. They'll call my lawyer friend, Huo Beichen said. You really have a lawyer friend. Do you think I'm lying to you? That's not what I meant. I thought you were just trying to scare her, and then you would consult a lawyer later. Huo Beichen said as he made a call. Su Tian listened as he briefly explained the situation. She laughed. Your lawyer friend seems quite easy to talk to. How could he not listen? The legal team of the Huo Group is obligated to serve the president of the Huo Group. Su Tian proactively approached Huo Beichen, standing on her tiptoes. Mr. Well, let's take a photo. Huo Beichen recalled the excuse for coming today. He took out his phone. Su Tian, originally quite tall, seemed a head shorter in front of him, stretching on her tiptoes to match his height. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to fit in the same frame. Huo Beichen slightly bent down to accommodate her height. Although their heights matched, the phone screen was not large enough, making it difficult to capture them together from a distance. Let's move a bit closer to the center, Huo Beichen said. Su Tian nodded and leaned towards him. As they got too close, Su Tian felt her ear brush against his cheek. Her ears instantly grew a little hot. Just as she was about to pull away, Huo Beichin extended his arm, gently wrapping her in his embrace. It was both gentlemanly and intimate. Su Tian stared at her reflection on the screen, her face gradually turning crimson. Huo Beichin adjusted and took a picture. Before Su Tian could leave, he said, "Can I take a few more shots? It would be nice to choose the best one to show my grandmother." "No problem." Su Tian smiled sweetly, trying her best to display the appearance of a newlywed. The elderly lady would surely be very happy to see it right. After taking several more shots, Huo Beichin finally put away his phone. "Aren't you sending these to the elderly lady now?" Su Tian asked. Huo Beichin replied, "She should be having tea with old friends right now. I will send them to her in the evening." "All right. By the way, mister, well, let me treat you to hot pot," Su Tian said, "to celebrate my departure from the Su family's clothing company. And thank you for helping me find a lawyer." She smiled a bit mischievously. "Also, I actually intended to resign voluntarily today. It's true that you get nothing when you resign voluntarily. I didn't expect my sister to stir up trouble, first giving me a reason to ask her for compensation. Look, I even printed out my resignation letter. Well, you have good luck. The god of fortune must favor good people." Su Tian laughed. "So I must treat you to dinner." Huo Beichin had planned to invite her for a meal anyway, and readily agreed. However, Su Tian seemed a bit troubled. She needed to go to the market to buy groceries and ride her electric bike, while Huo Beichin was driving his Jetta. Whether to let Huo Beichin follow her, or for him to go home first, seemed inconvenient either way. Just then a couple on an electric bike zipped past. The man was riding and the woman was tightly hugging his waist. Huo Beichin watched the electric bike depart. He smirked slightly at Su Tian's bike. Huo Beichin pondered for a moment before speaking. "I'll accompany you to buy groceries. The place is crowded and my car isn't suitable to drive there. It's better to use your electric bike, it's more convenient." With no better option, Su Tian nodded in agreement. "They'll give you a ride." Huo Beichin took the keys to the bike. Although he had no experience riding an electric bike, he was good at riding motorcycles. Once you get the hang of one, you can manage the others, and going slow shouldn't be a problem. Su Tian took a helmet from the compartment and handed it to him. After Su Tian got on the bike, she held onto it with both hands for support. The man rode at a leisurely pace. His movements were very skilled and graceful, making Su Tian's Tuthasanyuan electric bike seem more upscale. Today he wore a white shirt, and the perfectly shaped muscles of his back were faintly visible. "Su Tian, hold on to me." "Huh?" Su Tian was momentarily stunned. "The traffic is heavy ahead, I'm afraid you might fall." Su Tian bit her lip and reached around his waist. The man's waist was strong and sturdy, and judging by the feel, his physique must be even more perfect. Because she was holding on to him, Su Tian's face pressed against his abdominal muscles. Her ears felt slightly warm and her thoughts drifted away. Huo Beichin rode slowly. However slow it was, they still arrived at the market. He stopped the bike and Su Tian quickly got off and rushed inside. "I'm going to buy groceries." A hint of joy crossed his eyes as he parked the bike and followed her in. Su Tian was skilled at buying groceries and quickly finished her shopping. On the way back, Huo Beichin rode even slower. Su Tian leaned against his back and was almost falling asleep. In her drowsy state, she had a dreamy thought of gently touching Huo Beichin's 8-pack abs, savoring the feeling. So this is how abs feel when touched. The thin layer of muscle looked beautiful, very pleasing to the eye. "Stop for a moment." Su Tian was startled awake by an unfamiliar voice. Upon waking, she realized the electric bike had been stopped by a traffic police officer. Oh no, her abs. Huo Beichin. Su Tian suddenly realized that riding an electric bike with passengers is not allowed in the city. But it was too late. Both she and Huo Beichin had just gotten off the bike. In the end, she had no choice but to pay a fine. Huo Beichin pushed the electric bike forward. Su Tian caught up with him, unable to help but laugh. "Did you forget about this rule too?" "Yes, I was careless." Huo Beichin was actually riding an electric bike for the first time and had no idea about this rule. "It's fine, it's not far anyway. Walking home is also nice. Today's wind feels great, making one feel so comfortable." Su Tian began to walk. Huo Beichin noticed that no matter what difficulties she faced, she never seemed to be discouraged. It was Huo Beichin's first visit to the neighborhood where Su Tian lived. The environment of the neighborhood caused a hint of displeasure to gather in his deep-set eyes. So this was the house given by Su's mother. Upon entering Su Tian's home, his brows began to ease. The ordinary house had been decorated by Su Tian into a warm and comfortable space. It felt like home. "Mister, will please have some water and rest a bit." "He'll go prepare," Su Tian said after arriving home, pouring him a glass of water and beginning to wash vegetables and prepare ingredients. Huo Beichin rolled up his sleeves to help. "You can actually wash vegetables?" Su Tian asked. "What does washing vegetables require learning?" Su Tian shook her head. "My dad never enters the kitchen. Xiaoshan didn't either. In the past, when they didn't have a maid, they never helped with chores. She thought all men in the world were alike, that those who would help out only existed in novels and dramas. She looked at Huobei-chin and smiled. And you have such an ethereal face, it's hard for me to imagine you in the kitchen. My dad taught me to cook and wash vegetables since I was young. He said otherwise I wouldn't be able to find a wife when I grew. Su Tian couldn't help but laugh. Uncle is truly a planner for the future. Later, I learned it wasn't quite like that. He spoiled my mother, so I had to learn to take care of her from a young age. Uncle is quite amusing. Su Tian was already efficient in her tasks. With Huobei-chin's help, she finished quick. Once the hot pot was opened, the aroma filled the room. Su Tian enjoyed spicy food, while Huobei-chin preferred clear broth. Seeing Su Tian eat happily, he thought for a moment and took a few pieces of beef from the spicy pot, placing them into her bowl. He was sweating. Even the rolled-up sleeves of his muscular arms were drenched. Su Tian hurriedly handed him some milk, saying, "Mister, don't push yourself if you can't eat anymore. Just learn to eat. My father used to say that sharing a meal means sharing life." After finishing the meal, Su Tian stood up to clean and wash the dishes. Seeing her accustomed to doing these chores, Huobei-chin's brow furrowed deeply. The Su family wasn't exactly poor, yet they were making her do this. Recalling the calluses on her palms, Huobei-chin said, "Let me wash the dishes." "No way, you're a guest. It's already too much to let you help wash vegetables. How could I let you wash the dishes?" "A guest?" Huobei-chin slightly frowned. He didn't insist further. His father had taught him to cook, but he had never been made to wash dishes or do other chores. As the eldest son of the Hua family, it was already quite rare for him to know how to cook. If it weren't for his wife-loving father, would a family like this expect their eldest son to be in the kitchen? Huobei-chin leaned against the kitchen door and said, "They'll have someone come to install a dishwasher tomorrow." "No need, Mr. Hua. I don't need one right now." Su Tian had just moved out and needed to save money. Huobei-chin realized his tone had been too presumptuous. He cleared his throat and said, "I won it in the company's annual lottery. I rarely cook for myself, so I won't be able to use a dishwasher. It would just break down if left unused." "Oh, I see. Thank you then. I originally invited you to dinner to thank you for your help, but now I have to accept your things instead." Huobei-chin nodded. "Then you can invite me for dinner next time." "Sure, whenever you have time I'll treat you." Su Tian replied cheerfully, completely unaware that they had already scheduled their next meeting without saying goodbye this time. After leaving Su Tian's place, Huobei-chin called Hee-Wong. "Pick me up, we're going to buy a car." "Buying a car? Great." Hee-Wong excitedly drove to pick up Huobei-chin. "Brother Chin, have you found another good car recently? A limited edition or something special?" I didn't expect that in such a small place like Fan City there were truly hidden talents. Even Brother Chen could find a car he liked. Hee-Wong was also a car enthusiast. However, despite having money, he was still just a drop in the ocean compared to Huobei-chin. Only by being beside him could he see top-tier models and some limited edition luxury cars that weren't available on the market. He rubbed his hands together excitedly. Huobei-chin looked up an address online and sent the location to him. Hee-Wong became even more excited. The location looked very private, and this car must be something exceptional. Upon arrival, Hee-Wong parked the car and walked out with Huobei-chin. There were no private clubs, no skyscrapers, just a row of storefronts. The entrance was extravagantly decorated with various balloons and lights playing DJ electronic music. It was a sort of rural festivity. What caught Hee-Wong's eye was a lineup of different electric scooters. Where were the limited editions? Where were the top-tier models? Hee-Wong exclaimed. He saw Huobei-chin walking in casually, already intently selecting. "Brother Chin, what are we doing here?" Hee-Wong was truly confused. What was Brother Chin up to? Was he purchased? However, even the ordinary employees of Hua Corporation could afford a commuting vehicle if they had 2 years of work experience. The lowest prize in the company's annual lottery was still a reputable brand of new energy vehicle. "Boss, which type of electric scooter complies with traffic laws for carrying adults?" Huobei-chin asked. Hee-Wong was puzzled. Even if he was pretending to be poor, Brother Chin still had a Jetta. At the very least, he could buy another car which would be better than an electric scooter. While speaking, Huobei-chin had already purchased a scooter, scanning the code for payment and taking the keys in one go. The owner was all smiles, not bothered about the price at all. This was a lightweight electric scooter resembling a motorcycle, but its power was not as strong. According to Fan City traffic regulations, it could be certified to carry 1 adult. It looked quite stylish. If Hee-Wong didn't know it cost only a small 5-figure sum, he would think it looked even cooler. "Brother Chin, are you buying this scooter to take a ride? The weather in Fan City is nice, oh let's go together." Hee-Wong knew that Huobei-chin was skilled at riding motorcycles and had even won professional competitions. Huobei-chin looked at him and said word by word, "This seat can't be occupied by anyone in the future, including you." Except for Su Tian. Hee-Wong was taken aback. But he clearly had sat there before. So the brotherly bond would disappear, right? After buying the scooter, Huobei-chin had Hee-Wong drive him to buy a dishwasher. "Get the best and biggest one." Huobei-chin entered without looking and directly stated his requirements. "Sir, what size do you need?" Huobei-chin frowned slightly. He hadn't considered this issue. Hee-Wong asked, Brother Chen, where will you put the dishwasher? What will you use it for? Hua Beichen didn't want to bother with him recalling Su Tian's kitchen. The kitchen in the old apartment wasn't large, and there wasn't much reserved space. He Wang observed his expression in surprise. Brother Chen, you're not planning to get a dishwasher for sister-in-law, are you? Hua Beichen acquiesced. He Wang was shocked. After 28 years of being indifferent to any woman, Brother Chen had been captured so quickly. He was even handling such small matters. Buying a dishwasher himself. Who would believe that? But upon realizing it was for Su Tian, He Wang was no longer surprised. That little girl, beautiful and smart. Wait, stop. That's sister-in-law. Brother Chen, why not call sister-in-law and ask? You go ahead and make the call. Call the property management of her community and ask about the kitchen size for the same layout in the community. He Wang was even more shocked, so Brother Chen was silently trying to do a good deed. At the hotel, as soon as Hua Beichen stepped through the door, he received a call from old Madame Hua. Beichen, where's the photo of my grandson's wife you promised to show me? I forgot, I haven't taken it yet. Maybe in a couple of days. Hua Beichen hadn't even seriously looked at the photos. Could it be that she didn't allow you to take pictures at all? How could that be? I've been busy these past few days. Hua Beichen pulled up the photos taken today. In the photo, the two of them were leaning their heads against each other, an obvious sign of intimacy. But this intimacy lacked genuine emotion and sentiment. In the photograph, Su Tian's smile is as sweet as her name, blooming like a flower. The hint of charm at the corners of her eyes transforms sweetness into allure. Like willow catkins gently brushing against the heart, stirring up a sense of yearning. Old Madame Hua remarked, no matter how busy work is, it never ends. You are nothing like your father at all. Your father managed to win your mother over in just a few days. Less than a year later you were born. If you had your father's speed, children would already be running around the place by now. Hua Beichen pinched the space between his brows, his attention still fixed on the photograph. I know the person you looked down upon a few years ago, and now that you have him, cherish it, and aim for children running around by next year. After saying a few words, Hua Beichen did not respond, leaving old Madame Hua with no choice but to hang up. His gaze remained on the photograph. That evening, Su Tian received a call from Su Yuro. She answered with a slight frown. Is there something you need? Su Tian, regarding your salary compensation, I will transfer it to you shortly. How much? Su Tian inquired. Su Yuro's voice was quite displeased. 285,341 yuan and 3 cents. If it weren't for that lawyer intervening, she wouldn't have even considered giving this amount. After Su Tian left that day, the lawyer came over. The lawyer listed the details, proving that Su Tian had been underpaid during her years working at the clothing company. The calculations were precise to the last dime. Su Yuro didn't want to pay. The Su family's assets were only meant for Su Jie and her. How could they possibly go to Su Tian? However, the lawyer at the clothing company advised Su Yuro that given Su Tian's capabilities as a lawyer, it was better to settle things amicably. Every company inevitably has some muddled accounts. If the other party obtains more leverage, this small sum may not resolve the issue. Reluctantly, Su Yuro signed the papers. Su Tian was astonished by the amount. Growing up in the Su family, yet being a peripheral figure, having access to such a sum was truly rare. Is this all mine? Su Tian asked. Su Yuro replied. Su Tian taking advantage and still acting innocent, huh? Is it wrong to ask? Su Tian, I don't mind giving you the money, but let me advise you, don't listen to a poor man like Hua Beichen. Su Tian felt displeased, saying, Sister, that's not fair. What's wrong with Mr. Hua being poor? Has he ever taken advantage of the Su family's resources? He hasn't drunk a sip of Su family's water, nor pressured you into fulfilling any engagement. Why do you resent him? Su Yuro sneered. So quick to defend him, are we? What's wrong with helping reason over relationships? Let me tell you, if Hua Beichen can have someone help you demand money from the Su family today, he could easily manipulate you in the future. You are the second young lady of the Su family. Did he marry you just to take advantage of your status and ease your way into asking for money? Su Tian rebutted. Your perspective shapes the people you see. Fine, Su Tian, if you get deceived, don't come crying back home. Rest assured, I will only laugh, never cry. Even if she laughed, it wouldn't be in the direction of the Su family. Su Yuro hung up the phone with a snap. Moments later, Su Tian saw the funds transfer into her account. Just as Su Yuro had said, over 280,000 with both cents and whole amounts. Su Tian was overjoyed, cradling her phone with delight. Thinking of informing Hua Beichen to ease his worries, she noticed it was getting late and dismissed the thought. After a restful sleep, Su Tian woke up naturally the next day. After breakfast, she rode her electric bike to the nearby community. Swiping her card to go upstairs, she headed straight to a house and opened the door. The two staff members inside stood up upon seeing Su Tian. Su, what brings you here today? I resigned and I will be coming here every day from now on. Really? That's great. Mei was a girl with a very auspicious appearance. Then our business is sure to. Teng Shui is a young and capable guy. This is an independent design studio that Su Tian established to cater to wealthy ladies, helping them with custom clothing orders. Previously, she worked at the Su family's clothing company, where her ID, household registration, and bank card were tightly controlled by Su's mother. Her salary was meager, leaving her feeling anxious and trapped. Later, with the help of friends, she opened this studio as a fallback option. Due to her inability to come off in the studio's business was mediocre, barely maintaining operations. Mei Mei and Tang Shui maintained the studio because they loved this industry, but they were not yet capable of independent design, only handling basic tasks. Su Tian smiled and said, "Let's go, I'll treat you both to something nice." Now she was a wealthy person. The two were thrilled. Su, now that you're back at work, we are sure to have a bright future." "Absolutely," Su Tian replied. During lunch, she specifically ordered beer, filling Mei Mei and Tang Shui's glasses. "To our future, cheers." After the meal, she took the time to reorganize the studio. Things that needed to be discarded were thrown out and new items were added. Su Tian set aside a personal workspace for herself. From now on, she could design here. When clients came for custom clothing, she no longer needed to rely solely on online communication or phone calls, which often led to unnecessary misunderstandings. Mei Mei brought over a document. Su, do you think this advertisement is good?" "No problem. We can accommodate more clients from now on." Previously, Su Tian had no spare time to take on so many clients. Now she could attend to them whenever she wanted. She felt confident. Indeed, that day business started to improve. Knowing that Su Tian was present in the studio, a wealthy lady who had previously come for a custom outfit rushed over that afternoon to have a complete outfit made for an upcoming annual meeting. While Su Tian was busy sketching in the studio, Hua Beichin called her. "Mr. Hua, are you home today? I'm bringing over the dishwasher." "Oh right, I almost forgot. Sorry, Mr. Hua, I have some work to tend to right now, so I'm not at home. Would you prefer the delivery to come, or should I pick it up myself?" "If it's delivery, just have it sent cash on delivery." Hua Beichin, who was parked at the entrance of Su Tian's community, replied with silence. Su Tian sensed his mood and cautiously asked, "You wouldn't have come here in person, would you?" "I'm really sorry, could you just leave the dishwasher at the security desk? I'll pick it up when I get home in the evening." "No, why would I come personally? I just wanted to check if you were home. I'll bring it to you next time you're available." Why would he bother making the trip just to leave it at the security desk? Upon hearing this, Su Tian sighed in relief, glad not to have troubled him too much. "All right, we'll get in touch another day." "Thank you," Su Tian said. A day later, the wealthy lady received her dress and was enchanted with it. "Miss Su, this dress of yours is truly remarkable. I'm glad you like it. But I do have a small suggestion. Your studio being in this neighborhood makes it hard to attract new clients. When I recommend you to friends, they hesitate once they hear the location." She shook her head and continued, "If it weren't for your friend's sake last time and the fact that I found your aesthetic sense impressive, I would never have set foot in an old residential area with such poor security. Those who can afford custom clothing are not short of money, but they expect a safer and more convenient place to visit." "You're right, I've been thinking about this too." Su Tian smiled in agreement. She hadn't had the funds to rent a proper space before, so she could only set up her studio in an old apartment in this aging neighborhood, which wasn't much better than where she currently lived. Even this studio was registered under her friend's name. After seeing the wealthy lady off, Mimi remarked, "Easy for her to say. If we were to open a studio in a commercial building, the transfer fees, rent, renovations, and miscellaneous costs would amount to at least 300,000 to 400,000, wouldn't they?" "It's not that simple. They'll find a way," Su Tian said. Now she had to focus on building her career, as she couldn't just drift along. With her refined taste, she had previously helped design several bestsellers at her family's garment company. The compensation of over 280,000 she received this time included royalties from those designs. In this day and age, even good wine needs a bush. Su Tian rode her electric scooter and stopped in front of a company. Spotting Lu Ting, she waved Ting. "Su, what brings you here?" Lu Ting was carrying a stack of documents. "No overtime tonight." "Overtime? Even a workhorse needs a break." Su Tian smiled. "Let's find a place to eat. I have good news to tell you. Bringing such a big cake is already the best news." Lu Ting had a sweet tooth, and her eyes lit up at the sight of the cake Su Tian brought. "I know you love sweets, so I got it just for you," Su Tian said, handing over the cake. The two found a place to eat. Su Tian began, "My garment studio is under your name. I plan to transfer it to mine and then move to a new location for business. They'll find time to go with you for the transfer. Where are you thinking of moving? Have you found a place?" Su Tian replied, "I've set my sights on a commercial building, a business tower filled with shops. The rent is cheaper than open front malls, and the security and environment are decent." "How much will it cost?" "Over 300,000. Lu Ting spat out her water. "Where are you getting that much money?" "I can chip in, but I only have a few thousand." "No need to chip in. I got compensation from my family's garment company, including bonuses and royalties. Almost 300,000 in total. Adding what I've saved up, it should be enough." Lu Ting was astonished. "Wow, has the sun risen from the west in your family? They gave you that much money. And the documents too." Yes, isn't it good news? It's fantastic news. Lu Ting raised her glass to your new beginning, Su Su. Cheers. Su Tian laughed and drank a glass of water too. But your mom used to hold everything over you. No amount of crying or arguing helped. What's gotten into her this time? Su Tian briefly explained the situation. Lu Ting's jaw dropped, and it took her a moment to close it. Oh my god, you got married. I don't know whether to call you clever or foolish. What, aren't you going to congratulate me? Have you considered that if that man turns out to be no good, you'd be jumping from the frying pan into the fire? No, I trust my judgment. Su Tian thought seriously. Based on her first impression, Hua Beichen couldn't be wrong. Despite the chaos that day, he had maintained his composure, proving he was a man of stable emotions. When trouble arose, he found a lawyer, showing he was adept at solving problems. A man who cooked used serving chopsticks to pick food for her and wash the dishes. All confirmed her initial impression was correct. Lu Ting noticed the shimmer in her eyes. Oh, is our little sweetie falling for him? Su Tian quickly shook her head. Don't be ridiculous. He did me a huge favor, and I'm just helping him deal with his family for now. It's just a contractual arrangement. Forget it, then let's eat first. Later we'll hit a bar to celebrate properly. Lu Ting was genuinely happy for her friend. Su Tian smiled. It's on me. After dinner, they moved to another spot for drinks. Neither had a high tolerance for alcohol, so they avoided crowded bars and chose a quiet, secluded one. Ting, I'm really happy. Cheers to this. Su Tian was in high spirits that day. Lu Ting downed her drink too. Happy, me too. Su Tian said, you helped bring a lot of business to my studio before. I promised you a commission then, but couldn't pay. Now that I'm going into business myself, I'll make sure to include it. We're like sisters. Don't mention it. Lu Ting worked as an artist assistant. Although her current client was just a minor celebrity, she had made connections with some wealthy customers. Previously, a dress Su Tian customized for her had prompted a client to inquire about Su Tian's studio, leading to several deals. So she didn't consider it as referring business, just a living advertisement. Both women were attractive, and after sitting a while, men began to approach them. Seeing Su Tian already tipsy, Lu Ting said, one more drink, and then we stop. All right, just one more. A middle-aged man approached with a glass. Ladies, let me buy you a drink. It's okay if you're drunk. We'll take you home later. We have someone picking us up. Lu Ting declined. But he saw through the excuse. Don't be so quick to refuse. It's still early. Let me treat you to a fine bottle. My husband is coming to get me, Su Tian said loudly. He'll be here any minute. Is that so? Why not invite him for a drink too? The man didn't believe her and kept pestering them. The office was empty. Even He Wong had been dismissed by Hua Beichen, and he hadn't heard from her. At their last meeting, they exchanged numbers, took a photo, and made plans for another meal and to deliver a dishwasher. But it seemed she had forgotten all about it. The office was empty. Even He Wong had been dismissed by Hua Beichen. Hua Beichen glanced at his phone, still calm with no calls or messages. He found Su Tian's number and dialed. The middle-aged man was still entangled. He simply couldn't believe that these two young girls would actually have husbands. I really have a husband. If you don't believe me. She wanted to say she had his picture, but then she recalled that day Hua Beichen took the photo but hadn't sent it to her. I told you, how could you have a husband? Before the man could finish, Su Tian's phone rang. Seeing Hua Beichen's name, she immediately answered, exclaiming, hello, husband. Hua Beichen's call carried a hint of frustration. It seemed that if he didn't reach out to her, she would never take the initiative. However, he never expected Su Tian would utter those two words. The unfamiliar terms delighted his ears with an unexpected familiarity. A smile crept onto Hua Beichen's lips. But soon he noticed that Su Tian's voice was different from usual. Have you been drinking? Where are you? I'll come pick you up. Su Tian gave an address. I'll be there soon. After hanging up, Hua Beichen called He Wong. Find the manager of this bar. I need his contact information. He Wong provided it immediately. Did you hear that? My husband is coming to pick me up. Su Tian hung up the phone. The middle-aged man left with an awkward expression. However, moments later, there were still some reckless individuals hoping to tempt fate at Su Tian and Lu Ting's. But before they could get close, the bar security discreetly seized their arms and took them away. In an instant, it was so quiet around Su Tian and Lu Ting that not even a mosquito dared to buzz. Within 10 minutes, Hua Beichen's figure appeared in the bar. His striking appearance under the flickering lights of the bar attracted a lot of attention. Many girls couldn't help but glance in Hua Beichen's direction, seemingly assessing their chances of getting to know him. Lu Ting, slightly tipsy, said to Su Tian, Su, look. He's so handsome. Su Tian also couldn't help but comment, he is really handsome, he looks too good to be true. Hua Beichen walked up to Su Tian, noticing that the girl was indeed quite drunk. Her porcelain skin was flushed and her gaze was hazy. Even though she wore a long-sleeve shirt and jeans revealing not an inch of extra skin, she exuded an allure. Hua Beichen's gaze fixed upon her. Mr. Hua. Su Tian smiled at Hua Beichen. Hua Beichen's brows furrowed slightly. How much had she drunk? And why was she calling him Mr.? Or again, he pulled Su Tian into his embrace. Lu Ting reacted. Su, he is your. Hua Beichen, Su Tian's husband. Hua Beichen spoke softly. Lu Ting was startled, her intoxication fading significantly. What an extraordinary man, he was too stunning. So Su Tian married him. Oh, surely, it wasn't just for his looks. I'm Su's friend, my name is Lu Ting. We should take Ting Ting home first. Su Tian said. No need, I called my boyfriend, he'll be here to pick me up soon. Let's go first. Hua Beichen half-hugged, half-carried Su Tian, leaving Ting Ting alone. I'm not comfortable with that. The bar owner is my friend. Hua Beichen said, I've already made arrangements. Lu Ting suddenly understood. No wonder all those people trying to flirt had vanished. So that was it. Su Tian's boyfriend was quite trustworthy. Su Tian was taken to the car, and the driver started the engine. Hua Beichen spoke with a hint of reproach. Why did you drink so much? To celebrate my departure from the Su family, sharing with friends. Su Tian was in a good mood. The people she flirted with tonight were merely a minor annoyance. She cheerfully said, my career is also progressing well. Isn't that worth celebrating? Hua Beichen twisted open a bottle of mineral water and let her drink a few sips. Upon arriving at the Sunshine community where Su Tian lived, after getting out of the car, he directly scooped her up into his arms. The girl's body was as sweet and soft as her name. Carrying her was nothing, only the delightful warmth of her presence. Mr. Hua, thank you for picking me up. Su Tian felt embarrassed, realizing she was being carried by Hua Beichen. She buried her head in his chest to hide her flushed face. What should I call you? Hua Beichen's tone was cold. Mr. Hua, Su Tian said, noticing the change in his voice. The man remained silent, and Su Tian, dazed, lifted her gaze to look at him. His jawline was tight, just as he looked down at Su Tian. She couldn't evade his gaze, captured by the intensity of his stare. What did you call me on the phone? Hua Beichen asked. Su Tian bit her lip. She had called him husband out of desperation. Now that he asked her to say it, there was no way she could bring herself to utter it. Watching her ears turn progressively red, even her neck flushed, Hua Beichen finally stopped pressing her. Put me down. I can walk myself. Su Tian felt that if this continued, she would really want to dig a hole and hide. Don't be silly. Hua Beichen whispered, tightening his grip on her. Su Tian simply closed her eyes, playing the ostrich. Hua Beichen arrived at Su Tian's door. He noticed a pair of men's leather shoes with obvious were not his size. Also there was a cigarette, but that had been extinguished. His eyes narrowed. Besides him, had another man been here? Or was it that someone had accidentally left them behind? Open the door. Hua Beichen set Su Tian down. Oh. Su Tian fished out her keys to unlock the door. Hua Beichen observed her actions. She clearly saw the shoes and the cigarette, but yet showed no reaction. This indicated that they hadn't been left behind by someone else. She recognized the owner of the leather shoes. Su Tian opened the door, staggering inside. Hua Beichen reached out to steady her. Go take a shower. Though Su Tian was barely holding on to her clarity at that moment, the effects of alcohol overwhelmed her, and she didn't even notice Hua Beichen following her inside and changing into slippers like a host. After her shower, she climbed onto the bed in a dazed manner and fell asleep. Hua Beichen watched her sleeping form, raising his hand, as if to relieve his frustration, by giving her a light slap on her bottom. The sensation was incredibly surreal. The pajamas hugged her body's curves, soft and beautiful, even though it was merely a cartoon-themed sleepwear. Hua Beichen went out to find a cup, filling it with cool water. After drinking, he went back and helping her lie on her side to prevent any potential choking from drunkenness. Being in the same room with Su Tian should have put him in a good mood. However, thinking about the pair of unknown men's shoes at the door, Hua Beichen found it hard to feel happy. Hua Beichen got up and looked around in Su Tian's house. Aside from the annoying pair of shoes and cigarette, but he did not see any other items belonging to a man. Of course, he couldn't go rummaging through places out of sight. Although Su Tian would never know he had searched. As her consciousness gathered, she recalled the events of last night when she got drunk, feeling a sense of dread. She hadn't expected that even in such a quiet bar the man who approached her would be so relentless. Fortunately, Hua Beichen was there. Thinking of him, she immediately checked her clothes. Vaguely, she remembered that she had changed into her pajamas and had washed herself. She had slept soundly all night. Speaking of which, she had indeed not misjudged Hua Beichen's character. He was not someone who would take advantage of others. Su Tian opened the door and saw Hua Beichen with one hand resting on his forehead, eyes closed. He seemed to be still resting. The sofa Su Tian bought was small, and the man's long legs looked somewhat cramped. Su Tian tiptoed, hurried back to her room to change out of her pajamas, and came out again. Hua Beichen opened his eyes, and what met his sight was the girl's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. That was the rosy glow of drunkenness, as well as the natural sweetness from waking up early. Hua Beichen felt that the morning air was exceptionally fresh. Mr. Hua, you are awake. Su Tian said apologetically. Did you not rest all night? No, I did rest. Eat something. He gestured with his eyes towards the dining table. Su Tian walked over to open it, finding fresh dishes, fragrant soup, dumplings, porridge, and a bowl of hangover soup. Her stomach was growling, so she hurried to wash up and then sat down to eat. She took up chopsticks and beckoned Huobei-chan to join her. Huobei-chan pushed the hangover soup in front of her, indicating that she should remember to drink it. I'm really sorry about last night, and I really appreciate you coming to pick me up. Huobei-chan replied flatly, bars can be quite chaotic, you should drink less in the future. Actually, I rarely go to bars, or I only went yesterday, because I was too happy. Su Tian explained earnestly, afraid Huobei-chan might misunderstand. Huobei-chan's lips curled slightly, indicating that she indeed cared about his opinion. Su Tian continued, speaking of which, I haven't thanked you yet. With the help of your lawyer friend, I received the compensation. Congratulations, it's what you deserve. I have opened a private fashion design studio. This money is just enough for me to move to a better place and reopen. When will you reopen? I'll come celebrate with you. It will take a little while, I'm busy with this right now. Mr. Huo, when is your friend free? I'd like to invite him to dinner this weekend to thank him. That's not necessary. How could it not be? He helped me a lot. I haven't even asked him what his fee is, and I haven't thanked him. It would be too rude. Huobei-chan paused for a moment and said, in that case, I'll arrange to meet him this weekend. All right, thank you. After breakfast, Su Tian tidied the dining table. Huobei-chan casually remarked, by the way, the shoes at your door are a bit worn out. I threw them away. You threw them away. Su Tian was surprised and sighed. Huobei-chan's voice tightened slightly. Was it important? Very important. Su Tian said. Our community is old and the security isn't great. I heard that sometimes things get stolen. I was afraid that bad people would break in, so I specifically found a pair of men's shoes and put them at the door to pretend there was a man at home. Afraid that just placing shoes wouldn't be enough to deter them, I even picked up a cigarette, but from the trash can. Huobei-chan's expression relaxed. So that's how it is. I'm sorry. They'll find an old pair of my shoes to send you later. That's fine, thank you in advance. By the way, I'll bring over the dishwasher. Wait for me, but it will be quick. Huobei-chan made a call and went downstairs. In less than 5 minutes, Wang had someone bring over the dishwasher. Chen-gu, the items have arrived. The installation staff is here too. Good, let him come up with me. What about me? You don't need to go up. Huobei-chan patted his shoulder. Go back to work. Wang. How could he make Chen-gu believe that he really had no ulterior motives towards his sister-in-law? The dishwasher was installed quickly. Su Tian was initially worried that the kitchen wasn't big enough and that the dishwasher wouldn't fit. To her surprise, once installed, it fit perfectly. It's as if it's custom-made just right. That means it truly belongs to you. Su Tian looked around, growing fond. Huobei-chan answered a phone call and went to the balcony, his voice low. Su Tian didn't eavesdrop on purpose, but she still heard some vague phrases like moving, urgent, and today. Huobei-chan seemed to be negotiating with the other party, asking them for something. When he returned from the balcony, there was a hint of gloom in his eyes. Mr. Well, what's wrong? It's nothing, I can handle it myself. I may not be able to help much, but talking about it might make you feel a bit better. Of course, if you don't want to discuss it, that's fine too. Huobei-chan seemed to hesitate a bit before speaking. The landlord of the house I'm renting has some urgent matter and wants to take back the house. He wants me to vacate today. How can he be so untrustworthy? Breaking the contract at will during the rental period. He has his own urgent matters, there's nothing I can do. It's okay, I'll find a place right away, or I should be able to find one. Su Tian thought for a moment and said, it's not that easy. Mr. Or if you don't mind, why don't you come stay at my place? If it were before, Su Tian might have had reservations. But Huobei-chan's actions several times had proven his character. Su Tian couldn't refuse to help him. Huobei-chan asked, I don't know if it's convenient. What's inconvenient? Besides, we are legally married. All right, then I'll go back now to pack. Do you need my help? Su Tian asked. Huobei-chan actually wanted her to accompany him to pack. But if she followed him to pack, it would expose them. No need, I'll ask Wang to help me pack. After Huobei-chan left, Su Tian went downstairs to take out the trash. She noticed there were workers downstairs. She asked, are you repairing the wiring? No, we're installing surveillance cameras and replacing the door with a monitor. Oh, this was a good thing, and Su Tian felt good hearing it. Just then 2 ants were throwing out trash, sighing, finally, they are going to install surveillance. We've reported it to the property management so many times, but no one paid attention. So what's going on today? You say it's fine, and it's fine. You say to change, and it's changed, one of the anties asked. Another ant replied, I heard from my son that someone reported to the community saying our neighborhood is chaotic and the security is poor. The community took action to rectify the situation, which is why such a significant effort was made. So that's how it is. Who cares who it is as long as it allows us to live comfortably? Su Tian felt delighted to hear this. She had been worried about safety issues before, feeling anxious. But now it's better. Moreover, Huobei-chan is about to move in too, which is like having double insurance. She returned upstairs and Lu Ting called. Su, have you sobered up? How are you doing? I've been awake for a while, and you? I'm sober too. Tell me about your husband. Did he do anything last night? Don't talk nonsense, we haven't gotten to that stage yet. Lu Ting expressed her regret, saying, Oh my, are you not capable, Su? Facing such an exquisite beauty, how can you still hold back? Can you make a move on a man you're not that familiar with? What's the big deal? If you make a move a few times, won't you get familiar with him? Su Tian couldn't help but laugh. But you didn't make a move on him, and he didn't make a move on you, did he? Yeah. He's not that kind of person, Su Tian replied. Huo Beichen had good character and would never do such underhanded things. After leaving Sunshine Community, his assistant ran over saying, Master Huo, the security situation here has already been handled. Huo Beichen nodded in satisfaction. He returned to the hotel, where He Wang was in the coffee shop on the first floor meeting a client. Upon seeing Huo Beichen, he greeted him with a smile. Brother Chen, was the dishwasher installed so quickly? Yes, Huo Beichen nodded. About that client earlier. He Wang followed Huo Beichen's steps, discussing work. He usually acted carefree, but when it came to work, he was very serious. After finishing, he asked, Brother Chen, just make arrangements as you see fit. He Wang always felt that Brother Chen hadn't listened a word. He followed Huo Beichen into his room. Huo Beichen took out his suitcase and started putting things inside. Are we going back to Jinghai, Brother Chen? I've really gotten tired of staying in Fanqing. Although the scenery here is nice, it's okay to visit occasionally, but when it comes to living, it can't compare to our Jinghai. Huo Beichen said, I'm moving in to live with your sister-in-law. He Wang was choked by a sip of water. What? She invited me over. He felt a sense of pride in saying that he was invited out of pity. Then where will I live? The way you say it, as if you don't usually have your own room. Although we usually have our own rooms, we live close together. Now that you're moving away. Huo Beichen looked at him. Isn't that just perfect? No one will be supervising you, and you can let loose. Upon hearing this, He Wang suddenly felt happy. He asked, so when are we going back to Jinghai? In previous years, when working in Fanqing, he usually returned in just a few days. This time, Huo Beichen had already far exceeded the time. I think Fanqing has a good geographical location and pleasant scenery. We can consider opening a few more branches here. This meant that they wouldn't be leaving Fanqing in the short term. He Wang. What kind of gentle place is Fanqing? Huo Beichen returned to Sunshine Community carrying his suitcase. He originally expected not to stay long in Fanqing, and he didn't bring much clothing. Now, pretending to be poor, he hadn't brought a single branded suit, making his few clothes stand out even more. Su Tian saw him packing with items as few as her own and couldn't help but feel soft-hearted. She said, we have 2 rooms at home. I'm already living in the master bedroom. You can take the second bedroom. However, we're still missing a bed. I just ordered one online expedited, and it will arrive tonight. They'll reimburse you the money. No need, anyway. You won't be able to take the bed with you when you move later, right? Huo Beichen's face darkened. Who said he would be moving later? He would never move. This bed was his. He insisted on paying for it. Su Tian had no choice but to agree. Huo Beichen didn't know how much this kind of bed cost according to the market price. He entered 200 as the transfer amount, only to hear Su Tian say 1800. After the discount, it's 1350. You can just transfer me 1300. Huo Beichen silently deleted the string of numbers and transferred 1350 to her. Knowing that Su Tian's financial situation wasn't great, Huo Beichen took the initiative to say, moving here to live with you already saves on rent. It'll cover the household expenses from now on. It's fine, we can split it in half. In theory, a man should support the family. Since I'm already living in your house, I shouldn't let you share the household expenses. Otherwise, if word gets out, I don't know about others, but my dad would point at my nose and scold me for not being capable. Huo Beichen wasn't lying about this. His father, a doting husband, had taught him over the years that a wife is meant to be cherished. A man who can't pamper his wife deserves to be alone for 100 years. Su Tian chuckled. All right then, I've calculated our household expense will be 200 a month. Before she could finish speaking, a WeChat notification sounded indicating Huo Beichen had transferred 200. Su Tian looked at him in surprise. That's too much. We won't need this much. Besides, she knew Huo Beichen wasn't very wealthy. How could she let him pay so much? What she didn't know was that Huo Beichen, after calculating the price of the bed, didn't dare to transfer too much, forcing himself to keep his finger on zero, and only transferred this amount. Actually, although I haven't bought a house in Fanqing yet, I do have some savings. My work is quite stable and my expenses are not high. I don't have many places to spend money. Since we're living together now and staying in your house as a man, I can't let you lack food and clothing. After hearing his explanation, Su Tian understood that a man also has his pride. Staying in her house, without contributing more money, made him truly uncomfortable. Since that's the case, she would accept it, and any remaining funds could be saved. Su Tian smiled and said, okay, let's agree on this. Let's establish 3 rules. You cover the household expenses, but if there are any additional costs, we'll share them. Secondly, respect each other's living habits and be understanding of one another. Third, let's agree on a 1-year engagement period. If during this time Mr. will find someone he likes, he can inform me at any time, and we will terminate the marriage relationship. Terminate. Huo Beichen's eyes narrowed slightly. From the moment he agreed to marry, there was no such thing as termination in his view. However, he wasn't in a hurry. Since they were living together, there would always be opportunities. Mr. Who, do you have any additions? I have no objections, said Huobei-chin. Su Tian was a person of action. Once Huobei-chin confirmed, she quickly drafted the 3 articles of agreement on her computer and printed 2 copies. After checking that everything was in order, she signed her name on both copies. It's your turn now, Mr. Huobei-chin picked up the pen and signed his name as well. The 3rd article stated that the marriage would last for 1 year, after which both parties would agree on their relationship. He took the pen and drew a vertical line through the number 1 in 1 year. It became a marriage period of 10 years. He marked both copies. After finishing, he folded one and handed it to Su Tian, saying, "One for each of us to keep." "No problem." Su Tian promptly tucked her copy away. Little did she know that this little rabbit was gradually falling into the paws of the Wolf King. That evening, old lady was sent a voice message wanting to see a photo of Su Tian. Huobei-chin finally selected a picture where they were closest with Su Tian smiling sweetly and sent it to her. Old lady Huo received it and was overjoyed, quickly calling the butler and the maid to come and take a look. "This girl is beautiful. She looks like someone who brings good fortune." Old lady Huo was quite pleased. "Congratulations, old lady. The young master has finally settled down." Old lady Huo laughed. "I didn't expect this young lady from the Su family to be even more pleasing than I had imagined." The butler chimed in. Back then, the old master insisted on this marriage arrangement, and old lady was a bit worried that the girl from the Su family wouldn't be worthy of the young master. "Now we can rest assured." Old lady Huo shook her head. Actually, the old master insisted on this marriage arrangement because he was afraid that Bei-chin would truly become averse to marriage and let his life pass by without it. He left a will to nudge this child. "This child has always been indifferent towards women. We were genuinely worried he had some issues. Now it's finally all right." Huobei-chin felt his ears grow a bit hot knowing his grandmother was discussing him with the butler. They often speculated whether he might prefer men, or whether he was incapable. Huobei-chin felt speechless at their conjectures. None of those speculations were true. He felt that his life over the past 28 years had been fulfilling and satisfying, lacking nothing. No one had ever made him think about marriage, let alone what it would be like to spend a lifetime with someone. The moment he saw Su Tian, he finally understood why his father had been so eager to be close to his mother all those years. Love, it turns out, feels like this. While Huobei-chin was lost in thought, old lady was sent a flurry of messages. Seeing the continuous influx of image messages on WeChat, Huobei-chin felt overwhelmed. Could it be pictures of beautiful women? Previously, when he didn't want to get married, his grandmother had scoured all the eligible girls' photos in Shanghai for him to choose from. Huobei-chin almost blocked her. Now that he was married, why was she still sending so many pictures? Just as he was contemplating whether to open them, another message from old lady Huo arrived. "Bei-chin, what's going on? I heard you haven't even bought a wedding ring yet." Her tone was reproachful. Huobei-chin pinched the bridge of his nose, cursing He Wang's big mouth. He indeed hadn't found the opportunity to buy one. She hasn't found one she likes yet. Once she does, he'll buy it. Then take a look at the pictures I sent. Do any of them catch your eye? It turned out that the pictures sent by old lady Huo were all of wedding rings. The ones she picked were all limited edition diamond wedding rings, which looked quite nice. "Okay, you'll discuss it with Su and choose carefully." Old lady Huo was satisfied and stopped bombarding him. The next morning during breakfast, Huobei-chin casually remarked, "It seems like we haven't bought our wedding rings yet." Actually, it's not that necessary. I think wedding rings serve as a form of protection for both of us. When others see us wearing wedding rings, they will naturally know we are married. It will deter people from approaching us and provide an explanation to our families." Huobei-chin's reasoning was sound. Su Tian recalled that night at the bar, if she had been wearing a wedding ring, would those who approached her have backed off? She glanced seriously at Huobei-chin's face, which indeed attracted attention. Seeing that she didn't object, Huobei-chin said, "He'll pick you up after work this afternoon, and we'll go buy it together." Su Tian gave him the address of her studio. In the afternoon, Su Tian was busy drawing design sketches. Mei rushed in and said, Su, come quickly. A super handsome guy just came in. Is he a friend introduced by Ting Ting? He looks like a big boss, a star, and a supermodel all at once. I think only the boss can personally entertain him." Su Tian got up and went out, seeing Tang Shui pouring tea for Huobei-chin. Tang Shui was a straightforward guy, yet he couldn't help but be dazzled by Huobei-chin's stealing glances and envy while feeling inadequate. "Mister, who are you off work now?" Su Tian stepped forward to greet him. "So you know him?" Mei asked. "Let me introduce, this is my newlywed husband, Huobei-chin. Mr. Huo, this is Mei and Tang Shui. They happen to work here at my studio." Su Tian felt more like friends with them than colleagues, so she didn't hide anything. Mei and Tang Shui exclaimed in unison, "Brother-in-law." Huobei-chin responded, breaking into a smile. When he hadn't been smiling, he appeared unapproachable, giving off an air of aloofness. Now everyone felt more relaxed. Tang Shui became much more familiar. "I was wondering how someone could be so stunning. It turns out he's Su's husband. That makes perfect sense. It's a match made in heaven." Exactly, a perfect match. Mei shook Su Tian's arm, finding them more and more suited for each other. Huobei-chan felt quite pleased. Had he known they were so easy to get along with, he should have brought some gifts. He nodded, saying, I should have treated you all to a meal. But today Su Tian and I are going to buy wedding rings, so maybe another day. Seeing Huobei-chan wearing a vintage-style shirt despite its ordinary cut and fabric, he still looked outstanding, and Su Tian couldn't help but admire his good physique. Seeing Huobei-chan wearing a vintage-style shirt despite its ordinary cut and fabric, he still looked outstanding, and Su Tian couldn't help but admire his good physique. Let's grab a quick bite first, then go buy the wedding rings, Su Tian suggested. Huobei-chan had always been indifferent about food. He didn't care what they ate, only who he ate with. He had no objections, and let Su Tian choose. Su Tian selected a place to eat fried potatoes, pancakes, and cold noodles. She ordered each for Huobei-chan without any spice. Having his preferences remembered, Huobei-chan felt pleased. He spoke up. Actually, in the future you don't have to go through so much trouble. I can eat spicy food too. Alright. Su Tian said, her cheeks puffed as she ate. After having dinner, the two went to buy wedding rings. The mall had many brands selling wedding rings, and Su Tian was dazzled by the choices. The more Huobei-chan looked, the deeper his frown became. These brands were all too mediocre. However, Su Tian was very happy, full of enthusiasm. He patiently continued to accompany her in her search. Mister, what do you think of this one? Su Tian pointed at a design and asked. Huobei-chan glanced at it. The ring looked very simple, yet elegant. This was the first time Su Tian seriously asked for his opinion after looking for so long, showing her fondness. I think it's quite nice. Then please take it out for me to try on, Su Tian said. The salesperson took out the ring, handing one to Su Tian and one to Huobei-chan. Su Tian had slender fingers and fair skin, making anything look good on her. After putting it on, she asked Huobei-chan for his opinion. Not bad. Huobei-chan nodded, finding it more pleasing than the ones his grandmother had chosen. Mainly her fingers looked better than those of the models. He tried it on as well. It fit perfectly. How much for this pair? Over 5,000. But aren't the others only 2,000 to 3,000? Su Tian was not unable to afford it, but she wanted to be frugal. The ones you liked happened to be our store's flagship model, naturally making them more expensive. After thinking for a while, Su Tian decided to go with this one. A treasure difficult to obtain is worth it. Then please charge it to my WeChat, Su Tian said. However, Huobei-chan believed the beauty of this ring lay primarily in the person wearing it. Marrying him and buying such a ring would be too much of a compromise for Su Tian. Their marriage could not be trivialized with such a ring. Su Tian will buy it, Huobei-chan said. The wedding ring must be purchased by the groom. Su Tian remembered his somewhat peculiar sense of pride and did not rush to take over the bill in front of others. When Huobei-chan took out his phone, he suddenly remembered something and said, my money is in funds, in the stock market. I can't swipe this much cash. How about I buy it when I get my salary? Su Tian recalled he had already transferred 20,000 to her and spent over 1,000 on a bed. It's quite normal not to have enough cash. That's fine, then let's come back to buy it later. Huobei-chan secretly noted the design. He also arranged for the designer who could help create this style. He would later have someone contact the designer to customize it according to this style. After finishing their shopping, they still had time. Su Tian saw someone queuing for milk tea and asked Huobei-chan, Mister, what do you want to drink some? As she looked at the milk tea, her eyes sparkled, clearly eager to have some. Huobei-chan rarely drank such things, but he nodded, I would like some. Then he'll go queue up to buy. Su Tian ran over. Huobei-chan took long strides to walk beside her. He saw a couple with a cute straw that had 2 ends inserted into a cup of milk tea, allowing them to drink together. The straw itself was not long, and when 2 people drank from it, they had to get quite close. He lowered his gaze to Su Tian and whispered, I ate too much earlier and can't drink much. How about we share a cup? Sure, then he'll get a large cup. What flavor do you want? Anything is fine. It didn't matter. What mattered was who she was drinking with. Su Tian then bought a cup according to her taste. Huobei-chan took out the straw he had already obtained and inserted it into the milk tea. When Su Tian leaned in to drink, he just happened to lean down as well. Their foreheads touched, and Su Tian couldn't help but laugh. Huobei-chan placed his hand on her forehead and rubbed it, asking, does it hurt? Su Tian felt a bit shy and rubbed it herself, saying, it's fine. Huobei-chan's fingers were brushed away by hers. He retracted his hand with the lingering softness on his fingertips. Su Tian lowered her eyes and sipped her milk tea. A few strands of her long hair scattered across her cheeks, complementing each other. Her skin was as white as snow, her hair as dark as ink. They chatted while sipping and walked to the square. The square was bustling with people. After having dinner, Xiao Shun passed by the square with a friend. He immediately spotted Su Tian's figure. What shocked him was that there was a tall man beside Su Tian. Although they were not holding hands and had no intimate gestures, Xiao Shun was still very angry. The two looked too much like a couple, especially since the man was holding a cup of milk tea, occasionally stopping to feed Su Tian a sip, using a couple straw no less. Xiao Shun angrily stepped forward and shouted, Su Tian, Su Tian, who was happily shopping, heard the shout and turned to look in Xiao Shen's direction. Seeing Xiao Shen rushing over with a face full of anger, she looked at him fearlessly. Hua Beichen furrowed his brow slightly and stood in front of Su Tian. Xiao Shen was even angrier. Su Tian, what is your relationship with this man? Are you betraying me and putting a green hat on me? With so many people around in the square hearing the gossip, they all gathered around. Xiao Shen became even more reasonable. You treat me coldly every day, always saying you're busy. Turns out you were busy shopping with another man. Surrounding people pointed at Su Tian. Hua Beichen was about to speak when Su Tian pulled his arm and switched positions with him. Knowing she had a plan, Hua Beichen did not forcefully intervene. Su Tian smiled and said, first of all, this is not a random man. This is my legal husband. Therefore, secondly, I did not put a green hat on you, so please do not speak nonsense. Now defamation can lead to imprisonment, do you understand? Xiao Shen became even angrier. Su Tian, what are you talking about? You are dating me while getting a marriage certificate with another man. Aren't you being a bit too much? Speaking of being excessive, you, Xiao Shen, were the one who was excessive first. We have been together for almost 2 years, and during half of that time you were cheating with my sister. Did you think I didn't know? I caught you several times. How come when you cheat it's not excessive, but when I legally register it is? Su Tian, you. Xiao Shen was exposed and momentarily unable to refute. As for dating, ever since you cheated you've been cold to me. I assumed we had already broken up. How come you can cheat, but I can't get a marriage certificate? Do I have to mourn for you for 3 years? Originally everyone was on Xiao Shen's side. Now hearing Su Tian articulate the truth so eloquently, they couldn't help but feel exhilarated for her. Especially many young girls who all gave Su Tian a thumbs up. Only then did Xiao Shen remember that Su Yuro had indeed told him that Su Tian had registered a marriage with a poor man. At that time he was being lovey-dovey with Su Yuro and did not inquire in detail, thinking it was a joke. He didn't expect it to be true. He angrily said, don't forget when you registered our dating relationship was still valid. You should have at least notified me in advance. Xiao Shen, did you notify me in advance when you cheated? Did you let me know afterward? The onlookers could no longer hold back, accusing Xiao Shen. You cheat on your partner, yet have the audacity to blame others. How can you even show your face? Xiao Shen's friend, who had been standing beside him, felt embarrassed upon hearing these words and distanced himself. In anger and humiliation, Xiao Shen finally turned his attention to Hua Beichen. He noticed the man was dressed simply, clearly indicating poor economic conditions. He said to Su Tian, are you really going to annoy me by choosing such a poor man? I admit I was wrong, but you are being utterly irresponsible to yourself. Xiao Shen, since there is no relationship between us anymore, you have no need to meddle in my affairs. Su Tian was unyielding. In truth, Xiao Shen was reluctant to give up on her. It was Su Tian's firm refusal to let him touch her and her strong will that attracted him to the gentle Su Yuru. He stared at Hua Beichen and asked Su Tian, this man is only good-looking, but he's so poor. Are you certain that being with him will bring you happiness? If you come back to me, I will change. Isn't that enough? At the very least, I can provide you with a comfortable life. Su Tian was truly taken aback by his shamelessness. Xiao Shen, a person's happiness is not solely defined by whether or not they have money. Money can be earned, but a bad character cannot be repaired. Among the onlookers, most were ordinary working-class people, and Xiao Shen's words were indeed offensive. Immediately they responded strongly. Young man, that's not how it works. As if your cheating could bring someone happy. We may not earn much, but it's certainly more happiness than your trivialities. At least that couple looks like a perfect match. What does your ex-boyfriend have to do with anything? Exactly, her husband looks tall and handsome, and one can tell he's capable. A golden scale cannot be a mere common fish. Xiao Shen, feeling attacked, stepped forward to grab Su Tian's wrist, saying, Su Tian, let's find a place to talk privately. Su Tian instinctively dodged him. Xiao Shen felt a sharp pain in his wrist and realized Hua Beichen had caught him. Now being the target of everyone's ire, he was furious and blamed Hua Beichen. Do you dare to stop me? He threw a punch at Hua Beichen. Halfway through, Hua Beichen intercepted it. Hua Beichen did not let go, and Xiao Shen grimaced in pain. In front of Hua Beichen, his previously decent physique felt like that of a small chick. Worried for Xiao Shen, his friend stepped in to help, saying, Sir, let's discuss this calmly. He rushed over, and taking advantage of Hua Beichen's distraction, Xiao Shen pulled back his hand and attempted to sneak attack Hua Beichen. He valued his pride. If he didn't let Hua Beichen suffer a loss today, he would have no face left. But unexpectedly, as Xiao Shen kicked out, he didn't reach Hua Beichen and was instead lightly kicked in the chest, falling to the ground. Xiao Shen's friend was nowhere near Hua Beichen. Xiao Shen realized he couldn't confront Hua Beichen heated. With everyone around blaming him for being aggressive, they mocked him for being unable to withstand even a single kick. Embarrassed and angry, Xiao Shen stood up and pointed at Su Tian, saying, Su Tian, don't regret this. He left in a fluster with his friend. Su Tian didn't care about what he said at all. She had just awakened from the shock, frightened as she supported Hua Beichen, asking, Mr. Hu, are you alright? Did you get hurt anywhere? Earlier she saw Xiao Shun and his friend rush at Hua Beichen and was almost petrified. Seeing the worry in her eyes, Hua Beichen smiled slightly. It's nothing. Even if I were hurt, it would be them who are hurt. Su Tian then realized that the one who was kicked to the ground was Xiao Shun, and the ones who fled in disgrace were also them. Don't worry, they are just posturing. Hua Beichen reassured her. I'm sorry for causing you such trouble. Su Tian's eyes turned slightly red. You did well to leave him. A man who cannot control his temper is likely to be abusive in the future. Su Tian thought about it and felt a little scared. Fortunately, she never had deep feelings for Xiao Shun and had never considered marrying him. Back then she lacked warmth in her family, and Xiao Shun pursued her passionately. At that time Xiao Shun was very gentle, and she agreed to give it a try. However, not long after Xiao Shun's family became prosperous, and he ended up with Su Yuru. At that time Xiao Shun was very gentle, and she agreed to give it a try. However, not long after Xiao Shun's family, Hua Beichen said. As he drove his Jetta, Su Tian got in the car, and after a moment of thought said, Mr. Hu, don't take Xiao Shun's words to heart. Money can be earned, but whether more or less, there's a way to live. As long as one doesn't steal or rob and works hard for their money, life won't be bad. Hua Beichen realized Su Tian was comforting herself. Xiao Shun's previous words were indeed somewhat hurtful, but to insult a billionaire for being poor is like calling a top beauty an ugly monster. It only reveals the poor judgment of the person insulting without truly harming the one being insulted. You're right. Earn more and spend more, earn less and spend less. But don't worry, there's plenty of room for growth in my job. Supporting a family and raising children won't be a problem in the future. The conversation turned to raising children, making Su Tian a bit shy to continue. She changed the topic, casually asking, what do you do for a living? I work in business. My current monthly salary is over 30,000. The company's benefits are good, and I don't have many places to spend. My salary can also increase in the future. Hua Beichen stumbled a bit while mentioning his salary. This salary is already quite remarkable in Fan. I saved some money over the last 2 years. The reason I haven't bought a house in Fan City is that I'm worried about being relocated for work. Besides, I'm not originally from Fan City, so I haven't bought yet. Su Tian understood, saying, buying a house is a big deal. It definitely requires careful consideration before making a purchase. Yes, if I see a suitable place in Fan City, I want to buy a unit. As he spoke, he looked at Su Tian, seemingly seeking her opinion. Su Tian bit her lip. Was he willing to settle down in Fan City? On the weekend, it was time for Su Tian to meet Hua Beichen's lawyer friend for dinner. Hua Beichen had no choice but to instruct his assistant to find a lawyer of similar age from the legal team. Coincidentally, the other party had indeed handled Su Tian's case, making it convenient without needing much explanation. Mr. Well, how about this restaurant? Su Tian asked for his opinion. Then it's this place. Su Tian called to book a private room. While in the car, she asked him, Mr. Well, since the lawyer is your friend, you should know what would be an appropriate amount to give him as a reward. How much do you think I should give as a red envelope? Hua Beichen chuckled. He usually paid his legal team quite well, so Su Tian's red envelope was really unnecessary. I already told you he is my friend. If you really mention the red envelope, he might not even come to this meal. He is my college classmate. There's no need to treat him as an outsider. Su Tian understood. When the car was halfway there, she spotted a boutique and said, Mr. Well, please stop for a moment. I want to take a look. Hua Beichen stopped the car and accompanied Su Tian inside. Thinking she wanted to buy something, she surprised him by asking, Mr. Hua, is your friend married? Is he married? Does he have kids? If not, does he have a girlfriend? I want to buy a gift. Since he won't accept a reward, I can buy something for his family as a gesture of my appreciation, right? I know you men don't care much about this, but it's my intention. Hua Beichen regarded him as a subordinate and naturally didn't think about this issue. He couldn't answer Su Tian's questions either. Just briefly tell me about his situation so I can pick a gift. This left Hua Beichen momentarily speechless. Su Tian eagerly looked at him, leaving him no chance to call the other party. Hua Beichen could only casually fabricate he's married with a boy probably around 5 or 6 years old. Your friend got married quite early, huh? So Su Tian bought a set of remote-controlled cars. Hua Beichen awkwardly touched his nose. In the restaurant's private room, Hua Beichen and Su Tian pushed the door open. As soon as they entered, Su Tian saw the young lawyer already there. Lawyer Chen, you arrived before us. Sorry for being a bit late. Su Tian politely walked over to greet him. Lawyer Chen was taken aback. When the assistant from the CEO's office notified him about dining with the CEO, he was quite surprised. Learning that the CEO's wife would also accompany them made him even more cautious. He arrived more than half an hour earlier than scheduled. Miss Su, it's fine. I actually came early myself. Although Lawyer Chen wasn't fully aware of the details, he knew he couldn't reveal Hua Beichen's identity. He forcibly suppressed the words, young lady. You can just call me by my name, Lawyer Chen. Please have a seat. Noticing his slight awkwardness, Hua Beichen patted him on the shoulder. Lawyer Chen sat down, picked up a kettle, and poured water for Hua Beichen and Su Tian. "You're too polite, Lawyer Chen." Su Tian thought this friend was quite nice. Not only did he help, but he was also very warm. Su Tian picked up the menu, asked if Lawyer Chen had any dietary restrictions, ordered a few signature dishes, and added several more with a mix of meat and vegetables. "Lawyer Chen, I really appreciate your help with this matter. It's my duty." The task assigned directly by the CEO wasn't complicated, it was part of his responsibilities. He felt quite undeserving. Su Tian took out the gift. "Lawyer Chen, I bought a few toys for your little one. Please tell him this is a small token from uncle and aunt." "Oh." Lawyer Chen was taken aback. He didn't even have a girlfriend yet. Where did the child come from? Meeting Hua Beichen's gaze, Lawyer Chen realized that since Su Tian said she had one, then there must be one. He accepted it, revealing a very happy expression. "Then please thank you for me and my child." Hua Beichen remained aloof throughout, speaking little. This was the first time he met Lawyer Chen, so there wasn't much to talk about. Fortunately, Su Tian lived up to her name, being sweet-tongued, and Lawyer Chen also tried his best to liven up the atmosphere, making the entire meal quite harmonious. After saying goodbye to Lawyer Chen, Su Tian asked him, "Mr. Hu, are you not happy today?" "Not at all. Of this is just how I interact with my friends." Su Tian thought about it and realized it was true. This was how he was with He Wang, and it didn't affect their friendship. Meanwhile, Lawyer Chen finally felt relieved. He felt a cold sweat on his back, truly experiencing what it meant to be at the side of a powerful person. He shook the toy in his hand. It was just dinner, yet he was saddled with a non-existent child. At the Hua Group branch office. Even before off-duty hours, Hua Beichen began tidying up his things. He Wang was surprised. "Brother Chen, are you going out? Do you need me to have an assistant prepare a car for you?" "No need." He Wang stood up to follow him, "but it's not off-duty." Speaking of which, Hua Beichen rarely had other matters besides work. Moreover, he had been working late into the night, as usual recently. "Is there something you need help with?" Hua Beichen adjusted his clothes. "No. You can go play wherever you want." He Wang wasn't really part of Hua Group. He was only a childhood friend who was often sent by the He family elders to stay by Hua Beichen's side to learn. Hua Beichen would occasionally guide him when he was in the mood, but most of the time, he let him be. Watching Hua Beichen's back, He Wang felt a bit puzzled. Hua Beichen went to a large supermarket to buy groceries. Although the market had cheaper and fresher produce, he didn't like the environment there and settled for this alternative. While he was selecting items, his phone rang. Seeing it was a call from his father, Hua Beichen answered casually. "You little brat, even after getting married you don't bother to call me. If it weren't for your grandma mentioning it, your mother, and I wouldn't even know." As soon as the call connected, Hua Jingye's hearty voice rang out. "Aren't you afraid of affecting your extravagant romantic getaway with your wife?" As a middle-aged couple who had forgotten their children, Hua Beichen didn't think he was more important than them. "Haha, that's true." Hua Jingye asked, "Once your mother and I return, we'll go to Fan City to see our daughter-in-law." Hua Beichen. Indeed, there wasn't much to see about his son. Hua Jingye asked, "Why is it so noisy over there? What seafood is being sold at a discount?" "I'm buying groceries at the supermarket. My son has made it big. He can buy groceries now. He is teachable." Hua Jingye was very pleased. Hua Beichen was speechless. When he was 14 and got into Ivy League, and at 2012 managed the Hua family business, his father had never praised him like this. Before he could finish feeling speechless, Hua Beichen continued, "You know, a meal should have at least 4 dishes and a soup to ensure nutrition. At least a week's worth of meals should not repeat to maintain freshness. That is the basic standard of a good man." Hua Beichen was even more speechless. "I'm not discussing this anymore. I'm hanging up. You little brat, we haven't talked for more than 2 sentences. Hua Beichen hung up the phone. 4 dishes and a soup. He was still 1 dish short. Su Tian packed her belongings and prepared to leave work. Tang Shui and Mei Mei accompanied her out. Su Tian took out a reusable bag. Su, are you heading to the market again?" Mei Mei asked. "Yes, I'm going to buy groceries to cook." Su Tian had become accustomed to such a life while living with the Su family. For her, buying groceries and cooking was not a difficult task. Mei Mei stuck out her tongue and said, "You truly can manage both the kitchen and the living room. Your husband must be incredibly happy. Cooking isn't just for him, I need to eat too. Now there aren't many girls who can cook. Sometimes I really envy you, Su, you can do everything." Su Tian smiled. "If no one else does it naturally, I have to do it myself." Mei Mei said, "I'm lazy and don't want to cook myself, so I'll just order takeout when I get back." "What about you, Tang Shui?" Tang Shui replied, "As a girl, if you can't cook, do you think I can? I'm going to eat at my mom's." They were all happy children, each with their own happiness, hence they felt so carefree. "All right, I'm off then. Bye." Su Tian waved to them. Mei Mei and Shui hurried to catch the subway. Su Tian bought groceries and rode her electric bike back to Sunshine Community. When she opened the door, she smelled the aroma of food. "I wonder which neighbor is cooking. Their skills are quite good." Su Tian thought it was the smell from next door. She changed her shoes and saw Hua Beichen coming out of the kitchen. The man was wearing an apron and rolled up his sleeves. The apron accentuated his physique, even more broad shoulders and a slim waist with slender arm muscles and perfect lines. He placed the dishes on the dining table and said, "Go wash your hands, dinner will be ready soon." "Did you make all this?" Su Tian looked at the 4 dishes and a soup on the table, very surprised. The dishes were fragrant and appealing, better than her own cooking. Could all of this really be made by Huo Beichen? Huo Beichen raised an eyebrow in displeasure. "Did you forget I told you I can cook?" "I remember, but I didn't expect you to be such a good cook." Su Tian looked at the food, her eyes sparkling. "I thought you could only fry a few simple dishes or make soup. How did you even cook Boston lobster? And it smells so good. I happened to see the lobster on sale. Wait, I'll go make something too." Su Tian remembered she had bought groceries as well. With this much food, it should be enough, right? It's enough. However, I saw an old lady at the market selling handmade corn paste, so I bought a bag of it, planning to make corn cakes. This can't be wasted, it must be used. Su Tian quickly added corn flour to the corn paste and soon made a plate of fragrant corn cakes. She took a bite and was very satisfied. "It tastes exactly like what I used to eat in the countryside when I was a child. Every year during the corn harvest, my grandmother would cook this for me. You should try it." Huo Beichen took a bite, and it was sweet and delicious. Su Tian picked up her chopsticks, her eyes sparkling. "The dishes you made are so tasty." "Eat more." Huo Beichen served her more dishes. Su Tian felt very satisfied as she ate, a strong sense of happiness rising within her. Seeing Huo Beichen continuously eating corn cakes, Su Tian put them away. "You should eat more vegetables. If you can't finish the corn cakes, they can be saved for later. If you can't finish the veggies, it'll be wasted." In the end, the two of them finished all the dishes on the table. Su Tian was stuffed. She wanted to clean up, but Huo Beichen wanted to clean up first. Looking at the man's figure, she remembered how she had envied Tang Shui and Mei Mei, each having their own happiness. But wasn't her happiness quite abundant as well? Thanks to the dishwasher, her sense of happiness increased by another level. Su Tian didn't even have to lift a finger. Huo Beichen saw there were still many corn cakes left and said, "Are you going to eat these tomorrow? If not, I'll take them to the office to eat." "Sure, you can take them all." Su Tian found a glass container to pack them for him. "If I come back early tomorrow, I'll still buy groceries and cook." When Su Tian heard this, she slightly furrowed her brows. "Didn't this meal take a long time? You had it all ready by the time I got back. Didn't you have work this afternoon?" "This period isn't busy at work, so I have some free time. In the future, when it gets busy, I may not have the chance to cook so much. I'm just worried it might affect your normal work." Huo Beichen smiled. "That's not the case. You've worked hard, mister." "Huo, it's not hard. A family is a place where everyone shares and takes responsibility together." Su Tian felt her ears getting warm. She realized that Huo Beichen seemed to have already entered a state of marriage. When she looked at him seriously, she couldn't find any clues. Su Tian stopped thinking too much. The next day, Huo Beichen took the lunchbox to work. After arriving, he put the corn cakes into the refrigerator in his office's pantry. After the assistant delivered the documents, he went to the pantry to make coffee for Huo Beichen. He noticed an unidentified item in the fridge and found it strange. In Huo Ye's fridge, there were only the coffee that his assistant personally placed. There had never been anything else. "What is this?" Li Tang couldn't figure it out, so he reached out to pick up the box, worried it might be something dangerous. Just as he picked it up, he heard Huo Beichen clear his throat. His hand slipped, and the lunchbox fell towards the ground. Li Tang was startled and reached out to catch it, but it was already too late. Fortunately, Huo Beichen reached out first and caught the lunchbox. Li Tang looked up and saw Huo Beichen holding the lunchbox carefully, his expression serious as he inspected it. He was instantly frightened, turning pale. It turned out this was an important item for Huo Yi. Fortunately, it didn't break. "I'm sorry, Huo Yi. I didn't know what this was just now, so I wanted to check it in case it was dangerous." "Don't let it happen again." Huo Beichen placed the lunchbox in a safe spot. "You don't need to order lunch for me. I brought a loving lunch made by my wife." Li Tang. He couldn't have misheard. How did it sound so proud and boastful? At noon, Huo Beichen personally heated the corn cakes in the microwave. Hiwei knocked on the door and walked in, seeing Huo Beichen eating something delicious. "Chenggu, what did Li Tang buy for you that's so good?" Hiwei reached out to grab it without any hesitation. Although Huo Beichen was serious, he never guarded his food. Hiwei could always take a bite of whatever food was around. This time, before he could touch the food, Huo Beichen slapped his hand away. Hiwei was stunned. "Can't I have a bite? Just ask Li Tang to buy another portion." "No," Huo Beichen said earnestly. "This was specially made for me by your sister-in-law." "Oh." Hiwei elongated his voice. "Your sister-in-law made it. I'll go find her to make some for me later." "Do you dare?" Hiwei truly didn't dare. It was the first time he saw Huo Beichen being so protective of his food, as if it were a treasured possession. Huo Beichen took a piece and said slowly, "Even if you dare, Su Tian won't cook for you." Hiwei, who hadn't tasted a bite of the corn cake, ended up being stuffed with a large portion of dog food. Su Tian had her eye on a commercial space on the 18th floor of the Baojing commercial building. The area and orientation perfectly matched her requirements. The previous owner of this property was in the wedding photography business, and now that they were making money, they had moved to a better location. The budget was also just about right. Su Tian had recently paid the transfer fee and rent and hired workers for some simple renovations. Today was the day to inspect the renovations. After confirming everything was fine, she hurried back home on her electric bike. When Hua Beichen saw her return, his face was filled with joy. He smirked and asked, "What's got you so happy?" "The new place I reserved is ready. In a couple of days I can move the studio." "So soon?" "Yes, I was worried about delays, so I kept urging the workers." Hua Beichen nodded. "No wonder you've been so busy lately." She often returned home quite late, had dinner, took a shower, and went straight to her own room to sleep. Hua Beichen had been living there for quite some time and had little opportunity to spend time with her. The scenario she envisioned of taking a walk or watching TV together after dinner had yet to happen even once. "I have been a bit too busy, and it's all thanks to you helping out at home." Su Tian thought to herself that she hadn't done any housework for many days. She apologized, but after the move, once things settle down, I won't be this busy anymore. Hua Beichen seemed indifferent. "I support you having work that you love." Yet there was a tinge of jealousy. Was work really more important than him? "I just hope that once you settle down you can devote more attention to home." Su Tian nodded emphatically. "Of course. Work is for a better life." 3 days later, Su Tian was moving her studio. Hua Beichen specifically took a day off to help. "Today don't ride your bike, use my car instead," Hua Beichen suggested. Su Tian agreed, grabbing her bag as she headed outside, originally thinking he would drive his Jetta, only to find he brought out an electric scooter. "When did you change cars?" "I didn't change. There aren't enough parking spaces in the community, and I think this is more convenient. I left the Jetta at the company." Su Tian got on the scooter. "So this scooter is yours. I saw it the other day and thought it looked good, but I wondered how tall one needs to be to ride it." Hua Beichen mounted the scooter, his long legs easily supporting him on the ground. Su Tian's eyes lit up. Hua Beichen's physique was truly remarkable. "This scooter is designed to carry passengers, so hold on tight." Hua Beichen drove off. Su Tian wrapped her arms around his waist, feeling that his muscles had become even more solid. Hua Beichen smiled slightly, feeling the girl softly pressed against his back. His heart fluttered for a moment. However, he couldn't let his mind wander while driving, so he collected his thoughts and drove more steadily. "Su, Lu Ting ran over. I brought Meng Xinghui to help you move. Thank you for your help." Lu Ting quietly looked at Hua Beichen. Although he had a serious demeanor, he was very considerate towards Su Tian, helping her carry her bag. She couldn't help but tease Su Tian. "Are you two really together now?" "Not yet," Su Tian replied, having been too busy to think about it lately. "He's so handsome, don't waste the opportunity. If you like him, go for it." Meng Xinghui was Lu Ting's boyfriend of 3 years. It was his first time meeting Hua Beichen, and he came over to greet him. Hua Beichen nodded and shared some drinks he had just bought. He Wei Wang also hurried over. "Brother Chen's sister-in-law, I'm here to help too." Tang Shui, Mei Mei, and Su Tian were in charge of sorting and packing, while Lu Ting helped with labeling. Hua Beichen, He Wei Wang, and Meng Xinghui were responsible for carrying items down the stairs and loading them into the rented truck. With so many hands, the work went quickly. By evening, everything had been moved into the Baojin commercial building, and most of it had been organized. Looking at the new studio that seemed to have been plucked from her imagination and turned into reality, Su Tian was the happiest one. She smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped. "Thanks for all your hard work today. I'll treat everyone to dinner. What do you all want to eat?" Mei Mei said, "Su, can we try your cooking? I know you can cook, but I've never tasted it." He Wei Wang chimed in, "Sister-in-law's cooking must be delicious. The food Brother Chun brought must be treasures." Hua Beichen cleared his throat. Today's moving was too tiring, and it's getting late. Let's eat out instead. His protective tone was clear, eliciting gentle laughter from everyone. Lu Ting suggested, "Let's find a nearby place to eat. Everyone is tired." Mei Mei joked, "Brother-in-law, a girl like Su who can cook and manage a household is truly rare. You should cherish her." Su Tian's face flushed slightly as she recalled that during this time Hua Beichen had been the one cooking and managing the household. His cooking was so delicious that she felt her figure was getting rounder. Hua Beichen lifted his gaze towards Su Tian, and she almost blurted out, "I will cherish you." He Wei Wang also enviously remarked, "Brother Chen doesn't cook. He has sister-in-law taking care of him. How nice. I envy that. I wonder when I'll meet my destined partner." Su Tian was puzzled. What joke was He Wei? If Hua Beichen couldn't cook, what had she been eating when she came home every day? Hua Beichen leaned down and quietly said in her ear, "He Wei Wang has never eaten my cooking." Su Tian couldn't help but laugh. Really? He doesn't have that fortune. Few people knew Hua Beichen could cook. Even Hua Jingye, who loved to cook, would never boast about his son's cooking skills in front of outsiders. Although Hua Beichen could cook, he rarely did so. Apart from his grandparents and parents, no one else had tasted his. It was entirely normal for He Wei Wang not to have eaten them. Seeing Hua Beichen and Su Tian whispering and laughing together, He Wei Wang felt he was getting hit with dog food once again. His ears felt a bit warm. He sensed their conversation was related to him, but he had no proof. Hua Beichen chose a hot pot restaurant. While waiting for the food after ordering Su Tian and Lu Ting went to the restroom. Lu Ting asked Su, you used to do all the housework at the Su family, why are you still doing it after getting married? Earlier they had all teased Su Tian, making her genuinely uncomfortable. Her greatest fear was that Su Tian would be manipulated by her family, and then by a man. Sure, it's not like that. Su Tian whispered during this time, he did all the housework. The only chores I did were washing my personal clothes while taking a shower. You're not kidding me, right? Lying to you is like lying to a puppy. Lu Ting finally felt relieved, but still reminded her he has no money or house. It's normal for him to do more of these things. Just don't take on everything because you feel sorry for him. Su Tian earnestly explained, we agreed that household matters should be shared and borne together. No one should be left alone with anything. Whoever is free should take on a little more responsibility. Moreover, don't mention his lack of money or housing in the future. It hurts his self-esteem. He simply hasn't settled down yet and hasn't decided where to buy a house. Lu Ting teased her, oh, are you defending him now? Who is defending him on purpose? I'm just speaking the truth. Su Tian had never noticed before that Hua Beichen had been attending to so many details. It was only today, prompted by everyone, that she remembered his contributions. However, Hua Beichen was quite clever. He had arranged for the dishwasher vacuum cleaner and shoe washer, showcasing his ability to free up his hands. Su Tian admired this aspect of him. He knew how to live and appreciate life. Eating hot pot was lively, and the more people there were, the happier it was. Lu Ting whispered to Meng Xinghui. Meng Xinghui spoke as he took out a pack of cigarettes from his bag. He asked if the gentleman wanted to smoke, but everyone politely declined. As he was about to light up, Hua Beichen said, this is a non-smoking area. His words carried an inexplicable pressure, as if there were a force that compelled obedience. Meng Xinghui felt a moment of embarrassment and apologized, I'm sorry. After dinner, everyone felt like they hadn't had enough, and suggested finding a private room to drink and sing. Everyone, please don't stand on ceremony today. Oh, feel free to order whatever you want to eat or drink. Su Tian handed out the drinks menu. She had already ordered quite a few items, and everyone looked at it and added a few things they wanted. Su Tian's phone rang. She stepped out onto the balcony to answer it. The voice of her mother, Su Liuhua, came through. Su Tian, I heard you opened a studio. Su Tian knew she couldn't hide this matter. She had been focusing on this recently with a high demand for fabric and had visited several shops to collect materials. The Su family specialized in this line of work, so it was only a matter of time before Su Liuhua heard of it. Since leaving the Su family, have you invested all the money you received into this? Pretty much. Su Liuhua's tone grew increasingly displeased. You don't know how difficult this business is. How much money is enough to invest? I certainly don't have that much money to lend you. Mom, if that's what you're calling about, there's no need to say it. I want to ask, even if you've married out, you're still my daughter? How can I not say a word when I worry that you might lose everything? What will you do? Su Tian's good mood was shattered by her words. She simply couldn't listen any longer and hung up the phone. Su Liuhua kept calling back, and Su Tian set her phone to silent, refusing to answer. Noticing that Su Tian had been gone for a while, Hua Beichen pushed open the balcony door and walked over. Su Tian turned around, her eyes slightly red, mist gathering in her gaze, yet her smile was radiant. Mr. Hua, what's wrong? Hua Beichen asked. Su Tian lowered her head. The suppressed grievance within her flared up once more at his caring words. I might not be able to help much, but saying it out loud might make you feel a bit better. Of course, if you don't want to talk, that's fine. Su Tian was slightly taken aback, then smiled with her eyes squinting. Those were the very words she had told Hua Beichen, and he had repeated them verbatim. Hua Beichen handed her a bottle of mineral water. She took a sip before saying, my mom called saying some disheartening things. Hua Beichen had met Su Liuhua and had a deep impression of her temperament. However, as she was Su Tian's mother, he couldn't comment. Just as he was about to offer comfort, Hua Beichen's phone rang. The old lady who called in for a video chat. Su Tian softly said, you can answer it, it's fine. Hua Beichen picked up. The cheerful laughter of the old lady who came through. Beichen, I heard that my granddaughter-in-law's studio opened today. Hua Beichen already knew that it was he Wong, that big mouth. It's not an opening, but it's just a new place. That's pretty much the same as opening. Is my granddaughter-in-law there? I want to congratulate her. Hua Beichen knew Su Tian was in a bad mood at the moment and was about to decline when Su Tian already broke into a smile and replied, Grandma Hua, I'm here. She quickly composed herself, unwilling to burden others with her feelings. She appeared on camera like a gentle ray of sunshine. Oh, so this is Su Tian. You really look just like your name. How can you be so sweet? Grandma Hua, your compliments make me feel shy. Why are you still calling me Grandma Hua? The old lady Hua chided playfully. Su Tian quickly corrected herself. Hello, Grandma. Su Tian made the old lady Hua laugh heartily over the phone. Her mood unknowingly improved. The old lady Hua said, let's add each other on WeChat, so we won't have to go through this kid anymore. Sure, Grandma. Grandma, I'll send you Su Tian's WeChat contact later, Hua Beichen said from the side. Maybe I'm just the child rewarded for topping up the phone bill. The old lady Hua smiled. Alright, Su Tian, you've moved to a new office. Grandma should celebrate you with a gift wishing you success in your career and dreams come true. No need for that, Grandma. Your call with blessings is already the best gift. Oh, this must be given. Su Tian was momentarily stunned as the old lady Hua sent a kiss. The elderly lady was so endearing that it made Su Tian giggle uncontrollably. After finishing that video call, Su Tian felt her heart warm up. Grandma is really nice, Su Tian sincerely said. No wonder Mr. Hua is so understanding of others. Hua Beichen looked down at her. Grandma really likes you. I like Grandma a lot too, as she reminds me of my grandmother who took care of me when I lived in the countryside. They both have the same kind, gentle demeanor. You lived in the countryside before. Yes, after I was born my parents didn't want me, because I was a girl. They sent me to a distant relative's house in the countryside to be taken care of by my grandmother right after I was weaned. At that time my parents were busy preparing for a son, and she was the one who raised me. Her eyesight and hearing were not very good, but she treated me very well, always doing her best to make me happy. Su Tian reminisced about her childhood filled only with nostalgia and not a hint of complaint. Hua Beichen's brow furrowed. The favoritism of the Su family was excessive. Handing a weaned infant to an elderly woman who was half deaf and half blind. Did they ever consider how difficult her life would be? Unfortunately, my grandmother passed away when I was 6. I was brought back to the Su family. I never even had the chance to repay her. As Su Tian spoke, her mood sank. She gazed at the brilliant starry sky, her eyes filled with profound longing. Your grandmother knows you are doing well now. Oh, she must be very comforted in spirit. Yes, I understand. My grandmother had no sons or daughters. Her only concern was me. I won't let her worry. And Grandpa, he is also very kind to me. I want to live happily and not care about others' thoughts and opinions so that those who truly like me can be at ease. It doesn't matter that Mom, Dad, and my elder sister don't like me, but it's fine because I stopped liking them long ago. Su Tian's eyes reflected the starry sky. Hua Beichen said, then cast away your worries. He reached out, seeming to grasp something intangible from beside Su Tian's ear and tossed it away. Su Tian's eyes curved with laughter. He clenched his fist and opened it before her eyes, caught some happiness. Hua Beichen spread his palm, revealing 2 wedding rings. Recognizing them as the ones she had admired last time, Su Tian asked with a smile, did you get your salary? I bought them right after. The designer arranged by Hua Beichen had crafted the rings to match the exact style Su Tian had liked, using top-tier materials and craftsmanship. Handmade by the designer and unique in existence, they were immensely valuable, far more costly than the original version by an untold margin. If placed side by side with the original, Su Tian would likely spot the difference at a glance. But alone they appeared almost identical at first sight. Su Tian took them, her mood lifting further. Hua Beichen wanted to put them on her, but she had already slipped them on herself. Beautiful. She extended her finger to show Hua Beichen. He put on his own ring and nodded. It is beautiful. What's so beautiful? Lu Ting poked her head out to ask. Worried when Su Tian didn't return after answering a call for so long, she saw Hua Beichen with her and wished she could take back her words. Su Tian wiggled her finger to show her my wedding ring. Wow, it's gorgeous. Lu Ting whispered. Is it very expensive? Quite so, Su Tian said softly, but Mr. Hua bought it. Let me have a closer look. The 2 friends huddled together, happily examining the ring. Hua Beichen smiled and shook his head, no longer bothered by not having put the ring on Su Tian himself. Hua Group branch office. Huang was leisurely playing a game when a video call popped up, irritating him. He hung up. The caller persisted. He answered, his tone harsh. Liang Yunrui, are you asking for a beating? I hung up once and you still call it. Urgent matter. On the video, Liang Yunrui with fiery red hair looked serious. Huang was taken aback. What urgent matter? I heard Hua Beichen got married. All this. Brother Chinhe. Stop beating around the bush, just tell me yes or no. Yes. Huang knew he couldn't hide it and told the truth. How dare he? Wasn't he supposed to call off the engagement? Then what about my sister? Huang shrugged. Then call Brother Chun and ask him. I'm busy playing games. Liang Yunrui couldn't. Hua Beichen seemed easygoing on the surface, but everyone close knew the aloofness and distance in his bones. Liang Yunrui was almost pulling his red hair out. My sister said she would marry him. How can he do this? Huang said helplessly. Liang Yunrui, have you forgotten that your sister has been missing for over 20 years and still hasn't been found? But that doesn't change that he's the man my sister set her heart on. How could he marry so early? Can't he wait another 2 years for me to find her? Huang said, let's talk when you find her. I'm going back to my game. He ended the video. Hua Beichen passed by after a meeting, frowning. What's all this noise? Liang Yunrui called. No need to say more. Hua Beichen's face darkened. He was tired of hearing Liang Yunrui's endless talk about his sister. It was always about how when she was little she lisped that she would marry Hua Beichen when she grew up. Hua Beichen was only 5, then even more aloof and unapproachable than now. He vaguely recalled the little girl's lisping voice. But time had passed, and she had long since gone missing. The Liang family had searched for years without success. Yet Liang Yunrui always felt Hua Beichen should honor this engagement. Hua Beichen had never been interested in any girl, let alone a non-existent one. After Su Tian moved, her studio business improved significantly. Wealthy ladies and young misses were more willing to visit. Her skill was excellent, and each garment she made became a living advertisement. Mimi and Tang Shui were so busy they barely had time to rest. Su Tian thought it was time to hire more people. Su, can you deliver those 2 dresses for me? A wealthy lady, she had ordered 2 dresses for her birthday, and Su Tian had finished them. Sure, I'll deliver them. Su Tian, Mimi said, let me go instead, you're already busy enough. For now, I'd better go. Su Tian thought for a moment, and said, this lattice weight fluctuates a lot. If the fit isn't right, I can adjust. Mimi didn't insist, silently resolving to learn more, so she could handle alterations, easing Su Tian's workload. Su Tian took a taxi to a hotel according to the address. As the car neared the hotel, traffic came to a halt. A convoy of luxury cars was heading toward the hotel, and other vehicles yielded as much as possible. The driver said, Miss, if you're not in a hurry, let's wait too. I'm afraid that hitting any one of those would cost me a lifetime's driving earnings. It's fine, I'm not in a rush. I'd steer clear of such cars too. Yeah, look, Lamborghini, Rolls-Royce, Cayenne, all top tier. TSK. The convoy pulled into the hotel, taking a while to enter completely. Only then did the driver start again, dropping Su Tian at the hotel entrance. Su Tian got out and looked ahead. A crowd of black-suited, sunglass-wearing bodyguards surrounded a central figure moving toward the lobby. Su Tian was lost in thought, but felt a gaze on her. It came from among the bodyguards. But it vanished. She dismissed it as an illusion. Hua Beichen, walking among the guards, said to He Wang, Su Tian is here. Arrange that the hotel doesn't trouble her whatever she's doing. All right. He Wang immediately gave the order. Hua Beichen had important work today, hence the many bodyguards. Busy with work and not wanting Su Tian to see him like this, he quickly entered the lobby and went upstairs. Meanwhile, Su Yuro, Xiaoshun, and Su Luhua appeared at the hotel entrance. The 3 were chatting and laughing as they were greeted by someone coming out from the hotel and walked inside. Su Luhua's expression darkened slightly upon seeing Su Tian. This second daughter had always been disobedient. Last time she casually got married and took away a house, which left Su Luhua seething with anger. Seeing her appear again made Su Luhua uncomfortable. Could it be that her studio had collapsed so soon? Was she already in dire need of money? Su Luhua did not want to lend her money to waste. Su Yuro noticed her mother's concern and said, Mom, this hotel is membership-based, ordinary people can't get in here. Su Luhua felt somewhat reassured by this. Su Yuro looked at Xiaoshun gently, saying, just a single membership card costs 500,000 a year. If it weren't for Shun, guest friend, we wouldn't even be able to enter. It was all thanks to Shingo. Xiaoshun was quite pleased with Su Yuro's understanding and appreciation of his efforts. Unlike Su Tian, who always had an inflated sense of self. If only Su Yuro had a bit more of Su Tian's looks, it would be even better. Su Tian reached the door, and the security guard stopped her, saying, Miss, please scan your face. Next to her stood a high-end facial recognition device. The hotel operated on a membership basis, and every member passing by the device would be fully recognized, and various services would be automatically activated with staff approaching them. As Su Tian walked over, the facial recognition device did not activate, indicating that she was not a member. The security guard was merely politely rejecting her. Unaware of this, Su Tian was about to scan her face. The lobby doors opened, and the hotel manager had already come out to greet her, saying, Miss, please come in. Isn't a facial scan necessary? Guests are welcome, it's fine. He had received instructions that this guest was of an unusual identity and needed to be treated with top VIP status. However, one thing was certain, he couldn't go too far without letting her notice. The hotel manager was concerned that others might not handle this delicate task. Well, so he came personally. Su Tian nodded in thanks, saying, I'm here to deliver something, but my client will need a while longer to come down. I can wait in the lobby, right? Of course, feel free to sit. Worried about disrupting others' business, Su Tian chose a spot in the corner to sit down. Moments later, drinks, fruit platters, and chocolates were all brought over. Hot towels for wiping hands and wool blankets for draping over legs were all provided. Su Tian felt a bit flustered, saying, I'm just waiting for someone who I haven't placed an order, and I'm not staying or dining. You don't need to send me anything. Just because you're not consuming this time doesn't mean you won't in the future. We provide services to both guests and potential guests. Since the other party said so, Su Tian had no choice but to accept this kindness. It was her first time at this top hotel in Fan City, though she had only heard about its great service before. She had not expected it to be this good. Once she had money, she would definitely come to experience it. After expressing her gratitude, she waited while enjoying the fruit. To her surprise, the fruit was indeed quite delicious. The cherries were large and sweet, and the cantaloupe was juicy. Madame Chow called Su Tian saying there was something to discuss, and that Su Tian needed to wait a little longer. Sitting there, Su Tian did not mind the wait. The air conditioning in the lobby was sufficient, wrapped in the wool blanket the temperature was just right. Su Yuro came down from upstairs and saw Su Tian still there. She frowned slightly, realizing that Xiaoxun had come here and followed her. Su Tian was quite good at gathering information. Su Tian, elder sister. Su Tian replied indifferently. Su Tian, I remember you already got married, right? So what? Su Tian did not understand her meaning. Su Yuro, seeing her feigning ignorance, angrily said, I heard last time that you went to find Shingu. I can overlook it. This time you followed him here, isn't that a bit much? What do you mean? Do you think I came here following Xiaoxun? Otherwise, could it be that you could also come with your poor husband? Su Tian's face darkened slightly. Elder sister, you can talk about my matters, but there's no need to bring up Huabeichen, let alone mention his income from time to time. Don't forget, more than a year ago Xiaoxun could only be described as poor. Her sharp tongue left Su Yuro feeling somewhat embarrassed. Su Tian, Xiaoxun is no longer in the same situation. The heights he can achieve you will never reach in your lifetime. Su Tian smiled and said, Oh really? I can't reach it after all. My mother isn't a mistress who waits for the rightful wife to die before finally getting promoted, allowing her son to barely become a young master. Su Yuro's face turned ashen. It turned out that Su Tian knew everything. Xiaoxun took his mother's surname and had never known his father. So when Xiaoxun was with Su Tian, Su Yuro had never taken him seriously. However, more than a year ago, just as Su Tian said, Xiaoxun's biological father came looking for them, intending to bring mother and son back home. To compensate for this, Xiaoxun's wealthy father bought him a house and started a company directly pushing Xiaoxun into the position of a young master. More importantly, Xiaoxun's father belonged to the Liang family, a well-known prominent family in Jinghai City. Xiaoxun would soon be recognized back into the Liang family, returning to his roots, and his status would truly be incomparable. Because of this, Xiaoxun in Su Yuro's eyes was a dazzling young master from a wealthy family. She had thought Su Tian was unaware, which was why she hurriedly married Huabeichen with the house. It turned out she knew. Su Tian, you're really impressive, having already taken mom's house, and now you want to win Xiaoxun back. You only found out about Xiaoxun's identity recently, right? I don't care about his identity at all. Then why did you come here? Su Yuro was truly furious. Su Tian coldly replied, This hotel isn't yours or his. I came here for work. Can you stop being so self-important? Su Yuro, however, refused to believe, saying, What a coincidence. Wasn't it also a coincidence that you went to find him last time? Last time? Su Tian was genuinely amused by Su Yuro's anger. I happen to have a recording from last time. Do you want to listen to it? Last time, when Xiaoxun came to cause trouble in the square, she was worried that something might happen, so she directly switched her phone to recording mode. She directly opened the recording and heard Xiaoxun's voice come through. This man just looks handsome, but he's so poor. Are you sure you can find happiness following him? Come back to me, I will change. Isn't that enough? At the very least, I can give you a life of comfort. Each word was very... Su Tian knew the recording would come in handy, and now it indeed was. Su Yuro listened to that familiar voice, her face pale. Is this the man who claims he will treat her well for a lifetime? Is this the man who keeps saying that Su Tian is the one pursuing him? Su Tian. Xiaoxun's voice came. He hurried to Su Yuro's side and accused Su Tian, What is your intention in fabricating my words? Yuro, don't believe her recording. It must have been synthesized from somewhere to slander me. So it's like this. Su Yuro immediately stood by his side. Su Tian, you truly have a thief's heart, still thinking that Shungu will come back to you. I can't deal with you. Can I just leave? Su Tian said helplessly. She had an appointment with her client that was about to arrive and didn't want to engage in a verbal battle. Su Tian, you need to clarify things today. Su Yuro attempted to hold her back. On the top floor, Huabeichen was in a meeting. Suddenly he asked Hwang what's going on with Su Tian downstairs. What do you mean what's going on? I had someone treat the sister-in-law well. Go check it out. Huabeichen said. I'll go right away. Hwang thought as he left, this is the best hotel in Fan City, what could possibly happen? However, when he peeked down, he saw someone tugging at Su Tian. Hwang hurriedly sent someone to resolve it. He glanced back at Huabeichen's direction. Is Chun-gu installing cameras on his sister-in-law? How can he notice even the smallest matters? Su Yuro was just about to grab Su Tian when two tall security personnel came over and blocked her. Xiaoxun frowned immediately. What's going on? We are guests. Our hotel operates on a membership system. Do you two have memberships? Xiaoxun did not have one yet. He was brought here by a friend of his father. Su Yuro had even less. I'll have one soon. His information had already been given to his father's assistant and would be processed shortly. Then you still don't have one right now. The security personnel restrained Xiaoxun. You two are making too much noise, and I'm afraid we have to ask you to leave the hotel. For safety considerations, and in respect to other guests, you two will be added to our hotel's blacklist. Xiao Shun and Su Yuro looked at each other, already being escorted out of the hotel by the security personnel. Xiao Shun was furious. This made him lose face in front of his father's friend. Moreover, being permanently banned, how would he explain it to his father? Su Yuro's expression was not good either. She had just touched the doorway of the upper-class world and was already banned by a hotel. Moments later, the worst thing happened. Su Luhua was also invited out. The friend who invited them to dinner was doing so out of respect for Xiao Shun's father. After this incident, he felt very awkward, and the looks directed at them made the three of them appear quite petty. Upon hearing the whole story, Su Luhua was furious. It's all Su Tian's fault. Su Tian was also quite anxious inside. Speaking of which, it was indeed quite generous of the hotel to open for business. She was still arguing here, making things difficult for the hotel staff. She immediately said, "I'm really sorry, Miss Su, is it?" The hotel manager approached looking quite flustered. Allowing esteemed guests to face unexpected situations in the hotel was indeed his negligence. He spoke softly, "I apologize for providing you with a poor experience. Please forgive us. No, it has nothing to do with you. To express our apologies, we have decided to gift you a membership card and a year's worth of free vouchers for consumption. Welcome to visit us anytime." "Are you mistaken? It really has nothing to do with you." The hotel manager immediately said, "We reviewed the surveillance footage of what just happened. It's clear who is right and who is wrong. Our hotel does not welcome rude guests, but we strive to provide godlike service to other guests. So Miss Su need not feel psychological pressure. This is what our hotel ought to do." With such sincerity expressed, Su Tian had no choice but to accept. The hotel manager recorded her face for the membership card and sent the free consumption vouchers to her phone. Su Tian was still a bit dizzy until she met her client. The wealthy lady smiled when she saw Su Tian receive the free vouchers. Su, you're lucky. The last person who received free vouchers did so last time." Su Tian thought to herself, so the hotel really has such generous voucher policies. She finally managed to feel a little more at ease. This wealthy lady had indeed changed in weight, and the details of her clothing needed modifications. Fortunately, Su Tian made a trip herself and helped her alter it. The wealthy lady was very satisfied, turning around in front of the mirror. "The young lady has good skills. I'll introduce my friends to you later." "Thank you." After Hua Beichen finished the meeting, He Wang briefly mentioned the incident that happened at the hotel. "Chengge, how did you know that sister-in-law was in trouble?" Hua Beichen couldn't explain it himself. He just felt an inexplicable annoyance in his heart at that moment and subconsciously thought of Su Tian. He Wang continued, "No wonder Su Yuro treasures that Xiao Shun so much. It turns out he is a bastard child of the Liang family." Hua Beichen was not interested in matters concerning the Liang family, and said no matter whose bastard he is, as long as he doesn't come to find Su Tian, that's fine. If he does, then let's wait to go bankrupt together. He Wang happily said, "Good, when the time comes let me know which family to bankrupt, and I'll handle it." He had been following the domineering CEO for so long, and had yet to do anything to make someone go bankrupt. It would definitely be impressive. Hua Beichen returned home, and Su Tian happily brought out dinner. "I came back early today and cooked. It smells good." Hua Beichen's appetite was stirred by the aroma. "Guess what good thing happened to me today?" Hua Beichen laughed. "Did you finalize some design order?" "Well, that counts." "That misses." Qian said my clothing made her look both younger and slimmer, so she insisted on sending me 2 boxes of sea cucumbers and 2 boxes of cordyceps. I sent 1 box to my grandfather. The other one, let's send it to Grandma Hua. After all, us young people don't need supplements yet. Seeing she could think of his grandmother, Hua Beichen's gaze deepened. "Good. Leave it to me, I'll send it." The address of the Hua family was a bit special, and Hua Beichen was temporarily not convenient to give it to her. Otherwise, it would be seen through at a glance. Su Tian said, "There's another thing." She mentioned the free vouchers given by the hotel. "Isn't it amazing? With this voucher, I can completely consume anything for a whole year, and I can bring 1 person with me. This hotel's vouchers are indeed generous. I had friends who received them before." Hua Beichen said with great seriousness. "Also, there are so many lucky ones." Su Tian smiled. "Mr. Hua, shall we go this weekend? I've never spent time in such a hotel before." Hua Beichen prepared this voucher for her convenience. The fact that she immediately thought to invite him shows that the voucher has already fulfilled its greatest value. Hua Beichen nodded. "All right, let's go together." Although the food at that hotel was nowhere near as good as what Su Tian, the bed at that hotel was mediocre, not as good as Su Tian's guest room. "By the way, I'll introduce you to my grandma." Hua Beichen sent Su Tian his grandmother's WeChat contact. The reason it took him 2 days to send it was that he had carefully checked his grandmother's moments. He had her hide some content, and only after confirming everything was in order could she add Su Tian. "Okay, I'll add her right now." Su Tian replied enthusiastically. The next day after work, He Wang came to Yangwang Community to find Su Tian. He was allowed upstairs only because he was delivering a gift from his grandmother. He was carrying a large box and said, "Grandma Hua sent the gift to my place. I brought it over for my sister-in-law. Grandma Hua is really too kind. I already said I didn't want any gifts." Grandma Hua said since you moved to a new place, even without a grand opening, she still wanted to show her intentions. Then he'll thank Grandma Hua later. Su Tian accepted the box and took out scissors to open it. Hua Beichen had already told his grandmother not to send expensive things, so the gift should not be jewelry. Su Tian opened the box and happily exclaimed, "Wow, it's a teddy bear. So soft." She pulled out two huge white bears that were almost as tall as she was. One was male, and the other female, both dressed in wedding attire. Su Tian's cheeks flushed slightly, but she liked them so much that she couldn't put them down. "Let's each take one." Su Tian let Hua Beichen choose one. Seeing that she liked both, he said, "You can have both, though I don't like them." "Really? Then I'll take them both." Su Tian hugged the two bears back to the bed. Thinking of Su Tian's soft embrace, Hua Beichen couldn't help but frown slightly. A person couldn't compare to a bear. After Su Tian came out, she poured tea for Huang. Huang hurriedly took it, saying, "There's no need to be so polite, sister-in-law." "Thank you, sister-in-law." Su Tian looked at him seriously, her attention fully on him. Huang was scared. "Sister-in-law, please don't look at me like that." He raised his hands towards Hua Beichen, indicating that he really hadn't done anything. Hua Beichen lightly coughed. Su Tian. Su Tian came back to her senses and asked Huang, "Where did you buy it?" "Oh, just something random I picked up." "What's wrong? Is there something off about it?" "No, I just found the fabric quite special, so I looked at it more. The design is also quite unique, not commonly seen in the market. And the workmanship looks exquisite. It shouldn't be cheap, right?" Huang hurriedly explained, "I don't know, my mom bought it. She just likes to go shopping and group buying with those aunties." "Oh, no wonder. This fabric doesn't look like it's from our country." "Huang, did she have to be so sharpied?" Huang couldn't stay any longer and took his leave early, saying, "Brother Chen's sister-in-law, I just remembered I have something to do, so I'm leaving." "Wait a minute." Hua Beichen called him back. "You can go, but leave the clothes behind." "Huh? Huang was only wearing that one piece of clothing, why leave it? Was he supposed to walk around shirtless?" Hua Beichen found an old shirt of his and tossed it to him. "Change into this." Huang went to the bathroom to change. Hua Beichen asked Su Tian, "Do you want to study this clothing?" "I'm not particularly skilled at men's clothing, but when I see good styles I can't help but want to learn more." Su Tian felt a bit embarrassed for wanting to take one of Huang's clothes. But as soon as she had that thought, Hua Beichen had noticed and helped her realize it, which surprised her. Huang changed back and handed over his clothes, saying, "Sister-in-law, you should have said something earlier. You startled me." As Su Tian reached out to take it, Hua Beichen had already taken it first. "I'll give it to you after washing it." Huang felt rejected and left with tears in his eyes. "Thank you, Mr. Hua." If it were Su Tian herself, she really couldn't bring herself to ask someone to strip, though deep down she really wanted to do so. The next day, Hua Beichen gave Su Tian the washed and dried clothes. Su Tian took them to the studio as if they were treasures. Hua Beichen thought it was necessary to have his grandmother send him a few pieces of fabric with unique cuts from Jinghai. Instead of having Su Tian study someone else's clothes, it would be better to study what he wore. When he arrived at the company, Hua Beichen called Huang to the office. "Did I not tell you to wear the clothes you bought online? Why did you wear the limited edition from Italy yesterday?" "Brother Chen, I didn't do it on purpose. I just randomly picked something from the wardrobe yesterday and didn't pay attention." "I'll throw away all the limited editions in your wardrobe. You can't really throw them all away, right? Those online clothes are so uncomfortable to wear." Hua Beichen stretched out his hand. A car key dangling from his fingertips. "Wanted." It was the key to that limited edition Ferrari. Huang had always wanted to drive it, but Hua Beichen never let him. Huang exclaimed, "What do you mean, uncomfortable? Those online clothes are actually quite nice to wear, and they're cheap. He'll replace all of them with those 100 yuan three-piece outfits." He reached out to take the precious car key and said, "Brother Chen, are you really going to keep this a secret? Can't you just tell the truth?" Hua Beichen pondered for a moment. If he told the truth now, it wouldn't just affect their marital relationship. He might even lose Su Tian's guest room. "It's not the right time yet," he said softly. "When the time comes, he'll naturally speak. As for you, if you slip up, you know the consequences." Huang felt a chill at the back of his neck and hurriedly covered it with his hands. After receiving the teddy bear from Hua's grandmother, Su Tian hugged it and fell asleep that night. She even took a photo and sent it to Hua's grandmother. Several times in the morning, Hua Beichen saw Su Tian sleepily walking out of the room, hugging the teddy bear. After realizing this, she turned back to place the teddy bear on the bed, gently patting its body in a very affectionate manner. Su Tian set down the teddy bear to wash up. Hua Beichen looked at the teddy bear for a long time, then made a gesture as if pulling a trigger at it. Hua's grandmother soon received the sea cucumber and cordyceps that Su Tian sent. These two boxes weren't considered much among her collection. However, Hua's grandmother took many photos and even called the housekeeper to specially adjust the lighting. After the shoot, old Madame Hua instructed the housekeeper, "Take care of it properly, and my grandson's wife sent this to me, and it must not go wrong." Then she posted a meticulously arranged 9-square grid on her social media, "A dutiful grandson's wife." Once the post went live, it stirred up a huge wave of reactions. Some inquired about when Huobei was getting married and why there was no banquet. Others asked which wealthy family she was from and what her name was. There were also several older friends expressing envy, urging their own grandsons to seek advice from Huobei. Su Tian also saw the post and liked it. The small gift given as an offering made the old lady so happy that Su Tian not only felt joyful, but also felt her intentions were valued. In the past few days, Su Tian had been drawing design sketches for men's clothing. Mei asked from the side, "We haven't had any male customers these days." "Actually, we have always had very few male customers. That's because I am not familiar enough with men's clothing. But a true great designer should be adept in both men's and women's wear." Tang Shui immediately volunteered. "I can be your model. You can design clothes based on my physique. No matter how they turn out, I will wear them." Mei chimed in, "Don't sell yourself short. Even if Su's pieces are practice works, they are still exquisite." Su Tian smiled and continued to focus on her sketches. In her mind, she actually had an image of a model. That was Huobei. His physique was simply a walking clothes rack with broad shoulders, a slim waist, and long straight legs. Su Tian had observed that his clothes were quite affordable, yet they looked far from lacking on him. The seller should use his photos for buyer showcases. However, since his work was in business, he inevitably had to meet clients, so having a few impressive outfits was... As Su Tian was planning to tackle men's clothing, she naturally thought of Huobei first. "Can I help Su with the cutting?" Tang Shui asked. "That's more like it. He'll continue sewing," Mei said. The two of them collaborated, making Su Tian's best assistants. "I don't need these sets, I'll handle them myself." Tang Shui and Mei did not think much of it, and went back to their tasks. Su Tian cut the fabric herself, selecting materials to make 2 shirts and 2 t-shirts. That evening after dinner, Su Tian took the clothes out and approached Huobei. "Mister, I made a few outfits for you, please see if you like them." "You made these for me?" Huobei was a bit surprised. "I thought you only made women's clothing." "I indeed haven't made men's clothing before. But to keep the studio going, I want to grasp both ends. Men's clothing is my first attempt. If it doesn't fit well, I'll revise it for you." Upon hearing that it was her first time making men's clothing, Huobei's eyes flashed with satisfaction, meaning he was the first to wear her men's clothing. He went to his room to change. He tried on one outfit and came out for Su Tian to see. Su Tian initially thought there might be a size discrepancy, but to her surprise, each piece fit perfectly. What was especially rare was that Huobei's physique was truly flawless beyond reproach. In her eyes, he saw admiration, though he couldn't tell if it was for her craftsmanship or his own physique. "Mister, what do you find them suitable? They are all very fitting. How did you know my sizes?" Su Tian's hands were like a measuring tape. She was precise in measuring everything, which was her professional skill. Having sat on Huobei's electric scooter several times and wrapped her arms around his waist, she had a rough idea of his measurements. However, Su Tian didn't dare to say that as she replied, "I checked the sizes of your clothes at home." Huobei nodded. "Thank you, I really like them." "That's good. Your aesthetic and skills are excellent. These outfits far surpass those from foreign luxury brands." Su Tian felt embarrassed by the praise, saying, "It's Mr. Huo's physique that looks good, and anything of my clothes are merely an enhancement." That night, Huobei stayed up late. Standing in front of the mirror, he took many photos of each outfit. Among them, he specifically showcased his left hand with the ring on his ring finger, very conspicuous. He hadn't shown off this ring since receiving it. Before bed, he posted on social media, "Gift for my wife." Huobei's post evidently had a more explosive effect than old Madame Huo's. Old Madame Huo frequently posted about her daily life, sharing anything beautiful she encountered. In contrast, Huobei's social media originally contained only one post. Forward, the Huo Group Economic and Financial Conference will be held in Jinghai soon. Click to view details. Published 5 years ago. In an instant, he received an explosion of likes. The high and aloof flower of Jinghai single for 28 years had actually been taken. Men were shocked and women were in tears. Everyone was asking each other and discussing fervently, yet no one knew who the new young mistress of the Huo family was or what her background was. The comment section was filled with all sorts of questions. Huobei was quite patient and selectively replied to a few favorable comments. For example, someone said, "Sister-in-law has great taste. Every outfit looks wonderful." He replied, "She does have excellent taste." Someone else commented, "Sister-in-law's aesthetic is so good, she must be a great beauty, right? When will Chun Good take her out for us to see?" He replied, "She is a great beauty." Another person commented, "Envious of Chun Go. He is so lucky." He replied, "I am indeed lucky." Throughout the year, Huobei had neither liked nor commented on anything on social media. Yet that night, he replied to multiple comments in one go, and even liked the latest post of a friend whose words pleased him. It made people suspect he had been hacked. Huey was also forced to stop drinking. In the bar before he even raised his glass, his phone was about to blow up. More people asked if Huobei had been hacked than those who asked when he was getting married. Especially Liang Yunrui, who asked Huobei many questions. Hua Beichen didn't reply to any of them, so he had to come find He Wei. The next day, Hua Beichen wore one of the outfits to work. As soon as Li Tang saw him, he exclaimed, "Lord Hua, that outfit looks really good on you." "Really? I think so too. My wife made it for me." "Oh, that explains it. She made it by hand." Li Tang remarked, "The young mistress is truly capable. Her aesthetic is truly remarkable." Throughout the morning, there were no obstacles in signing the documents sent by Li Tang. The files sent from the project department had a slight issue, and Hua Beichen politely offered suggestions for revisions, asking them to take it back to amend. Li Tang came out and told He Wei, "Brother Wei, it really works. From now on, I'll follow you." He Wei proudly tossed his head back. "Is there any doubt it works?" Su Tian also saw Hua Beichen's post. When she first glanced at it, she was a bit surprised, having to look a few times to confirm it was indeed Hua Beichen who posted it. He had never posted on social media before. Seeing the word wife, Su Tian's ears felt a bit warm. She reached out to touch her cheek. Then, looking at the photo taken by Hua Beichen, it was surprisingly not a typical male's photo. His aesthetic sense was quite good, capturing the essence of the clothing. She also liked the photo and praised people with good figures look good, even in a burlap sack. Hua Beichen's lips curled up, and they remained that way throughout the afternoon. In the evening, Su Tian received a call from the Su family's part-time worker. "Second miss, you need to come to the hospital quickly. The old master is ill." "Which hospital?" "They'll come right away." Su Tian instructed Mei Mei and Tang Shui a few things and hurried to the hospital. Her grandfather's health had been poor in recent years, and his mind was often clear one moment and muddled the next. Since leaving the Su family, her only worry had been him. She hurriedly arrived at the hospital, where only the part-time worker from the Su family was present. "Where is my grandfather?" "Second miss, the old master suddenly became unwell. I quickly called 120, and the doctor is still examining him." Su Tian went over, paid all the fees, and anxiously waited for the examination to conclude. Finally, the doctor came out and said the elderly gentleman's blood pressure suddenly spiked, causing issues with his blood vessels and leading to internal bleeding in the brain. He needs surgery within 8 hours. However, the prognosis for the surgery may not be good, so you need to be mentally prepared. Has he been taking his blood pressure medication on time? The part-time worker panicked. "No one instructed me to give the old master his medication." Su Tian was furious. On the day she got married and moved out, she had hurriedly written down her grandfather's medication instructions and precautions for her parents, asking them to look after his health. How could they have completely ignored it? "No, they didn't instruct me." The part-time worker replied firmly to Su Tian. The doctor sternly criticized, "How could you be so negligent? The elderly gentleman's blood pressure is so high, if he doesn't consistently take his medication, it can lead to ruptured blood vessels like this, resulting in paralysis or a stroke. You must follow the doctor's orders for his medication in the future. Who will sign for the surgery? You have a few hours to think about it." Su Tian felt a bit anxious. It seemed her grandfather's condition was not good. She couldn't blame the part-time worker. They were just doing their job, and were already doing a lot by helping to take care of. "Where are my parents?" Su Tian asked. The part-time worker replied, "I already called them. Madam said she was meeting with a client and was busy, so she couldn't come over right away." "It's fine, I'll stay here with my grandfather for now," Su Tian said. "You can go back." Su Tian called her father Su Qingbang. After the call, she checked in with the doctor to understand the situation, only to find that it was already dark outside. The phone rang as she picked it up and saw many missed calls, all from Hua Beichen. She hurriedly called back. "Mr. Hua, my grandfather is sick and in the hospital. I'm sorry I didn't hear your calls earlier." "Which hospital?" Hua Beichen asked. Su Tian told him the name of the hospital. In less than 10 minutes, Hua Beichen arrived at the hospital. The moment Su Tian saw him, her lips moved, but she didn't speak, although her eyes involuntarily turned red. Hua Beichen walked up to her and said, "It's okay, I'm here. The doctor said that even if he has surgery, the outcome may—" Su Tian's voice carried a hint of tears as she relayed the doctor's words to him. When doctors discuss a patient's condition with family, they always mention the risks. In reality, it shouldn't be that serious. Su Tian nodded gently. In fact, just having Hua Beichen there calmed her a great deal. "Wait for me a moment, I need to step out to make a call." Su Tian nodded, watching him leave. She held her grandfather's hand, feeling sad. When she returned to the Su family at the age of 6, her parents had already given birth to a younger brother. In front of her doted upon older sister, who was treated like a princess, and her younger brother, who was spoiled like a prince, this little girl, returning from the countryside, naturally did not earn her parents' affection. It was her grandfather who held her hand, took her to buy delicious sticky rice cakes, and bought her a full set of stationery. In the end, only her grandfather truly loved her. Unfortunately, in recent years, her grandfather's health had deteriorated, and his mind was sometimes clear and sometimes confused, not recognizing her at all. Su Tian had taken care of her sick grandfather for several years, who, although his health was not good, he had never suffered a major illness or been rushed to the hospital like this. Thinking back to how she had left him behind for her own freedom, Su Tian felt a pang of guilt in her heart. Hua Beichen made a phone call. Can you make it here within 3 hours? Mister, we'll do my best to make it in 3 hours. They'll have someone prepare the plane tickets for you. After saying this, Huabeichen hung up the phone. He turned and went out buying hot milk and bread for Su Tian. Knowing she was feeling down and wouldn't want to eat much, he thought it would be good for her to have a little something. Su Tian took the items, but truly had no appetite. Thank you, mister. Why don't you eat a little instead? I had something in the office earlier. If you don't eat a little something, you might faint from hunger before your grandfather's surgery. Su Tian thought about it and reluctantly ate a bit. 2 hours later, Su Qingbang and Su Luhua finally arrived. As soon as they came in, Su Luhua couldn't help but complain. How did he get sick all of a sudden? I told you that the sea cucumber and cordyceps Su Tian sent were not edible. What were they thinking? She complained as she walked in. The doctor on rounds could not stand it anymore and said the patient has a history of high blood pressure and should have been taking his medication on time. The issue arose due to the sudden spike in his blood pressure. You family members need to pay close attention. Blaming your daughter won't solve the problem. Su Qingbang questioned, didn't you give Dad his blood pressure medication? Well, wasn't Su Tian in charge of it? Su Luhua felt guilty for a moment. Su Tian is married now. Isn't it your responsibility to handle things at home? Faced with her husband's questioning, Su Luhua was left speechless. She could only vent her anger on Su Tian. Su Tian didn't explain everything clearly when she left. Who knew how this ended up happening? Su Tian stood up. All right, if you want to argue, do it outside. Come back and once you've finished. Hey, you little brat. Su Luhua started to say, but upon seeing Huabeichen's gaze, she suddenly silent. She wasn't afraid of Huabeichen, but she felt that he had a commanding presence about him. Last time she had been able to speak sarcastically to him about Su Yuru, but now she didn't dare to say much. Huabeichen spoke, go sign for the surgery, and let's proceed. His words were not a request, but a command. Su Qingbang and Su Luhua hurriedly went to sign the papers with the doctor. After signing, Su Luhua was not satisfied. Why is the success rate of the surgery so low? Why bother wasting money on the operation then? Su Qingbang's expression was not good, so Su Luhua had to temporarily stop her complaints. She thought to herself, it's all Su Tian's fault for wanting to get married, leaving the old man behind without anyone to look after him. She wondered what will the situation be like after this surgery. Time arrived, and the hospital was preparing for old Master Su's operation. Huabeichen said, wait a bit longer, I have a doctor friend coming over. What are we waiting for? We can't wait anymore. Su Luhua was anxious to return home for some rest. She didn't want to stay up late. Skincare products were expensive. Yet faced with Huabeichen, she did not dare to be too presumptuous. It won't be long, at most half an hour, Huabeichen said to Su Tian, trying to ease her worries. Su Qingbang frowned. Beichen, didn't uncle say that this hospital is the best in Fancheng? The doctors here are top-notch. If we delay any longer, I'm afraid it will be detrimental to my father's health. He referred to him as uncle, but he did not truly regard Huabeichen as a son-in-law. Su Tian spoke up, Mom and Dad, you've waited over 2 hours for you to arrive. I don't think waiting another half an hour. Su Qingbang and Su Luhua were somewhat displeased by the questioning. However, they had to admit this fact. They weren't that concerned about old Master Su. Su Luhua thought, how could she turn against her own family so quickly? After just a few days of marriage, she speaks up for her husband. She said, fine, if we have to wait, then let's wait. Really? Is your friend actually better than the doctors here? Don't boast recklessly. If something goes wrong, you won't be able to take responsibility. Huabeichen replied calmly, I will take full responsibility. Su Luhua wanted to say more, but noticing Huabeichen's expression, she could only mutter quietly in her heart, what can you take responsibility with? However, she had her own thoughts. With the old master in this state, she couldn't be bothered to care for him or pay someone else to do so. If anything happened, as long as it didn't require her time or money, she would be fine with it. The doctor approached Huabeichen and Su Tian and asked, are you both sure you want to wait for the outside doctor to perform the surgery? Absolutely. Su Tian glanced at Huabeichen and answered resolutely. She believed Huabeichen would not make a joke out of her grandfather's health. The doctor, feeling untrusted, expressed some displeasure. Then you will need to sign a separate agreement. Regardless of what problems arise, it has nothing to do with us. Su Tian took the pen and signed the agreement. The doctor shook his head. I really don't understand what you're thinking. For such a big matter, you would trust a friend. Every doctor here is equally diligent. The other assistant doctors and nurses were also unhappy, who would feel good being questioned about their professional capabilities. They couldn't comprehend how this young girl thought listening to her husband on everything. It was baffling. The doctor received the signed agreement from Su Tian and was about to leave. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the corridor. The door was pushed open and a man in his 40s walked in. The doctor was astonished, unable to believe his eyes. Dr. Lu. The other assistant doctors and nurses hurriedly turned to look at the newcomer, recognizing him as the top professional Dr. Lu Minghua, a leader in the industry. He was a role model for their learning. Lu Minghua quickly approached Huabeichen. Remembering Huabeichen's instructions, he forcefully changed the last word to Beichen. Is the patient prepared? All set, we are just waiting for you to perform the surgery, Hua Beichen replied. The other doctors hurriedly asked, does Dr. Lu need any assistance? We can all help. Performing surgery naturally requires assistance, and Lu Minghua quickly changed into surgical attire while the others helped to transport old Master Su to the operating room. Su Qingbang and Su Luhua did not know Lu Minghua and were unaware of his remarkable reputation. However, since the surgery had already begun, they did not dare to say much. Su Tian anxiously twisted her fingers, glancing towards the operating room from time to time. Hua Beichen reached out, taking her hand and placing it in his palm. The girl's fingers were cool to the touch, yet her palm was sweaty. Hua Beichen silently held her delicate fingers, offering her quiet comfort and strength. With the warmth of his hand holding hers, Su Tian's heart felt less chaotic. She lowered her gaze, noticing how small her fingers appeared in his strong grasp. Finally, the lights in the operating room turned on. Lu Minghua emerged, removing his mask. Beichen, the surgery was successful. The prognosis is very good, and there will be no after effects. He will need to stay in the hospital for a while. However, after that, care must be enhanced. Thank you, Hua Beichen nodded. It was my duty. Su Qingbang was also pleased. No after effects. That's wonderful. The doctor just said there was a high probability of paralysis and bed rest. It was precisely because he wanted to avoid such a situation that Hua Beichen specifically invited Lu Minghua. Su Luhua pouted. Su Tian was overjoyed. Thank you, Dr. Lu. Thank you for coming all this way. It was what I should do. You should go back and rest, Hua Beichen said. After Lu Minghua left, Hua Beichen explained to Su Tian, Dr. Lu's grandfather and my grandfather were also comrades in arms, so he was willing to help. And indeed, that was the case. However, Lu Minghua's hasty arrival was certainly not solely due to that reason. Upon hearing this, Su Luhua thought no wonder he could invite him over. This must incur a lot of favors. It's quite reasonable to owe him. At that moment, Su Yuro hurriedly arrived. How is grandfather? The surgery was successful, Su Qingbang replied. That's good. I was so worried. As soon as my dinner party ended, I rushed over here. Su Tian smiled and asked, sister, your dinner party lasted quite a while. It's already past 4 in the morning. You must have eaten for 7 or 8 hours, right? Su Yuro replied unhappily, I manage such a large company, I can't afford to make a single mistake, or what will happen to all these people's lives. The clients on the other side are quite inconsiderate, not willing to let you return early for such a big event as grandfather's surgery. Su Tian remarked. Su Yuro had no comeback. She was not in fact accompanying clients. She was helping to entertain friends of Xiao Shun's father who had come to visit. The friends were singing happily at the KTV, and she couldn't bring herself to leave early. Thus it dragged on until now. Su Luhua interjected, enough noise, it's so late. Yuro is tired. Oh, let's let her go home and rest. Your dad and I have work to do tomorrow. Su Tian, you stay here to accompany grandfather. Of course I will stay with grandfather. Otherwise I'm afraid no one will remember to give him his medicine, letting him fend for himself. Su Tian's words carried a hidden meaning. Facing the Su family, Su Tian's words were merciless. Each family member had their own faults, each felt guilty, yet no one dared to refute Su Tian. Mister, well, you should go home and rest. You still have to work tomorrow and can't afford to lose any sleep. My work hours are flexible, so I will stay here with Grandpa. Seeing that it was getting late, Su Tian said to Hua Beichen. Hua Beichen replied calmly, it's fine, I haven't used my annual leave in years. I can swap a few days to stay with you. Su Tian was about to protest, but Hua Beichen took her hand. His fingers, distinctly bony, grazed her hand, causing Su Tian's face to flush unexpectedly. She could almost hear the sound of her heart racing. Hua Beichen's voice was deep and magnetic. Don't forget, we are husband and wife. I am willing to face hardships together with you. Su Tian pressed her lips together, her ears burning with heat. This was not the time for sweet words, and Hua Beichen let go of her. You should rest first, I'll take care of things here. Su Tian lay down next to the hospital bed, her fingers still lingering with his touch. After a long time, she managed to suppress the heat and closed her eyes to sleep. When Su Tian woke up, she opened her eyes to bright daylight. She got busy and noticed Hua Beichen was wiping her grandfather's face. Grandpa has already had breakfast. Yours is over there. Su Tian saw that the breakfast left for her was still warm in the thermal container. Have you eaten? She asked. I've already eaten. Only then did Su Tian pick up a spoon to start eating. Seeing Hua Beichen methodically helping her grandfather, she expressed her gratitude. Thank you so much, Mr. Hua. Even if it weren't you, Su, Grandpa is still my grandfather's comrade. It is my duty to take care of him. Hua Beichen put down the towel and walked in front of Su Tian. And why are you still calling me Mr. Hua? Then what should I call you? What did you call me when you were drunk last time? Su Tian's face instantly turned beet red as she remembered how smoothly the words husband had slipped from her lips during that drunken episode. When she was sober, she couldn't bring herself to say those 2 words. She bit her lip, the corners of her eyes turning red. Hua Beichen smiled teasingly. I won't tease you anymore, we'll talk about it when Grandpa's health improves. He reached out his hand. Su Tian didn't shy away watching as his handsome face drew closer. His fingers finally landed at the corner of her lips. The touch made her feel as if she were on fire. Little glutton. Huo Beichen used his finger to wipe away a grain of rice from the corner of her mouth. As he turned to leave, Su Tian instinctively reached up to touch her lips, her face flushed with embarrassment. Su Luhua and Su Yuro visited less frequently, citing busy work at the company. Every time they came, they only stayed for a few minutes before leaving. Even Lu Tingtang Shuai and Mimi stayed longer than the two of them. As for Su Jie, he was in college, and given how much the Su family doted on him, they wished he would be oblivious to the outside world, afraid he would suffer even the slightest bit. Su Tian had grown accustomed to it, knowing that no amount of complaining would change anything. Grandpa Su Weigua lay on the bed, his eyes dazed. However, his complexion had improved significantly. Grandpa. Su Tian held his hand. Are you feeling better? Don't be afraid, I'm here. He seemed a bit more awake, but was still confused. Is that you, Tian? Why aren't you at school? The teacher is going to scold you. It's a holiday. Su Tian replied in line with his words. I came to keep you company. Oh, I saved some candy for you. Su Weigua reached to grab it, but couldn't find it. He became upset. Where's the candy I saved for Tian? I already ate it, Grandpa. Don't you remember? I just had some. Only then did Grandpa. Su brighten up. Good. Study well, and you'll have a bright future. I will, Grandpa. After Su Tian said this, Grandpa, Su noticed Huo Beichen. He immediately became angry. Which brat is here to look for you again? Huo Beichen. Su Tian couldn't help but laugh. Grandpa, this is Huo Beichen. He is my. She leaned a bit closer before shyly saying, he is my husband whom I just married not long ago. You just got married. How fast? Grandpa. Huo Beichen approached and sat down in front of him. Grandpa Su examined him for a while. He looks a bit like an old friend of mine. Quite handsome. Treat Tian well, understand. I've dealt with bandits before. I could easily take on 10 of you brats. Huo Beichen smiled. Don't worry, I will treat Su Tian well. Grandpa was tired of talking and lay down to rest. Huo Beichen sat down to peel fruit, asking Su Tian, did many brats pursue you in the past? Not many, just about a dozen or so. But they were all chased away by Grandpa. This happened back in elementary school. I wasn't in a relationship. Huo Beichen smiled with satisfaction. If I see those brats, I'll deal with them. With Huo Beichen and Su Tian's careful care, Grandpa's health improved quickly, and he was about to be discharged. The night after his discharge, Su Luhua and Su Yuro rushed over, busy caring for him. Su Tian, you don't need to take care of Grandpa anymore. My mom and I will take him home to care for him. Su Yuro said. Su Tian frowned. Did they finally have a change of heart? Su Luhua said, taking care of your grandfather is something your dad and I should be doing. If we let the granddaughter take care of him, won't others think we're shirking our responsibilities? Su Tian nodded. Okay, then you can take him back. But I'll say this up front, Grandpa needs his medication on time, and he must have proper nutrition. If there are any issues, you'll be responsible. Grandpa is also my grandfather. How could I treat him poorly? Su Yuro thought Su Tian was overthinking it. Eldest sister, do you know what medicine Grandpa takes, and what food he likes? Su Tian asked. Su Yuro stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Su Luhua stepped in to save her eldest daughter. We will hire an additional caretaker to look after Grandpa. You're married now, so you don't need to worry about these things. Since that's the case, let's split the medical expenses proportionately. Su Tian took out the organized bill. Su Luhua and Su Yuro were stunned. Su Tian, does this also need to be split? It's my responsibility to take care of Grandpa. I shouldn't complain about bearing all the costs. But according to your reasoning, I'm always considered an outsider. Since you also have a responsibility to care for Grandpa, it is reasonable to share the medical expenses. Seeing her insistence, Su Yuro had no choice but to take the bill and glance at the costs. She discussed it with Su Luhua for a moment before reluctantly transferring that portion of money to Su Tian. While Huo Beichen was away, Su Luhua didn't forget to quietly reproach Su Tian, stop using family money to support a poor man. You'll regret this later. You will have plenty to deal with in the future. Su Tian and Huo Beichen returned home together for the first time after taking care of her grandfather for several days. Though exhausted, Su Tian went to wash a plate of cherries and brought it to Huo Beichen. Mister, will please have some fruit. These past few days she relied on Huo Beichen to help her take care of her grandfather, and she truly didn't know how she would manage alone. Also, the impressive Dr. Lu Minghua was invited to help by Huo Beichen. Su Tian felt grateful but didn't know how to repay him. Huo Beichen picked up a cherry and asked with a smile, is this your way of thanking me? Su Tian blushed. Then should I massage your shoulders and give you a back rub? Huo Beichen picked up a cherry and asked with a smile, is this your way of thanking me? Su Tian blushed. Then should I massage your shoulders and give you a... For a moment she felt a little dizzy. Su Tian, what I want is not just that. What do you want then? Huo Beichen whispered, I want you to seriously consider our relationship. Su Tian blinked and said, we are already in a marital relationship. What I want is not just this kind of marriage. Her face flushed slightly as Huo Beichen pressed the cherry into her crimson lips. She instinctively opened her mouth to take it in. The girl's lips were irresistibly alluring. Huobei-chen's voice was hoarse as his Adam's apple bobbed. What I desire is a deeper marital relationship. Su Tian looked at Huobei-chen, watching his handsome face draw nearer. Just when she thought he would kiss her the next moment, Huobei-chen straightened up. His voice was low and husky. "Am not in a hurry, I can wait." Su Tian gently nodded, biting into the cherry between her lips and savoring its sweetness. She returned to her room feeling a bit dizzy, her mind swirling with images of Huobei-chen's exceptionally handsome face. Huobei-chen got up to take a shower. Just moments ago, he had been so close to kissing Su Tian, and her soft and sweet breath had nearly overwhelmed him, but he managed to stop himself. He feared that if he kissed her, things might spiral out of control. Once in the bathroom, Huobei-chen turned on the cold water and allowed it to wash over him. During his stay here, he had to exercise enough restraint to suppress the myriad of alluring thoughts in his mind. Even after taking a cold shower, Huobei-chen still dreamt of fragrant scenes in the middle of the night. In his dream, what Su Tian's lips held was not just a cherry. He got up in the middle of the night to take another cold shower. During breakfast, Su Tian handed a lunchbox to Huobei-chen, saying, "Mr. Hu, take this to the office to eat." "What is this?" he asked. "I washed the cherries last night and divided them into 2 boxes, so we each have one to take with us to eat," Su Tian explained. Huobei-chen almost choked on his soy milk. Su Tian hurriedly handed him a tissue. "Are you okay?" Huobei-chen stopped coughing, recalling last night's dream. He rarely felt his face flush and awkwardly touched his nose. He found it hard to look at cherries. Yet Su Tian secretly wondered why it seemed Mr. Hu was a bit shy. As they left, Su Tian told Huobei-chen, "Tonight Ting and I are going to look at new fabrics and also hire 2 new employees, so we'll be back a bit late. You don't need to wait for me to have dinner." "Is the studio very busy?" "Yes, just with Tang Shui and Mimi, we can hardly keep up. The fabric matter is also very important. I'm off now, see you later." When Huobei-chen arrived at the office, Huang was lounging back and eating cherries. "Brother Chen, do you want some? They just arrived this morning, super fresh." Huobei-chen glanced at him with a blank expression and touched his nose again. Huang noticed his serious demeanor as he began to read documents and curiously asked, "Wasn't Brother Chen fond of cherries before?" After finishing 2 documents, Huobei-chen checked the prices and booking methods for fabrics online. Good fabrics were hard to find and not cheap. Su Tian quickly interviewed 2 newcomers and handed them over to Mimi and Tang Shui to get familiar with the work. She and Lu Ting ran around the fabric market all afternoon and gained an understanding of this year's fabric prices. Su Tian quickly ordered a batch of fabric. After that, the 2 went out for dinner. "It's settled, you will make my engagement dress," Lu Ting said. "Don't worry, I'll make sure you become the most beautiful bride tobe." Su Tian replied with a smile, "I already have a rough design in mind. They'll send you the sketches for your review once they're ready." Lu Ting happily said, "I knew Su was the best. By the way, when is your engagement ceremony scheduled?" "Soon, just 2 or 3 months later, but the exact date hasn't been set yet." Xing Hui said his parents want to consult a fortune teller for a good date. "I understand, older generations value auspiciousness. Let me know as soon as you find out. I need to prepare properly." Lu Ting smiled. "Of course you'll be the first to know." Later that night, when Su Tian returned home, Huobei-chen was still awake. The man was in pajamas. Even the simplest kind made him look like high fashion. Su Tian had seen countless models, but Huobei-chen was even more well-proportioned. "Still awake, Mr. Hua? I was waiting for you. I went shopping with Ting and had dinner together." Huobei-chen handed her a bank card, saying, "I want you to keep this for me." "What is this?" Su Tian asked in confusion. "It's my savings for the down payment on a house 101 million. The housing market is unstable now, and I haven't found a suitable house yet, so we'll keep it with you for now." Su Tian was surprised. "Why is this so much?" "It's what I've saved from work," Huobei-chen replied, having taken a long time to decide on this amount. Now it seemed that this amount was indeed correct. Any more would have been hard to explain. "This is too much to save," Su Tian said. "In Fancheng you could buy a pretty nice house with just 1 million for a down payment." Her mother and older sister often criticized Huobei-chen for being poor, but Huobei-chen was very planned in his work and life, and being able to save so much for a house didn't make him poor at all. Many people in Fancheng had to empty their elderly relatives' wallets for a house down payment. Su Tian didn't take it, saying, "You should keep it yourself. Buy a suitable house when you see one. It's inconvenient for me to keep it here. I want you to help me keep it. It's only natural for a wife to manage her husband's money, isn't it?" Su Tian's face flushed upon hearing this. Huobei-chen took 2 steps closer to her. "Honestly, I now feel that whether to buy a house or where to live doesn't really matter. This money is for you to keep, and you can use it whenever you need it. Being able to use it is the very meaning of this money." His sincerity was clear enough. If Su Tian still didn't understand, she would truly be foolish. She softly said, "Mr. Hu, our relationship actually has nothing to do with money. What influences our judgment of each other is not money but the attitudes and views on life we hold. Hua Beichin curled his lips and said, since it has nothing to do with money, what difference does it make whether you keep it or I do? Su Tian, usually sharp-tongued, found herself completely outmatched by Hua Beichin's logic. In the end, she still ended up with the card in her hand. You can use it directly for your business transactions, no need to tell me, Hua Beichin said. Su Tian laughed. So you were worried that I wouldn't have money to buy fabric. Actually, you don't need to pay the full amount up front for fabric. A quarterly settlement is sufficient. I am now on the right track with my business, and the money I recover can cover the cost of the fabric. Once the business starts flowing, the capital will flow as well. Hua Beichin indeed had this concern, but even if Su Tian didn't need it, he was still willing to give money to his wife. By the way, do you have time this weekend? Tingting has moved into her new house and wants us to come over for a housewarming. I have time, Hua Beichin readily. With such a large sum of money, Su Tian cautiously went to the bank to check, daring not to spend it, and locked the card in the corner cabinet of the bedroom. She was afraid of losing it. Although she couldn't use Hua Beichin's money, this sum still gave her an inexplicable confidence. While riding her electric bike to work, her mindset improved significantly. At noon, as someone came to deliver the fabric, Tang Shui went down to help carry it while Su Tian went to sign for it. The person delivering the fabric is driving a Range Rover. Impressive, Tang Shui said enviously. You should strive to drive a Range Rover soon too. Tang Shui replied, sure, he'll work hard. The driver came down with the receipt and smiled. Su Tian. Senior Tang, you're the one delivering the fabric. Su Tian recognized the person and greeted him warmly. Tang Yang was Su Tian's senior in college. When Su Tian worked at the Su family company, she knew that Tang Yang's family had a significant fabric business. She didn't expect that the batch of fabric she ordered was from their family. Su Tian, it's you. No wonder someone would order such top-quality fabric. Have you opened a studio now? Yes, some clients have high demands, so I naturally have to source the best. If you need anything in the future, just contact me directly, and I'll give you a discount. Tang Yang took out his phone. You can contact me directly for supplies. Thank you so much. Su Tian added him on WeChat. Tang Yang's gaze fell on Su Tian, noticing how increasingly beautiful this junior was. Shall we have lunch together, he asked. Next time I'll treat you. I have a client to meet at noon. Sure, let's do it next time, Tang Yang smiled. This weekend, Su Tian ordered a large cake and bought a bouquet of flowers to go to Lu Ting. Lu Ting's house was bought with the help of her parents, fully paid and well decorated. Su Tian smiled. Her parents were worried she would suffer, so they bought it for her 2 years ago. Now it has finally been handed over. If her neighborhood is good, we can also take a look, Hua Beichin said. After all, Sunshine Community is relatively old, and living there long-term would inevitably lower the quality of life. Su Tian nodded. That works. Lu Ting excitedly came downstairs to greet Su Tian and Hua Beichin. Did you buy me such a big cake? If you don't like it, I'll take half. How could I not like it? I love what Su buys the most, Lu Ting said, linking her arm with Su Tian as they went upstairs. Meng Xinghui saw that Hua Beichin was driving a Jetta, raising his eyebrows slightly. He didn't expect Hua Beichin to have an extraordinary aura, but he was merely superficial. 3 bedrooms and 1 living room, a large kitchen, a big living room, and a spacious balcony. Su Tian walked around the house and said, Tingting, your house is really great, right? Now we just need to wait for the soft decoration. Once the soft decoration is done, Xinghui and I will move in. His own house is smaller, so he can rent it out later. Su Tian envied. Then you two are settling down now. That's wonderful. Lu Ting didn't like cooking, so she ordered takeout. As Su Tian helped her set the table, she said, once you officially move in, I'll get you some furniture. You can pick out what you want. All right, we'll talk about it later. They'll send you the link once I've chosen, Lu Ting replied, not being polite. Meng Xinghui brought over drinks and alcohol, inviting Hua Beichin and Su Tian to sit down. Have you set the engagement date yet? Su Tian asked. Lu Ting looked at Meng Xinghui and said, my mom said we still need to ask about the bride price. Meng Xinghui paused, pouring drinks, not responding to this topic. Lu Ting continued, Xinghui, what do you think? Let's talk about it later. We haven't even gotten engaged yet. Meng Xinghui's tone carried a hint of evasion. Lu Ting decided not to bring it up again. Su Tian also chose not to continue this topic. She noticed that Meng Xinghui was not happy about the bride price matter. After the meal, everyone still felt a bit satisfied. After finishing the cake, Su Tian didn't stay long and left with Hua Beichin. On the way back, Hua Beichin suddenly asked, isn't there supposed to be a bride price for marriage? Not necessarily, it depends on the specific situation. Then I guess I should give one, but I haven't done so. Hua Beichin thought this over and felt he had slighted Su Tian. Su Tian smiled. Apart from not giving yourself to me, you've given me everything that should be given. She was not joking. Hua Beichin had already treated her well enough. The moment those words left her mouth, Hua Beichin slammed on the brakes and parked the car by the side of the road. His Adam's apple bobbed and his voice was hoarse. Then I really haven't done well enough. Su Tian realized that what he meant by not doing well enough was in response to her previous statement. She suddenly realized that she seemed to have said something inappropriate. Mister, I didn't mean that. Su Tian tried to remedy the situation, but she didn't know where to start. Huo Beichen was already very close. The man exuded a strong sense of aggression, his aura enveloping and surrounding Su Tian. Su Tian instinctively leaned back. Just before her head hit the window, Huo Beichen reached out to protect the back of her head and pulled her forward. Su Tian crashed into Huo Beichen. The man caught her accurately, holding her face as his lips descended upon hers. The girl's lips were indeed as soft and sweet as they appeared. Sweet like jelly, making Huo Beichen unable to stop once he kissed her. She was quite inexperienced, her eyes widening in anxiety, unsure of where to place her hands. Huo Beichen's movements were very gentle. He didn't want to desecrate this beauty. When she began to struggle for breath, he released her and whispered, "Actually, I was fully prepared to give you everything that should be given." Su Tian realized the deeper meaning behind his words, her face inevitably turning even redder. The kiss had left her eyes glistening with tears. He gently pinched her chin. "What I worry about is that you might not be ready yet. So I'm not in a hurry. I can wait for you." Seeing her eyes still a bit dazed, Huo Beichen leaned down again and kissed her. It was Huo Beichen who ended the kiss first. He worried that he would lose control in such an inappropriate place and wouldn't be able to drive home. Neither kiss lasted long, yet Su Tian's face remained flushed from the car ride all the way home. Once at home, she hugged her teddy bear on the bed, feeling a mix of confusion and sweetness in her heart. Lu Ting sent a message. "Su, I've noticed that Meng Xinghui seems reluctant to discuss the betrothal gifts. Aren't they supposed to be getting engaged? So what does he mean? What I discussed with my parents is that we buy a larger house and he can live with me while renting out his small apartment. Then he'll contribute 2,000 in betrothal gifts." Actually saying he'll provide 2,000 isn't entirely accurate. To be precise, his family will provide 2,000 as a betrothal gift, and my mother will offer 2,000 as dowry, both meant for our little family as startup funds. That's quite reasonable, so it really doesn't count as a betrothal gift, and it doesn't put much pressure on him. But I feel that my parents might be asking for too much. Then have a good discussion with him. I will talk to him properly. Huo Beichen made a call to Huo Jingye. Huo Jingye seemed quite surprised. "You Brett, are you willing to call me? Dad, I need to ask you something. As expected, you only come to me when there's something to discuss. What do you want to ask? How much betrothal gift did you give my mother back then?" Huo Jingye counted on his fingers and replied, "Property, certificates, equity, stock funds, and even my own assets, all transferred to her name. I can't even count them all." Huo Beichen felt a bit overwhelmed. Thus, there was no reference value. If he were to transfer all that to Su Tian, now it might scare her away. "Are you planning to give your wife a betrothal gift? Trust me, just follow what I did. You can't go wrong. Oh, I forgot you haven't mentioned your identity yet. You must be dumbfounded now, huh?" A cheerful laughter came from his mother. "Take out the bracelet that I planned to give to my daughter-in-law. Let's give it to her first. You've already tied the knot, and you still can't manage the person. Don't go out claiming to be my son." Qin Feng's wife is right. "Don't go out claiming to be my son, Huo Jingye." Huo Jingye immediately agreed. Huo Beichen knew that the bracelet was passed down from his grandmother to his mother, symbolizing the family's recognition of the new bride. As for the value of the bracelet, it was beyond calculation. He nodded. "Thank you, Mom." "You brat, there's nothing to thank. Can't my mom represent you?" "That's right, your mom represents me, and that's all that matters." Huo Jingye became. Qin Feng acted quickly, immediately arranging for someone to deliver the bracelet to Huo Beichen by private jet. Huo Beichen received the bracelet and examined it seriously. The bracelet was quite exquisite, passed down from his great-grandmother, worn by his mother for over 20 years, smooth and translucent, worthy of Su Tian. During dinner that evening, he took out the bracelet. "Is this for me?" "No need, you've already given me too many things." Su Tian felt quite embarrassed. "It's from my mom, originally given to her by my grandmother." Su Tian understood that this was a gift meant for the daughter-in-law. It represented Huo Beichen's parents' recognition of her. Her face flushed. She accepted it. Holding the jade bracelet, which was smooth and translucent, Su Tian couldn't gauge its value, but knew it held significant meaning. Huo Beichen held her delicate wrist and put the jade bracelet on her. The jade, as clear as jade, made her wrist appear even whiter. "Should I take a photo to show uncle and aunt?" Huo Beichen's gaze lingered on her porcelain white skin for a moment before saying, "No need. Just show them when we meet next time." Su Tian visited the Su family. During the day, with her parents and older sister not home, she quietly knocked on the door. The maid saw her and exclaimed in surprise, "Second miss. Shu, I'm just here to see Grandpa. I'll leave soon." Su Tian nimbly ran up to the second floor. The maid followed her. "The old man has been doing quite well lately, though he can be confused at times, but his health seems fine. The new nanny is also in place." Su Tian went upstairs and found her grandfather sleeping with a rosy complexion. The new nanny was making porridge. She glanced at the medicine on the table. Has he been taking his medicine properly? Though the nanny didn't recognize her, she could tell from her demeanor that she was extraordinary, and immediately replied, "Yes, he's been taking his medicine as instructed by the doctor. The diet is also well managed." "That's good." Su Tian hoped her parents would truly care this time. She sat for a while, saw everything was normal, and then left. Don't tell them I was here, Su Tian instructed. The maid knew that she wasn't on good terms with the Su family and nodded in agreement. That day Su Tian received a job introduction from Lu Ting. The artist Lu Ting managed wanted to customize a few pieces of personal clothing and had high fabric requirements. She wandered around the fabric market and finally found a few suitable pieces. After bargaining, Su Tian ordered several items. The shop owner said, "Please sit for a moment, I have these items in the warehouse. They'll have someone bring them over." "Sure, no problem. They'll come back to pick them up later. I want to look around other places first." Su Tian stepped out and went to other stalls. She enjoyed looking at these fabrics. Even if she didn't buy anything, it lifted her spirits. Su Tian. Hearing the voice, Su Tian turned around and saw Tang Yang. "Senior, you're here too. My family shop is over there. I often come to browse. That one over there is the largest." Tang Yang pointed proudly at that shop. Su Tian nodded. "It's quite big. I ordered fabrics from there last time. Why don't you continue to source for me? I said I'd give you a discount. This time the client's requirements are a bit different. If it weren't for that, I would definitely source from you. I'm an old customer, and it's always more cost-effective to source from you." Tang Yang said, "Let me treat you to a drink." After their last meeting, Tang Yang had suggested treating Su Tian to dinner several times on WeChat, but she hadn't agreed. It wouldn't be good to refuse again this time. Sure. Su Tian agreed, and they walked into a nearby milk tea shop. After ordering, Su Tian paid first. Tang Yang smiled. "I promise to treat you. Just consider it a discount in return for your kindness." Tang Yang chuckled. "You're still so formal. By the way, my family is planning to open several more fabric stores. They'll let you know when there are good materials." "That's great. I really need good fabrics right now. Thanks in advance. Actually, opening more stores is tough work, but my parents have these resources and I don't want to waste them. To be honest, I'm not worried about anything. My family has already bought several properties in the city center." Tang Yang deliberately showcased his wealth, subtly observing Su Tian's reaction. In his perspective, a girl hearing about his affluent background would inevitably regard him with greater admiration. However, Su Tian seemed completely unmoved. It appeared that a piece of fruit in her fruit tea piqued her interest even more. Su Tian smiled and said, "Is that so? That sounds great. Yes, I heard your good friend Lu Ting is getting married, right? I wonder if the betrothal gifts have been negotiated yet." Su Tian furrowed her brow slightly and asked, "Where did you hear about this?" "She is also my junior. Meng Xinghui has mutual friends with me, so I occasionally hear a bit about it, which is not surprising." Su Tian nodded. Lu Ting rarely discussed such matters with outsiders. Was it Meng Xinghui who spoke about the betrothal gifts? Does this mean he is dissatisfied with the betrothal proposal Lu Ting presented? Noticing Su Tian was preoccupied with her drink, Tang Yang chuckled. "Actually, some men place great importance on betrothal gifts, but I think it's not a big deal. As long as it's a girl I truly like, 200,000 doesn't matter. The girl who marries me will certainly not have to toil for a living or worry about money. After she gets married, she won't have to do anything at home, which is quite relaxing, right?" Su Tian was immersed in thoughts about Lu Ting, and she agreed, "Yes, that's quite nice." Seeing that she was engaged with his words, Tang Yang smiled and said, "Let me take you home. I just happen to have some fabric to bring to you." Su Tian agreed. She intended to take the fabric she had just picked up and was planning to take a taxi home. Since Tang Yang was offering her a ride with the fabric he had ordered, she decided to take advantage of the convenience. When they arrived at the foot of the Baojin shopping center, Su Tian was about to call Tang Shui to ask for help in carrying the fabric. Tang Yang said, "Let me take it upstairs for you. It's just a few steps." After he finished speaking, he picked up a bundle of fabric and walked upstairs. Su Tian grabbed the remaining pieces and followed in his footsteps. Hua Beichin was just riding his electric bike to pick her up. Upon seeing her figure, he called out, "Su Tian." Su Tian was lost in thoughts about Lu Ting and didn't hear him going upstairs with Tang Yang. Hua Beichin's handsome features were shrouded in a shadow. Tang Yang carried the fabric upstairs, and Tang Shui hurriedly got up to take it, saying, "Boss Tang, thank you for making a special trip to deliver it." "I was just taking Su back. It was on the way," Tang Yang replied. "The environment here is quite nice. I should come by more. You're welcome to visit anytime." Su Tian placed the fabric down and signed a receipt for Tang Yang. "It's just a small place, as long as you don't mind." Tang Yang laughed and said, "Then he'll be coming by all the time." Su Tian, not thinking much of it, joked, "Boss Tang, you aren't worried that our small business might run off in the night, are you?" "Ha ha, how could that be?" The workday had ended and Su Tian and Tang Yang descended the stairs together. Once downstairs, Tang Yang smiled and said, "Shall we have dinner together? Then I'll take you home." "No need to," I promised. "My family is having dinner at home." She felt a bit shy mentioning the word husband. Tang Yang did not press further and waved, saying, "Then he'll be going first. Bye-bye." As Su Tian watched his vehicle disappear, she was about to retrieve her own electric bike when she spotted Hua Beichin. Feeling a bit excited, she exclaimed, "Mr. Hua." How had she only thought of him for a moment before he appeared right in front of her? But why did Hua Beichin's expression seem a bit off, looking rather unhappy? Su Tian ran over and asked, "Mr. Who are you here to pick me up?" I met with a client. It was on the way. Huabeiqin's tone carried a hint of melancholy. Thank you for your hard work. How about I ride and take you? Huabeiqin sized her up, noticing that the girl was quite tall and her legs were long. It shouldn't be a problem for her to handle his electric bike. He handed the bike over to her. It was Su Tian's first time riding such a high electric bike, and she felt a bit curious. Fortunately, her legs were long enough, although she couldn't maneuver it as effortlessly as Huabeiqin she could manage. Come on up, mister. Hua. Su Tian said. Huabeiqin stepped over with his long legs and mounted the bike in one stride. Hold on to me, don't fall, she reminded him. The girl's voice was sweet, and although Huabeiqin knew she didn't mean it that way, he couldn't help but swallow hard and wrapped his arms around her waist. Her soft waist nestled in his palm, warmth radiated, comforting Huabeiqin's skin. He leaned in a bit closer, their ears brushing against each other, sharing intimate contact. Su Tian's face flushed unavoidably. His breath was right beside her ear, as if it were seeping into her heart. While riding, Su Tian dared not lose focus, steadied herself, and pulled her thoughts back. Huabeiqin quietly asked, the person who just took you back to the company, is he your friend? Oh, you mean Senior Tang. His family is in the fabric business. I've gotten goods from him a few times. Today I happened to run into him at the fabric market and hitched a ride with him. Huabeiqin's mood eased a bit, and he responded with a sound of acknowledgement. Su Tian recalled something and said, you arrived quite early, huh? Yes, I was just answering a work call and didn't call you in time. Oh, I see. Huabeiqin recalled the gaze of that so-called Senior Tang, which seemed to almost stick. His feelings for her were definitely more than just a client. Just as he was about to hint at it, Su Tian said, Senior Tang is quite nice. He gave me a discount after I took goods from him a few times. She didn't hear Huabeiqin's response and assumed he didn't want to continue the topic, so she let it go. Upon entering the community, Su Tian parked the bike and said, let me cook tonight, mister. Hua, what do you want to eat? Huabeiqin pressed his tongue against his cheek. Sweet and sour pork ribs, vinegared cabbage, vinegared hairtail, spicy, and sour shredded potatoes. Su Tian couldn't help but laugh. What's wrong with you wanting to eat all vinegar? Afterward, she met the man's dark gaze and the swirling emotions in his eyes. Su Tian blinked. So what's wrong? Is there a problem with wanting to eat vinegar? Huabeiqin countered. Su Tian realized it was about the earlier mention of Tang Yang, but it seemed she hadn't said much. No, she and Tang Yang indeed had nothing going on. Mister, or if you're talking about Senior Tang, I have no relationship with him other than getting fabric. Is that so? Huabeiqin questioned in return, but he already believed her. The girl's eyes were clear and bright, seemingly incapable of hiding any secrets. Su Tian felt a slight surprise. Her eyes dulled. The man's cool lips carried a pleasant scent, which mingled with her own. Her waist was gripped and pulled toward him, falling into his warm embrace. Su Tian could hardly breathe, her fingers clutching the edge of his shirt, her legs feeling weak, as if she needed to lean against him to stand firm. Breathe, Huabeiqin said softly as he released her, a hint of laughter in his voice. Su Tian's face flushed with embarrassment. Huabeiqin gently rubbed the tip of her nose. His skin was soft to the touch. Her fair skin lightly flushed when he made contact. He spoke softly. Of course I can. Su Tian was embarrassed. Had she really not been breathing? She was just too nervous. I don't doubt you, nor do I want to punish you. Huabeiqin's voice was low and husky. There's no need to swear so heavily. Are you still jealous? Huabeiqin gently pinched her chin. Is that not allowed? Su Tian met the dazzling eyes of the man, enchanted by his looks, and on her tiptoes, she voluntarily placed a kiss on his lips. The brightness in the man's eyes intensified as he held her waist, about to take the lead in the kiss, when he heard a neighbor's electric scooter approaching. Su Tian, feeling shy, broke free from his arms and quickly walked toward the unit door. Huabeiqin chuckled lightly and followed her. Dinner that evening naturally did not include any dishes that were jealous. Huabeiqin became addicted to kissing, neglecting to cook, and simply ordering takeout. Su Tian finally regained her senses in the gaps between his kisses. Tomorrow, I'll treat Senior Tang to dinner. Then it settled. Huabeiqin's expression darkened. You'll accompany me, so you should feel reassured now, right? Su Tian said as Huabeiqin held her waist and pulled her into his embrace. The next day, Tang Yang called to invite Su Tian to dinner. This time Su Tian agreed. Then it settled, but entreating, Tang Yang said. All right. Tang Yang thought it was fine for Su Tian to treat, as he could invite her next time. In the afternoon, Tang Yang arrived at the agreed time. He specifically switched to a more luxurious car to showcase his status. Upon arrival, he saw Su Tian approaching. Alongside her was a tall and handsome man. Tang Yang felt an ominous premonition. Senior Tang. Su Tian came over. Let me introduce you, this is my husband. Huabeiqin. Husband. This is Senior Tang Yang. The word husband was forced out of her during last night's kiss, when Huabeiqin insisted she call him that. She had refused, but he wouldn't let her go. Finally, Su Tian managed to say those two words. However, due to her embarrassment, she spoke them a bit shyly. Tang Yang was taken aback. You're married? Why didn't you invite me to the wedding? His heart was filled with an indescribable disappointment. How had he not noticed Su Tian was married? We didn't have a wedding before. Su Tian smiled. Today I'm treating my husband to dinner to thank you for your help recently. In business, it's all about mutual assistance. Tang Yang showed little emotion, sizing up Hua Beichen. Hua Beichen was exceedingly tall, and his imposing aura made Tang Yang feel somewhat discouraged. Senior Tang. Hua Beichen extended his hand to shake hands with Tang Yang. Tang Yang shook his hand and asked, "So where are you living now after getting married?" "In the Old Town area," Su Tian replied with a smile. "Oh, that area can be a bit chaotic and the security isn't great. Also, after getting married, you didn't buy a car." Tang Yang, feeling a bit disgruntled for losing out to Hua Beichen, spoke with a hint of intent. "Your current job must be inconvenient without a car." Su Tian quickly caught on. She linked her arm with Hua Beichen's and smiled. "Compared to cars and houses, I value a man's height and abs more." Hua Beichen had never been bullied before. Such bullying only happened in Fan City, where there was someone to protect him. But before any bullying could take place, Su Tian would always come out to defend him, protecting him in front. This feeling was quite novel, and made Hua Beichen feel cherished, despite the fact that those who bullied him could not harm him in the slightest. Tang Yang was just over 1.7 meters tall, hardly taller than Su Tian, and he definitely lacked any abs. Tang Yang. He glanced at Hua Beichen again, secretly comparing himself. Standing in front of Hua Beichen, who excelled in appearance, height, and temperament, he couldn't help but feel inferior. Seeing him silent, Su Tian decided to leave it at that, humorously shifting the topic to fabrics and tailoring. Tang Yang, realizing that Su Tian's marriage was a done deal, refrained from bringing up those intentionally provocative topics. After finishing dinner, Su Tian quickly paid the bill and bid farewell to Tang Yang. She looked at Hua Beichen and, seeing his expression relaxed, smiled happily. "Let's go home. Your work must be inconvenient without an electric scooter, right?" "Yes, it would be easier with a car for delivering fabric or clothing to clients. However, I still haven't decided which car to buy. We'll think about it later." In truth, Su Tian wanted to wait until her business stabilized before buying a car. She didn't have much cash on hand, and the rest of her money was tied up in fabrics. If she said she wanted to buy now, Hua Beichen would surely offer to pay. She felt shy asking him for money for everything. "You can research first. It will be more convenient to buy later," Hua Beichen suggested. "That's true. I have no clue about cars. You could help me with recommendations, and once we decide, we can buy it later." "All right." Back at home, Hua Beichen selected many cars with good performance to introduce to Su Tian. Su Tian only had a basic understanding of colors and prices, not knowing much about acceleration or drive types. Hua Beichen patiently explained to her. Su Tian listened while browsing online pages, becoming dazzled. Hua Beichen carefully noted her preferences. The next day, Hua Beichen instructed He Wang to arrange for a car based on the list he prepared. It should be cute with a shiny color, but with strong power, the highest safety, and spacious. If it were a person, wouldn't it be a Barbie? "Just follow this plan," Hua Beichen stated. The initial requirements were mostly what Su Tian desired, while the latter were added by Hua Beichen. Naturally, when buying a car for Su Tian, the best safety performance was essential. But such a car is difficult to find. Otherwise, why would I need you to arrange it? He Wang suddenly understood. "It's for sister-in-law, right? Got it, I'll arrange it right away." Hua Beichen narrowed his eyes as he watched him. He Wang raised both hands. "My heart for you and sister-in-law is truly as vast as the heavens and earth." Heaven knows his initial reckless thought to pursue his sister-in-law was simply due to the universal desire for beauty. Su Tian sent the design drawing she had completed for Lu Ting to her. "Take a look. Do you like it? Is there anything that needs changing?" "I like it. Our Su is the best." Lu Ting exclaimed, completely enamored by the design drawing. "If you like it, I'll start cutting the fabric according to this design." No problem, go ahead." Lu Ting said, looking more and more fondly at the design drawing. She took it to Meng Xinghui and said, "Xinghui, look at the design Su made for me. I will wear this to our engagement party. Is that all right?" "Of course, it's beautiful. I will definitely be the most beautiful bride-tobe." Lu Ting put down the design drawing and asked, "By the way, about the betrothal gifts, we should give my mom a response. How are you preparing the money?" "The money needs to be transferred to your mom." "Yes, transfer it to her, and she will add the same amount, and then transfer it to our family account. They'll manage it as the startup fund for our small family." Ting, let's discuss this. Can we tell mom to ask for a little less? 200,000 is just too much." Lu Ting was surprised. "But you agreed to it before, and you have enough savings. You shouldn't have a problem with this. I can take out the money, but in our hometown, the betrothal gift is usually 6,000. 200,000 is really too much. I can't justify it to my parents." Meng Xinghui said in a low tone. "But this money isn't for them. It won't even reach my parents. It's just a formality. It will still end up in our hands. Besides, my parents aren't losing out. They are giving us an extra 200,000. Lu Ting didn't understand, as she had already made enough concessions and wasn't asking Meng's parents for money. That's still too much. It just doesn't make sense and others will gossip. Let them gossip, we live our lives and don't need to worry about others' opinions. Lu Ting persuaded, what do we care about outsiders' opinions? But my parents are afraid of gossip too. Other people give 6,000 for a bride. If I give 200,000, how can I explain that to them? They will feel uncomfortable and I can't persuade them. Lu Ting was a bit angry. So in the end you just don't want to spend money, right? It's not that I don't want to spend. Then what do you mean? My parents are giving me 200,000 as a dowry to ensure a better life for me in the future, and I want you to contribute the same amount, so that when I have kids I won't have to keep asking you for money. In fact, I will still need to use this money for our small family in the future. This is something you are unwilling to contribute to, right? Meng Xinghui reached out to pull her. Does talking about money create a rift between us? This isn't just about money. Then what is it about? Why do you insist on equating feelings with money? When we get married and have kids, won't I raise you and the children? Lu Ting asked with a smile. If you won't even contribute now, how can I expect you to in the future? Lu Ting, that's too much. How can you say you can't count on me? Have you raised your standards and started looking? Meng Xinghui was also very angry. Meng Xinghui, don't change the subject. This isn't about other matters. I'm just asking you, is the 200,000 you agreed upon still valid? I can't justify this money to my parents. I can't take out that much. Meng Xinghui, you agreed to it before. That was you forcing me, and I had no choice but to agree. So you were reluctant to agree from the very beginning. Why didn't you say so earlier? Meng Xinghui's face turned sour. That's just how I am. If you want to marry a rich man, then I can't help it. After saying this, he didn't want to argue with Lu Ting and turned to leave. Meng Xinghui, come back. Meng Xinghui left without looking back. When Su Tian received a call from Lu Ting, who was on the verge of tears, she was startled. What happened, Ting Ting? That scoundrel Meng Xinghui got into a fight with me and left. He won't answer the phone or reply to WeChat. Where are you? He'll come find you right away. Don't worry, he's a big man and won't get into trouble. Su Tian said, while giving a few instructions to Tang Shui, and Mei Mei then hurried on her bike to Lu Ting's place. That day when Tang Yang mentioned the betrothal gift issue regarding Meng Xinghui, Su Tian had a bad premonition. However, the matter was delicate, and she couldn't explain it in detail to Lu Ting. She didn't expect them to argue over this today. Su Tian quickly found Lu Ting. She was in her new house crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom. Su Tian placed the small cake she brought on the table and encouraged, don't cry, even if the sky falls we can eat some cake first. I don't want to eat, I have no appetite, boo-hoo. It's matcha flavored, Su Tian said. Lu Ting sat down, unwrapped the cake, and said, then he'll have a couple of bites, just 2 bites. As she ate the cake, she recounted what had just happened. He clearly agreed before and he isn't short on money, but he just denied it. I'm angry that he's using excuses to brush me off, and even more so that he isn't keeping his promise. Don't cry, I will talk to him properly later. But he won't answer the phone or reply to messages, so I can't talk to him. Su Tian took her phone and called Ming. The other party didn't answer. It seemed he was determined not to discuss this matter. Let him cool off. He needs to calm down and think it through. Su, do you really think my parents' request is excessive? Su Tian wiped her tears. I don't think. Your parents bought you a house outright and gave you a dowry of 200,000. It's reasonable to ask him to match that. Moreover, he isn't unable to provide that amount. It's only fair for both sides, isn't it? I think that in marriage both parties should contribute equally. It's fair to each other. Besides, he agreed to it earlier, so he shouldn't go back on his word. I feel the same way, Lu Ting said, softly conflicted. What if he really refuses to agree? Emotionally, she couldn't let go of the 3 years of feelings. But rationally, it was a struggle. Should she compromise? Su Tian said, after we finish the cake, I'll accompany you to drink some alcohol. Forget the worries for now and don't think about it. When he is willing to communicate, we can talk things over properly. Okay, I'll go get the wine now. Lu Ting opened the fridge, took out a few bottles of beer and red wine, and said, we'll drink at home today. Oh, it's safer. She picked up a bottle and clinked it with Su Tian's. Tonight, I want to forget all my worries. Su Tian raised her bottle. All right, well, drink until we drop tonight. Lu Ting was in a bad mood and didn't drink much before getting tipsy, alternating between crying and laughing. Su Tian held her, letting her cry out her troubles. When she received the call from Hua Beichen, Su Tian was watching over the drunken Lu Ting. I'm with Ting Ting, she's feeling down and has had a bit to drink. Hearing the tipsiness in Su Tian's voice, Hua Beichen's tone became slightly heavy. Where are you? At Ting Ting's new home. It's very safe. I want say more. I need to check on her first. Lu Ting was clutching the sink and was throwing up messily. It's okay, it's okay. Rinse your mouth and drink some water. Su Tian handed her a bottle of mineral water. Su, tell me. After 3 years of relationship, why? Why is he like this? Am I not even worth this little money? I just want some safety, a sense of security. All right, drink some water and rest for a bit. Don't think about the unpleasant things. I want to curse Meng Xinghui. He'll curse him with you. Su Tian replied. Curse that scumbag. He has no responsibility and is like a turtle hiding in its shell. Finally quieting down, Lu Ting hugged the pillow in a daze, her gaze vacant. Hearing a knock on the door, Su Tian hurried to open it. Seeing the tall man standing at the door, she was a bit surprised. I thought it was Meng Xinghui returning. What happened to them? Su Tian briefly explained the situation. Hua Beichen found it hard to evaluate Meng Xinghui's actions. In his view, being so stingy towards one's partner was completely unacceptable. Did they break up? He asked. Chill. Why would it come to that? It's been 3 years of feelings. What use is it to keep such a stingy man? It's one thing if he can't produce it, but to have 200,000 and still hide it. Su Tian said, exactly, I feel the same way. But whether they break up or not isn't for us to decide, it ultimately depends on them. He'll take you home. I want to stay and take care of Tingting. You've had quite a bit to drink too, right? Hua Beichen asked, and she blushed, her voice soft and intoxicated. It was only because she was forcing herself to take care of Lu Ting that her drunkenness didn't show. Without giving her a chance to protest, he wrapped his arms around her and pulled her into his embrace. Let's go home. But they'll find a female colleague to help take care of your friend. Hua Beichen took her downstairs and casually made a phone call. Once Su Tian heard him arranging everything, she felt relieved. As she relaxed, the effects of the alcohol hit her, making her feel a bit dizzy. Half cradled and half carried home by Hua Beichen, she couldn't help but voice her grievances. What do you think Meng Xinghui is thinking? Not him, I don't know. Hua Beichen wrapped his arm around her waist, knowing only that the woman in his arms was soft and sweet, and he longed to kiss her. Su Tian wanted to say more, but her lips were captured by the man, his forceful kiss occupying her mind. She felt as if fireworks were exploding in her brain, and before she could think of anything else, she was completely enveloped by the man's heated breath. Mr. Huai. Su Tian's hands involuntarily climbed around the man's neck. What should I be called? Her rationality had been consumed, and the man coaxed in a low voice. Call me husband. Husband, she finally called out. The sweet sound made Hua Beichen sink into her voice and breath. The man's well-defined palm grazed her waist, his fingers brushing against her bare skin where her clothing had been lifted. In that moment, Hua Beichen nearly lost control. He lowered his gaze at her. The girl in his arms had misty eyes. It was hard to tell if it was the alcohol or the pressure he exerted. Hua Beichen lifted her and placed her on the bed, his kisses transitioning from aggressive to gentle. He restrained himself, not wanting to take advantage of her while she was drunk. He desired her to be sober. All right, get some rest early, he said softly. Su Tian blinked her eyes and saw him release her. She indeed felt a bit of intoxication and closed her eyes, turning to tightly hug her teddy bear. Hua Beichen. He gazed at the girl's perfectly curved waist and her fair, slender legs. A few strands of black hair fell across her face, accentuating her porcelain skin. His throat moved slightly, but he ultimately did not make any further move, leaning down to place a kiss on Su Tian's forehead. Then he turned and walked out, heading to the bathroom. Su Tian spent the entire night dreaming. The sweet and enchanting scenes in her dreams were tinged with Hua Beichen's shadow. However, they were not very clear. When she woke up, she realized she was in her own bed. She rubbed her cheeks and found her clothes intact, realizing those dreams were truly just dreams. She hurriedly tossed those unhealthy thoughts out of her mind, got up to wash up. During breakfast, she felt a bit shy when looking at Hua Beichen. How could I have that kind of dream? Why aren't you eating vegetables? Hua Beichen served her a portion of side dishes. Well, thank you. Su Tian mumbled as she buried her head in the porridge. This dream made her realize that she actually had thoughts about Hua Beichen's body. Hua Beichen handed her something. Su Tian quickly steadied her mind and took it. What is this? It's a raffle ticket from the business department at the company. Oh, it's a regular event every year. Each person gets a ticket and the draw will be tomorrow. When is the draw? Tomorrow. Su Tian looked seriously. The first prize is actually a car. An electric bike. A car. Wow, that's quite generous. So your workplace is actually Hua's group. Hua's group is indeed wealthy. Speaking of which, it's a coincidence, you also have the surname Hua. Facing Su Tian's scrutiny, Hua Beichen remained unfazed. Isn't the richest man in Fanqing's surname Tang? There must be hundreds of thousands of people in Fanqing with the surname Tang, right? Su Tian laughed. That's true. Let me see, even the last prize is a cash prize of 10,000. Is your company this generous with the raffle every year? If the company makes money, it can be generous. So that means as long as you get this ticket, you at least have 10,000, right? That's right, so I entrusted it to you for safekeeping. Su Tian accepted it. Thank you, Mr. Hua. Hua Beichen's gaze tightened slightly. It seemed it would take some time to get her to change how she addressed him. When Lu Ting woke up, her head was pounding. The bright light outside made her eyes uncomfortable. As her awareness returned, she recalled what happened last night and felt upset again. The man had suddenly canceled and was avoiding facing the problem. She rubbed her head and suddenly realized her clothes had been changed to pajamas. She got up. Su, where are you? She opened the door, but did not see Su Tian. Instead, she saw a man lying on the sofa. Su. Who are you? Lu Ting screamed, covering her pajamas. What are you shouting about? Disturbing someone's dream is very unethical. He Wong rubbed his eyes and sat up. If you're not sleeping, I want to sleep, miss. I'm truly impressed. He Wong. Lu Ting had seen him when she helped Su Tian move to the studio last time. She widened her eyes. What are you doing here? Chen Ge asked me to take care of you. He was worried you might choke on your own vomit if you got drunk. Also, the pajamas I'm wearing were changed by you. He Wong. Lu Ting was angry. How could he do this? Who would want to see your unimpressive figure? I found a female errand runner to help you change and took care of you all night. She just left and I just came over. If it weren't for Chen Ge's arrangement, he would rather be sleeping at home. Why would he care about her? What evidence do you have? Lu Ting didn't believe him. I had the errand runner record a video. If you don't believe me, just watch. He Wong casually opened a video, and it was indeed a middle-aged woman taking care of Lu Ting. Lu Ting watched for a few seconds and saw herself drunk and utterly unpresentable, wanting to vomit and cry as she felt her toes digging into the ground. Okay, stop playing it and delete it. I don't want such things left on my phone either, He Wong said, deleting it casually. Lu Ting was tugging at her hair when suddenly her phone rang. She immediately picked up. I'm on my way. I'm so sorry. After hanging up, she looked at the time and gasped, my flight is in an hour. The artist I'm following is going on a business trip out of town. I should have arrived earlier than them to help with some chores, but I overslept and can only go straight to the airport now. She hurriedly packed her things and put on makeup, not forgetting to call a taxi on her phone. I mean, why put on makeup when you're in a hurry? Just head out. You wouldn't understand, I can't explain it to you. Lu Ting finished her makeup in a few quick strokes and rushed out with her suitcase. He Wong followed her. Upon reaching downstairs, Lu Ting looked at the cancelled ride-hailing order, feeling overwhelmed. He Wong drove past her and asked, the car hasn't arrived yet. He Wong, can you give me a ride? They'll call for another car. I'm running out of time. Lu Ting looked at him with a pitiful expression. He Wong, in a good mood, driving his Lamborghini today, said, get in. As Lu Ting got into his car, she exclaimed, this car. It's rare and expensive, isn't it? He Wong initially wanted to show off his car, but swallowed his words considering her relationship with Su Tian. It's a client's car. I took it out to conduct a full safety inspection. No wonder. Lu Ting thought it was unlikely this car belonged to him. What do you mean by no wonder? You think I shouldn't have this car? I didn't mean it that way. I don't misunderstand. You're so handsome, it's only right you drive a nice car. Lu Ting, fearing he might not give her a ride anymore, tactfully avoided confronting him. When they arrived at the airport, Lu Ting handed He Wong 100 yuan in cash, saying, thank you. This is for gas. He Wong replied. He Wong returned to the office and complained to Huobei-chin. So do you think 100 is too much or too little? Huobei-chin asked. It's not about whether it's a lot of money. I drove a Lamborghini to take her, and she gave me 100 cash. Do you think that's normal? Isn't that meant for your gas? It seems fine to me. He Wong didn't want to talk anymore. She even thought it was odd that I drove a Lamborghini. With my looks and figure, what's wrong with driving a Lamborghini? Huobei-chin glanced at him. Did you slip up? No, I said it's a client's car. He Wong immediately felt guilty. Huobei-chin had a look that said that's more like it. He pulled out a stack of prize tickets. I distributed them to everyone. You have one too. I have one too. Do the whole act properly. Chen-gu, if I win the grand prize, can I claim the car you've reserved? Huobei-chin gave him a dismissive look. You want win. Su Tian heard that the prize draw was happening today and got up early to wait. Following the instructions on the prize ticket, she scanned the QR code and then claimed her prize. Huobei-chin asked with a smile, what do you think you'll win? Just stay calm. The worst is at least 10,000 yuan. No matter what we win, let's celebrate properly, okay? Huobei-chin nodded. Aren't you excited? Every year I participate, but I've never won the grand prize, so I'm not counting on it. Su Tian sighed. Big companies are really extravagant. They have such giveaways every year. Just as she finished her sigh, she exclaimed in surprise, Mister. Well, look at my prize. Is it the grand prize? She was afraid she was seeing things and pulled Huobei-chin over to check. Huobei-chin looked seriously for a moment. It is the grand prize. You are really lucky. It's a car? A car. Su Tian was overjoyed. You can change your car now. Change my car. You drive a Jetta to work. It's always inconvenient. She had heard that the people working at Huo's group drove nice cars. It's a perfect opportunity to change cars now. My car is quite convenient. I can use the company car to meet clients. The car you want is yours to use. That's not right. The ticket is yours, so the car should be yours. You can change cars, and the Jetta can be used for me to practice. Let's first go see the car. Okay. He Wong excitedly drove to pick them up. Su Tian asked He Wong, what did you win? I won the latest model of a computer. Perfect for gaming. What about you? You called me over so eagerly. Did you win a big prize? The grand prize, Su Tian whispered to him. Wow, that's great. You must treat me to dinner tonight. Su Tian thought the car from the draw would at most be worth 200,000. It was very likely just a few thousand. But when she saw it, she was a bit stunned. It was a car worth nearly 600,000. She confirmed it with the store manager several times before she dared to believe it. When she saw the car, she was even more surprised. The car was simply her dream car, cute in shape, and the light pink color was one she loved. She fell in love with it at first sight. Huang disdainfully said, "What kind of color is this? How did the company order it?" Huabeichen replied, "Don't forget half of the employees participating in the draw are women." These words also answered Su Tian's confusion. It seemed that Hua's group was indeed a very humane and respectful company towards women. This car really doesn't seem suitable for Qingge. What a pity. There's nothing to regret, it's just right for Su Tian to drive. Huabeichen handed her the keys. This car clearly belongs to you, it's fate. Su Tian had not considered wanting this car before, but now she had to admit that she couldn't resist its temptation. Holding the keys, she was filled with an eager excitement. Huabeichen said, "You can try first." Su Tian got into the car. Huang sat honestly in the back seat. Huabeichen took the passenger seat. Su Tian drove a circle on the test drive route in the store, feeling more fond of this car. Everything from the handling performance to the interior matched her expectations perfectly. She got out of the car and quietly asked Huabeichen, "Mister, I'll be honest, did you give them a lot of suggestions when your company was arranging the prizes?" "Not just me, everyone can give suggestions and write down what they want. However, the company has its own considerations and cannot satisfy everyone perfectly." Su Tian nodded, knowing that Huabeichen must have given some input. Otherwise, how could it be so perfectly aligned with her wishes? "So does that mean you have a high position in your company?" Su Tian guessed. "I have always worked hard, and the company values me quite a bit. I will work even harder in the future to support my family," Huabeichen said earnestly. Su Tian's face flushed with warmth in her heart. Today, Su Luhua accompanied Su Yuro to look. Su Yuro originally had a car, but she and Xiaoshen were about to get engaged. Xiaoshen promised her that he would buy her a car with a budget of 500,000 to 600,000. Su Luhua smiled and said, "Xiaoshen is quite sincere. Though his father is wealthy, his own company is still in its early stages. Spending 500,000 to 600,000 just to buy a car shows how much he values you. If he didn't value me, I wouldn't be with him," Su Yuro said. "Yuro, you should seize this opportunity. His father is from the Liang family. For your future development, you'll have to rely on the Liang family." Su Yuro nodded, understanding the logic. She couldn't possibly stay in Fan City for her entire life. She wanted to go to bigger and better places, and Jinghai was the best choice. When Su Luhua and Su Yuro entered, they were warmly welcomed. Su Yuro immediately saw Su Tian and Huabeichen test driving a car. She frowned and said, "Is Su Tian also here to buy a car?" Su Luhua also spotted her second daughter looking a bit displeased. Where did she get the money to buy a car? Su Yuro then said to the salesperson, "I want to test drive the car she is driving. I'm sorry, but that car is no longer available. Can you check with other stores for stock?" Su Yuro had her eyes set on that car. Its appearance and model were very appealing. "I'm sorry, but we can't." The salesperson had no idea where that car came from. It was entirely managed by the store manager. They couldn't find that car in the product manual either. Su Yuro felt a bit upset and asked, "Then why do they have it?" "We don't know about that. That client wasn't intended to buy us," the salesperson explained politely. Su Yuro watched as Su Tian signed and drove away in that car. She wasn't in a good mood. Su Luhua also murmured, "How does this store do business? They don't know anything. I'm really sorry, ladies. Why don't you look at other options?" Su Yuro had lost interest and said, "Maybe next time." She and Su Luhua returned to their car saying, "That car looks expensive. Could it be that Huabeichen bought it for Su Tian?" Huabeichen drives a Jetta himself. How could he afford to buy Su Tian a nice car? Su Luhua shrugged, clearly not thinking so. "Mom, do you think it's possible that Grandpa gave her the money?" Upon hearing this, Su Luhua immediately said, "The old man is really too biased." It's no wonder Su Tian insists on treating him. Now that he's slightly clearer-headed, he starts pouring money on Su Tian. Su Yuro felt uncomfortable and thought that Grandpa was being very biased. Su Luhua said, "Fortunately, after he recovered last time, I insisted on bringing him back home to take care of him. Otherwise, he'd probably be spending all his money on Su Tian." Su Yuro agreed wholeheartedly. They still needed to put some effort into Grandpa's side. Su Tian drove the car around Fan City. The more she drove, the more comfortable and happier she felt. Huang sat in the back seat, occasionally patting here and there, saying, "I'm going to take some of sister-in-law's luck. Next year, let me win a grand prize too." He realized that this car cost a lot. On the surface, it seemed to be worth 500,000 to 600,000, but if you considered all the modifications and the top configurations, it easily exceeded 2 million. Moreover, many features were custom-made specifically for Su Tian, which couldn't be found ready-made on the market. When all was said and done, it was truly cost-inefficient. "Alright, I'll treat you all to dinner tonight. Eat more and soak up some good luck." Su Tian called her studio members, inviting them to dinner. The only regret was that Lu Ting was away on a business trip with an artist, so she would have to wait until she returned to treat her separately. Everyone touched Su Tian's car, all wanting to share in her good fortune. After returning, Su Tian browsed online for small accessories and odor eliminators. Hua Beichen sat beside her, not telling her that this car had already been specially treated for formaldehyde removal and various odors. When it reached her hands, it had no issues whatsoever. But if she was happy, he didn't mind. As long as she was happy. The next day, upon hearing that Grandpa wanted to see her, Su Tian happily went to the Su family. Grandpa was sometimes confused and sometimes clear-headed, and as he grew older, the moments of clarity became fewer. Su Tian cherished her time with him. She bought him some sweet rice cakes, and when she saw Grandpa, her eyes curved with a smile. Grandpa? When the old man was clear-headed, he appeared particularly kind, patting the seat beside him. Tian, come sit. Grandpa, for you sweet rice cakes. Su Tian handed the food she bought to him. Grandpa smiled and said, delicious, you eat too. Su Tian happily ate with a beaming expression. Grandpa noticed the jade bracelet on her wrist and was a bit surprised. Is this from the Hua family? Hua Beichun said it was given to me by his mother. Su Tian nodded briefly, telling Grandpa about the marriage. Only then did Grandpa realize that the engagement set by the two families had not been completed by Su Lu Hua and Su Yuro. Instead, it was Su Tian who was marrying into the Hua family. Although his mind was sometimes muddled after listening to Su Tian, he could guess that Su Lu Hua was looking down on Hua Beichen, seeing him as worthless. Though he didn't have much interaction with the Hua family, he knew that Grandpa Hua's capabilities and his descendants were far from the level of poverty that Su Lu Hua thought. Just the jade bracelet in Su Tian's hand. Grandpa asked a few more questions about Su Tian's interactions with Hua Beichen, and Su Tian had nothing to hide from Grandpa, answering everything truthfully. Old Master Su listened, and although he could not guess the identity of Hua Beichen, he knew that he was certainly not an ordinary man. He nodded frequently, saying, good child, you are indeed fortunate. Su Tian agreed. Hua Beichen treats me very well, and his family is quite easy to get along with, so you don't have to worry about me, Grandpa. Good. Since they treat you well, you should cherish it. Do you understand? I understand. Old Master Su said, it's a pity that my old comrade has already passed away. I wanted to have a drink with him, but there was no opportunity. However, since you can marry Beichen when I go to the afterlife, I can find him, which won't count as letting him down. Grandpa, please don't say such foolish things. You need to live to 180 years. Old Master Su patted her hand and smiled. As long as I see you living well, I don't ask for anything else. By the way, stay for dinner later. I have something to discuss. It was rare for Old Master Su to be clear-headed, and Su Luhua arranged for someone to prepare the meal. She casually instructed Su Tian, why aren't you helping in the kitchen? What are you doing here? Mom, I'm a guest now. Leave the kitchen duties to the hosts. Su Tian retorted with a smile. Su Luhua shot her an annoyed glance. Su Yuro and Su Qingbang were also called back. Only Su Jie, who was in college, was not called, as Su Luhua was afraid of delaying him with family matters. During dinner, Su Yuro served food to Old Master Su, saying, Grandpa, your health is getting better. You should eat more. This is specially bought to help nourish your body. Give it a try. Okay, Old Master Su nodded. Su Jia also cares about you. He calls me regularly to ask about your health. He misses you a lot. Su Yuro continued on behalf of her brother Su Jia. After all, Old Master Su had been muddled before, unable to recognize people, so Su Yuro wasn't worried about being caught in a lie. Su Tian lowered her head and said nothing, focusing on her meal. Su Yuro didn't know whether to call her sister foolish or clever. If she said she was clever, she always silently took care of Grandpa when he was confused. If she said she was foolish, she could still take money from Grandpa's pocket, and did so willingly. Now that Grandpa was clear-headed, she didn't even know how to serve food or say something nice. Yes, Su Jia always thinks of you, Dad. He always says he wants to come back to take care of you, but I didn't let him. Su Luhua said. I told him that studying more is more important than anything else. Yes, let him study well, Old Master Su replied. After dinner, Su Yun returned. She was Su Tian's aunt and had married out of town. She rarely came back. Upon seeing her, Su Luhua was surprised. Su Yun, you're back. Why didn't you say so earlier? We could have eaten together. I rushed back. I didn't return last time when Dad was sick, so I came back early to check on him. Su Luhua smiled and asked, are you alone? Su Yun was married and had a son, but neither her husband nor her son accompanied her back. She nodded. Old Master Su coughed lightly and said, I have invited 2 lawyers. When they arrive, I have something to discuss. Su Luhua immediately understood that the old man wanted to clarify the inheritance issue while his mind was still clear. This left her feeling a bit uncertain. The reason she brought the old man home early last time and specifically hired a nurse to take care of him was because he still had a considerable amount of money. He was muddled, but the money and valuables were still in the safe under his name. Without his consent, they could not be. Now that the old man had called Su Yun and Su Tian back, what was his plan for the division? Dad, why did you call the lawyers over? Su Luhua asked knowingly. My health has been deteriorating over the years. My mind is sometimes clear and sometimes muddled. I want to take advantage of my current clarity to divide the money I have, so that when I am gone you won't know how to divide the things I leave behind. Grandpa, you are healthy, there's no need to divide, Su Yuro said. I want to arrange it early and have it notarized. After I'm gone this money can only be used then. Su Luhua said, Dad, do you think it should be divided by person or how? If divided by person, I have an opinion. What is it? There are 3 children in the family, and Su Yun has 1 child, making a total of 4 children. Only Su Tian is married. If she is counted as an extra person, it would be unfair to the other children. My opinion is that her husband should not share in the division. Su Luhua didn't like Huabeichen at all. A man as poor as him would not be able to support the Su family or Su Jia in the future. Oh, just thinking about it made her uncomfortable. He even wants to share in the Su family's possessions. It really lets him take a huge advantage. Su Tian frowned slightly and said, Grandpa's things should be divided however Grandpa wants. I have no objection. Su Luhua said, Su Tian, I'm not targeting you. I just want fairness and equality for all the children, you understand. I understand your intentions well and don't need to add any unnecessary explanations. Even if Beichen is here, he wouldn't compete with you. He would respect the old man's wishes just like I do. Su Tian's words were always straightforward. Su Luhua was frustrated and said, as long as he doesn't compete, it's fine. Men should go out and fight for themselves, not think about the family. You're right, so don't spoil Su Jia too much, it will delay his future. Su Tian responded. Su Luhua was really about to be driven crazy by her second daughter. How could she be so sharp-tongued, able to retort everything? The lawyers arrived. Old Master Su got straight to the point. Chengbang Liuhua Euro Tiantian Xiao, Jia, Su Yun Jiang Xing Jiang Yuhing, a total of 8 people. After I die, the cash, stocks, and properties under my name will be evenly divided among you 8. Every penny will be shared evenly. Old Master Su did not mention Huabeichen, not only because of what Su Luhua said it would be unfair to the other unmarried children. Most importantly, he understood that his share would not amount to anything in Huabeichen's eyes, so there was no need to involve him, making it difficult for Su Tian. The 2 of them should focus on more valuable matters. Su Luhua was extremely surprised. How could this be divided evenly? Shouldn't Su Qingbang and Su Jia take the most while the others take a symbolic share? Dad, are you saying it should all be evenly divided? Yes. But in the future it will be Qingbang and Su Jia who take charge. They will need to manage the company. Old Master Su said, the company is already given to Qingbang, isn't that enough? What they can achieve in the future still depends on Qingbang and Su Jia themselves. But, Old Master Su snorted. He hadn't expected that Su Luhua would be dissatisfied even with an equal division. Su Luhua said, I can't arbitrarily decide how to divide things. But shouldn't my son get a bit more? I won't mention Su Yun, but Su Tian, she is married out. Will she still take so much with her when she can only help the family a limited amount in the future? Dad, she is using money to support outsiders. How can she take money from the Su family to help outsiders? Su Yun, who had been silent until now, spoke up. Sister-in-law, what you said is not right. At least Su Tian still has the surname Su. You still have the surname Su, and Dad hasn't said to give you less. Why do you have the right to comment on Su Tian? Su Yun and I have given birth to children in the Su family for so many years. I may not have contributions, but I have put in my efforts. Su Tian is a daughter married out. Su Luhua said. Sister-in-law, that's not correct. Does a married daughter cease to be a person? Is she unworthy of receiving? Even if she is a daughter, she is still your own. Su Luhua was left speechless. Su Yuro gently spoke. Aunt, my mom is also worried that Su Tian might be deceived by men outside. She means no harm. Well, Yuro, you are also going to get married, right? Once you marry, will you also have to guard against your husband for a lifetime? Or do you plan to take less? Su Yun's fighting spirit was also strong. Although she was married out, she was very clear about Su Tian's treatment in the Su family. Seeing the whole family ganging up on Su Tian, she couldn't help but stand up to say a few words. She took Su Tian's hand and said, Su Tian, don't be afraid. Oh, after all, who isn't a married daughter? Why must a married daughter spend her entire life supporting her brothers? Sister-in-law, over the years, haven't you helped your brothers from your maternal family a lot? Su Luhua was only considering everything for her son. Su Yun's words made it seem as if she had taken a considerable amount from the Su family to support her maternal family. Su Qingbang was also annoyed. Su Luhua, mind your own business. Whatever Dad says goes. Su Luhua was unhappy, but she couldn't persuade old man Su and had to swallow her anger. Su Tian looked gratefully at Su Yun. Many things were more impactful when said by her. Old man Su said, then let's divide it like this. Please have the lawyer write it down and arrange for notarization. After I pass away, distribute according to this will. Su Luhua felt much better knowing the money wouldn't be distributed immediately. As long as it's not distributed right away, there will always be room for maneuvering. Besides, old man Su lives at home. She can find a way to get more for her son Su Jia. The lawyer recorded everything according to procedure and performed the notarization. Su Tian did not stay long and soon left the Su family. Su Yin came out to see her off. Aunt, thank you for speaking up for me today. I didn't help much, or I just couldn't stand your mom being so biased, and said a few fair words. She's always like this, but I'm used to it. Su Yin looked at her sympathetically. You poor child. You were raised in the countryside since you were young. It was not easy to bring you back, yet your mom treats you like this. Now that you're married, you need to take good care of yourself. I will, Aunt. By the way, regarding the inheritance division, Grandpa didn't give your husband a share. Make sure to talk to him about it when you get back, so he doesn't feel uncomfortable. I don't know who Huobei Chen is, but I'm worried that such matters might cause disharmony between you two. Su Tian smiled, and you don't need to worry, he is not that kind of person. Whether or not there is this inheritance doesn't affect us. That's good. He'll stay with Grandpa for a few days, and then go home. I'll treat both of you to dinner when I have the chance. Su Yuro saw Su Yun and Su Tian talking from upstairs, and gently pouted. She noticed when Su Tian drove out, her gaze fell on Su Tian's car. She really liked that car. Unfortunately, she had asked several major stores of this brand, and others said they didn't have this model for sale. She could only go to the store where Su Tian got the car to inquire with the manager. The manager said that the company didn't customize many of this model, and there wouldn't be any more in the future. She was in a bad mood for not being able to buy this model, and had lost interest in looking at other cars. She wondered how Su Tian was so lucky to have bought it. Seeing her lost in thought looking at Su Tian's car, Su Lu Hua comforted her. What does one car matter? Xiao Shun will buy you better and more in the future. Su Tian is wholeheartedly following that man, and she will have a hard time in the future. Mom, Grandpa has divided so many things for her. She and that man are always one entity. Their future life may not be too bad. Su Lu Hua thought the same. The old man's assets must be considerable, and secretly taking some to support Su Tian and Huobei Chen no one would know. Later, if a large sum is divided with Su Tian's personality, she would absolutely not help Su Jia. It's really frustrating. This money is better not to fall into Su Tian's hands. After Su Tian returned, she told Huobei Chen about the inheritance division. Huobei Chen nodded. Dividing equally is the best. Even if someone has objections, they wouldn't have a leg to stand on. As for not giving me a share, why should I get a share? I don't need it, and respect his wishes. Su Tian knew he had this temperament. Others' worries were unnecessary. However, I still hope Grandpa lives a long life, though I never intended to take his wealth. Su Tian said something. Compared to inheritance, we all wish for the elder's health and longevity. Huobei Chen shared her thoughts. By the way, let's meet with Lawyer Chen tomorrow. Is there something wrong? I want him to notarize your assets before marriage. Mr. I don't mean to. Huobei Chen said solemnly, since you are living in your house and Grandpa will leave you an inheritance, we need to do a premarital notarization to prove that these are all your own assets, not shared in marriage. Su Tian said, since we are doing this, you should also do yours. The money you give me and the money you have with me. You do yours, I won't do mine. Huobei Chen's tone was firm. I want to protect your premarital assets. Doesn't yours need protection? I am all yours. What do I need those for? Su Tian's ears turned red upon hearing this. However, she still remained rational. Don't you think it's unfair? Protecting mine, but not yours. Oh, what does this mean? Shouldn't women contribute to marriage and family? I believe a good marriage is one where there are no debts owed. Huobei Chen continued. At least I know that during the 2 years when my mother gave birth to and raised me, she couldn't focus on her work. The emotional and physical damage cannot be compensated by anything else. Wealth cannot make up for her mental and physical exhaustion. However, having more financial security can offer her peace of mind and reassurance, serving as a form of indirect compensation. Su Tian's complexion was radiant, her ears flushed. How did they end up discussing childbirth so soon? Wasn't the progression a bit too fast? Huobei Chen said, therefore yours needs more protection than mine. In his argument, Su Tian had no retort. He indeed seemed to have a point. Su Tian could not imagine what her future would be like regarding childbirth, but Huobei Chen's words illuminated her mind, making the future seem more hopeful. The next day, Huobei Chen really did arrange to meet with the Lawyer Chen. Su Tian smiled brightly when she saw him and greeted, hello, Lawyer Chen. How are your wife and son? Lawyer Chen replied, almost forgetting that he had a son that didn't exist. They're all doing well. Lawyer Chen smiled and took out the drafted terms, explaining them to Su Tian. The gist was that the property and assets belonging to Su Tian were her premarital assets and would be protected. He had explained everything in detail, and Su Tian had no further questions. She took the pen and signed her name. Lawyer Chen said, I will notarize it and then give the documents to both of you. At that point it will have legal effect. Thank you. Su Tian wanted to treat him to a meal, but Lawyer Chen felt it would be inappropriate to disturb the affection between Hua and Madame Hua. So, he said he had something to attend to and left first. Su Tian did not insist. Watching Lawyer Chen's figure disappear, she remarked, Lawyer Chen earns his living by speaking, yet he truly speaks very little and is quite sparing with words. Yes, he is always like this. As Lawyer Chen walked away, he thought to himself that it was best to leave quickly, since he really couldn't continue fabricating the story of his non-existent son. Su Luhua went to find Hua Beichen. She had her lawyer draft a premarital property agreement wanting Hua Beichen to sign it. The agreement was to protect Su Tian's premarital assets and the house she owned, as well as the inheritance left to Su Tian by old Master Su. As long as Su Tian's assets were well protected, these things could potentially belong to Su Jie in the future. They must not be taken by Hua Beichen. She had to get Hua Beichen to sign it today. However, Su Luhua did not know where Hua Beichen worked. She could only go to the Sunshine Community to try her luck. Today Su Luhua was fortunate and soon saw Hua Beichen leaving the community. He was riding an electric scooter and did not stop at the entrance. Su Luhua couldn't find an opportunity to speak with him, so she pouted and followed him. Hua Beichen quickly arrived at the entrance of a high-end office building. A voice from his Bluetooth headset said, "Brother Chen, the clients from Europe have arrived." "On my way." Hua Beichen walked briskly inside. A group of men in suits approached him, their demeanor respectful and solemn. "Master Hua." Hua Beichen nodded, took the documents and suit offered by the leader, and proceeded inside. After Su Luhua parked her car, she followed him in, but was stopped at the entrance. She watched helplessly as Hua Beichen entered, unable to follow. She attempted to go inside, but the security guard blocked her, saying, "Ma'am, entry is restricted." Su Luhua had no choice but to leave. She felt suspicious in her heart. What kind of place was this that outsiders couldn't enter? Unable to deal with Hua Beichen, she returned to find Su Tian. Su Tian had not gone to the studio today because she had matters to attend to. She stood at the entrance of the community waiting for Lawyer Chen to deliver the notarized agreement. Lawyer Chen got out of the car and ran over. "Lawyer Chen, thank you for your hard work." Su Tian smiled as she took the items and handed him a bag of fruit. "This is for your child. If not being polite, it's the least I can do." Lawyer Chen had no choice but to accept. Su Tian was about to drive off with the agreement when Su Luhua approached. Seeing her coming, Su Tian's smile faded slightly. "Su Tian." Su Luhua walked up to her and said, "I have something to discuss with you." "What is it?" "Go ahead and say it." Su Luhua didn't bother to argue about her attitude, saying, "Grandfather is about to distribute so much inheritance to you. When he passes away, you'll have a car, a house, and money. Yes, that is what I deserve. I did not steal or rob. I am entitled to it as a child of the Su family. With so much money in your hands, what if someone deceives you?" Su Luhua said worriedly, "You are still young. If someone tricks you, it will not be easy to buy a house or a car again in the future." "Mom, what do you mean?" Su Luhua said, "You married Hua Beichen without signing a premarital agreement. What will happen to your money if you give it all to him? What about your future?" Su Tian laughed. "Mom, you are not worried about what I will do in the future. You are worried that this money won't reach Su Jie, and you're unwilling, aren't you?" Su Luhua's hidden motives were exposed in an instant, making her unhappy. "Why do you speak like this? I am still doing this for your own good. Mom, the Su family is not poor and does not lack money. You are constantly thinking about giving everything to Su Jie. You are clearly doing it for him and don't need to pretend it's for me." Su Tian, regardless of anything, I remind you for your sake. Why can't you understand good intentions? Su Tian waved the agreement in her hand. "The premarital property agreement is already prepared. But it's not as you think. I forced Hua Beichen to do it. In fact, it was he who took the initiative. He never intended to seek anything from me." Su Luhua couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. "It's all ready. He won't touch your money and assets. But don't be too happy. Hua Beichen won't touch my things, but that doesn't mean you will have control over them. Let me be clear, Su Jie's life is for him to pursue on his own. All my belongings are mine. Giving them to him is kindness, and not giving is my principle. As an older sister, how can you not show some affection?" Su Luhua saw a glimmer of hope in the situation and said, "Then I'm very sorry, I have no such affection for him. Whatever belongs to him is his. I will not ask him for a single cent. What is mine, and I will not subsidize him a single cent." Su Tian spoke very directly. Su Jie, the younger brother who was spoiled by the whole family, she had taken care of for a long time. However, Su Jie had been spoiled by his mother and did not care about Su Tian's sacrifices, taking her care for granted. After crying in anger several times, Su Tian had long understood her position in the Su family. She had already done everything possible to marry out. Su Jie had so many people to love him and pave the way for him, it was impossible for him to suck blood from her. Su Luhua felt angry and said, "Su Tian, you have no sense of humanity at all. Don't expect me to be humane towards you." After finishing her words, Su Tian turned around to go back to the parking lot to get the car. Su Luhua returned home, still feeling breathless. Su Yuro asked, "Mom, isn't Hua Beichen willing to sign?" Su Tian signed the prenuptial agreement. "Isn't that good? It prevents her from financially supporting a man. But that stubborn girl, her words make me so angry. What does she mean by saying she won't give Su Jie a single cent in support? Does she intend to sever ties with us? After all I've done for her?" Su Yuro shook her head. Su Tian is really too inconsiderate. She doesn't understand that relying on Huobei-chun is useless. In the future, she can only rely on Sujia. Only with the support of her younger brother can she ensure a worry-free life. By the way, you mentioned that Xiao Shen's father will be staying in Fan City these days, right? Su Luhua didn't want to bother with Su Tian anymore and changed the topic. Yes, I heard from Xiao Shen that his father wants to seek cooperation with the Hua Group. However, in Jinghai it's not easy to get close to the Hua Group. The Hua Group has a branch in Fan City, and his father wants to try his luck there. Suddenly Su Luhua remembered something. Isn't Huobei-chun also a member of the Hua family? I saw him at the Hua Group today. Yuro, do you think he has any connection to the Hua Group? Should we introduce him to Xiao Shen's father? Su Yuro laughed and said, Mom, you're so funny. How could Huobei-chun have any connection with the Hua Group? Even if he works at the Hua Group, he is just one of the countless employees. Knowing him wouldn't be of any use. True, looking at him, he can't possibly have any status. If he were truly impressive, Su Tian would have boasted about. Su Luhua thus gave up on that possibility and said make proper arrangements to host Xiao Shen's father. I'm already prepared, don't worry, Mom. Su Tian was not affected by Su Luhua and remained in a good mood. The people she didn't care about couldn't influence her feelings. While driving halfway, Mei called and informed her, Su, there are a few accessories missing for the dress we made for Miss Li. They'll buy them on my way back. Su Tian said. She parked her car when passing by the mall and walked inside. After buying the accessories, she saw Meng Xinghui in the parking lot. Meng Xinghui. Su Tian called out to him. She had communicated with Lu Ting last night and was told that Meng Xinghui hadn't contacted her yet. Lu Ting was busy outside and could only set this matter aside for now. Meng Xinghui heard Su Tian's voice and replied indifferently, Did Lu Ting send you to find me? Ting Ting is on a business trip. Su Tian said, but she is still concerned about the situation between you two. She can't communicate. Well, I don't know how to talk to her. Regardless, you should communicate with her properly. How else would you know each other's thoughts? Lu Ting is too domineering. She is always right and I can't argue with her. Su Tian asked, so what do you plan to do? Will you just leave this matter unresolved and not contact her? Meng Xinghui fell silent. Su Tian said Lu Ting's flight is coming back tonight. I originally planned to pick her up. He'll send you her flight information. Su Tian sent the details to Meng Xinghui. As a friend, there was only so much she could say. What to do specifically still depended on Meng Xinghui himself. At the Hua Group, after finishing a meeting with European clients, Huobei-chun picked up his coffee and took a sip. Li Tang prepared all the documents and said, Master Hua, everything is ready. Huobei-chun nodded and signed the documents. Li Tang took the materials and left. Huang walked in and said, Brother Chen Liang Yunrui will come to Fan City in a couple of days. What does he want in Fan City? It said he is looking for his lost sister. I'm not saying this, but it's been so many years since she went missing. If he could find her, he would have done so by now. Why wait until now? Huobei-chun replied calmly, let him be. Whatever he wants to do, let him do it. What if he goes to find your sister-in-law? He currently sees your sister-in-law as a rival for his sister. Huobei-chun glanced at him. He dares. Huang nodded. All right, he'll keep a close watch on his movements. If he does anything rash, he'll go find him first. Huobei-chun said, prepare for the trip back to Jinghai. All right, it's being arranged. The International Economic Summit in Jinghai will take place in 3 days, so it won't be delayed. That evening, Su Tian did not go to pick up Lu Ting. She asked her on WeChat, Ting Ting, have you landed? I have, where are you? Lu Ting asked. She was pulling her suitcase forward while looking for Su Tian's figure. Ting Ting. Lu Ting heard Meng Xinghui's voice, turned around, and saw him standing behind her with a bouquet of flowers. Having not been in contact with Meng Xinghui for several days, seeing him now made her feel complicated. She turned and walked away. Su, how did Meng Xinghui know I was back? I told him. You should communicate with him properly. It's not a solution to keep dragging it out. Lu Ting knew she meant well, but at this moment, she did not want to communicate with Meng Xinghui. Why should I communicate just because he says so? Why did he avoid me when I tried to contact him before? Ting Ting, let me explain. Meng Xinghui chased after her. I've thought about it for a long time these past few days. I'm sorry, it's my fault. I can't live without you. He grabbed Lu Ting's arm. Lu Ting didn't want to get entangled and said, let's talk after we get in the car. Meng Xinghui felt hopeful. Okay, let's talk slowly after we get in the car. What do you want to eat? Let's go eat first. Su Tian waited for a long time, but did not receive a message from Lu Ting. She guessed they probably had a lot to talk about. She left a message for Lu Ting, let me know when you get home, don't make. After sending it, she realized it was getting late. Huobei-chun called saying he was busy today and told her to eat by herself and rest first. Su Tian felt a bit bored and just ate something casually to fill her stomach. By the time she was about to sleep, Lu Ting finally messaged her. Su Meng Xinghui said he agrees to give a dowry of 1 euro plus 8 euro for 3 gold pieces. The jewelry will be kept by me. My mom will give me a dowry of 1,000. I'm feeling so conflicted. Su Tian asked, what do you think? I don't know. He seems sincere, and if you add it all up it comes to around 2,000. But I still feel something is off. Su Tian chatted with her for a long time. Lu Ting had many concerns. However, Meng Xing Hui showed great sincerity and Lu Ting felt it would be inappropriate to reject him. Su Tian analyzed the pros and cons in detail for her, but in the end it was still up to Lu Ting to consider. In the end, Lu Ting said, "He'll think about it, and we can talk later." Su Tian felt a little troubled. If it were her in such a situation, she would find it difficult to handle. Thinking of Hua Beichen, it seemed he had never put her in such a position. She wasn't intentionally comparing Hua Beichen with others, but regardless of comparison, Hua Beichen had always been impeccable. Hua Beichen had not returned yet. Su Tian fell into a daze and drifted off to sleep. Hua Beichen came back very late. When he arrived home, a lamp was still lit in the living room, enveloping the space in a warm glow. He went to the fridge to grab a cold drink and saw a note taped to it. "I left you some fruit and silver ear soup in the fridge." He smiled, his eyes glimmering softly as he took the silver ear soup from the fridge. While drinking, Hua old madam called via video. "Grandma, you haven't rested this late?" Hua Beichen asked. "I heard you're going back to Jinghai in a few days. Are you bringing Tian home?" Hua old madam asked with anticipation. "Not this time." Hua old madam became displeased. "Then why are you coming back?" Hua Beichen explained, "I have work to do when I return." He held up the glass bowl. "This is the silver ear soup Su Tian left for me." Hua old madam enviously said, "Oh, it looks quite sweet. What a pity this old lady can't drink it." Hua Beichen raised an eyebrow. "He'll drink a couple more bites for you." Hua old madam. Hua Beichen noticed the door to Su Tian's room was closed and lowered his voice. "She's asleep, I won't chat with you anymore." He went to change clothes and take a shower. However, Hua old madam still had questions. She saw him open the room and peered at her phone, not able to see Su Tian for a long time. "Beichen, you aren't sleeping in separate rooms with Su Tian, are you?" Finally, she saw clearly that there was no trace of Su Tian in Hua Beichen's room. Still in his monotonous, boring straight man style. Hua Beichen responded. Hua old madam was surprised. "Don't tell me after being married for so long you haven't been to Tian's room yet. Beichen, is it that you still can't do it? You mustn't hide your illness. Let me find a doctor to check you properly. You need to come home for the next few days. This can't be delayed." Hua old madam was extremely worried. Previously, for more than 20 years, Hua Beichen had shown no interest in women, which made Hua old madam very anxious. Unexpectedly, even after being married for so long, he was still like this, which made Hua old madam even more concerned. "Hua Beichen, what does it mean that he still can't? What is grandma thinking?" He just wanted to give Su Tian a little more time to better accept him. "I'm hanging up now." Hua Beichen's expression darkened, not wanting to say more. He ended the video call, leaving Hua old madam's worried face on the other side. Outside the door, Su Tian was startled. She had dozed off, and upon hearing Hua Beichen's return, she had initially wanted to greet him. But just as she came out, Hua Beichen returned to his room. His room door was ajar, and she heard the conversation between Hua Beichen and Hua old madam. Hua old madam said Hua Beichen was still unable to. So he was incapable before, and still is now. Su Tian had overheard the secret, and quietly returned to her room, shutting the door tightly. Lying on the bed, her thoughts were a bit chaotic. Although she lacked experience in that area, she knew that this matter was very important for a couple. Previously, her relationship with Hua Beichen had not reached that point, and she had not considered this issue. Now that she and Hua Beichen had surpassed hand-holding and kissing, they still had not crossed the final line. Each time they reached the crucial moment, Hua Beichen would abruptly stop. She had originally been waiting for the moment when everything would fall into place. But now it seemed that it wasn't because that moment hadn't arrived, but because Hua Beichen had some issues. Her mind was a mess, turning over countless thoughts until she finally fell asleep. After waking up in the morning, Su Tian realized her head felt a bit dizzy. After falling asleep last night, she had a nightmare. She couldn't remember the specifics of the dream, but felt utterly exhausted. After washing up, she saw that Hua Beichen had already prepared breakfast and placed it on the table. The man wore a white shirt, and even through the fabric his muscular lines were quite evident. He was tall and upright, radiating an aura of masculinity. Su Tian thought, could it be that she misheard last night? Hua Beichen softly said, "I have a flight tonight to return to Jinghai. But since it's work-related, I won't be bringing you home this time." Su Tian's eyes widened slightly. Grandma had told him to go see a doctor in the next few days, and he was indeed going back. So she hadn't misheard last night. Su Tian pursed her lips and quietly said, "Well, then you can go back. Don't worry, I can manage on my own." Hua Beichen handed her a piece of toast. Su Tian thought for a while before cautiously saying, "Actually, if there are issues with your health, you don't need to worry too much. With today's medical technology, there are definitely ways to address it." Moi. Hua Beichen raised his gaze towards her. Su Tian felt a bit uneasy under his scrutiny, but since they were married, she thought there was nothing wrong with discussing it. She steadied her mind and said, "Everyone has minor issues. If you have health problems, we just need to see a doctor. You don't need to feel any psychological burden." Hua Beichen seemed to understand his tone deep. "What did you hear last night?" I'm sorry I accidentally overheard your conversation with Grandma Hua. It wasn't intentional. Oh, I was just thinking you had come back and wanted to say hello. Hua Beichen's tongue pressed against his teeth, suppressing his emotions. Su Tian cautiously looked at his expression. Mr. Hua, I mean no harm. Whatever happens, we will face it together. She saw Hua Beichen stand up his stretched figure, making him appear even taller. The white shirt under the morning light revealed his solid muscular lines, showcasing a strong tension. The man leaned closer, and Su Tian instinctively retreated, her back resting against the edge of the chair. He supported himself on the armrest, his voice low and sensual. What did you say? Repeat it again. You? I. Su Tian knew that this kind of matter could hurt a man's pride, but it couldn't be avoided. However, was she being too meddlesome? Hua Beichen seemed to have never said that he had to be a certain way with her. Su Tian was momentarily indecisive about whether to continue speaking. Why have you stopped talking? Hua Beichen asked in a low voice. The warm breath brushed against Su Tian's face, and she felt herself heating up like a shrimp being boiled. Meeting his direct and piercing gaze, her breath became unsteady. Su Tian stuck out her tongue and licked her lips. Hua Beichen, already parched, was ignited by this small gesture and leaned down to capture her red lips. Su Tian grasped the chair with both hands, but the man seized her wrist. His kiss was powerful and insistent, leaving no room for her to refute or resist. She was lost in the moment, having completely forgotten the earlier question. Hua Beichen kissed the girl recklessly, savoring her sweetness and softness. Su Tian's wrist was held by him, gradually being led to a certain place. Then she found herself passively covering a particular area. The intense heat made her instinctively want to pull back her hand. The unfamiliar sensation was quite unsettling, causing her heart to flutter. Ripples of excitement emerged. However, Hua Beichen pressed her hand down. His voice flowed into the girl's ears. Am I good enough? Listening to others isn't always accurate. How would I know if I don't try? Su Tian's mind buzzed as she realized what he meant. She quickly withdrew her hand, feeling as if her fingers were about to ignite, turning into blazing flames. Yet the man would not let her go, lifting her up and deepening the kiss. It wasn't until Su Tian was utterly entranced that Hua Beichen released her. Su Tian blinked, only then realizing that Hua Beichen had ended their passionate kiss. She came to terms with her indulgence, her face flushed. Have you confirmed? Hua Beichen asked with a meaningful tone. Su Tian's fingers fidgeted behind her back, feeling uneasy. Her face grew even hotter. Hua Beichen said softly, be good, I have important work to attend to in Jinghai. I will be back in a few days. Su Tian nodded dazedly. Even after finishing breakfast and driving to the office, she was still feeling lightheaded. Mei showed her some accessories. Su, doesn't this need to be strung with these beads? This kind. Su Tian twirled another type for her. Oh, okay. Mei took it. Su Tian's fingers felt slightly warm. She quickly slapped her cheek to bring herself back to a working mindset. Opening her computer, Su Tian first checked the emails from abroad. She had previously submitted her design drafts to an international high-end association, and several had already been accepted. The association allowed her to produce the finished items and send them over. Su Tian was very happy. Such recognition was rare on a global scale. She needed to hurry and finish these outfits to send them out. The association asked her to choose a brand name for her clothing. Her domestic studio was named Su Studio, using a logo with an S. For abroad, she wanted to pick something different, so she chose H as her brand name and trademark. After completing these tasks, it was time to leave work when she received a call from Lu Ting. Su, will you accompany me to buy gold jewelry? Sure. Su Tian readily agreed. Since Lu Ting wanted to buy gold jewelry, it meant she had accepted Meng Xinghui's proposal. Su Tian drove her car to pick up Lu Ting, and Meng Xinghui was also there. Seeing Su Tian's car, Lu Ting was astonished. The real thing looks 1,000 times better than the pictures. The photos you sent me can't compare to it at all. The luster, the feel. Lu Ting touched it seriously. Now I finally understand why men love cars so much. Get in, I'll take you for a drive. Su Tian smiled. Lu Ting got in the car, and Meng Xinghui followed. Lu Ting had many questions. Is it true that this was a prize from Hua Beichen's company? Yes. Their company holds a lottery every year, and the benefits are quite good. Lu Ting envied her greatly. I heard that Hua's group has one of the best benefits in this fan city. Actually, it should be one of the best in the whole country. Having seen it for myself, I feel envious. Meng Xinghui's voice came. What's the point in envying other people's things? Isn't our benefits good enough? Lu Ting stuck out her tongue and fell silent. Su Tian shifted the topic. What should we have for dinner? How about inviting your husband to join us? It wouldn't be nice to leave him alone. He's on a business trip. Lu Ting nodded. Oh, then maybe next time. Shall we go eat spicy hot pot? After finishing the hot pot, the three of them went shopping at a large mall. Lu Ting linked arms with Su Tian walking ahead. He said the budget is over 80,000, and it depends on how I choose. And also to choose a wedding ring. That's good. With an 80,000 budget, you can buy quite a lot. Gold jewelry is a bit old-fashioned, but it can retain its value. Gold jewelry is just gold jewelry. Lu Ting seemed to have completely compromised. She arrived at the counter and tried on several pieces. Su Tian helped her pick carefully. Lu Ting had her eye on a wedding ring and asked Meng Xinghui, what do you think of this? It's okay. Meng Xinghui thought everything looked similar with no significant differences. How much is this wedding ring? Lu Ting asked the shop assistant. The assistant told her the price. Over 20,000. That's a bit too expensive. Lu Ting gasped. She then asked about a gold bracelet. What about this one? This is priced by weight, and for this weight, it's also over 20,000. Lu Ting held several pieces of jewelry conflicted and sought Meng Xinghui's advice. Meng Xinghui had no strong opinions as long as it was within the budget. Su Tian held them up for her to compare. Lu Ting asked Su Tian, Su, how much was your ring? It's really beautiful. The quality looks better than these over 20,000 ones. Mine. Over 5,000. Su Tian replied, I bought it at another mall. Over 5,000. Meng Xinghui asked. Su Tian nodded, not noticing Meng Xinghui's gaze. In the end, Lu Ting bought several items, spending 50,000. Let's go check out that store next door. Lu Ting said. Meng Xinghui said, I suddenly feel a bit unwell. How about we come back to buy next time? What's wrong? Did you eat something bad? Should I buy you some medicine? Lu Ting hurriedly said. Meng Xinghui shook his head. It's just a slight headache. It might be too stuffy in the mall. A little rest will do. Then I'll take you home first, Su Tian said. Meng Xinghui refused her offer, taking a taxi back with Lu Ting. Lu Ting was a bit worried. Are you sure you don't need to buy medicine? No need. By the way, Ding Ding, why don't we just buy this much gold jewelry? We can save the rest for the banquet and skip buying more. Lu Ting said, you should rest first. We can discuss this later. I feel fine now. Let's talk about it. I think buying 50,000 worth of gold jewelry is already enough. Look at Su Tian as she got married without buying anything, had no wedding, just a pair of plain rings, and spent only over 5,000. When it comes time for us to take wedding photos, hold a banquet, and plan a wedding ceremony, we'll definitely spend much more than she did. I think maybe we should skip buying gold jewelry for now. After we get married, I'll buy you one piece every year. Slowly we can accumulate a lot of gold jewelry, allowing you to feel at ease. Lu Ting looked at Meng Xinghui, her expression a mix of surprise and calm. She asked, is this the reason you feel uncomfortable and want to leave early? Ting, it's not that I don't want to spend money on you. I just feel that it doesn't matter how we live our lives. Look at Su Tian. Her family is well off and she is beautiful, yet she has no demands from her partner. Why do we have to waste money like this? Meng Xinghui, do you think buying things for marriage is wasting money? Those things are neither consumable nor drinkable. Why buy so many? Did you forget that it was you who said not to give so much betrothal gift and instead wanted to buy gold accessories for me to save? How can we change our agreement? Ting, I'm not changing my mind. I just feel that marriage isn't easy. Why must we spend so much on appearances? Life is still long. Isn't it better to save money? Lu Ting suppressed her anger and said, then for such a long life, how many times should I endure your changes of heart? That's not the same. If Su Tian can do it, why can't you? The reasons and purposes of my marriage with her are completely different. But even so, Huo Beichen has never treated her poorly. Are you comparing me to Huo Beichen? Do you think his job is better than mine and have long wanted to compare me to him? Lu Ting was so angry she laughed. Aren't you the one who brought them up for comparison? No one is as double standard as you. Ting, if you really want to buy gold accessories, that's fine. Then for the wedding and wedding dress, they'll have to cut the budget. Lu Ting was momentarily at a loss for words. Su Tian returned home and received a call from Lu Ting. After listening to their conversation, Su Tian was left speechless. Lu Ting with a choked voice said, Su, I want to break up. This marriage is off. The next day, Lu Ting came to Su Tian's studio with swollen eyes. Su, don't make the dress for me just yet. Su Tian looked at her tear-streaked eyes and brought her an ice pack, saying, okay, I'll stop for now. But don't take it apart. Just leave it be. No need take it apart. I will never reconcile with him in this lifetime. Men are not good at all. While Su Tian was applying the ice pack to her eyes, she said, silly girl, missing one man doesn't mean all men in the world are like that. What if you meet someone better in the future? Exactly, Ting, don't generalize and dismiss all the good. Tang Shui made a very handsome gesture from the side, saying, a person of good character like me you should consider. Lu Ting couldn't help but laugh. Her mood improved significantly. Mimi said, a man who changes his mind just like that is disgusting. I support you, Ting, don't reconcile. It's hard to find a three-legged frog, but two-legged men are everywhere. Yes, you all are right. They'll treat everyone to milk tea. Let's have some fun together. Jinghai. After Huo Beichen returned, he began preparing for the Jinghai Economic International Summit. He Wang whispered, Liang Yunrui is on the flight to Fan City. Keep an eye on him, Huo Beichen said calmly. The flight from Jinghai to Fan City. Liang Yunrui with his 5-year-old son, Liang Jing, stood out with his fiery red hair. Liang Jing is the son of Liang Yunrui's older brother on summer vacation and is being taken around by Liang Yunrui. Whenever parents ask about his mischief, his nephew Liang Jing is his best shield. No matter what we play, I can confidently say, I'm taking Liang Jing out to play. Liang Jing was still unaware of this and was very excited, asking, Third uncle, is Fan City fun? Can I dye my hair like yours when I get there? When can I meet my little aunt? The manager next to them placed a baseball cap on Liang Yunrui's head, saying, Little ancestor, are you completely oblivious to your own popularity? No famous singer runs around like you do. You'll end up trending soon. Isn't this a business class ticket? With that red hair of yours, it wouldn't matter if you were on a rocket. Just walk through the special passage. Liang Yunrui replied, looking at Liang Jing's face. I wonder if your little aunt looks more like me or you. The plane stopped, and Liang Yunrui, wearing a baseball cap, held Liang Jing's hand and entered through the special passage under the strict watch of the manager. Today, Su Yuro accompanied Xiaoshen to pick up his father Liang Ningqiao. Su Yuro had never met Liang Ningqiao and had dressed up carefully today, hoping to leave a good first impression. Xiaoshen smiled and said, Don't be nervous, my father is easy to get along with. Su Yuro nodded. Of course, uncle is both serious and approachable. Liang Ningqiao came to Fan City today specifically to meet his son. Ever since his first wife passed away, he could boldly come to find them. Having a son as his own bloodline is much better than his first wife, who only gave birth to a daughter. Liang Ningqiao was in a very good mood and looked several years younger. Seeing his father, Xiaoshen quickly greeted Dad. Liang Ningqiao walked over and said, Son Yuro. Hello, uncle. Su Yuro greeted warmly and graciously. Thank you for coming all the way here. Let's get in the car first. Liang Ningqiao said, All right. Liang Ningqiao has a decent background and used the special passage. Suddenly, he noticed someone in a baseball cap with fiery red hair. Isn't that? Liang Ningqiao quickly walked a few steps towards that direction. Not for any other reason, but because in the Liang family, despite Liang Yunrui being just a singer, he still held a very high status. His father controlled the entire Liang group, and both of his brothers were outstanding individuals. Although Liang Ningqiao was part of the Liang family, he was just a branch and was far from the real Liang family. Building a good relationship with Liang Yunrui is undoubtedly very important for him. However, he had no channels to connect with Liang Yunrui usually. Thinking of this, Liang Ningqiao quickened his pace to catch up. But he was fast, and the other party was even faster, soon disappearing from sight. Liang Ningqiao couldn't help but feel disappointed. Xiaoshen and Su Yuro quickly followed. Dad, what happened? Did you see someone? Xiaoshen asked. That was the third young master of the Liang family. If we could get to know him, it would be very advantageous for us. I didn't expect him to come to Fan City. Such an important person. Xiaoshen, following his father, had already met many famous figures in Jinghai. Yet he still felt there were many more powerful individuals he had yet to meet. He couldn't help but yearn for it. Liang Ningqiao smiled and said, It's okay if we didn't meet this time, we'll have another chance when we return to Jinghai. Xiaoshen was instantly filled with hope. Su Yuro too found herself captivated. Jinghai, the Liang family. Everything shimmered with promise. Did we shake them off? Liang Yunrui asked as he and Liang Jing climbed into the car. Thank goodness he didn't follow us any further. What kind of paparazzo is this? Even our itinerary was known to him. The manager couldn't help but marvel at their uncanny persistence. Liang Yunrui replied, Perhaps it's still my hair that stands out too much. Let's find a salon first. Uncle San, can I dye my hair red? Liang Jing asked eagerly. Liang Jing asked, brimming with hope. 2 hours later, the tall and the small emerged from the salon. Liang Yunrui now wore this year's trendiest emerald green, while Liang Jing sported fiery crimson. The manager sighed beside them. Now this is what superior genetics looks like. Indeed, such demanding hair colors. Yet each looked more stunning than the last. Suddenly the manager slapped his forehead. Oh no, we left our suitcase at the airport. Earlier someone had chased after them, and fearing exposure of Liang Yunrui's private itinerary, he'd fled in haste. They had no idea where exactly the suitcase had been abandoned. Liang Yunrui tugged at his newly dyed emerald green locks. Then what am I supposed to wear? The manager hesitated. The young master was notoriously difficult to please. All his clothing was bespoke, and he loathed wearing anything remotely similar to others. Buying something off the rack would inevitably mean matching outfits. Then the manager remembered a fellow agent's recommendation, a designer who happened to reside in Fan City. He had seen her portfolio. Though not widely renowned, her craftsmanship was refined and precise, more than sufficient for meeting Liang Yunrui's everyday sartorial needs. After mentioning her, Liang Yunrui said briskly, Then have her begin customizing immediately. As the manager dialed the number, Liang Yunrui added, Once we identify that paparazzo, hand him over to me. I'll deal with him personally. Such brazen invasions of privacy were intolerable, utter lawlessness. Meanwhile, Su Tian bought a cake and sat down to share it with Lu Ting. Lu Ting ate slowly, saying, Even if Meng Xinghui comes back to ask me again, I won't agree. Not anymore. I've compromised on everything. Shall I wait until I'm pregnant with a son before we register our marriage? 3 years. and only now did she truly see him for who he was. Su Tian poured her a cup of tea. Don't choke on it. Su, why is he like this? I'm furious. Then eat another slice. 2 slices if one won't suffice. Eat, and forget him entirely. Lu Ting nodded. Later I'll pack up those gold accessories I bought yesterday and return them to him. Su Tian's phone rang. She answered. A polite, unfamiliar male voice spoke. Miss Su, we'd like to invite you to our hotel to tailor several men's suits. Would that be possible? I'm sorry, but I don't offer on-site tailoring for men's wear. This was Su Tian's firm policy. For safety, all male clients were required to visit her studio. The caller chuckled gently. Miss Su, I understand your reservations, but we're staying at a hotel and security is guaranteed. Also, we were referred to you by Fong Lan. She gave us your number. Fong Lan was the celebrity Lu Ting. Su Tian covered the receiver and asked Lu Ting. He says he's a friend of Fong Lan's. Do you know who he? Lu Ting quickly scanned the number then scrolled through her contacts. Go ahead, Su, he's a major agent. You should absolutely say yes. Su Tian agreed on the call and arrived an hour later. Hanging up, she asked, who is this person anyway? He manages numerous A-list stars, and currently his most prominent client is singer Liang Yunrui. Oh, I know Liang Yunrui. I've got his songs saved on my phone. Maybe I'll even get his autograph someday, Su Tian said, reassured. But Su, he's certainly not hiring you to design for Liang Yunrui himself. He's famously particular and fabulously wealthy, so he rarely wears bespoke pieces from outside designers. His wardrobe is already overflowing with brand-commissioned garments. Su Tian understood, so he wants me to tailor for other artists under his management. No problem. And it's a chance to expand my market. Then go quickly, don't delay. Are you sure you'll be all right alone? Su Tian worried she might do something reckless. Relax. I'll stay in this world as long as there remains a cake I haven't yet tasted. Fine. I'll buy you one when I earn my fee. Soon Su Tian arrived at the hotel. He Wang had arranged surveillance. The moment she entered, he called He Wang, unable to inform Hua Beichen in time, urgently ordered, stop her. Liang Yunrui was staying at that very hotel, and He Wang feared he might confront her. As Su Tian arrived, several black-clad sunglasses-wearing security personnel approached to intercept her. She'd already heard from Lu Ting about the dense entourage surrounding celebrities, paparazzi, obsessive fans, and undercover stalkers alike. Earlier, the manager had warned her to proceed with extreme caution. Paparazzi and obsessed fans often disguised themselves as staff or guests, shadowing her all the way upstairs. Unable to discern whether these men were genuine security or imposters, Su Tian opted for maximum prudence and swiftly switched to another corridor to ascend. Her quick reflexes allowed her to evade them easily and reach the floor designated by the manager. Fortunately, this was Fan City's finest hotel, membership-based, and Su Tian had once been granted a membership card. Thus, outsiders found it nearly impossible to slip in unnoticed. The guards exchanged baffled glances. When He Wang learned they'd lost her, he exclaimed in disbelief, "How could you let this happen?" "Young master," we dared not intervene too forcefully, lest we expose our identities. Moreover, the hotel uses facial recognition for member access. We feared Madame might uncover our real names. And given Madame's delicate constitution, they feared even the slightest roughness might injure her. How then would they answer to Master Hua? He Wang conceded, then leave it be. Su Tian pressed the doorbell. A middle-aged manager opened the door. She greeted him and stepped inside, only to be startled by an emerald-green head rising from the bed. "Hello," she said politely. "Good. Show me your design sketches." "I'll choose a few," Liang Yunrui declared without delay. Impatient by nature, he wasted no time on pleasantries. Su Tian instantly recognized him. Liang Yunrui. Even non-fans knew his name. His songs enjoyed immense popularity, his striking appearance was legendary, and Tang Shui, for one, was his devoted admirer. She'd never imagined tailoring for Liang Yunrui himself, yet here he was. No wonder the lobby teemed with layered security, and likely countless paparazzi and obsessive fans hidden among them. Su Tian felt fortunate that her quick wit allowed her to avoid those people, sparing Liang Yunrui any trouble. However, as a professional, she did not show too much surprise upon seeing Liang Yunrui. She took out several design drafts. "Mr. Liang, please take a look first and see if there is anything suitable among these ready-made options. If not, I can design something else for you." "Have these design drafts been used by anyone?" "Of course not," Su Tian replied politely. Liang Yunrui pointed at a few items, this one, and that one. "Additionally, let's casually customize a few nightgowns. Make it quick, I don't want to wait." "No problem," Su Tian said, as she was always quick and efficient. She quickly took Liang Yunrui's measurements and made some adjustments to the existing drafts, getting ready to make the clothes. "The clothes will be delivered in 3 hours," Su Tian said. Liang Yunrui scrutinized her for a moment, and then said to his manager, "Tong Gu, you've always said that it's hard to find artists with striking looks, yet you can't find anyone suitable anywhere. How is it that I encountered one as soon as I arrived?" Tonggu had noticed Su Tian's remarkable appearance when she entered, and she was stunning at first glance, yet also captivating upon further inspection. He chuckled. Then please convey to Miss Su that it would be great for her to join the industry with me. Su Tian recognized their playful compliments. You two are too kind. Ooh, I have a full-time job. Liang Yunrui shrugged. She won't agree. Tonggu treated it merely as a joke, knowing that someone unprepared like her wouldn't fit into this industry. Your name is Su Tian, right? Liang Yunrui said, come shoot an MV for me sometime. Ew, I have a good feeling about you. Let's talk about it when the opportunity arises. Su Tian did not take his word seriously. Okay, then please leave me your contact information. Tonggu was drinking water, and when he saw Liang Yunrui pull out his phone, he nearly choked. This young master is too straightforward. In their line of work, most communications are handled by agents, so naturally the contact information is left by the agents. It is rare for the main person to leave their own contact information. Su Tian openly scanned his WeChat QR code and added him. Just as Su Tian was about to leave, a sleepy little boy climbed out of bed, rubbing his eyes, and hugged her leg. Are you Aunt Yaya? Uncle San, have we found Aunt Yaya? Liang Jing looked up at Su Tian. Su Tian found him adorable and gently pinched his cheek. Little friend, you've mistaken me. But you are. Liang Jing clung to her and refused to let go. We came specifically to find Aunt Yaya. You look so beautiful, it must be you. Liang Yunrui said, you can't really be King Yu. Tonggu was speechless. He separated Liang Yunrui and picked up Liang Jing, apologizing. Miss Su, please don't mind. They just woke up and their minds are still in bed. Su Tian laughed out loud. Liang Yunrui put his hands on his hips. Who are you insulting? You two young masters, not every beautiful person is Liang Yue, okay? Seeing they had matters to discuss, Su Tian politely excused herself. Liang Jing pouted. Why does Aunt Yaya have to leave? Liang Yunrui echoed. It's good to ask, right? What if she is? Tonggu calmly said, it's impossible. I heard from Fong Lan that Su Tian has both parents, she has roots and background, and she's not an adopted child. When did you hear about this? Have you known her for a long time? I heard while they were chatting. I don't know her. Today is the first time I've seen her. Then why are you so concerned? Liang Yunrui asked insistently. Young master, did you eat something wrong? Where are all these questions coming from? Is it not okay to ask? Tonggu said, I heard them talk about the topic of gender bias before, and I remembered Su Tian's name, because she makes good clothes. Gender bias. What kind of person would do such a thing? Girls are wonderful, sweet, and soft, cute, and well-behaved. What's so good about boys? They come back from playing outside all sweaty, and sometimes you just want to give them a good beating. Liang Jing, don't you think? Liang Jing pouted, nearly in tears. Tonggu comforted Liang Jing. Your Uncle San is also a boy with sweat. Liang Jing turned his tears into laughter. Liang Yunrui exclaimed. He Wei told Huabeichen about Su Tian meeting Liang Yunrui. He patted his chest. Fortunately, I inquired and found out that Liang Yunrui is looking for his sister-in-law to make clothes. He lost his suitcase at the airport and doesn't dare to tell his parents that he's been idling around, so he's scared to ask his family to send him clothes. Huabeichen nodded. He will eventually find out that the person he's marrying is Su Tian. What should we do? Do you want me to have a good chat with him? Is he someone who would listen to your chat? Huabeichen asked. He Wei thought for a moment and agreed. This young third master of the Liang family always acted on impulse. He was determined to come to Fan City this time, and he would likely cause trouble for Huabeichen. After a moment of thought, Huabeichen said, go to my attic and find something. It should still be there. He Wei went. Su Tian quickly completed the clothes Liang Yunrui requested. She personally, at the hotel lobby, Liang Ningqiao also came to try his luck, hoping to run into Liang Yunrui. However, it was clear that he wouldn't be able to see him. This hotel is membership-based, and it's hard for ordinary people to enter. Liang Ningqiao originally had a membership. However, due to the unpleasant incident involving Xiao Shun and Su Yuru, his membership was cancelled. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel somewhat displeased with Su Yuru. Unable to see anyone, he could only leave dejectedly. Su Tian went upstairs. Tonggu was lifting the curtain, looking down. There are quite a few paparazzi and fans in Fan City as well. Upon entering, Su Tian heard him say this and agreed. Yes, I've had people follow me both times I came. Fortunately, I changed my route. It was also fortunate that when she came last time, she was lucky enough to receive a complimentary membership from the hotel, allowing her to enter without hindrance. She took out the clothes and Tonggu took them to check. Liang Yunrui brought over a plate of fruit. Have some fruit. He also handed her some milk. Drink some milk. He then pushed a chair in front of her. Sit down. Su Tian was taken aback by the sudden kindness and was a bit surprised. Holding the milk, she hesitated to drink. She had heard many gossip and scandal stories from the entertainment industry, even legal news. She truly didn't dare to eat what Liang Yunrui offered her. Tonggu noticed her concerns and smiled. Yunrui is just being polite. Miss Su, make yourself at home. Liang Yunrui said, just treat this place as your home. This made Su Tian even more anxious. She didn't sit down, smiling as she said, Tong Gu, if the clothes are fine, could you please help me finalize the order and settle the payment? Liang Yunrui asked Su Tian, why aren't you eating any fruit? Is it not to your taste? What flavor do you like? Tong Gu was speechless. Mr. Liang, I'm in a bit of a rush, so I won't be eating today. Thank you for your kindness. Liang Yunrui reached out and touched Su Tian's hair. Su Tian was about to explode. He sighed. How could someone as beautiful as you be overlooked in a male preferential society? If you were my daughter. Su Tian. Liang Yunrui corrected himself. If you were my sister, I would spoil you to death. Tong Gu made the payment for Su Tian. After saying goodbye, she quickly left. Back in the car, Lu Ting called and asked whom she was making clothes for. Liang Yunrui. Liang Yunrui. Su, you're impressive. You actually got to customize clothes for him. Don't mention it. Is Liang Yunrui a bit unhinged? He's just so strange. Su Tian recounted what had just happened. Lu Ting was also surprised. I haven't heard he has any issues. But as long as you're okay, that's what matters. Next time, let's not do business with him. Yes, he's a bit intimidating. Su Tian returned home. She thought for a moment and called Huo Beichen. Huo Beichen answered with a smile in his voice. What a surprise to get a call from you. Can I call you if I'm busy? Missing me already? Su Tian suddenly blushed. I do. I'll be back in a couple of days. Yes, I got a commission for a celebrity's custom clothes today. Made some money, and I'll treat you to something good when I'm back. Sounds good. Huo Beichen smiled slightly. How's the celebrity? They're nice, just a bit intimidating. Su Tian briefly described. Huo Beichen already knew Liang Yunrui was not reliable with a carefree demeanor. But overall, Liang Yunrui wasn't the type to become a legal troublemaker. He said, take care of yourself and call the police if necessary. MHM. After chatting with him, Su Tian felt much more relaxed. Please send my regards to Grandma. I'll visit her next time I get the chance. Huo Beichen nodded. I'll hang up now, get some rest early. Su Tian said. At the moment she hung up, Huo Beichen's voice came through. I miss you too. Su Tian hesitated to hang up. Huo Beichen's teasing voice came through. Want to hear it again? Then I really have to hang up now, Su Tian said. You hang up first. Su Tian felt a sweetness in her heart, hugging her teddy bear as she ended the call. She rubbed the bear's ear and placed her phone over her heart. Who would have thought that the next day she received a call from Tong Gu? Tong Gu, I'm busy these days and won't take urgent orders. Su Tian recalled how scary Liang Yunrui was and didn't agree. Then I'll come to your studio to have you custom make it. Tong Gu asked. Su Tian thought for a moment. That was fine, and she agreed. Tong Gu hung up and wiped Liang Jing's tears. Little ancestor, she agreed to make your clothes. She agreed. Liang Jing perked up, his tears not yet dry. Yesterday he saw Liang Yunrui wearing new clothes and immediately insisted on having one too. He refused what Tong Gu bought for him and only wanted Liang Yunrui's style. Tong Gu was truly at his wits' end. How could such an easy-to-care-for young master turn into a difficult little ancestor when he was with Liang Yunrui? Liang Yunrui asked, why hasn't she come to my place anymore? Shouldn't you be the one to ask my young master? What's wrong with me? Didn't you say she was born into a family that prioritizes sons over daughters, with a father who doesn't care and a mother who doesn't love? Then why is it wrong to dote on such a girl? It's just preparing some fruit and milk for her, right? Tong Gu rubbed his forehead. You're being too proactive. Who knows if you might do something illegal? Is she suspecting I would drug her? Liang Yunrui was angry. How could I do such a thing? Just because she's beautiful, has a great figure, and smiles sweetly, I would do something like that. Tong Gu. Little ancestor, do you want to hear what you just said? Su Tian arrived at the studio. Tong Gu quickly brought Liang Jing over. Seeing that Liang Yunrui didn't come along, Su Tian breathed a sigh of relief. Liang Jing rushed over and hugged her leg. Auntie, are you going to make me new clothes? Mei Mei, seeing how well-behaved he was, came over to tease him. Little friend, who is your auntie? Liang Jing pointed at Su Tian. She is. The clothes made by auntie are so beautiful. Su, is he your relative's child? MHM. Su Tian casually replied, not wanting to delve into Liang Yunrui's matters. Mei Mei smiled. Your red hair is really cool. Liang Jing proudly raised his head. Of course. Su Tian took out some fabric and styles for him to choose. Tong Gu said, no need to choose, just make the same style as yesterday. Liang Yunrui doesn't like to wear the same style as others, but he could accept it for Liang Jing. But Liang Jing shook his head. I don't want to wear the same style. I want to wear the new clothes made by auntie. This little guy was getting picky. Compared to the strange Liang Yunrui, Su Tian preferred this little cutie Liang Jing. She let him sit down, saying, all right, let's look together, okay? Tong Gu had to go to the airport to find the lost luggage. The clothes weren't that important. The key was that there were other things in the suitcase. When Su Tian heard he was busy, she said, you can leave the little friend here. I'll take care of him. Liang Jing also nodded in assurance. I can take care of myself. And I can take care of Annie too. Only then did Tong Gu feel at ease and leave. Liang Jing was indeed very well behaved, not noisy at all, just following Su Tian. Whatever Su Tian did, he quietly sat beside and watched. Tang Shui bought him some candied hawthorn. When he received it, he first handed it to Su Tian. "Auntie, you eat first." Tang Shui said, "The Tonggu who came earlier looks a bit familiar." Su Tian laughed. "Don't pretty people all look familiar?" Tang Shui thought for a moment, and then went back to cutting fabric. In the afternoon, when work ended, Tonggu still hadn't returned. Su Tian called him. He sounded apologetic. "I have something that I can't leave right now. Can you help me keep an eye on things a little longer? Can I take the little friend home?" Su Tian asked. Tonggu thought for a moment and agreed. Liang Jing was very excited. "Can I really go home with Auntie? Who else is at Auntie's house?" "You'll find out when we get back." Once in the car, Su Tian asked him, "What do you want to eat?" "Whatever Auntie eats up." Su Tian patted his head. This child was really well behaved. How could someone like Liang Yunrui have such a cute and obedient nephew? When she got home, she made a few signature dishes for Liang Jing. Liang Jing's eyes lit up. "Auntie, this is so delicious. Better than what Grandma and the nanny make." Su Tian was slightly taken aback. "Where's your mother?" "I don't have a mother." Liang Jing shook his head. "Then who do you usually follow?" "Sometimes I follow my dad, sometimes I follow my grandma. When there are holidays, I play with my third uncle." Su Tian didn't know why he didn't have a mother and felt a bit sorry for him, but she didn't ask more and just served him more dishes. While they were eating, she received a WeChat message from Liang Yunrui. Su Tian answered the call. "Su Tian, is Liang Jing with you?" Liang Yunrui asked. "Yes." Tonggu said he has something to do and will come pick him up later. "He'll come pick him up. Just give me an address. He'll send the little friend to the hotel entrance for you." Su Tian didn't want him to know where she lived. "That's fine. Hurry over then." Liang Jing seemed reluctant to go back. "Auntie, can I not follow you? Aren't you afraid he'll sell you?" Liang Jing blinked his eyes. "Why would my aunt sell me? My aunt definitely loves me the most." Su Tian poked his nose gently. "Bad people don't write bad on their faces, so don't trust strangers outside. I definitely won't trust strangers. But I trust my aunt." After finishing the meal, Su Tian tidied up and ironed the 2 new clothes she made today for him. Then she drove him to the hotel. In the lobby, Liang Yunrui, with green hair and wrapped in a blanket, sneaked over. "Are you cold, Mr. Liang?" "No, I'm afraid of being photographed." He had changed his hairstyle, but his figure remained the same, and without proper clothes to wrap him, he could only tightly wrap himself in the blanket. Su Tian understood the difficulties of being an artist and handed Liang Jing back to him. "I've delivered the little friend to you." Liang Yunrui asked, "Shall we go upstairs for some fruit?" Su Tian quickly declined and said goodbye to Liang Jing before leaving. Liang Jing looked up at Liang Yunrui. "Third uncle, that's not how you pursue a girl." Liang Yunrui replied, "Which I saw me pursuing her. My life is the starry sea, okay? Then why did you invite her up for fruit?" "I was just feeling sorry for her." Liang Jing held the bag that Su Tian had packed for him and walked upstairs with a swinging motion. When they reached upstairs, he took out a small lunchbox from his bag and pulled out the shrimp dumplings inside. "What are you eating?" "Shrimp dumplings that my aunt packed for me. She made them by hand. They're so delicious." Burp. Liang Jing's little face was satisfied. "Are they that delicious?" Liang Yunrui reached into his lunchbox and grabbed one. "You can't eat my stuff." Liang Yunrui grabbed another one. A thunderous cry erupted in the room. Liang Jing chased after Liang Yunrui, but ended up losing focus, and the last 3 shrimp dumplings in the lunchbox were all eaten by Liang Yunrui. The next day, Su Tian was making clothes. Liang Yunrui called her on video. She hurriedly avoided others and answered, "Mr. Liang, is there something? Can I customize something from your side? The price is negotiable." "You say it. Can you customize a box of shrimp dumplings?" "I need." Liang Jing raised 20 fingers beside her. So Liang Yunrui said, "I need 50. Su Tian was taken aback. "Mr. Liang, I'm a fashion designer. Please. If not, I can't handle this little ghost." If I can't handle Liang Jing, he will cry and make a fuss, wanting to go find his grandma and dad to complain. Liang Yunrui was most afraid of being controlled by his mother and older brother. "Su Tian, whatever conditions you want, I can agree to." With such words said, Su Tian had no choice. She handed over her work to Mei Mei and drove home. After quickly boiling 50 shrimp dumplings, she drove to the hotel to deliver them. Liang Jing had been waiting eagerly at the hotel entrance. When he saw her, he ran over. "Auntie, here are the shrimp dumplings you wanted." Su Tian handed the things to him. "Thank you, Auntie. You're the best." Su Tian was melted by his cuteness. More than half of the 50 dumplings were made because of him. She ruffled his fiery red hair. "Go upstairs and eat quickly. They will get cold if you wait too long." "Auntie, aren't you going up?" Liang Jing asked. "Auntie still has to work. You hurry back." Seeing him look at her pitifully, Su Tian's heart softened. "He'll come to see you again later." Liang Jing was happy. "All right, then I'll wait for you. Add me as a friend on my watch phone." Su Tian added him before leaving. Liang Jing ran upstairs to find Liang Yunrui. "Third uncle, add my Annie on my watch phone." The little friend's watch phone needs parental authorization to add phone numbers. Liang Yunrui naturally had that authority. Liang Yunrui said, if you let me eat the shrimp dumplings, I'll add you. No, it's not enough to eat. You don't have enough to eat with 50. Liang Yunrui shot him a glance. Liang Jing carefully opened the lunchbox, counted, and indeed there were 50. He counted out half to give to Liang Yunrui. Add me. Liang Yunrui added him and glanced at his shrimp dumplings. If it weren't for your clever third uncle, would you have gotten 5 dumplings for free yet? Su Tian came out of the hotel and saw Su Yuruo. Su Yuruo also heard Liang Ningqiao talk about the little third master's matters, wondering if she would have a chance to meet Liang Yunrui. Unfortunately, a whole day passed, and where was there a man with red hair? She did see a green-haired man and a red-haired child, but unfortunately it was useless. Seeing Su Tian come out, she called out to her, Su Tian. Elder sister, did you need something? Tonight is Grandpa's birthday, and we invited guests at the hotel. Mom wants you to come back for a visit. Isn't Grandpa's birthday in 2 months? Xiaoxin's father is here, and Mom means to take this opportunity to celebrate the birthday early. Having Liang Ningqiao at the birthday banquet would be more face-saving. Su Tian knew that face was more important to them than anything else. She said softly, I'll go over tonight. Su Tian, let me remind you, I'm about to get engaged to Xiaoxin. I know you two had feelings for each other in the past, but that's all in the past now. Don't do anything you shouldn't do. Su Yuruo was afraid she would not be happy with Huabeichen and come back for a second chance. Su Tian smiled and said, elder sister, you like picking up garbage, but I don't. Su Yuruo's face fell. Su Tian, can't you speak a little nicer? I'm sorry, but the truth is often a bit hard. After saying that, Su Tian got into her car. She was now in a hurry to buy a gift for her grandfather, and there was still plenty of time. That evening, Su Tian called Huabeichen to tell him about this matter. The meeting on Huabeichen's side had the most important segment tonight. He apologetically said, I can't make it back for Grandpa's birthday. Please tell him I'm sorry. He'll make it up. It's none of your business. My birthday isn't today anyway. It was my mother and elder sister who wanted to accommodate their own schedules, which led to this situation. Su Tian comforted Huabeichen with a few words and stepped into the hotel. Today the Su family had booked a fine restaurant to host the guests. There were more guests than before, many of whom Su Tian had never seen, likely relatives and friends from Xiaoxin's father's side. Su Tian paid them no mind and directly walked towards her grandfather. Her grandfather wasn't very clear-headed today. His condition of dementia often left him in such a state. The nurse was taking care of him. Grandpa, did you take your medicine today? How was the meal? The nurse answered all of Su Tian's questions. Su Yuruo and Xiaoxin approached Su Tian, both dressed in the new Su family attire, looking even more striking than usual. Xiaoxin gave Su Tian a heavy glance. Su Yuruo smiled and said, Su Tian, I'll take you to meet a few friends from Xiaoxin's father's side in a bit. No need, Bill, just stay with Grandpa. Look at you not doing what you should. Friends from Jinghai are surely more important than just keeping Grandpa company, right? Su Yuruo said with a smile. Su Tian knew that this older sister never really liked her. What kind of friends could she possibly introduce to her? She replied calmly, today is Grandpa's birthday banquet. Of course, staying with Grandpa is more important. Su Yuruo inwardly cursed her for being ungrateful. A group of relatives and friends gathered around and asked Su Tian with smiles, why didn't you bring your husband along? Didn't you just get married? Su Yuruo chuckled and said, my brother-in-law must be quite busy. Su Tian has come home several times without bringing him along. Young people really do have a lot of pressure. I hear they often work 996. It's really tough. They haven't even bought a house yet. It's essential to work hard. We can't just let the girls support the family, can we? Exactly, that's why Yuruo is enviable, having found such a good boyfriend. Right when Yuruo gets married, it's not just about the car and house. Even the Liang family's assets in Jinghai would last several lifetimes. These relatives had just received Su Yuruo's warm hospitality and then heard that Su Tian's husband was poor, while Su Yuruo's future father-in-law was from the rich Liang family in Jinghai. Naturally, they began to compare, and inevitably their words revealed their disdain for the man Su Tian had chosen. An aunt pulled Su Yuruo's hand and said, Yuruo's hands have flesh, it shows she's blessed. Oh, your ring must be quite expensive. Su Yuruo wore a delicate ring and smiled, it's fine. Oh, Xiaoxin gave it to me, and I don't know the price. Xiaoxin interjected, it's quite ordinary, only around 200,000. After saying this, he looked at Su Tian, hoping to see regret or envy on her face. However, Su Tian showed no excess expression. She calmly fed porridge to the old man. Wow, 200,000 is just ordinary. That could be the down payment for a house. Yuruo is truly fortunate. I say, Su Tian, since you haven't been married long, why not just get a divorce? That aunt scrutinized Su Tian. Look at that plain ring on your finger, so bright and shiny, it must be fake, right? Rather than tying your life to a poor man, why not, while you're still young, find a better man? Exactly, let your brother-in-law introduce you to someone. I feel sorry for you like this. Su Tian stood up and said with a smile, Annie, I heard that uncle's annual salary is only a bit over 100,000. Oh dear, that's way too little. 100,000 can't even buy a ring for my elder sister. I say women should rely on men rather than living with a man who earns just over 100,000. It's better to divorce early and let my brother-in-law introduce you to a wealthy man to enjoy life together. What do you think, Auntie? I'm saying this for your own good. The aunt's face turned red. I'm saying this for your benefit too. Su Tian continued addressing the other chattering relatives, Aunt Wu, Aunt Li's second aunt, and those aunts over there. You should hurry home and get divorced quickly. Queue up with my brother-in-law, or else if you wait too long you won't be able to find a wealthy man. These women had just been chatting about family matters, but upon hearing Su Tian's words they all fell silent. After all, their husbands were present, and they couldn't afford to lose face. Brother-in-law, remember the names of these aunts and help them live better lives later. Su Yuro, seeing how Su Tian had made the scene so awkward, couldn't help but feel angry. Su Tian, say less. Sister, I'm doing this for everyone's good. Don't you want to do good for everyone? With her magic defeating the magic, the others tactfully stepped back. Su Yuro said to Xiaoshen, so vulgar. Let's go over there. Su Tian was glad for the peace as Su Yun brought her son, Jiang Yuhing, over. Jiang Yuhing smiled. Su Tian, your mouth is getting sharper. Call me sister. Jiang Yuhing, being only a day younger than Su Tian, found it hard to call her that. When did you arrive? Su Tian asked him. Just today? I was about to call you when I saw you here in a verbal. People engage in verbal battles with scholars. Here battling with women. Stay for a few days, and he'll treat you to a meal later. I have to leave soon. There's a company meeting tomorrow morning. Jiang Yuheng continued. I happened to be on a business trip passing through Fan City to see my grandfather. After glancing at the time, he added, let's keep in touch later. Su Yin sent her son out, and Su Tian continued to accompany her grandfather. Su Yuro was infuriated by Su Tian's antics. When she saw the friends brought by Liang Ningqiao, she masked her displeasure and greeted them energetically. Thanks to Liang Ningqiao, Xiao Shun had also made some connections with the second-generation rich from Jinghai. A few wealthy heirs were present to show their support today. One of them, named Zheng Xiaoyan, appeared to be in his 30s. He was smoking while squinting his eyes, assessing the direction of Su Tian. Young Master Tian, try this local specialty cigarette. Su Yuro handed a pack to Zheng Xiaotian. Zheng Xiaotian took it and asked, is that your sister? Su Yuro couldn't help but notice Zheng Xiaoshan's undisguised greedy gaze. She had heard from Xiao Shun that Zheng Xiaotian had been married twice and neither marriage lasted long. However, the Zheng family was wealthy, allowing Zheng Xiaotian to live as he pleased. Su Yuro replied, young Master Tian, my sister is already married. So what if she's married? Can't she get a divorce? Zheng Xiaotian said with a laugh, it's not a big deal. Su Yuro did not quite appreciate Zheng Xiaoshan's casual tone. However, she did not intend to offend him. Just then Su Luhua walked over and Zheng Xiaotian asked, Aunt, would you be willing if your second daughter were to marry me? Su Luhua was taken aback, clearly not expecting such a direct question. Su Yuro lowered her head and chose not to engage in this topic. After recovering from her shock, Su Luhua felt a flicker of joy. Although Zheng Xiaotian had not made a name for himself, his parents were wealthy and renowned entrepreneurs. The Zheng family's company even had branches in Fanqing, a scale and level that the Su family, being a small household, could not compare to. Su Luhua had seen it before, and even Liang Ningqiao had to lower his head and speak respectfully in front of Zheng Xiaoshan's father. If the Su family truly established a familial connection with the Zheng family, it would undoubtedly be beneficial for the Su family's development. However, Su Luhua felt troubled and said, young Master Tian, I'm sorry, but my second daughter is already married. Oh, who is her husband? He's just a poor boy. My second daughter has hit a rebellious phase. The last time we argued she got upset and went off to marry a poor boy herself. Su Luhua's words carried an implicit meaning, and it was up to Zheng Xiaotian to understand. Sure enough, Zheng Xiaotian replied, then she's not truly serious about the marriage. It's just a game for her. I feel the same way. This child has grown up and does not allow me to interfere in her decisions. As a mother, how can I not wish for my daughter to marry well, to have someone who truly cares for and can take care of her? Now that she is like this, I can't help but worry. Zheng Xiaotian said, and if you agree, I would not mind that Su Tian has been married before. Su Luhua was overjoyed. She had long regretted easily agreeing to Su Tian's marriage. The inheritance of the house in Su Tian's hands made her envious. If Su Tian could really divorce that poor boy and marry into the Zheng family, then everything in the future would be entirely different. The support and assistance the Su family would gain would also be different. However, Su Luhua still felt a bit awkward. I can persuade Su Tian, but her husband. Just thinking of Hua Beichen's imposing presence made her shiver. Zheng Xiaotian did not take this seriously and said, just give me the information about that person when the time comes, and I will take care of it. Su Luhua smiled in agreement. Zheng Xiaoshan's gaze fell on Su Tian, and he was quite satisfied. Not only was she more exquisite and beautiful than Su Yuro, but even in the entire Jinghai, she possessed a rare beauty and grace. It was truly unexpected that a small place like Fanqing could have such a gem. Su Tian had just finished taking care of her grandfather and was about to eat an apple. Su Luhua approached with a beaming smile. Tian Tian. Su Tian had always been the one unloved by her parents. They felt she had taken away their son's opportunities, causing him to suffer. Her mother wearing such a smiling face was indeed a miraculous event. Tian Tian, go to that table over there. Mom will introduce a few friends to you. I have something to do later, so I won't go. Once I finish cutting the cake for Grandpa, I will leave. Su Luhua pulled her hand and said, silly child, what's the harm in waiting a little longer? By the way, why didn't Beichen come? He is on a business trip, Su Tian replied indifferently. He's so busy he doesn't spend much time with you, does he? But don't worry, a mom will think of you. Su Luhua was sure that Su Tian and Hua Beichen had no feelings for each other. She just couldn't stand Su Yuro and Xiao Shen being together, so she took the opportunity to marry off her daughter with the house. Now introducing such a quality man like Zheng Xiaodian to her, how could Su Tian possibly refuse? Su Tian found her mother strange, but thought little of it. Su Luhua walked up to Zheng Xiaodian and whispered a few words to him. Zheng Xiaodian nodded and instructed those beside him to make arrangements. Su Tian sat for a while, and suddenly more than 10 people appeared beside her, pushing a cake and flowers towards her. She thought it was a gift from Su Yuro for her grandfather and paid no mind. In front of the Liang family, Su Yuro needed to perform well tonight, so Su Tian thought it was normal. Su Luhua smiled and said, Tian Tian, don't you think these flowers are beautiful? They're okay, Su Tian replied. If you think they're okay, then you should quickly accept them, Su Luhua urged. Seeing the large scene, many relatives and friends gathered around. Surrounded by flowers, Su Tian had clearly become the star of the evening. Zheng Xiaodian held a glass of red wine, smoking a cigarette, while gazing at Su Tian, already regarding her as his. Tonight he intended to take her back to the hotel. As guests arrived, Su Luhua immediately said, today is the old man's birthday, thank you all for coming to celebrate with him. However, today I also want to inform everyone that my second daughter is already married and would like to introduce her and her husband to you all. Su Tian exclaimed. Everyone was quite curious. Earlier they had heard Su Yura's tone suggesting that Su Tian's marriage was not ideal, as if it brought shame to the Su family. Everyone had lectured Su Tian for this. Why was Su Luhua now announcing this in such a boastful tone to everyone? Was there some hidden agenda? However, relatives were still relatives, and not knowing the details, they could only support her and ask, who did Su Tian marry? We would like to meet the groom as well. Has the groom arrived today? Su Luhua smiled and said, don't worry everyone. I will introduce my second daughter's new husband, Zheng Xiaodian. Su Yuro felt it was somewhat inappropriate, but she said nothing. If Su Tian truly married well, it would indeed be beneficial for the Su family. After all, no matter how good Zheng Xiaodian was, he was still a playboy, and his future developments would definitely not compare to Xiao Shun and the Liang family. She swallowed her subtle discomfort. Zheng Xiaodian had arrived in a luxury car, surrounded by people as he entered the venue. Many relatives had envied him earlier. Hearing now that Su Tian's husband was Zheng Xiaoyan, they could not help but feel both envious and curious. How could the Su family's daughter find boyfriends who were better than one another? Su Tian was astonished. Mom, are you mistaken? Tian, Mom is not mistaken. Su Luhua lowered her voice and said, while you and that poor man have no feelings, yet it's still not too late to divorce now. This young master has already bought you a diamond ring, you should take it for now. Su Luhua shoved the diamond ring into Su Tian's hand, saying, you also saw young master Tian is from Jinghai, and his family is rich and powerful. If he casually lets slip some wealth, it would be enough for the Su family's profit for many years. Didn't you want to study design abroad? Didn't you want to pursue a career as a high-end designer? Relying on yourself, you will never achieve your dreams in this lifetime. Follow Tian Xiao, and you will gain access to his resources. There will be endless opportunities for you in the future. Su Luhua earnestly enumerated all the favorable conditions. However, all these favorable conditions were not initially for Su Tian, but for Su Jia. Only if Su Tian marries into the family can the Su family obtain resources from Zheng Xiaotian, which will then be passed on to Su Jia. Su Tian felt that Su Luhua had truly lost her mind. Previously, she thought her mother was merely biased and petty, but now she realized how insane her mother could be for her son's benefit. Her madness had already disregarded ethics and morals. Su Tian forcefully swiped her hand, knocking the diamond ring from Su Luhua's grasp onto the ground. Su Luhua was both angry and embarrassed, yet dared not explode with rage. She smiled and said, you child, how can you not even hold a small box steadily? Quickly take it. She picked it up and shoved it back into Su Tian's hands, lowering her voice to say, Tian, as long as you agree, whatever request you make, Mom can fulfill it for you. Don't miss such a good opportunity that you won't get again in your lifetime. Su Tian pushed her away, saying, if you want to marry, you go marry. I will not marry. Seeing the crowd staring at her, Su Tian raised her voice, saying, everyone, I am already married. I just recently obtained my marriage certificate and moved out of the Su family. But my husband is not Zheng Zhaotian and my mother has lost her mind and made a mistake. The crowd erupted in an uproar. How could the identity of the son-in-law be mistaken? Su Luhua's face turned pale. What was going on with Su Tian? How could she not understand even the simplest of words? Zheng Zhaotian approached holding a bouquet of flowers and came before Su Tian. He apologized to those around him saying, I'm sorry, everyone Tian, and I had a little disagreement as she's just mad at me, please don't mind. He lowered his voice but spoke loud enough for those nearby to hear, wife, please don't be angry with me, okay? I'm here to apologize. Upon hearing this, everyone realized what was happening. Su Tian really had married Zheng Zhaotian. Her refusal to acknowledge him was simply a couple's playful banter. Everyone kindly advised Tian, once a couple there's a bond, how can you just ignore him after a quarrel? Make up quickly. Tian Xiao has shown great sincerity by preparing so many flowers, cakes, and even a diamond ring. Exactly Tian, give Tian Xiao a chance. Su Tian did not expect Zheng Zhaotian to be so shameless to say such brazen words in front of everyone. Wife. Su Tian smiled faintly. Zheng Zhaotian grinned, saying you should call me husband. Su Tian playfully beckoned him with her finger, and Zheng Zhaotian, captivated by her charming smile, found his heart enchanted. He leaned in towards Su Tian, determined to do whatever it takes to win her over. Just as Zheng Zhaotian moved closer, Su Tian seized him and delivered a strong shove against his lower body with all her strength. Zheng Zhaotian bent over in sudden pain, his face contorted. Zheng Zhaotian, I have nothing to do with you. Stop calling me wife. Everyone, I met him for the first time today, though I didn't know him at all before, let alone have any kind of interaction. In the past, present, and future, there will be no possible connection between us. Please do not spread any misunderstandings. Su Tian's voice was firm. After saying this, she turned and left. The crowd began to murmur, and Su Tian's actions towards Zheng Zhaotian clearly revealed that this was not something a normal wife would do. Thus, Su Tian's words should be the truth. Su Luhua and Su Yuro had just seen Su Tian move closer to Zheng Zhaotian, thinking the situation might turn around. Seeing Su Tian actually resort to violence shocked them. Zheng Zhaotian seemed to be seriously hurt, and Xiao Shun hurried over to support him. Tian Xiao, are you okay? Zheng Zhaotian gritted his teeth, saying, catch her. He had only 2 or 3 They were all strong and sturdy. It wouldn't be hard at all to capture someone like Su Tian. The woman he had his eyes on in Jinghai was not one he couldn't have. A mere Su Tian from Fancheng dared to play this trick with him. She was doomed. If he couldn't get her into his bed tonight, he wouldn't be surnamed Zheng. Su Luhua hurriedly said, Yuro, go see where Su Tian has gone. Meaning for Su Yuro to find Su Tian and hold her back. Otherwise, if Zheng Zhaotian gets angry, the entire Su family will have to bear the responsibility. The only way to ensure Su Tian behaves is for the benefit of the Su family. Tian Xiao, Su Tian is just a bit straightforward and impulsive. I will go find her and bring her back to apologize to you. Su Luhua said to Zheng Zhaotian. She didn't dare to offend him at all. Zheng Zhaotian was in so much pain that he grimaced, too busy to pay her any mind. Su Tian ran out and Zheng Zhaotian's men immediately followed. The Su family also had relatives close to Su Luhua and Su Yuro to help block Su Tian. However, a group of people soon arrived to protect Su Tian. Su Tian said to them, thank you, Mr. Liang. The group was stunned. What, Mr. Liang? Were they not sent by Master Hua and young Master He to protect the young mistress? However, this was not the time to discuss such matters, especially since they couldn't expose their identities. When they encountered Zheng Zhaotian's men, this group immediately revealed their fists and charged forward. Before long, this group was not willing to back down, heading straight for the main hall. The hall was already chaotic due to Zheng Zhaotian being kicked out, and this group burst in. Everyone thought they were Zheng Zhaotian's men. Su Luhua hurriedly asked, did you find them? We are here to speak with Tian Xiao. The group walked towards Zheng Zhaotian. Zheng Zhaotian felt a wave of pressure. Suddenly, the newcomers started punching and kicking him. Their blows fell mercilessly on Zheng Zhaotian, causing him to lose all composure as he yelled in pain. Xiao Shun and Su Luhua were both stunned. Other guests hesitated to step forward to break up the fight. Su Tian took advantage of the chaos to return to the hall and leave with her grandfather and the nanny. She helped her grandfather into the car and gave the nanny some money, saying what happens inside has nothing to do with you. Please take good care of Grandpa. As long as you take good care of him, I will give you a bonus every month in the future. The nanny hadn't planned to get involved. Her duty was to care for the elderly. Hearing Su Tian say this, she willingly accompanied Su Laozhong home. The sound of police sirens blared as several police cars rushed in. Including Su Tian and Zheng Zhaotian, everyone was taken to the police station. On the plane, Hua Beichen frowned deeply. The meeting hadn't concluded when he heard He Wang report that Su Tian had encountered some problems at Su Laozhong's birthday banquet. He immediately summoned a private plane to fly directly to Fancheng. He Wang whispered, Brother Chun, it's nothing serious. The situation is under control. Sister-in-law is fine and won't be in any trouble. Hua Beichen said coldly, someone calls my wife, and you tell me it's nothing important. He Zheng was frozen by the cold air around him and fell silent. During this time he had arranged for people to watch over Su Tian, but generally those bodyguards did not show up when there was nothing going on. Tonight's events were indeed somewhat significant. However, everything was under control. He Zheng felt that there was not much of a problem. In the car beside the hotel, Liang Yunrui sat inside tugging at his green hair while enjoying the show. Tong Gu smiled and said, the people have already been arranged, Miss. Su should be fine. After eating 50 dumplings from her, I owe her a favor. If she encounters trouble, she will come to me for help. I mobilized so much for just 50 dumplings. That certainly isn't enough, Tong Gu replied. It's worth at least 80. Liang Yunrui said emphatically. Tong Gu, seeing the police car arrive with Su Tian inside, Liang Yunrui said, no way is she being taken back too. Tong Gu said, it's not a big deal. As soon as the police understand the situation, they will know how innocent and wronged Miss Su is. Zheng Chaotian deserved that beating. Let's go and see the commotion at the police station, Liang Yunrui said. Su Tian sat in the police car pretending not to feel anxious. That evening, after realizing Zheng Chaotian and her mother's ill intentions, she immediately called the police. But at that time the situation hadn't escalated to such a serious level, and she was worried whether the police would respond. So she called Liang Yunrui again. When Liang Yunrui wanted shrimp dumplings, he had mentioned that she could come to him in exchange for something. At that time Su Tian hadn't figured out the terms, but now she had. Liang Yunrui was quite trustworthy and immediately arranged for people to come and help. Otherwise, Su Tian understood that with her own ability, escaping from Zheng Chaotian would not be easy. This man clearly disregarded the law, and the predatory look in his eyes was chilling. Fortunately, Su Tian awaited Liang Yunrui's assistance, and the police arrived as well. She crossed her arms. The only thing that chilled her was her family. For the sake of family interest, for the sake of Su Jie, they could treat her like a commodity, to exchange, not caring at all about her feelings. At the police station, Su Tian was also worried. Would the Zheng family apply pressure, preventing the situation from being resolved smoothly? Upon arrival at the police station, Zheng Chaotian was seriously injured and was rushed to the hospital. Su Tian cooperated and gave her statement. She relayed everything she knew. The only thing she didn't mention was Liang Yunrui arranging for help. The police officer taking the statement was a young woman who listened with righteous indignation. Don't worry, if the situation is true, we will definitely ensure justice for you. Thank you, Su Tian sighed with relief. You can leave now as someone is here to pick you up. Su Tian knew it was Liang Yunrui coming to get her. Earlier when she called, he had mentioned it. Just as she was about to rise and leave, a boisterous voice came from outside. No one is allowed to leave today. With Tian Xiao turned into this state, I want to see what exactly happened. A very arrogant tattooed man stood. He did not even regard the police. His attitude was extremely arrogant. He pointed at everyone and said, Mr. Zheng will be here soon, and no one is allowed to leave. Zheng Chaotian was injured and almost lost his vital parts. Naturally, the Zheng family was anxious. Mr. Zheng and Mrs. Zheng were nearby conducting business and rushed over upon hearing the news. Su Tian's heart tightened slightly. That kick of hers couldn't actually hurt Zheng Kaoshan's vital parts. It was merely a means of expressing her thoughts and stance. However, the people who went in later indeed gave Zheng Chaotian a real beating. Those people were arranged by Liang Yunrui. Wouldn't that cause him a lot of trouble? Could she even leave now? In a panic, she wanted to make a call. But her phone had been confiscated, making it impossible. Tong Gu whispered to Liang Yunrui. People from the Zheng family have arrived, and they are quite arrogant. It seems they are determined to find out the truth of the matter. Let them look then at who's afraid of them. Liang Yunrui said, it just depends on whether the Zheng family can cause trouble, or if I, Liang Yunrui, can cause trouble. Tong Gu knew that this young master was not easy to provoke. The Zheng family's tricks were truly insufficient in front of young Master Liang. At this moment, Su Luhua and Su Yuro were also anxious. Liang Mingxiao was furious. What have you done to make Tian Xiao end up like this? I want to see how you compensate. After saying that, he flung his sleeves and left. Xiao Shun had no choice but to follow his father out. Su Yuro couldn't help but say, Mom, you know Su Tian's character. She's as stubborn as a rock in a toilet. Why force her to comply? How was I to know that Tian Xiao would directly call her wife? Couldn't it be done slowly? Su Qingbang also angrily said, look at what you all have done. Did you not agree with my actions before? Now you're blaming me. Su Luhua retorted to her husband. The family was passing blame back and forth. Su Yuro said, now is not the time to point fingers at each other. With Tian Xiao injured like that, I heard Mr. Zheng has already arrived. We should think of a way to apologize, otherwise it won't just be Su Tian in trouble. As soon as she thought that the whole family would be implicated and not knowing how they would die after offending the Zheng family, the atmosphere in the Su family became tense. Su Liuhua in a panic cursed. What on earth is that dead girl doing? Did she call those people to hit him? No one could answer her question, only silence. Mr. and Mrs. Zheng hurried towards the police station. Mr. Zheng's voice was cold. Anyone involved in injuring my son cannot be spared. Mrs. Zheng said, what a bunch of rascals acting lawlessly. They even dare to injure my son. If we don't teach them a lesson, they won't know how to be afraid. Behind them followed a group of lawyers, bodyguards, and thugs. It was clear what they meant. They were fully equipped with all means and intended to control the situation however they wished. Mrs. Zheng coldly said, the first to be dealt with is that Su Tian. Bring her to me immediately. She wanted to see what kind of beauty was responsible for putting her son in such a predicament. Chen Guzheng Kaoshan's parents have rushed to the police station. Our lawyer has also gone over, He Zheng reported softly. How long until they arrive? He Zheng immediately glanced ahead. The plane's speed has already reached its maximum. Does the Zheng family want to stop doing business in Jinghai? Hua Beichen toyed with his phone with his slender fingers, a hint of impatience flashing in his eyes. He-Wan instantly felt delighted. Brother Chen, are we going to bankrupt the Zheng family? He had been following Hua Beichen for quite some time, but had never dealt with a bankruptcy before. Is there finally an opportunity this time? We still need one of Zheng Zhaotian's arms. The one that touched Su Tian. Mr. and Mrs. Zheng had just arrived at the police station when someone approached them and whispered, Su Tian has already been taken away. Who has the audacity to let her go? Mrs. Zheng asked angrily. The person had yet to respond when Mr. Zheng received a phone call. What do you mean by auditing? What accounts? What tax issues? After a few questions, he received a response from the other end, and he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. What? Mr. Zheng was both angry and shocked. I'm coming back immediately. Mrs. Zheng said, where are you going back to? Our son's situation hasn't been resolved yet. I'm going back right now. Mr. Zheng exclaimed angrily. But the company is on the verge of collapse. That useless son of mine should have faced some consequences long ago. Mr. Zheng hurriedly left. Mrs. Zheng, confused, had no choice but to follow him. Liang Yunrui had picked up Su Tian, who appeared somewhat startled. Her usually smiling eyes had taken on a hint of worry. Thank you, Mr. Liang. For what? You're still in debt to me for 30 shrimp dumplings. Liang Yunrui said. They'll make them for you later. Seeing her worried expression, Liang Yunrui reassured her. It's good that you're out now. The incident wasn't your fault. You're innocent, and no one can trouble you. Su Tian nodded. I know. However, Liang Yunrui's words did not ease her feelings. Zheng Zhaotian was seriously injured. She could never have imagined that Liang Yunrui had someone beat him up to that extent. Liang Yunrui, unable to bear her distress, handed her the fruit box he was holding. Here, eat this. Su Tian couldn't eat and forced a smile. Liang Yunrui said, don't worry, I'll take care of you from now on. That dog Zheng Zhaotian, who does he think he is? Brother Tong also comforted Su Tian. It's all right, Miss Su. If Yunrui says he can protect you, then he definitely can. In Jinghai, who wouldn't give Yunrui some face? Is that so? Su Tian smiled. From now on, you'll stick with me, Liang Yunrui said, scolding Su Tian's family. What is wrong with your family? Why would they marry such a lovely girl to a scoundrel like Zheng Zhaotian? What were they thinking? If you were my daughter, no, if you were my sister. Seeing Liang Yunrui getting bizarre again, Su Tian's smile became even more forced. Liang Yunrui reached out to hook her shoulder. Brother Tong, seeing that he had startled Su Tian, quickly explained. Miss Su He erased the thing. Our Yunrui originally had a little sister, but she went missing when she was 2 years old. I came with him this time to find his sister. He and his family all love their sister, so upon hearing about the gender bias in your family and your mother's attitude towards you, he couldn't help but want to help you. It's no wonder he exhibits some strange behaviors. Liang Yunrui asked, who are you calling strange? Su Tian suddenly realized, so that's what it was. She understood why Liang Yunrui had been inexplicably nice to her and so willing to help. With this understanding, she felt much more at ease and no longer rejected some of his odd statements and actions. Just as she was about to speak, her phone rang. Upon seeing it was Hua Beichen calling. Su Tian quickly answered, her voice unexpectedly tinged with grievance. Mr. Hua. I'm at the police station entrance. They said you left with Liang Yunrui. I was in Liang Yunrui's car. I'm coming down right now. Su Tian quickly exited the car and saw Hua Beichen's vehicle parked not far away. She hurriedly ran towards him. Hua Beichen got out of the car and leaned against the door. When he saw her running towards him, he opened his arms to welcome her into his embrace. Su Tian hugged him tightly. How did you come back? The work meeting ended early, so I came back first. Hua Beichen said. He-Wan behind them was experiencing a bout of jealousy, checking his phone only to find that the meeting was still ongoing. How did you know I was at the police station? Su Tian hadn't even called him. During the emergency, he was in Jinghai, and she was afraid that calling him would only make him worry more. That's why she directly dialed the police and sought help from Liang Yunrui. Hua Beichen could guess most of these things. He softly said, I was at Grandpa's birthday banquet. I just asked someone and found out. I'm sorry for making you worry. Su Tian said, fortunately Liang Yunrui helped me. He's one of my clients. I made him some clothes. When the incident happened today, I thought it would be quickest to ask him for help, so. Su Tian detailed the events of the day. Hua Beichen had already learned the ins and outs from Yuan. However, hearing it from Su Tian's mouth felt completely different and thrilling. He could sense the slight tremors of the girl. She was still in fear. Hua Beichen regretted coming back too late. It's good that nothing happened. Hua Beichen said, quietly tightening his hold around her waist, regretting that he hadn't returned sooner to be by her side. But for Su Tian, his arrival was enough. It was Liang Yunrui who had someone beat up Zheng Zhaotian pretty badly. There might be some trouble. Hua Beichen replied. He is a well-known artist with connections. He should be able to handle it. No wonder Zheng Zhaotian was injured more severely than Hua Beichen had expected. It turned out that both the Hua and Liang families had taken action against him. But for now, whether he was severely injured or not was not the Zheng family's primary concern. Su Tian felt a profound sense of security in Hua Beichen's embrace. The entire night's anxiety and fear were completely healed. Seated in the car, Liang Yunrui watched helplessly as Su Tian ran away. Then he watched as she threw herself into Hua Beichen's arms. Liang Yunrui exclaimed, Brother Tong, did you see that? See what? Did I just imagine it? Brother Tong took a serious look. You weren't imagining it. That's Hua Yi. Liang Yunrui exploded in anger. Hua Beichen. Su Tian. How dare they? He forgot he was in the car, directly hitting the car roof. That hurt, you little brat. Brother Tong stifled a laugh and said quietly, looks like those two have a good relationship. What good relationship? Hua Beichen is my brother-in-law. Right now Su Tian was his sworn enemy. Let's go. Liang Yunrui got out of the car and strode towards them. Brother Tong. Where are you going? Can you not let this little agent deal with offending people? Seeing Liang Yunrui approach, Hua Beichen signaled him with his eyes to stop. Liang Yunrui was both angry and amused. Was Hua Beichen playing some kind of poor man's game in Fan City, tricking Su Tian, that naive and easily deceived beautiful girl? Hua Beichen, you're something else. Living lavishly, huh? Su Tian hurriedly stepped out of Hua Beichen's embrace and said, let me introduce you, Mr. Liang. This is my husband, Mr. Hua. Mr. Hua. Mr. Liang is the artist who is helping me tonight. You must have heard his songs. I have played them in my car. Su Tian finished speaking only to find both of them wearing slightly strange expressions. The two shook hands and said in unison, nice to meet you. Liang Yunrui smiled with a hint of mockery. So Mr. Hua, when did you get married? Are you planning to return to Jinghai? When will you invite me to your wedding? Su Tian and I have discussed the timing, and I will definitely invite you to the wedding, Hua Beichen replied calmly. Liang Yunrui gritted his teeth. I must send you a grand gift then. No need for a grand gift. Thank you for your help tonight. This friendship I will cherish in my heart. Liang Yunrui wanted to say more, but Hua Beichen interrupted him. Mr. Liang, it's getting late. Su Tian and I are heading home now. See you later. Watching Hua Beichen leave with Su Tian, without looking back, Liang Yunrui felt quite annoyed. He turned to Tong Gu and asked, that day you went to the airport to pick up luggage, didn't you find a girl of similar age? Is she my sister? No, Tong Gu replied regretfully. Liang Yunrui said, then hurry up and find her. The sooner the better. While their relationship isn't too close, yet his sister still has a chance. Back home, Hua Beichen forwarded 2 news articles to Su Tian. Both articles were about the bankruptcy of the Zheng family. The gist of the content was that the Zheng family was discovered for various illegal activities such as tax evasion and financial embezzlement, and relevant authorities had already intervened for investigation. Not only were mid-level managers involved, but Mr. Zheng himself could not escape responsibility. Investors withdrew their funds, the supply chain was cut off, and stock prices plummeted. In the blink of an eye, the Zheng family fell into a bankruptcy crisis. With the Zheng family's downfall, naturally they couldn't care less about Zheng Zhaotian. Zheng Zhaotian, severely injured, was hospitalized, and some of the girls he had bullied in the past came to cause trouble. If it weren't for the fact that Zheng Zhaotian was still involved in an unresolved case with police guarding him, he would likely have suffered even more injuries. After reading, Su Tian sighed. No wonder Zheng Zhaotian was so arrogant. It turns out his family has always been used to being arrogant from top to bottom. They really don't even care about the law. Such a person will naturally face the law's punishment. So you don't have to worry about him causing trouble for you later. Su Tian gently patted her chest. Then I guess I'm quite lucky. Hua Beichen smiled. Good fortune definitely favors the righteous. Su Tian no longer worried that Liang Yunrui would involve her in any trouble. The Zheng family was currently struggling to protect themselves, and they couldn't care about anything else. You were startled today, so rest early, Hua Beichen reminded Su Tian. Hua Beichen returned to his room. Liang Yunrui called. Hua Beichen. His voice was full of accusation. Are you so eager to get married? Weren't you always indifferent to women before? What are you talking about? Huo Beichen's voice was calm. What do I need to ask for your permission to get married? Logically speaking, I am your brother-in-law. You should call me brother. That was decided before my sister left. Huo Beichen replied calmly. Then you should go talk to my grandfather about it. My marriage was also arranged by him before she left. Liang Yunrui tugged at his green hair. Huo Beichen, do you believe I will expose your true intentions in front of Su Tian right now? What is this? Huo Beichen pulled out a plush rabbit. Liang Yunrui recognized it, his voice trembling. My sister's rabbit. No, my sister's plush rabbit. He remembered that his sister had always hugged it to sleep when she was little, treating it like a sister, never letting it go for a moment. Later, when his sister went missing at the age of 2, the whole family could not find this rabbit. Huo Beichen, where did you find this rabbit? Many years ago, your sister came to my house and gave it to me. Huo Beichen didn't take it at the time, but the housekeeper couldn't bear to see the little girl sad and kept the rabbit. Later, it was thrown into the attic. Huo Beichen held a fruit knife against the plush rabbit's neck. If you dare to reveal anything to Su Tian that I don't want her to know, this rabbit will. No, Liang Yunrui shouted. Huo Beichen put down the fruit knife. I'm hanging up. Liang Yunrui hugged a pillow and hit it fiercely. Uncle, what are you doing? Liang Jing asked curiously. Hitting Huo Beichen. Why are you hitting him? Because he's a jerk. Liang Yunrui said, hitting a few more punches. Then he switched to a cushion. This time I'm hitting Su Tian. Why hit my aunt? I won't allow you to hit her. Liang Jing snatched the cushion back. Su Tian is not your aunt. She even took your aunt's husband. Now she's our enemy. Liang Jing pouted, but her shrimp dumplings are really delicious. Liang Yunrui suddenly remembered that Su Tian still owed him 30 shrimp dumplings. Also, the clothes she made are nice to wear. Liang Jing said. Grandma also praised how good-looking her clothes are. Liang Jing took photos of his clothes and sent them to Grandma, who thought they were beautiful, and showed them to many uncles and aunts. Liang Yunrui tugged at his green hair. All right, forget her. The next day, Huo Beichen took Su Tian to the studio. Aren't you going to rest for 2 days? He asked. Su Tian shook her head. Since nothing is wrong, there's no need to rest. I have a lot of work to do. Huo Beichen reminded. Then call me if you need anything. I will. Huo Beichen took her hand and placed it against his lips. What I mean is, no matter when or where I am, just call me if you need anything. He didn't want Su Tian to think of Liang Yunrui as the first person to turn to for help when needed. Su Tian nodded heavily. Okay, I will. When they arrived at the studio, Su Tian saw the news again. Zheng Zhaotian's father had been arrested and was currently under investigation. Mrs. Zheng was also involved and needed to be detained for cooperation. As for Zheng Zhaotian, no one was managing him anymore. Su Yuro only saw the news today. She had no way to inquire about it last night and didn't sleep all night, resulting in dark circles. Today she had to put on heavy makeup to cover it. Mom, it's fine now. The Zheng family won't cause us trouble anymore. Su Luhua exclaimed, thank goodness. May the heavens bless us. If the Zheng family hadn't fallen, who knows how much trouble they would have caused us. Su Yuro initially thought that someone had intentionally helped Su Tian last night, making it easy for her to escape, and even injuring Zheng Zhaotian. But now it seems she had overthought it. It should have been that the Zheng family was collapsing, and someone in the know took this opportunity to take revenge on Zheng Zhaotian. Su Yuro knew that Su Tian could not possibly know someone who could help her like this. The matter regarding the Zheng family has come to a conclusion. He Wang organized the documents and handed them all over to Huo Beichen. Huo Beichen glanced at it, saying that should be enough. Li Tang shivered beside him. The once mighty Zheng family collapsed and went bankrupt overnight, with Zheng Zhaotian lying half alive after losing an arm. Is that all Hui Yi has to say? What more do you want? He Wang rolled up his sleeves. So this is what it feels like to cause someone to go bankrupt. This is too exhilarating. Chen Gu, if there are any more chances to make someone go bankrupt like this, please be sure to let me know. Huo Beichen shot him a glare. Do you want someone to trouble Su Tian again? I wouldn't dare. He Wang quickly waved his hands. By the way, Uncle Huo said he and Annie will arrive in Fan City this afternoon. Huo Beichen nodded in acknowledgement. Huo Beichen picked up Huo Jingye and Qin Feng from the airport. Once in the car, Qin Feng asked what happened to the Zheng family. It went from fine to that in less than a night. His son wanted my wife to be his wife, Huo Beichen casually explained. Qin Feng patted Huo Beichen on the shoulder. Good job, son, very good. Huo Jingye puffed out his chest. You've inherited a bit of your father's charm. The Zheng family brought this upon themselves. They can't blame my son. Qin Feng added, they got off too easy. They went bankrupt so quickly without even experiencing the pangs of loss. Qin Feng looked neat and tidy, but her clothes clearly carried a hefty price tag. Huo Beichen said, you two should go home and change clothes. Your clothes are too valuable. Qin Feng replied, by the way, your father and I brought some gifts for Su Tian. She took out the gifts from her limited edition bag. A new necklace from Paris Fashion Week and a red diamond bought in South Africa. Huo Beichen. He pointed to the mini trash bin in the car. Put them there. Qin Feng. Huo Jingye said, can't we just tell the young lady that these were randomly purchased from the store? Sending a gift that isn't presentable to their newlywed daughter-in-law was something they couldn't afford to lose face over. No way. Su Tian, as a fashion designer, is quite familiar with renowned jewelry pieces. Huo Beichen was cautious. Qin Feng silently placed the gifts into the trash bin. Su Tian received a call, and upon hearing that Huo Jingye and Qin Feng had arrived, felt a little anxious. Where shall we have dinner tonight? I can cook personally. Is there anything we need to buy? Mister, will please entertain them. I will be back soon. No rush, drive slowly. Huo Beichen still wanted to leave some time for his parents to change clothes. Su Tian replied, all right, I'll go to the supermarket to buy some ingredients. Mimi teased from the side, Su, did your brother-in-law ask you to come back early? His parents are here. Su Tian softly replied, it's my first time meeting them. Wow, your first meeting. That's a big deal. Let me check your hair. Not bad, your complexion is good as well. Looks. Su Tian checked herself in the mirror. Indeed, everything was fine. She drove out to a large supermarket. After selecting some good fruits and vegetables, and estimating that it would be enough, Su Tian also bought drinks, beer, and red wine. While checking out, she saw some soft candy and mint candies on the counter, and grabbed 2 boxes to share with everyone. She carried her bags to the entrance of the community, and Huo Beichen happened to come downstairs to meet her. Did you buy so many things? Huo Beichen took all the items from her. It's the first time Uncle and Andy are visiting, so I wanted to cook something delicious for them to try. Huo Beichen paused. Su Tian stuck out her tongue for my parents to try. She nervously entered the door, and as soon as it opened, she saw Huo Beichen's parents. Huo Jingye was over 50, but looked ageless, exuding the elegance of a mature man. Qin Feng was even more youthful and well-maintained, her beauty striking. If Su Tian had encountered her on the road, she would have only called her sister. Su Tian finally understood where Huo Beichen's good looks came from. Dad, Mom. Su Tian greeted them. Feeling a bit awkward due to her unfamiliarity, she called them shyly, her face turning red. So this is our son's new wife that he talks about every day. Qin Feng laughed heartily. My son has great taste. Complimenting Huo Beichen was a way of complimenting Su Tian. Su Tian felt relieved her in-laws were easygoing, and a weight lifted from her heart. Mom and Dad, please have a seat. I'll make you some tea. Su Tian said as she brewed 2 cups of tea and prepared a bowl of fruit. Qin Feng jokingly said, Beichen, what are you standing there for? Shouldn't this be your job? Huo Beichen rubbed his nose and took the vegetables and meat to handle them in the kitchen. Huo Jingye, upon hearing his wife's words, instinctively stood up and started to head towards the kitchen. Su Tian exclaimed, Dad, how can I let you go to the kitchen? I can just go with Beichen. Huo Beichen didn't want another person in the kitchen saying, Dad, you and Mom just got off the plane, you should rest for a bit. Su Tian followed Huo Beichen into the kitchen, smiling, your parents are really nice. Yeah, I like them too. Su Tian was in a good mood, even better than my own parents. Huo Beichen glanced at her and pulled her into an embrace. Huo Beichen had heard too many times about how Su Tian's parents treated her poorly. For Su Tian, such parents were hardly deserving of respect. Let's start cooking, Su Tian said, beginning to wash the vegetables. Huo Beichen joined her. The two had developed a silent understanding during this time, coordinating well and quickly prepared a feast. Qin Feng had always known that her son could cook, but it was due to her husband's pressure. She had never seen Huo Beichen actively cooking. Now seeing him take the initiative, he looked so pleased. Qin Feng realized this marriage was truly meant to be. She looked at her husband with a look of satisfaction. Huo Jingye embraced her shoulder. I always said our son just hadn't met the right person, he just needed to awaken. Now that he has, it's perfect. Su Tian couldn't help but envy the couple's deep affection. Among couples of this age, most she had seen were either indifferent or at least managed to maintain a semblance of a good relationship. Like the Su family, Su Chongbang and Su Luhua would always argue when they spoke, long having lost the affection of youthful couples. Su Tian yearned for a relationship like Huo Jingye and Qin Feng. She brought the dishes to the table, not wanting to disturb Huo Jingye and Qin Feng. Huo Beichen wrapped his arms around her waist from behind. Su Tian's face flushed, her ears burning. Being so affectionate in front of her in-laws made her feel quite. Please let me go first, Su Tian said softly. Huo Beichen's laughter reached her ears. If they are not embarrassed, why should we be? Huo Jingye cleared his throat, and Su Tian's face turned crimson as she hurried back to the kitchen to serve the dishes. When the food was served, Huo Jingye and Qin Feng washed their hands and sat down. Qin Feng smiled brightly. These dishes were all made by our sweet Tian, right? I made them together with Beichen. Mom, you should try them and see if they suit your taste. Qin Feng chuckled, delicious. Don't be fooled by the fact that this kid Beichen can cook. He rarely cooks at home. As his mother, I haven't had the chance to taste his cooking much. Really? Maybe he's just too busy with work usually. Huo Jingye laughed. Beichen, now that you have a wife to take. Su Tian's face flushed slightly, feeling both happy and shy. Qin Feng tasted each dish, exclaiming, they're all so delicious. I'm in for a treat tonight. Which dish is the best, dear? Huo Jingye asked. Qin Feng pointed to the garlic ribs. These ribs are the best, very flavorful with a fragrant and spicy garlic taste that isn't overpowering, truly wonderful. Bachin passed me the recipe, Hua Jingya said. Su Tian smiled as she served Qin Feng some garlic ribs. Hua Bachin also served her a piece. You should eat too. Mom and Dad, are you planning to stay for a few days for fun, or are you here to visit friends? We're mainly here to... Qin Feng laughed. For such a big event like marriage, Bachin didn't inform us beforehand. Sweet Tian, if we've neglected anything, please don't take it to heart. We've already scolded him. At that time, Hua Bachin didn't fail to mention that he was coming to Fan City. However, he said he was there to break off the engagement. Qin Feng didn't take it to heart. Who would have thought she would turn around and get married? There was no neglect. Bachin treats me very well, Su Tian hurriedly explained. We're doing well, Mom and Dad, don't worry. As long as you two are happy, we will be at ease. Your dad and I are retired now and rarely manage family matters. If Bachin bullies you, just let us know and he'll come to scold him for you. Su Tian smiled and waved her hand. He hasn't bullied me and has always treated me well. Qin Feng smiled, noticing how protective the girl was. However, she could also see that the young girl was beautiful, kind-hearted, and very innocent. She was a gracious and good child. Qin Feng said, even though your dad and I are retired, we have some savings. If you ever want to buy a house or do something big, we can support you. You don't have to be too frugal while living your life. She observed Su Tian's spending and knew she wasn't extravagant. If their lives were made difficult, it was unnecessary. Therefore, Qin Feng gave such advice. Mom, don't worry, we're not being overly frugal. We're spending as we should and not depriving ourselves. Qin Feng nodded and took out a gift. Keep this card. The gift she brought wasn't useful and she didn't find anything suitable when buying something on the spot. So she prepared a card instead. Under Hua Bachin's scrutiny, she had the bank manager temporarily reduce the amount by 2 zeros, making it 200,000, which was easier for Su Tian to accept. Mom and Dad, I can't accept this. If I say to accept it, you must accept it. Qin Feng said, we didn't hold a wedding or invite friends, it's our family's rudeness. This small token of meeting cannot be delayed any longer. Hua Bachin whispered, just accept it, it's a small token from Mom and Dad. Su Tian had no choice but to accept it. However, holding on to the retirement funds of the two elders, she couldn't help but feel it was a bit inappropriate. Qin Feng smiled. Your dad and I have decent pensions and can't spend it all. Our stocks have also risen, with only one son and one daughter-in-law. If we don't spend it on you, who else should we spend it on? Thank you, Mom and Dad. After dinner, Hua Bachin tidied up. Su Tian sat down to chat with the two elders about daily life. She discovered that Qin Feng was well-informed, cheerful, and very talkative with unique insights on many current events, not at all like a retired elder. Since dinner included garlic-flavored dishes, Su Tian took out a box of mints to share with everyone. This candy tastes good. What brand is it? Qin Feng asked. Let me check, Su Tian replied, having bought it casually at the cashier and not being. Qin Feng picked up the box alongside her, revealing a knowing smile, then set it down saying, Honey, I'm tired, we should go back to the hotel to rest. Upon hearing that his wife was tired, Hua Jingya immediately stood up. Seeing that Qin Feng had set the box down, Su Tian enthusiastically said, Mom, if you like it, just take it along. Before she could finish, she noticed the words on the box and the provocative image. Su Tian's mind exploded. It was not a box of mints, but a box of condoms. She had taken a few kinds of candy from the supermarket without paying attention, inadvertently mixing one of these in. No wonder Qin Feng had that expression earlier and wanted to leave immediately. Su Tian wanted to explain, but couldn't find a way to do so, feeling utterly flustered. Mom and Dad, let me see you off. No need, no need. Your dad and I just want to stroll around. Su Tian felt embarrassed and could only seek help from Hua Bachin. Hua Bachin understood that his parents were affectionate and didn't want anyone to be a third wheel. He said in a calm voice, It's fine, my parents have been everywhere in the world. They won't get lost in Fan City. Qin Feng meaningfully patted her son's shoulder. My son has truly made something of himself. After sending off his parents and closing the door, Hua Bachin noticed Su Tian's face was flushed and her eyes were almost red. He quietly asked, What happened? I accidentally bought a box. And then Mom saw it, and she immediately got up to leave. Hua Bachin reached out to take a look. His gaze deepened slightly, and his throat bobbed. Seeing him seriously examining it, Su Tian felt the heat returning. Showing it to Hua Bachin was hardly better than Qin Feng seeing it. She quickly reached out to snatch it away. Hua Bachin was much taller than her. She couldn't snatch it, and instead bumped into his embrace. She felt the man's chest and abs distinctly. Hua Bachin wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her tightly into his embrace. Su Tian's voice carried an unexplainable grievance. I really picked this up by accident without any other intention. But I have other intentions. Hua Bachin's voice was low and husky, carrying an intoxicating timbre. He leaned down to kiss Su Tian, savoring the girl's sweetness and softness. After releasing her, he softly said, He'll take you to a place. Su Tian followed Hua Bachin into a presidential suite on the top floor of a hotel. Su Tian's face, illuminated by the red roses, appeared exceptionally delicate and beautiful. Her sweet features were soft and charming as Huabeichen held her hand and softly asked, "Do you like it here?" "I do." Su Tian nodded gently. Huabeichen had prepared this room for a long time. Although Su Tian's previous place was nice, it was still too simple, and Huabeichen couldn't help but feel it was unfair to her. He wanted to arrange a better place. This room had been set up since he returned to Jinghai, originally intending to bring Su Tian here after he returned to Fanqing. His parents' unexpected visit had slightly delayed his plans. However, unexpectedly, a small twist still allowed him to make use of this room as intended. He wrapped his arms around Su Tian's waist and leaned down to kiss the girl's lips. As the kiss deepened, Su Tian felt the air in her chest getting squeezed away. Her face flushed as she said, "I'll go take a shower first. Shall I accompany you?" Huabeichen offered. Su Tian pressed her red lips together. "I think I should go first." She had not yet fully adjusted to the current intimacy. Huabeichen let out a soft chuckle as Su Tian hurried to the bathroom. After she finished and came out, her eyes were veiled with a layer of mist. Huabeichen didn't tease her further and took a bathrobe to shower. When he returned, he saw the girl just finishing drying her hair. The smooth strands of black hair cascaded over her shoulders, contrasting beautifully with her porcelain white skin. He leaned down, cupping her chin, and kissed her again. He picked her up and placed her on the bed, casually grabbing the box Su Tian had bought. Su Tian's face began to flush again. It felt as if her purchase of this box was a premeditated arrangement. She closed her eyes, choosing not to look or think, quickly succumbing to the tenderness brought by Huabeichen. The next day, when Su Tian woke up, she sat up as usual. However, unlike before, her waist ached severely. A glance at the time revealed it was already 11 in the morning. She remembered they had only arrived at the hotel around 8 last night. She looked up and saw Huabeichen walking over in a bathrobe, saying, "Get up and have something to eat first." Su Tian was indeed very hungry. A whole night's physical exertion had left her utterly exhausted. She lifted her gaze just as the man leaned down, meeting her eyes. "Have you verified it, and are you reassured now?" Su Tian recalled what his grandmother had said that night, urging Huabeichen not to avoid medical issues. Now she realized how terribly wrong she had been. It wasn't Huabeichen who needed to see a doctor, it was her. Otherwise she wouldn't be able to bear it. "When have I ever been uneasy?" Su Tian pouted her lips, avoiding his gaze. "Just be at ease," he added. "There's something else that will make you more at ease." Sensing the man's warm breath near her, Su Tian quickly pushed him away. "It's time to eat. I have to go to the studio later." Huabeichen released her and softly asked, "Does it hurt?" A flush crept over her face as Su Tian shook her head. She walked over to the dining table, took a spoon, and began eating porridge. The man's meaningful laughter came from across the table. After finishing their meal, Su Tian said, "Let's go back home. This hotel isn't cheap for just one night." "All right," Huabeichen nodded. Su Tian began to pack her things, and when she reached for the box, she found it was already half empty. It was supposed to contain 12 pieces. By the time she packed the box, Huabeichen had already tidied up the other items. Su Tian left the hotel with him as Huabeichen naturally wrapped an arm around her waist. Remembering how he had held her waist last night, Su Tian's face turned slightly red, her eyes filled with mist. Unexpectedly, when the elevator stopped at a certain floor, Huajinya and Qin Feng walked in. Upon seeing Huabeichen and Su Tian, the two were not surprised, and instead joked, "What a coincidence." Su Tian felt as if she had been caught doing something wrong, though she was at a loss for words. Huabeichen remained calm, saying, "Dad, Mom." Qin Feng smiled, saying, "All right, you two go about your business. Your dad and I will just take a stroll. We'll head back to Jinghai tonight." "So early?" Su Tian asked. "We're going back to see your grandmother. We'll be heading out again in a few days," Qin Feng replied with a smile. "Don't worry about seeing us off, we can manage ourselves." "Okay," Huabeichen nodded. He led Su Tian out of the hotel. Qin Feng patted her chest, saying, Heading back to Jinghai is great, I can finally switch back to my clothes." Su Tian still had work today. Huabeichen didn't take her home, but went straight to the studio. She placed the unused box from last night into her bag. Huabeichen watched her with interest. Su Tian felt embarrassed under his gaze as she took out the items, saying, "You keep it yourself." She quickly got out of the car, clutching her bag, and ran towards Baojin Shopping Mall. When Mimi saw her, she smiled, saying, "Hey Su, you look great today." "Really?" Su Tian slightly adjusted her dress neckline. Huabeichen seemed to have put in a lot of effort on her neck last night. Mimi was about to look at her neck when Su Tian asked, "By the way, did you finish the work I gave you yesterday?" "Oh, just a little bit left. They'll get it done for you right away." Mimi quickly returned to her workstation. In the afternoon, Lu Ting came to fetch a newly ordered dress for Feng Lan. Su Tian was a bit surprised when she entered. Lu Ting seemed to have lost about 10 pounds since they last met. The clothes that used to fit her well now appeared oversized. "Haven't you eaten?" Su Tian asked. "I did, just not much," Lu Ting replied, looking unwell. Su Tian put down what she was holding, saying, "I'll go with you to grab something to eat." "It's fine, I'm full. No need to worry." Su Tian didn't believe her lie and said, let's go down now. Once they reached the mall downstairs, Su Tian found a fast food spot, ordering her a bowl of wontons, a bowl of pigeon soup, and 2 small cakes. You can't eat too much in your current state. Just start with these, Su Tian advised. Lu Ting pouted nearly in tears, saying, Su, I've completely given up on reconciling this time. I just feel a bit uncomfortable. But I'll be fine in a few days. I know. Eat up quickly, Su Tian urged as Lu Ting lowered her head and ate earnestly. When they were almost done, a woman in her 60s approached them. Spotting Lu Ting, she called out, Lu Ting, I finally found you. Su Tian recognized her as Meng Xinghui's mother. Her expression turned serious. Aunt Meng, are you looking for Ting Ting for something? What do you mean for something? Lu Ting blocked me, and I couldn't reach her by phone. It was quite a challenge to find her, Meng's mother said. What is it that you need? Su Tian asked. What is there to discuss? Lu Ting broke up with Xinghui, and before the breakup, Xinghui bought her over 50,000 worth of gold jewelry. Shouldn't it be returned? Previously, Meng's mother had been calling to persuade reconciliation, implying that her son had done enough, and that Lu Ting should learn to cherish it. Lu Ting didn't want to get entangled further, and unable to endure any longer blocked her. Unexpectedly, she came to confront her in person. Lu Ting said in a deep voice, I have already sent the gold jewelry to Meng Xinghui. He will receive it soon. Meng's mother did not believe her. Just because you say it's been sent, does that mean it has? Lu Ting showed her the delivery receipt. After looking at it for a while, Meng's mother awkwardly said, Lu Ting, actually Auntie doesn't really want this gold jewelry. Auntie still feels that you can discuss things further with Xinghui. There's nothing left to discuss, Auntie. It's impossible between us now. Meng's mother, seeing this, said, you girls are something else. You want the man to provide everything: money, gold, jewelry, houses, and cars. You spend the hard-earned money of men on lavish lifestyles, dressing up beautifully, carrying designer bags. What man isn't a fool? I see you leaving Xinghui, who will support you. You really think of yourself as a little princess. Lu Ting was furious. Auntie, I don't dare let your son be a fool. My car and house were bought by my parents. Everything I spend on food and clothing comes from my own money. Your son's meager salary can't even support a little princess like me. Meng's mother was furious. Don't flatter yourself. If you weren't dissatisfied with the betrothal gifts we offered, would you have left Xinghui? A woman who only cares about money isn't worthy of my son. Yes, your son is the best. His shabby house is the most valuable, and he is most suited to find a rich woman to be supported by her. Mom, what are you doing here? Meng Xinghui appeared and grabbed his mother. I came to ask Lu Ting to give you the gold jewelry you bought for her. Meng Xinghui said, she told me on WeChat to have someone deliver it to my home. That's good. Mom is just worried you might be broken up with and end up suffering. Today's girls. Meng's mother shook her head disapprovingly. Meng Xinghui looked at Lu Ting, feeling somewhat disappointed. Why must girls measure their relationship with betrothal gifts? Even though he could afford it, he felt unhappy. Since they were together because of love, why couldn't they just talk about feelings without tainting their pure bond with money? Lu Ting stood up and said to Su Tian, Su, let's go. Ting, can we talk a little more? He didn't agree with Lu Ting's actions, but he still had the desire to salvage their relationship. As long as Lu Ting didn't make demands regarding betrothal gifts and wedding celebrations, he could compromise. No more. There's nothing to talk about. Lu Ting was already exhausted from compromising repeatedly. Since he didn't want to spend money on marriage, she would help him save it all at once. Lu Ting. Meng Xinghui reached out to grab her arm. Who is pulling on my girlfriend? He Wang walked in and pulled Lu Ting to his side. Lu Ting was momentarily stunned, then realized He Wang was coming to her rescue. She linked her arm with his. He Wang, look, Meng Xinghui, and I have broken up, yet he still keeps bothering me. Meng Xinghui was taken aback. You two are together. Of course, is that a problem? He Wang retorted. Meng Xinghui suddenly realized. No wonder I felt something was off between you two before. You two must have been secretly involved. Lu Ting, you broke up with me because you cheated, right? Don't say it's so. He Wang said, Lu Ting only got together with me after breaking up with you. She chose me not for any other reason, but because it's obvious to anyone with eyes that I am taller, more handsome, and more generous than you. Anyone with sight would choose me. Meng Xinghui's voice choked. He indeed could not compete with He Wang's looks and was a bit shorter. But he remembered that He Wang was friends with Hua Beichen. They were looked down upon even by the Su family because they were poor. Can He Wang really be more generous? Lu Ting, are you unwilling to come back to me for a poor man? Meng Xinghui was disappointed. Yes, I'm willing. I have a car, a house, and a salary. I'm happy to support him. Meng's mother was furious. Son, why are you saying more to her? Let's go. If she suffers later, don't you respond to her. She dragged Meng Xinghui away. Lu Ting immediately let go of He Wang. He Wang asked with a smile, so you broke up? Lu Ting replied, is that surprising? If it doesn't fit, just break up. Nothing surprising. I thought you were devoted to him and would even go to great lengths to marry him. After He Wang finished speaking, he took out his car keys and said, let's go. When he went to the parking lot, he saw Meng Xinghui driving a new Volkswagen, taking his mother out. Seeing him, Meng Xinghui had a trace of pride on his face. His car was newly bought and cost over 300,000. He Wang shrugged. Oh, unfortunately, he was driving a Lamborghini today. He opened the car door, got in, and drove away under the incredulous gazes of Meng Xinghui and his mother. When Lu Ting returned to the studio, she was laughing and joking. Sweet food really makes people happy, Su Tian smiled. Not entirely. After arguing with them, I realized that people like them should be cut off early to find peace. Of course, I must thank my Su for the cake she ordered for me. Sweets clear the mind. That is indeed true. Su Tian whispered to her. Actually, I always thought Meng Xinghui wasn't that great. He smoked in front of you, and when you wanted to change your phone, he upgraded his to the newest model and gave you the old one, treating it as an important gift. At that time, you were so immersed in your feelings that I didn't say anything. Lu Ting thought about it. Meng Xinghui was indeed like that. Thinking about it, breaking up was the right decision. Her mood was much better now. When Su Tian returned home, she smelled the aroma of food. Huo Beichen had returned home earlier than her. She put down her bag, washed her hands, and was about to sit down to eat. Huo Beichen came over and whispered, I regret letting you go to the studio today. What's wrong? Isn't it somewhat inappropriate to leave me alone in an empty house during our honeymoon? Su Tian bit her lips as the man's cool lips pressed against hers. The passionate kiss silenced her words. He indeed regretted not keeping her by his side today. At this moment, he just wanted to make up for the absence. The man usually appeared gentle, but his aggression and assertiveness at this moment left Su Tian defenseless. She had no idea how she was brought into the room. She only knew that by the time she regained her senses, a considerable amount of time had passed. In contrast to Su Tian's fatigue, Huo Beichen appeared vibrant and full of energy, showing no signs of exhaustion at all. Clearly, he was the one who had exerted himself. He had already refreshed himself and changed into a new set of pajamas. The silk pajamas effortlessly outlined the muscular contours of his body. Let's eat something. Oh, I've warmed it up, he said. Su Tian suddenly remembered that she hadn't had dinner. She got out of bed to eat, but as soon as her foot hit the ground, her legs weakened, and she almost fell. Huo Beichen chuckled softly and reached out to steady her. You're still laughing? Oh, it's all your fault. Su Tian pouted in protest. All right, I'll be more careful later. More careful later. Su Tian rubbed her sore lower back. Huo Beichen reached out to help her massage it, his distinctly jointed fingers resting on her waist, sending shivers through her. Su Tian had probably overexerted herself as she ended up eating more than usual. After finishing her meal, while washing up, she heard Huo Beichen making quite a racket moving things around. When she came out, she discovered that Huo Beichen had moved all his daily necessities into her master bedroom. His territorial instincts were too evident. From now on, I'll sleep here at night, Huo Beichen said. The second bedroom can be transformed into a study for us to share. Su Tian's face flushed slightly, but she did not object. Huo Beichen began hanging his clothes in the wardrobe. The wardrobe, which was originally filled with dresses, gradually filled with men's shirts, t-shirts, and suits, blending with Su Tian's items. Su Tian quite liked this feeling. She went over to help. Huo Beichen leaned over and kissed her softly on the lips, saying, You go lie down for a bit, he'll take care of this. Su Tian extended her arms and hugged him from behind. The man's back was strong and sturdy, providing a great sense of security. Huo Beichen set down the clothes, turned around, and pulled her into his embrace. His voice turned slightly husky. Is this an invitation for me? I didn't mean it like that. Su Tian simply wanted to hold him. However, every little movement from the girl was interpreted as a passionate invitation in the eyes of the man who had just tasted pleasure. Huo Beichen lost interest in tidying the room, kissing her, and pushing her onto the bed. As Su Tian lost consciousness, she thought to herself, thankfully, there are only 12 condoms in a box. Otherwise, she really wouldn't have needed to sleep that night. In a hazy sleep, Su Tian tightly hugged her teddy bear. She had always had the habit of sleeping with a plush. Before Grandma Hua gifted her that teddy bear, she had been hugging another pillow. Huo Beichen woke up and felt an emptiness beside him. Last night, Su Tian had clung to him like an octopus. He turned his head to look and saw the girl turned away from him, hugging the teddy bear, sleeping soundly. Huo Beichen reached out to take the teddy bear away. Su Tian held on tight, saying, Don't take it away. She was too tired to open her eyes, merely resisting instinctively. Huo Beichen softly coaxed, Be good, give this to me, and I'll get you a better one. His voice inexplicably brought her comfort, and Su Tian slowly released her hold on the toy. But without the pillow, she felt empty and reached out to grab something. Huo Beichen timely leaned closer. Su Tian embraced him, resting her head on his chest, and fell asleep again. Huo Beichen couldn't help but smile slightly. On this day, Su Tian didn't make it to the studio. She truly had no energy left. Huo Beichen, on the other hand, energetically ordered ingredients online and cooked lunch. When Su Tian got up, she didn't feel the sticky sensation on her skin. She remembered that Huo Beichen had carried her to wash up. He had changed her into new pajamas and replaced the sheets and duvet cover, so she had slept comfortably and woke up just around noon. Wearing the silk pajamas, her curves were accentuated in Hwabachin's eyes. He had just realized that while looking at the slender girl, she actually had everything she should have. While eating, Hwabachin said, "Let's take a nap later." Su Tian nodded. I did sleep too late last night. To be precise, she hadn't really slept at night. It was around 5 or 6 in the morning when she finally fell asleep. Thinking that she had used everything she needed, just a nap, Hwabachin probably wouldn't continue, so Su Tian felt quite at ease. Hwabachin smirked and handed her a bowl of soup. "Drink more of this, it will replenish you. You've lost quite a bit of moisture." This statement seemed innocuous at first, but then something struck her, and Su Tian's face instantly turned crimson. She lowered her head, feeling her ears hotter than the soup in the bowl. The instigator Hwabachin leaned closer and asked softly, "Is it hot?" "Not hot, you drink. You've lost even more moisture." Su Tian merely intended to retort. After saying it, she realized that her words were as suggestive as Hwabachin's. She dared not look into Hwabachin's eyes. On the handsome face of the man, a meaningful smile appeared. Then I indeed need to replenish myself. Otherwise there would be nothing left to lose." He took a sip from the bowl Su Tian held. After finishing the meal, as Hwabachin tidied up, the blush on Su Tian's face had still not faded. She heard someone ringing the doorbell and put on a piece of clothing over her pajamas to open the door. When she opened it, there stood a delivery person holding a large bag. "This is for Mr. Will please sign here." Su Tian glanced at the name and signed for him. She turned around and saw Hwabachin coming out of the kitchen, asking him, "What did you buy that's in such a big box? Didn't we just eat?" "You open it for me and count to see if the quantity is correct." Su Tian casually opened it, and as she saw the contents, the soreness in her waist became more pronounced. A whole big box of condoms. Hwabachin walked over satisfied and nodded. "It looks like the quantity is correct." Su Tian tugged at her hair. How could she have forgotten that this could also be delivered within half an hour? It seemed she wouldn't be able to take that afternoon nap after all. The next day, Hwabachin didn't keep Su Tian cooped up at home and let her go to the studio. In the evening, he finished work early and returned home, heading straight to the kitchen. Hearing the doorbell, he smiled and walked towards the door. When he opened it, he found Liang Yunrui and Liang Jing standing there. Hwabachin's smile faded. "Hello, Mr. Hua." Liang Yunrui said, his green hair messy and his smile casual yet arrogant. Liang Jing greeted Uncle Hua. Liang Jing obediently said, "Hello, Uncle Hua. Now that you've greeted him, can we leave?" "How could we just leave? Last time Su Tian asked me for help, she still owes me 30 shrimp dumplings. She hasn't actively returned them these past few days, so I had no choice but to bring Liang Jing here to collect them." As Liang Yunrui spoke, he led Liang Jing into the house. As soon as he entered, Liang Yunrui took the lead and sat down on the sofa. "When does Su Tian finish work?" he asked. Hwabachin did not answer. Only then did Liang Yunrui notice that Hwabachin was actually wearing an apron. He laughed, holding his stomach. "President Hua, have you ever met the executives from your European and American branches in this getup?" Hwabachin replied calmly, "Is that green hair of yours dyed after being green with envy? Have your fans seen it?" Hwabachin. Liang Yunrui covered Liang Jing's ears, saying, "Liang Jing, that's something children shouldn't hear." Hwabachin cast a glance at Liang Jing and did not continue the topic. When Su Tian returned home and opened the door, she saw Liang Yunrui and Liang Jing sitting on the sofa. After she stepped back and took a look, she confirmed that this was her home. Liang Yunrui stood up, saying, "I'm here to pick up my 30 shrimp dumplings." Su Tian then remembered that she had indeed promised him before, but these past few days she had been entangled with Hwabachin and had completely forgotten about it. "Sorry, Mr. Liang, I've been too busy lately to take care of it," Su Tian said. "He'll make it for you right now." She immediately washed her hands and entered the kitchen. Hwabachin shot Liang Yunrui a glance before following Su Tian into the kitchen. He wrapped his arms around Su Tian's waist with a hint of jealousy. "Do I get some too?" "You definitely will," Su Tian smiled. "How can I only feed others and not my own husband?" Hwabachin was satisfied and quietly said, "Make theirs smaller." Su Tian pursed her lips. "All right." When she brought out the dumplings, Liang Jing and Liang Yunrui had already washed their hands and were sitting properly. Seeing their eager expressions, Su Tian said, "Not just 30, you'll have plenty today." "Thank you, Auntie," Liang Jing immediately exclaimed. Hwabachin brought out the dishes. Liang Yunrui didn't expect he could cook. However, just by looking at his demeanor, it was impossible for him to make anything delicious. Liang Yunrui whispered to Liang Jing, "Don't eat too much of the food he brings out later." "Why not?" "Because it's bad," Liang Yunrui said confidently. Oh, Liang Jing nodded obediently. Liang Yunrui didn't like Hwabachin very much because he had always been the kind of child that others admired, excelling in academics and skills, taking over the whole corporation at a young age. Liang Jing's parents had 3 already outstanding sons, and whenever Hwabachin was mentioned, there was always a hint of envy in their tone. If it weren't for his sister liking Huobei-chan, Liang Yunrui wouldn't bother to glance at him. As all the dishes were served, Su Tian politely said, "Mr. Liang Jing, let's eat." Liang Yunrui immediately dug into the shrimp dumplings. Su Tian picked up a piece of sweet and sour fish for Liang Jing. "This fish is made by Uncle Hoi, give it a try." Recalling Liang Yunrui saying that Huobei-chan's cooking was bad, Liang Jing hesitated a bit. But since it was Su Tian who offered it, he couldn't refuse. So he bravely put the food in his mouth. Liang Jing's eyes lit up. It was delicious. Seeing that he liked it, Su Tian offered him more. "Eat more, okay?" "All right, thank you, Auntie." Liang Jing ate heartily. "Are you not eating the shrimp dumplings?" "Should I eat them all?" Liang Yunrui asked. Liang Jing nodded heavily. Liang Yunrui saw that both Liang Jing and Su Tian were happily eating and skeptically picked up a piece of food. "It was delicious," he said nonchalantly. "Mister, where did you get this food from?" "I made it myself." Liang Yunrui didn't believe it. Su Tian smiled and said, "He's really good. All the dishes he makes are delicious." When she praised him, her eyes curved with joy, and Huobei-chan's earlier displeasure of being interrupted by Liang Yunrui faded away. Liang Yunrui pouted unwillingly, continuing to eat. In the end, he and Liang Jing ate until they couldn't sit up straight in their chairs. However, the 30 shrimp dumplings were not finished. Liang Jing explained shyly, "Auntie, it's not that your dumplings are bad. I still really like them. It's just that the other dishes tonight were too delicious." "It's okay as long as you're full," Su Tian said, rubbing his head. Huobei-chan glanced at him. "At least you have good taste." Su Tian said, "I'll pack up the shrimp dumplings for you." Just as Liang Jing was about to say thank you, Liang Yunrui said, "Don't pack it, leave it here with you. I have no place to heat them up at home. Just remember the count. I still owe you 15. He would come back next time." Huobei-chan. Liang Yunrui returned to the hotel and said to Brother Tong, "Do you think it's too late for me to learn cooking now?" Brother Tong thought seriously about the possibility. "You might end up burning down the kitchen." Liang Yunrui tugged at his green hair, distressed. "That couple might not break up." Brother Tong patted his shoulder. "Better to tear down 10 temples than to ruin one marriage." That night, old Madame Ho made a video call to Su Tian. As she spoke, old Madame Ho's voice turned a bit mysterious. "That Tian, I had the doctor get some Chinese medicine to nourish the body. You supervised Bei-chan to drink a bit." Su Tian suddenly recalled her mentioning that Huobei-chan's health was not good that night. She didn't know where the old lady got such a misunderstanding. Just as she was about to respond, Huobei-chan entered, and Su Tian quickly turned the camera. Thus old Madame Ho saw various clothes of Huobei-chan in Su Tian's room. It seemed that Huobei-chan had already moved into the master bedroom. Old Madame Ho cleared her throat. "Actually, young people don't need too much nourishment. Oh, just eat well. Grandma won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to play mahjong." She hung up the video call. Huobei-chan stepped forward and pulled Su Tian into his arms. "What did Grandma say?" "She originally said to send you some nourishing Chinese medicine." Huobei-chan. Su Tian couldn't help but laugh. "Why does she always have this misunderstanding, thinking your health is not good?" "It might be because for those years I had no interest in women at all," Huobei-chan said quietly, savoring the sweet scent of Su Tian and gently biting her porcelain-like skin. Su Tian's voice trembled slightly. "Then what about me?" "I was attracted by your appearance." Huobei-chan did not deny it. The moment he saw her, he had the impulse to possess her. He held the girl tightly in his arms and leaned down to kiss her. Su Tian received an email from the French Haute Couture Association. They invited her to participate in the upcoming fashion show. The designs and garments she had previously submitted had received great acclaim, and there were designers in the association who admired her. Su Tian confirmed the authenticity of the email and was very excited. The Paris fashion show was an event she had always wanted to participate in. However, when she was at the Su family's fashion company, even if there were opportunities, her mother would not give her the credentials. She immediately called Huobei-chan. "Going to France. When do we leave?" Huobei-chan asked. "I need a few days to prepare. I've already arranged my visa before. For the sake of my dream, I'm always ready." Huobei-chan nodded. "All right, is there anything else I can help with?" Su Tian spoke with a smile. "Your support is the greatest help to me." "Then I will always support you in pursuing your dreams." A warm feeling enveloped Su Tian's heart. Such words would never be spoken to her in the Su family. She replied softly and earnestly, "Thank you." After hanging up, Su Tian responded to the email. Then she went to the market to look at fabrics and threads. Su Yuru was looking at the fabrics with Xiao Shun. Upon seeing Su Tian, Xiao Shun's gaze lingered on her for a moment. "Shingo, what do you think of this fabric? How about I make you a suit?" Su Yuru asked. "It's good, not bad," Xiao Shun replied with a smile. Su Yuru noticed that Su Tian was dressed in a very elegant professional outfit. Unlike the somewhat rigid professional outfits available on the market, Su Tian's clothing was likely designed and tailored by herself, made from soft and draping fabric that exuded youthful charm, lacking the mature aura. This design and crafting seemed simple, but achieving such a fine balance was not an easy task. "Su Tian, are you here to look at fabrics too?" Su Yuru called out to her directly. Hearing Su Yuru's voice, Su Tian's expression deepened slightly. Su Yuru smiled and said, I'm really sorry about what happened on Grandpa's birthday. Su Tian, I didn't expect Zheng Zhaodian to be that kind of person. Thankfully the Zheng family went bankrupt, which spared you a lot of trouble. I truly feel relieved. The Zheng family's bankruptcy means you didn't get the investment, which should be quite regrettable, right? Su Yuru smiled and said, I'm just glad to see you are okay. What does investment matter? That day Mom was a bit anxious, but her intention was also for your good. Su Yuru indeed hadn't participated much in the matter with Zheng Zhaotian that day. Su Tian didn't want to say much to her, but Su Yuru held her back. Su Tian, have you ever considered coming back to work at the Su family company? No, Su Tian rejected firmly. I know you were upset when I dismissed you last time. But please understand my difficulties. I manage so many people, and without rules the company would fall into chaos. However, the company needs people now, so I'll keep a position for you. Su Tian was unsure of her intentions, but she knew there was no way she could go back. Su Yuru smiled and said, Shun Gu introduced me. I'm going to hold a fashion show in Jinghai soon. It will be a great opportunity. If you are willing to come back, I will welcome you anytime. Su Tian understood. It turned out she wanted her back because she was busy preparing for the show. She replied, no need to welcome me. I said I wouldn't come back and I won't change my mind. After Su Tian said that, she turned and left. Su Yuru felt a bit disappointed, as Su Tian's capabilities were indeed impressive. Without her assistance they would certainly lack support. Moreover, from what she observed with Zheng Zhaoyan, Su Tian could easily attract many investors just by her look. If she could take Su Tian to Jinghai, it would be a strong competitive advantage. Xiaoxin remarked, from her appearance, she probably doesn't want to come back. Not necessarily, Su Yuru replied. Grandpa's mind is a bit muddled now, and Su Tian can't get any money from him. Without money, maintaining her studio will be quite challenging. If she lacks money, she will come back. Su Tian returned home and began packing the things she needed for her trip to France. The most were various threads unique to the country, which she could use to create many distinctive items. Hua Beichen leaned against the door saying, how long will you be gone? At least 3 or 4 days, at most a week, Su Tian replied as she put her things away, only to see a hint of melancholy in the man's expression. Su Tian also felt reluctant to leave him. She tiptoed and placed a kiss on his lips, saying, I won't stay long, I'll come back after I finish my work. Hua Beichen held her slender waist tightly, savoring the moment as Su Tian was about to leave. Su Tian couldn't escape and passively accepted his deep kiss filled with urgency, as if he wanted to preemptively claim the days to come. In the end, Su Tian lay exhausted on the bed. Hua Beichen picked her up and headed to the bathroom to freshen up. After washing up, Hua Beichen gathered her long hair and helped her dry it. Are you going alone? Will you bring an assistant? No, I don't have the conditions to bring one right now, Su Tian replied. Hua Beichen said softly, Mom and Dad might also go to France these days. If you're not familiar over there, you can call Mom. I wouldn't want to trouble them lest I become a third wheel, Su Tian said. Hua Beichen understood that she was used to being independent, so he did not insist. He handed her a translation pen, saying, this can translate in real time, take it with you. Hua Beichen drove Su Tian to the airport. Compared to Su Tian's excitement and nervousness, Hua Beichen felt more reluctant to part. He embraced Su Tian, holding her close and leaning down to kiss her. In the bustling airport, Su Tian pushed him away, saying, all right, I really have to go now. Hua Beichen finally released his grip. Su Tian took a few steps forward with her suitcase, then turned back to plant a light kiss on his face, before turning back to walk away. Hua Beichen's fingers lingered on his cheek, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his lips. Su Tian's flight to France was set to transfer to another city. While transferring, she spotted a familiar figure, Qin Feng. Dressed in a striking beach dress, flip-flops, and a wide sun hat, she looked like a young woman in her 30s. Mom, Su Tian greeted her. Hey Tian, why are you alone? I'm going to France for work. What about you? Isn't Dad with you? Qin Feng smiled. I'm here on vacation, and after a few days of play, I'm also heading to France. Your dad has some old friends here, and they want to gather. I have to leave first, or I want to go see the show. I thought you and Dad were inseparable. Sometimes one needs a bit of freedom, Qin Feng replied. Boarding the plane together, she noticed Su Tian's translation pen. Su Tian showed it to her, saying, Beichen gave this to me, it translates in real time. It works for both written text and spoken language. Qin Feng nodded with a smile, noting that there are many translation pens and software on the market. However, not many can provide real-time accurate translations for various professional content. The new model from the Hua Group hasn't even hit the market yet, and their son is already letting Su Tian use it. She thought to commend him later. A flight attendant came over to ask Su Tian and Qin Feng what they would like to drink. She spoke in French. Su Tian said a few simple sentences in French and ordered 2 drinks. She also asked Qin Feng what she needed and ordered for her as well. Su Tian felt a bit embarrassed. I don't know that many. I learned a little bit by myself before. I always thought one day I could come to France to study and explore some cutting-edge fashion design concepts, so I secretly made some preparations. Qin Feng nodded, having heard about the harsh treatment Su Tian received from the Su family. They even withheld her identification documents in the past. Yet for her to be self-reliant and strong in such an environment was indeed not easy. When the plane arrived in France, Su Tian parted ways with Qin Feng. Qin Feng initially wanted Su Tian to accompany her for convenience in terms of food and accommodation. However, to avoid drawing attention, she did not insist. Su Tian had already booked a hotel, and as soon as she arrived in Paris, she took a taxi there. After settling in, she went to the Haute Couture Association. The person who received her led her into the office of a middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes. The person Su Tian met was David, an American designer renowned in France. This time it was mainly David who invited Su Tian over. "Su, welcome." David greeted her with the characteristic warmth of Americans, stepping forward to embrace Su Tian. Su Tian had always admired David's style, and seeing him in person filled her with admiration. "Mr. Layton, it's an honor to meet you. I didn't expect your French to be quite fluent," David said with a smile. "Just call me David." After a brief conversation, David told Su Tian, "My collection will be showcased at Paris Fashion Week. You and my other assistant Julian will help me handle these garments. Of course, your works can also be showcased. At that time, I will recommend you to more people." With David's introduction, Su Tian met Julian. Julian was a tall woman with blonde hair. David was a man of action, and after Su Tian and Julian met, he immediately arranged for them to start working on all the garments he was going to showcase. These garments were all designed by David. However, he was a workaholic and an inspiration-driven type, but once he designed something, he would immediately dive into the next one upon receiving new inspiration. Thus, many of his works were left as semi-finished products, requiring perceptive young designers to refine them based on his designs. Su Tian looked at these semi-finished products, marveling at the diversity and richness of David's inspirations. She also reflected on the professional pathways available for designers in Paris. She immediately began working on refining David's creations. Julian was older than Su Tian and had much more experience, especially since she had already held her own solo show. She was skeptical about Su Tian's abilities. "Did you start working as soon as you turned 18? I don't know if using child labor is legal in your country, but our laws are very strict." Seeing Su Tian pick up a piece of work, Julian asked with an arrogant expression. Su Tian smiled and said, "Looking young is not my fault. I have all the necessary documents to be in France." Julian had nothing to say. After a moment, she saw Su Tian sewing the cuffs with a needle and thread and immediately exclaimed, "No, that fabric is very thin and cannot be sewn. No way, how can this pink go with that black?" Su Tian didn't stop at all, simply saying, "If you have a problem, you can feed back to David. I'm just here to do my job." Julian, feeling embarrassed, could only keep quiet. That evening, Su Tian returned to her hotel exhausted. However, the joy of being surrounded by the works of top designers was exhilarating. She noticed several missed video calls from Huobeichen and hurriedly returned the call. Upon calling back, she realized that it was probably still early morning back home and no one would be awake at this time. Just as she contemplated hanging up, the video was already answered. Huobeichen's voice came through. "How was work today?" "It was great. It turns out designers here work like this. Are they easy to get along with?" Su Tian nodded. "They're all quite nice. Speaking of which, the production of men's clothing actually has some subtle nuances. I remembered that the last outfit I made for you still had some room for modifications that could be done better. The last one fit me well. It was comfortable to wear." Huobeichen laughed. "Striving for perfection, isn't that the purpose of my coming here to learn? By the way, have you not slept yet, or did I wake you up?" Huobeichen had been awake all along, waiting for her call. He chuckled. "Just woke up, just got up to go to the bathroom." Su Tian felt less guilty in her heart. "Then you should get some more sleep, otherwise you won't have the energy during the day. I need to wash up and rest too." Huobeichen noticed her tiredness. Even though he was reluctant to hang up, he did not insist. "Go ahead." Just as Su Tian was about to end the call, he asked, "Is there something else you haven't done yet?" "What?" Huobeichen leaned in and kissed the screen. Su Tian's face turned slightly red as she followed suit. Before she knew it, the day of the fashion week, when David's works were to be showcased, had arrived. David was backstage checking the completion status of Su Tian and Julian's work. "Wow, this place's edge finishing is actually done with embroidery. I mentioned to you last time that I wanted to use embroidery here." David nodded. "But I didn't expect you to use this kind of embroidery. It seems to be Su embroidery, which is part of the intangible cultural heritage." "That's right." Su Tian, seeing he recognized it, simply said, "I think this aligns well with your design philosophy." "Okay, very good. During the show, I will introduce your thoughtful work." Julian shrugged, considering it just a bit of cleverness. She didn't pay it much mind. In the audience, Qin Feng sat in the front row. She was a regular at Fashion Week, and various designers and brands took pride in being able to invite her. David had sent her an invitation long ago. However, Qin Feng did not mention her intention to come. Although she was there this time, she asked David not to make a fuss and not to overly promote her in the media. David understood that people of her status had many quirks and agreed to all her requests. He didn't mind 1 or 2 instances of publicity. As long as Chin Feng was willing to come, she would certainly be willing to return in the future. Soon models strutted onto the runway wearing various outfits designed by David. He did not break his promise. Many unique elements used by Su Tian were included in the introduction. After his collection finished its showcase, he also arranged time for Su Tian's and Julian's works. This was Su Tian's first time showcasing on such a grand stage. She felt a bit anxious backstage. David patted her shoulder. Relax, little girl, it will definitely be fine. Can I ask your staff for a video later? Of course, no problem. David readily agreed. The designs worn by the model were a few outfits that Su Tian had sent over recently. As the model took the stage, everyone suddenly noticed these outfits that were starkly different from David's style, and they couldn't help but whisper among themselves. The seasoned buyers and critics sitting beside Chin Feng revealed expressions of surprise. I have a feeling that the colors of these outfits will become this year's trend. Chin, what do you think? Chin Feng came this time to support Su Tian, simply wanting to see the show. She herself did not expect that Su Tian's work would stand out so much. However, she did not want her judgment to interfere with others' evaluations, as she also wanted to see how far Su Tian could go on her own. Chin Feng said lightly, is that so? Let's hope so. Do you have any thoughts on these outfits? Chin Feng shrugged. Your opinions are more important than mine. I'm just a customer. Backstage, the clothes designed by Julian were also set to take the stage. However, one of them had a broken zip. The fabric of the women's clothing was very delicate, and the zipper had been used for the first time. The material could not withstand another use. Julian's face turned pale. Her assistant said, why not seek David's help? No, David is currently communicating with important clients at the front. We can't disturb him. Julian replied, if it really doesn't work, this outfit won't go on. Su Tian glanced over and said, can I give it a try? How will you try? Julian asked. You trust me, and I will help you. After thinking for a while, Julian ultimately agreed. Su Tian took out some silk thread, made a unique peach blossom knot, and sewed it onto the outfit. Julian was astonished at this kind of knot, unable to imagine that it had just been a piece of silk thread. Time's up, hurry up and arrange it, Su Tian said. Julian quickly dressed the model in this outfit, and in the end she successfully completed the runway show for her several pieces. In the evening, there was a celebration banquet. David was very surprised. Today's show was a great success and received rave reviews. In particular, Su Tian's several outfits were filled with Eastern charm and design sensibility, winning unanimous praise from the guests present. Su, congratulations. David said Fashion Week has specifically given you a spot, inviting you to stay and hold your own personal show. So I need to stay for a few more days. Su Tian did not expect such rewards. David smiled. 3 days later. It's just uncertain whether your works are sufficient. Absolutely. Su Tian had designed many works herself, with many yet to be used or shown. She just needed an opportunity. Julian walked over and sincerely smiled. Congratulations, Su. Getting this opportunity, Su Tian couldn't wait to share it with Wei-Chin. However, remembering that it was still early morning on his side, she refrained from calling him immediately. A few familiar faces came over with glasses of red wine to congratulate her. After responding to these people, Su Tian found a spot in the corner to sit down. David came back. He sat down in front of Su Tian and smiled. Su, do you plan to develop in France in the future? Su Tian smiled, not completely sure yet. She had had such thoughts before, but after being with Wei-Chin, she felt that it wasn't necessary to pursue development in a distant foreign land. Moreover, she now understood even more that the unique things in her own country, like Su embroidery and the ancient peach blossom knot, might be what she should truly promote. If you've thought about it, you can actually stay by my side and continue to develop in France. David's tone turned somewhat ambiguous. He flashed a charming smile. Su, you have enchanting design inspiration and beautiful looks. Developing here gives you a natural advantage. And I can also connect you, making your efforts yield twice the result with half the effort. If we join hands, we can surely present a more perfect new brand to France. He spoke romantically and enticingly. With his fame and status in the French Haute Couture Association, anyone who agreed to his request would easily secure a place in the international fashion scene. So will you consider it? Mr. Layton, perhaps to you it seems that as long as there's a fleeting mutual interest, a romantic relationship can develop alongside a career, only to be replaced by another relationship once that fades. You're right, but isn't that how it is for everyone here? David shrugged. Maybe many people are like that. But for me it's not. I choose one relationship, truly accept one relationship, and envision committing to one person and walking hand in hand for a lifetime. David shook his head. I can't do that. We're not suitable. Su Tian laughed. Yes, we're not suitable. Moreover, I already have a husband who loves me dearly, and I love him as well. I won't do anything against our relationship because of fleeting passion and romance. David raised his hands. Okay, I understand your philosophy. Wishing you happiness. He was a passionate and romantic person, but also someone who was not rigid. Since Su Tian did not agree, he immediately returned to his colleagues and sought another passion. Qin Feng smiled with satisfaction nearby. She was also invited to the celebration banquet. However, there were so many people at the banquet that she had not been able to see Su Tian. Seeing Su Tian alone in a corner, she was about to approach when she noticed that David had also come over. She had to avoid the two. By coincidence, David seemed to want to pursue Su Tian, actively offering her an opportunity that anyone in the industry would find hard to refuse. So Qin Feng simply took out her phone and recorded this scene. To her astonishment, Su Tian did not hesitate to refuse David's request without any thought. Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Her son's taste was indeed quite good. She casually sent the video to Huobeichen. After finishing with those people, Su Tian saw Qin Feng walking towards her. Mom. Su Tian was particularly surprised to see her here. A friend invited me to see the show. I came specifically to take a look. Qin Feng smiled. Your works are very spirited, really great. Thank you. Had I known you would come to see the show, I should have asked a friend to reserve a better seat for you. I just came to take. By the way, Mom, in a few days I have a personal fashion show to hold. If you're still in Paris, then would you come to see my show? Definitely. Qin Feng readily agreed. She wanted to witness her daughter-in-law's rise firsthand. Su Tian returned to the hotel and sent the video of her outfit debut tonight to Huobeichen. She also shared the news of needing a few days to prepare for her personal show. However, there was no response. She knew about the time difference and only hoped that Huobeichen would see it early in the morning and share in her joy. After sending the message, she washed up and went to rest. However, when she woke up, she still hadn't received a reply from Huobeichen. She found it a bit strange and called his phone, but it didn't go through. She could only leave a message for Huobeichen. Soon her nervous work was about to begin, and she had to focus on her job. Although she had declined David's personal request, he still sent her some guidance. This time Su Tian was showcasing her personal runway under the brand H. Not only were there women's outfits, but also men's. She took out all the clothes she had designed before making the necessary adjustments and repairs. David provided her with a lot of advice and guidance from a macro perspective. Beautiful Eastern designer, can you help me change clothes? A muscular young male model approached. He had been observing Su Tian for a while, irresistibly drawn to her beautiful and mysterious Eastern features. Sure, Su Tian replied, handing him the clothes. Please change by yourself. Can't you help me change? You helped the female model personally. Su Tian smiled. If you are willing to wear women's clothing, I can help you personally. The male model shrugged and took the clothes to change. Su Tian had a uniform approach to her work. If everyone brought a professional attitude, she didn't mind some necessary physical contact. However, if the other party had different intentions, she would not tolerate unnecessary contact. Surrounded by beautiful bodies of various shapes, Su Tian feasted her eyes. Whether male or female models, their muscle lines were perfectly maintained. With them showcasing the clothes, various designs could be presented in their best condition. Huobeichen's car stopped at the entrance. He stepped inside. After receiving his mother's video, he immediately requested a private jet and headed straight to Paris. Su Tian's words echoed gently and firmly in his ears. He couldn't wait to see her soon and tell her that he shared the same thoughts. As he entered, he saw Su Tian adjusting clothes for a male model. The clothes were slightly oversized, and Su Tian took up a needle and thread to alter the size. Her fingers inadvertently brushed against the male model's muscles. Huobeichen narrowed his eyes slightly and quietly chose a spot to sit nearby. The male model being tended to by Su Tian felt as if a cold gaze was fixed on him, stirring a sense of unease in his heart. This made him reluctant to move. After a moment, Su Tian said, "All right, it's done." She tidied up, having made all the necessary adjustments. She had spent the entire day on this. While she was packing her things, a deep and magnetic male voice came from behind. "Miss Su, would you do me the honor of having dinner together?" Su Tian looked up and saw a stunningly handsome man standing in front of her. She was overjoyed. Huobeichen. The man spoke in a low, dissatisfied voice. "What did you call me?" "Husband." Su Tian leaped into his embrace, wrapping her arms around his strong waist. "You've worked hard," Huobeichen said softly. The male model who had flirted with Su Tian earlier compared his height and demeanor to Huobeichen's, shrugged, packed his things, and left. "I still need to stay for 2 more days. Did you receive my message?" "I only saw it after getting off the plane," Huobeichen said softly. "Why didn't you tell me when you came?" "I missed you. It was a last-minute decision." "Then let's go have dinner first." Su Tian packed her things, took his hand, and walked out. David caught sight of the two figures and was taken aback. "Isn't that Mr. Hua?" Qin Feng, standing next to him, chuckled. "My son doesn't want to reveal his identity recently. Even his wife doesn't know his true identity. David, do you understand?" David didn't understand what kind of game this was, but he smiled in understanding. He recalled Su Tian's rejection from last night and said, "Madam Qin, I don't know whether to envy Miss Su or Mr. Hua." Back at the hotel, Su Tian said, "Let's go eat first." Huobeichen nodded but smiled with great interest. "Let's go upstairs first to drop off our things." Seeing him carrying the suitcase, Su Tian immediately agreed. It was indeed inconvenient to go to dinner like this. They went upstairs and entered her room. As the door closed, Huabeichen pressed Su Tian against it. His kisses came like a tidal wave. Just a few days apart, his longing overwhelmed him like a flood. He regretted not coming with Su Tian from the start. Su Tian wrapped her arms around his neck, willingly responding to him, kissing his cool lips. Several hours later, she realized that taking the initiative was not a good idea, especially with a man she hadn't seen for days. Exhausted, Su Tian lay on the bed, her strength drained. Every slight movement sent waves of weakness through her. Huabeichen kissed her lips and said, "I'll have the waiter bring dinner in." He got dinner and brought it to eat with Su Tian. Su Tian's fingers moved slightly, and she could barely hold the knife and fork. Huabeichen chuckled, cutting the steak and bringing it to her mouth. Su Tian chewed slowly, and Huabeichen asked, "Can you bite the bread? The bread in Paris is a bit hard." Su Tian's face flushed. How could he be so teasing? It was clearly something he caused. With Huabeichen's continuous help, Su Tian finally finished her dinner. Huabeichen strolled in front of her, seemingly accidentally pulling down his robe. Su Tian had never seen his body so openly. Now that she saw it with her own eyes, every muscle of his abdomen was quite similar to what she had imagined. Remarkably, his thin layer of abs was very distinct, strong, yet not overly bulky. She looked at him. Huabeichen said in a husky voice, "Whose abs are better, mine or the male models?" Off. Su Tian's thoughts were interrupted, and she didn't respond immediately. If just looking at them can't determine, how about? Huabeichen took her hand and pressed it against his abs. Su Tian felt the heat in her palm, and her face turned bright red. She tried to withdraw her hand, but Huabeichen held it down. "Huabeichen, you haven't told me yet." Huabeichen's voice was low, his gaze fixed on her. Su Tian seemed to sense a hint of jealousy. Could it be that Huabeichen was jealous after seeing her work with the male model today? Su Tian smiled and said, "Each has its own merits." Huabeichen's eyes swirled with layers of emotions. Is it just a matter of different merits? Yes, after all, male models' abs are trained specifically, Su Tian said deliberately. Huabeichen leaned down, lifting her chin. The kiss descended domineeringly. The usually gentle and accommodating man was filled with a sense of aggression at this moment, his possessiveness overwhelming. Su Tian felt as if the air in her chest was about to be sucked out. After catching her breath, her voice turned soft and delicate. "How could they possibly compare to you? To me, working with them is just a job. Altering their clothes is no different from dressing plastic models. But you are different. You are Huabeichen, my husband." Before she could finish, her red lips were captured again by Huabeichen. This kiss, filled with lingering tenderness, made Su Tian's heart melt like water. Although Su Tian's words temporarily soothed Huabeichen, he still seemed quite concerned about the abs of other men. The next day, when Su Tian returned from the fashion show, she placed a gift box in front of him. "What is this? Open it and see." Huabeichen opened it to find a new outfit inside. He picked it up, but it was indeed his size. Su Tian smiled. "I made this for you. The first set of entirely new clothes featuring subtle modifications I just learned for men's wear is made just for you." Huabeichen smiled. "You've been busy these past few days. You didn't have to make this for me first." "Of course it's necessary. From now on you will be the first to wear all my men's clothing." Su Tian's personal debut design, show though not particularly eye-catching at Paris Fashion Week, still garnered some attention from buyers, fashion enthusiasts, and designers, who came spontaneously because of her performance that night at David's show. Qin Feng and Huabeichen did not take front row seats, but instead sat in a corner of the third row. Su Tian had already entered this industry on her own, steadily developing, and neither of them wanted to interfere with her normal progress. In the backstage, Su Tian was busy in an orderly manner. This time she did not bring an assistant and managed the entire show entirely by herself. Fortunately, since it was her first show, the scale was not particularly large, allowing her the energy to manage it. After the personal show opened, Qin Feng watched attentively. Huabeichen suddenly whispered, "Mom, I'll go check the backstage." "Go ahead," Qin Feng smiled. Huabeichen arrived backstage to see Su Tian still hard at work. The backstage was crowded and various situations were inevitable. As the designer, she needed to take control. "Is the finale male model here yet?" Su Tian asked. "Sui's stuck in traffic. He's stuck on 5th Avenue. It was Fashion Week and every place was crowded." Su Tian frowned. Why didn't he leave earlier? The others remained silent. However, Su Tian had already guessed roughly that the finale male model was a relatively important role. He was merely going to walk the finale for an Asian face and did not take it seriously, so he left at the last minute. He had never considered leaving time for Su Tian to handle any emergencies. As time pressed on, and the male model had yet to arrive, Su Tian decisively said, "Let's change the model." She could choose someone from the male models who had already walked to showcase her most important outfit. However, finding someone suitable was not easy. Although the models were all in great shape, each had a vastly different temperament, making it difficult to find someone who could carry the finale outfit Su Tian designed. Moreover, it was the peak of Fashion Week, and the models were busy running from show to show. As a designer doing her first personal show, the models she invited were not very famous and could only be described as barely qualified, unable to even walk in the edge shows of other top designers. Now suddenly needing to select one from among them for the finale, the difficulty was evident. Yet Su Tian had no choice but to proceed. Hua Beichen strode over and said, "Can I do it?" Su Tian looked at Hua Beichen, her eyes lighting up. Hua Beichen undoubtedly had the physique of a supermodel. What's more rare was his strong personal charisma and style. A model who could walk the finale often possesses an exceptionally strong personal aura and unique control over the stage. Hua Beichen excelled in these aspects. The only drawback was that he had never walked the runway before. Su Tian decisively said, "I'll change your clothes." Even without prior experience, she believed Hua Beichen's control was sufficient for the finale. The others exchanged glances. "Su, are you joking? He obviously hasn't been on stage before. Even if we randomly picked someone from among us, it wouldn't be worse than him." Hua Beichen turned around, his gaze cold and piercing. Under his authoritative gaze, everyone fell silent. They sensed the pressure and control he exuded. For the moment, there were no more objections. Su Tian immediately began changing Hua Beichen's clothes. Hua Beichen said, "I can wear a mask." If he didn't, many people would recognize him as the head of the Hua group. This show would create quite a stir, but would also put considerable pressure on their relationship. Su Tian's eyes brightened. That works. The theme of this outfit was originally about the future technology and mystery. Wearing a mask would align perfectly with this theme. She quickly selected a mask and painted some fitting elements on it. The finale model rushed over. However, there were only 30 seconds left before the show started. He immediately said, "30 seconds is enough for me to change." This was his professional skill as a model. "No need," Su Tian replied. "Someone has already replaced you." He felt a wave of disappointment. Illogically, he should have arrived early to prepare. Being late meant he had to be mentally prepared to be replaced. The lights flickered and Hua Beichen stepped onto the stage. He may not have experience in walking the model's stride, but at a certain level his personal style surpassed the professionalism of any model's walk. As soon as he appeared, he was met with thunderous applause. His aura perfectly fused with the energy of the final outfit Su Tian had designed. Qin Feng recognized her son and clapped, her face filled with pride. With Hua Beichen's appearance, the show was pushed to its peak. The audience rose to their feet, applauding to express their admiration and respect for this show. Everyone was abuzz, excited for this new designer's first personal show and thrilled by the performance of the finale supermodel. The late finale supermodel backstage felt a tinge of regret. He shouldn't have underestimated this show. Hua Beichen finished and returned backstage, extending his hand to Su Tian. Su Tian placed her hand in his palm. Su Tian returned with Hua Beichen. The two of them, a perfect match of talent and beauty, stood on stage, attracting countless gazes and applause. Qin Feng smiled at the two, her face full of satisfaction. After stepping off the stage, Su Tian was still immersed in excitement. "I never thought I would have my own solo show." She couldn't hide her joy. "I thought I would just be helping David and learn a little something." Hua Beichen rested his hand on her shoulder, his deep gaze fixed on her. Su Tian met his gaze and saw the joy and admiration in his eyes. Hua Beichen's voice was low and magnetic. "You are already very outstanding. This is what you deserve. It's also thanks to you. I only realized later that you were more suited to this outfit than the headlining model. When I was designing this outfit, I had you in mind as the template, designing it entirely based on your features." She didn't finish her sentence as the man had already leaned down and kissed her rosy lips. The forceful kiss was wrapped in tenderness, sweeping her away. "So there are reporters who want to interview you." A staff member pulled back the curtain backstage and immediately spotted the two in an embrace. Su Tian quickly pushed Hua Beichen away, feeling embarrassed as she bit her lip. The staff member chuckled. "I didn't mean to interrupt, but there are reporters waiting for you." "Okay, I'll be there right away." Su Tian said to Hua Beichen. "You wait for me here, I'll be back soon." Hua Beichen watched her leave. After finishing the interview and returning, Hua Beichen took her back to the hotel. Instead of going to their room, they went to the top floor. Upon entering, Su Tian found the place already filled with flowers and balloons. The entire night sky of Paris enveloped the rooftop with neon lights flickering below. The music flowed slowly, adding a touch of romance. Su Tian turned to Hua Beichen and said, "Is this so grand?" "It's a celebration for you. It couldn't be more grand." Su Tian smiled. "Actually, it didn't have to be this troublesome. I'm just so happy you came. These are all things I'm willing to do for you. You deserve all of this." The lights dimmed, and a waiter pushed a candlelit dinner over. The flickering candlelight added warmth to the night. Hua Beichen raised his glass. "I hope to be with you for every important day in the future." Su Tian felt a warmth in her heart. She remembered how recently they had just married, yet he had already perfectly fulfilled all the duties of a husband. This made her no longer shy away from love. She also raised her glass. I hope so too. The next day, Su Tian went around to buy gifts to take home for her friends. Huo Beichen recommended a few places. After buying the gifts, Su Tian realized, you seem quite familiar with the area. I am quite familiar. I visited here once on a business trip. Huo Beichen explained calmly. No wonder I noticed your French is quite good. It's necessary for work. But you seem to have self-studied quite well. I always thought that one day I would leave the Su family, so I tried to learn as much as I could. Now that I've finally left the Su family, I realize that the feeling of being away from them is truly wonderful. Su Tian smiled brightly. Only Huo Beichen knew of her past struggles. He pulled her into his embrace, gently holding her. As soon as Su Tian landed back home, she received a call from Lu Ting. Su, you were amazing. Tonight, I have to celebrate with you. Sure, where? Su Tian asked. After confirming the address, she went with Huo Beichen. As they entered the bar's private room, they were greeted by a burst of exploding confetti. Welcome back, our great designer Su. Lu Ting held the confetti. Tang Shui, Mei Mei, and 2 other staff members from the studio were also present. He Wang pointed at the banner they had hung up, saying, Look, Lu Ting, and I worked all day to get this result. The so-called result was a banner that read, The world's #1 beautiful and spiritual designer Su Tian, along with various floral arrangements. Su Tian couldn't help but laugh. You guys are too exaggerated. Not exaggerated at all. I just regret not learning more adjectives in school to express my praise for you better. Not drunk, not returning. Lu Ting declared. Not drunk, not returning. Tang Shui and Mei Mei chimed in. Huo Beichen naturally wrapped his arm around Su Tian's waist, taking the drinks they offered, and helping Su Tian finish 2 glasses. Lu Ting could tell at a glance that their relationship had progressed significantly. She teased, Is there such a way to... It's unfair for couples to share a drink. We are one. What's wrong with sharing a drink? Huo Beichen raised an eyebrow, holding Su Tian's waist as if he wanted to envelop her entirely. Everyone was forced to consume a dose of dog food. Lu Ting was happily drinking, and before long she was a bit tipsy. She hugged Su Tian exuberantly, saying, Su, my best designer. I knew you would have such a day. She kissed Su Tian on each cheek. As the 3rd kiss was about to land on Su Tian's lips, He Wang quickly pulled her away, covering her lips with his hand. She was truly drunk, not noticing the jealousy swirling in Huo Beichen's eyes, almost spilling over. Meanwhile, Su Tian was also pulled into Huo Beichen's embrace. Lu Ting bit down on He Wang's palm, saying, What are you doing? He Wang replied, Are you a dog? Su, come here for a hug. Lu Ting reached out to hug Su Tian, but was dragged away by He Wang. After the gathering ended, Su Tian left with Huo Beichen. In a secluded area, she was pressed into the man's embrace. A kiss filled with strong possessiveness enveloped her. He skillfully pried open her lips, sweeping her away. After a long time, Huo Beichen released her. Does she usually kiss you like that? She's a girl. Su Tian felt that his jealousy was somewhat unwarranted. Girls shouldn't either. The man reached out, a finger caressing her lips. These belong to me. After adjusting to the time difference, Su Tian's spirit was fully restored. She discussed the matter with Huo Beichen. I plan to hold a solo show in Jinghai. Sounds good. Huo Beichen agreed. On my trip to Paris, I saw many foreigners using some elements from our history, yet they didn't attribute them. I think it's better if we utilize these elements ourselves sooner rather than later to prevent others from using them all up. Plus, during my trip to Paris, I accumulated enough experience for the show. I believe I'm capable. Huo Beichen asked, Do you have any concerns? I do have concerns. Paris normally has fashion weeks with many people coming and going. This time in Jinghai there might not be many spectators. So what I need to do is prepare myself mentally. It's okay if there are few people. We can slowly accumulate interest in the beginning, and eventually more people will come. After making her decision, Su Tian began her preparations. This time, she would take Tang Shui and Mei Mei with her to Jinghai. The 2 of them were so excited that they started getting ready early. As Su Tian exited the Baojin shopping mall, someone from a car waved at her. Seeing the heads with 1 green hair and 1 red hair, Su Tian immediately recognized who it was. She walked over and asked with a smile, What's up? Annie, I heard you're having a personal show, and to celebrate, I've brought you a gift. Liang Jing said obediently. Really? Thank you so much, Su Tian said, her heart melting as she looked at him. Here, this is for you, made by Liang Jing handed the box to Su Tian. I've prepared a gift for you too, Liang Yunrui added as he presented his gift. Su Tian saw that Liang Jing's gift was a food box while Liang Yunrui's was a luxurious brocade box. She accepted Liang Jing's gift, but declined Liang Yunrui's, saying, Mr. Liang, I can't accept yours. I appreciate the gesture. Thank you, Liang Jing. Su Tian left with Liang Jing's lunchbox. Liang Yunrui exclaimed, Why not? His gift had been carefully selected for a long time. Liang Jing smiled, It must be because I look better. When Su Tian returned home, she discovered that Liang Jing's gift was shrimp dumplings. The box was full, and they looked quite appealing. Thinking about how Liang Jing made them himself, her heart softened. She didn't expect the little guy to learn how to make shrimp dumplings just to celebrate for her. She took a bite. Su Tian thought it wasn't easy for a child to make them look this good, so she forced herself to swallow. Huo Beichin brought out dinner. Seeing her eating the shrimp dumplings, he asked, "Why is there a separate dumpling?" "It's from Liang Jing," he said. "It's to celebrate me." "How does it taste?" Huo Beichin inquired. Su Tian couldn't find the right words to describe it. Huo Beichin said, "Then just throw it away." "No way, this is what Liang Jing worked hard to make. He's just a little kid, not even as tall as the stove. How could I bear to throw it away?" Huo Beichin took a bite. He said, "It's not bad, I'll take it to the office tomorrow." "You really think it's okay?" Really? Su Tian felt relieved, sat down, picked up her chopsticks, and began dinner. The next day, Huo Beichin took the shrimp dumplings to the office. He Wei and Li Tang were already used to Huo Beichin bringing food to the office. They were also accustomed to Huo Beichin being very protective of his food. They weren't even allowed to look at it. He Wei recalled how Liang Yunrui and Liang Jing had praised Su Tian's shrimp dumplings countless times on social media. He swallowed hard and made the reports as perfect as possible. He took the reports over to Huo Beichin while he was eating lunch. Huo Beichin read through them and showed his approval. "How is it, Chingu? I did so well this time. Do I get a reward?" Li Tang couldn't help but look eagerly at Huo Beichin's lunchbox as well. He wasn't unfamiliar with shrimp dumplings, but every time he saw Huo Beichin eating them, it seemed like the most delicious food in the world. He couldn't help but be curious about how good they really were. Huo Beichin asked calmly, "What reward do you want?" "Can I have just one bite?" "Just one bite." Huo Beichin looked at Li Tang. "Do you want to eat too?" Li Tang replied, "I just want to try." Huo Beichin nodded. "All right, you can all take this box." He Wei exclaimed excitedly, "Really? Forget it. I want it." He Wei immediately snatched it away. He and Li Tang found a spot to share the food. Whenever Huo Beichin ate, the enjoyment he expressed made them feel a strong urge toward the food he ate. He Wei picked up his chopsticks. "First, I'll go first. My sister-in-law made this, I have to eat first." Li Tang didn't compete with him. He Wei took a bite. His expression was somewhat indescribable. Li Tang asked, "Is it good?" He Wei replied, "It's good." Li Tang couldn't wait to eat a shrimp dumpling. His lips twitched slightly. Then the two spoke in unison, "True love." If it weren't true love, how could Chen Guhui swallow it? Huo Beichin walked over with coffee. "Don't waste food." The two of them ate, while holding back tears. The personal show in Jinghai had Su Tian arriving a day early. Since old Madame Hua knew she was coming, she had been eager to meet her. While Su Tian was on the plane, old Madame Hua had already instructed the housekeeper to start preparing food. "Is the seafood fresh? Did the fruits arrive by air this morning?" Old Madame Hua asked. The housekeeper replied softly, "Madam, it seems the young mistress doesn't know we're staying in." The villa where the Hua family's old residence is located is the most valuable area in Jinghai. It is situated in the economic and political center, and ordinary people can tell the Hua family's status just by taking a quick look outside. Old Madame Hua suddenly realized, "Oh, I completely forgot. Beichin told me, and I almost forgot. Let's change places." The housekeeper arranged for them to borrow a house from a domestic servant. The servant's family usually doesn't come home, and their house is small, a 3-bedroom apartment. Old Madame Hua hurried there and had them bring dinner along. Huo Beichin got off the plane and called old Madame Hua for the address. He took a taxi and headed home. Su Tian felt a bit anxious about going to the Hua family. Huo Beichin held her hand and reassured her, "Grandma is easy to get along with, don't be afraid. I know Grandma is very nice, it's just that it's my first time visiting, so I'm a bit nervous. I'm here with you." Huo Beichin's deep voice helped alleviate Su Tian's anxiety. The car finally arrived at the entrance of a community. After Huo Beichin got out of the car, he thought for a moment about the direction before leading Su Tian forward. Su Tian was too nervous and didn't notice his hesitation while finding home. After going through several buildings, they finally arrived at their destination. Huo Beichin let out a gentle sigh of relief. Luckily, the door was open, so he didn't need to carefully identify the room number. Old Madame Hua was waiting at the door, and upon seeing Su Tian, she approached with a smile. "Hello, Grandma." Su Tian greeted her. Old Madame Hua was even more affable than in the video, putting Su Tian's worries at ease. The housekeeper and a nanny who was next to old Madame Hua were also present. Old Madame Hua introduced Su Tian, saying, "This is Grandpa Wang and Grandma Li, both are my old friends." Housekeeper Wang and Nanny Li were pleasantly surprised and greeted Su Tian. Su Tian presented her gifts to them respectively. As she entered, the house was decorated very warmly. Please sit, old Madame Hua said. "Dinner is ready, let's see if it suits your taste." "Grandma, I'm not picky, I like to eat anything." "Look at you, you're so thin, eat more." Old Madame Hua helped Su Tian with some dishes. "Grandma, I'll go wash my hands first," Su Tian said. "Beichin, hurry and take Tian to wash her hands," old Madame Hua instructed. Huo Beichin responded. He didn't know where the restroom was. Fortunately, the house wasn't large. Huo Beichin glanced around and quickly determined the location of the bathroom. He accompanied Su Tian there. Huo Beichin searched a few times and finally found the hand sanitizer. Su Tian smiled. Haven't you been back for a long time either? I've been working outside, so I come back less often. In the future, we should come back more often to accompany Grandma, Su Tian said. Hua Beichin chuckled softly. No wonder Grandma likes you so much. I feel somewhat dispensable now. After washing his hands, old Madame Hua called Su Tian to eat. During the meal, she inevitably asked about Grandfather Su. Grandpa's health is quite good. It's just that since he contracted Alzheimer's, he is sometimes clear-headed and sometimes muddled. Remembering those years when he and Beichin's grandfather were just over 20 going up mountains and down to the sea together seems like it was just yesterday. Old Madame Hua couldn't help but sigh. Su Tian nodded gently. Grandpa often mentions Grandpa. A few years ago they lost contact, and we've been wanting to reach out to him. Who knew that we just found out that Beichin's grandfather has passed away? The two brothers never even got to see each other one last time. Talking about these things, old Madame Hua couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. Su Tian comforted her. Both grandfathers still remember each other in their hearts with the bond they shared back then. I believe they both feel no regrets now. Old Madame Hua held Su Tian's hand. Now that Beichin has married you, they both have no regrets. She had heard about Su Qingbang and Su Luhua and had no particular feelings for the couple. The fact that Su Tian could be with Hua Beichin under such circumstances made it particularly rare. Old Madame Hua's fondness for Su Tian deepened further. Next time Grandma comes to Fanqing, it will be to see you. Su Tian thought of her parents and how her marriage to Hua Beichin couldn't bring both families together. A hint of sadness appeared on her face. Old Madame Hua understood her feelings and smiled. Let's also go see your grandfather. Speaking of which, I know him too. We are considered old acquaintances. Su Tian nodded. After dinner, she wanted to see Hua Beichin's room. Which one is your room? She asked. Hua Beichin replied. He had forgotten to ask Grandma about it while in the car. Upon hearing this, old Madame Hua remembered that she hadn't arranged a room for Hua Beichin at all. This was originally a servant's room. Since no one lived here, she hadn't thought much about it. If Su Tian were to enter a room, it would be easy to expose the situation. She smiled and said, Tonight I won't keep you two here. Newlyweds can stay outside. I'm afraid I might. Grandma, that's not the case. Su Tian's face turned slightly red from her teasing. Then I'm worried about being a disturbance to you. Is that all right? Su Tian felt even more embarrassed by her words. Hua Beichin stood up and said, Let's stay outside, then I will come back to visit you when we have time. All right, go ahead. After all, I have old friends to keep me company too. As they walked out, Su Tian's face was still slightly flushed. Back at the hotel, Hua Beichin embraced her, leaned down to kiss her, and pulled her tightly into his arms. Seeing him being so intimate as soon as he entered, Su Tian pushed him away. Did you tell Grandma we are staying at a hotel? No. Hua Beichin raised an eyebrow, looking earnest. Su Tian was somewhat skeptical, and the man chuckled softly. If I really wanted to be with you, I could do it at home, without making a fuss about going to a hotel. Grandma wants to give us more time as a couple. That's her own wish. Su Tian blushed. Who wants to be with you? Don't you wanna? He held her waist skillfully, leaving marks on her lips. His fingers traced down, unbuttoning her clothes. Su Tian was ultimately forced to say, I do. As soon as she spoke that word, the man's movements became even more intense and turbulent. The next morning, Su Tian received a call from Tang Shui and Mei Mei to check the venue they had booked. It was also the first time for Tang Shui and Mei Mei to participate in such a personal show. They were filled with surprise and awe. This venue is so beautiful. Mei Mei couldn't help but ask, will all these outfits be on stage tonight? Yes, they will, Su Tian replied. Tonight is also a great promotional opportunity for us. You held a personal show in Paris. Do you still need promotion? The situation in Paris is different from here. To cultivate the domestic market, we need to showcase our strength in Jinghai. Mei Mei nodded. All right, we will do our best to support you. Tang Shui and Mei Mei began setting up, and as the models arrived one after another, they also became busy. Su Tian went out and unexpectedly ran into Xiao Shun. He looked much more mature and composed, recently dressed in a fitted suit and styled hair, giving him an air of a socialite. Su Tian. Xiao Shun was a bit surprised to see her. What are you doing here? Did you come to find me? Su Tian replied, You think too much. I'm here for work. Xiao Shun nodded. Tonight Yuro has a personal show here. It's her design debut. Do you want to come and take a look? No need, I'm very busy. Su Tian, I know about my relationship with Yuro. I owe you an apology. Are you planning to hold a show in Jinghai? If so, just tell me I can help you. No need, I don't want it. Xiao Shun sincerely said, Just consider it my way of making up for my past mistakes. You just have to speak up, I will definitely help. He looked at Su Tian, not understanding why she was becoming more and more beautiful, radiant, and dazzling. Seeing Su Tian unresponsive, he said, At least I'm more familiar with Jinghai than you. No need to, just take care of yourself. Seeing Su Tian walk away, Xiao Shun wanted to chase after her, but knew he had no right to do so. Su Yuro came out. Shingu, who are you talking to? She looked up and saw Su Tian's departing figure, saying, Su Tian is here too. She was truly puzzled. Why would Su Tian come? Logically, she should be in Fansheng, or what is she doing in Jinghai? Could it be that she knows about my personal show and couldn't resist wanting to come and see? Could she be here to cause trouble? Every time Su Yuro thought about this, her mood fluctuated. Shingo, what do you think Su Tian is here for? I heard she came for work, Xiaoshen said thoughtfully, also feeling it was a bit strange. Su Tian's timing was too coincidental. Could it be that she came because she couldn't forget her past feelings for me? After all, the two of us once had feelings for each other, and Xiaoshen had no doubt about his charm. Moreover, he was about to return to the Liang family and would have better prospects in the future. If Su Tian truly had a change of heart, Xiaoshen was momentarily indecisive about what choice to make. Shingo, what are you thinking about? Su Yuro asked gently. Xiaoshen came back to his senses, finally realizing what he had been thinking. He smiled and said, don't worry about your personal show tonight. I've already invited media reporters and quite a few friends to support you. Brother Shin, you are truly wonderful. Su Yuro looked at him tenderly, prompting Xiaoshen to kiss her affectionately. A personal show is a challenging event to organize, especially in a fiercely competitive city like Jinghai. Without media hype and sufficient influential guests, hosting the show would yield little difference from not holding it at all. Su Yuro's confidence in holding this show stemmed from her connection with Xiaoshen. Moments later, Su Yuro's guests began to arrive. With the help of Xiaoshen and Liang Ningqiao, several rich second-generation heirs, young stars, and internet celebrities made their appearances at the venue. The arrival of these individuals spontaneously attracted some media attention. Seeing familiar faces from social media among the attendees, Su Yuro's smile grew increasingly radiant, knowing it would spark discussions. While she was busy greeting guests, Su Luhua approached her and said, Yuro, do you know that Su Tian is coming to? What? Where? She's holding her show in the adjoining hall. Su Luhua had just learned about it. Su Yuro couldn't help but chuckle. What kind of show is she holding? It's obvious she's trying to use your influence to promote her own show. After the incident with Zheng Xiaoyan, Su Luhua had completely lost faith in Su Tian. Knowing that this daughter could never align with her goals, she simply excluded her from the Su family's circle. Seeing her follow her elder sister's example only made her mood worse. Su Yuro smiled and said, Mom, what are you worried about? She has neither money nor connections, what can she accomplish? Su Luhua thought for a moment and agreed. Why is she so foolish to think she can do the same thing as you? It doesn't matter, she won't succeed anyway. After a few setbacks, she'll come back to me for help. After all, when the time comes, Su Yuro wouldn't mind taking her in to help with tasks. With Su Tian's looks, she could be useful to her, giving her opportunities in Jinghai as well. It's just that you have a kind heart and still consider her your sister. Su Yuro smiled gently. Sisterly affection cannot be disregarded. After speaking, she held her glass of red wine and walked into the crowd to interact with the guests. Tang Shui and Mei Mei were busy with the final preparations. Mei Mei, noticing that no guests had arrived, yet expressed her concern. Do you think anyone will come to see the show today? They should. Didn't Su distribute a lot of flyers beforehand and invite some buyers and critics from? Those are all people she met in Paris. Mei Mei replied. Even so, I'm still quite worried. It's always difficult to start something new. She was actually older than Su Tian and had seen many people fail. She feared Su Tian might encounter similar issues. Unfortunately, she had no friends in Jinghai. Tang Shui said, if the venue isn't filled, I can go out and buy some milk tea and invite college students to come and watch the show. The priority is to fill the venue. The quality of the show can be discussed later. All right, let's do that. At the entrance, Su Tian was also feeling a bit anxious. The last show in Paris was successful because it garnered attention at David's runway show. This time in Jinghai, even though she invited some contacts she met last time, the numbers were still limited. She wondered how things would unfold today. Just then a guest arrived. It was a buyer she had met before, and she hurried. He Wang drove to pick up Hua Beichin. He asked, Brother Chin, do we need to arrange for some people to support your... Not for now. Let's not disrupt her planned arrangements. Not for now, but that means we still might need it. Alright, I'll prepare just in case you need to arrange something. Hua Beichin pondered for a moment. Su Tian had the capability to handle things herself, and he didn't need to interfere with his connections. If he stepped in and Su Tian found out, it might not be good. However, if the situation turned dire, he couldn't worry. When He Wang's car arrived at the venue, he was astonished. What's happening? A crowd had gathered, all heading towards Su. Brother Chin, did you secretly arrange for people? Hua Beichin furrowed his brows, unsure where all these people... He parted the crowd and walked over, seeing Su Tian attending to these guests. Su Tian spotted him and said, you and He Wang should go to the backstage. He'll join you shortly. Though Hua Beichin kept a low profile in Jinghai, he was likely well known among those who recognized him. He didn't linger in the crowd and headed to the backstage. He Wang noticed that the front seats were nearly filled and couldn't help but exclaim. There are so many people, he said. I didn't disclose your identity, Brother Chun. I have no idea where all these people... After a while, Su Tian finally returned. Seeing her with beads of sweat on her nose, Hua Beichin handed her a bottle of water and said, here, drink some. Su Tian took a few big gulps and then said, "There are so many people. How come there are so many? Didn't I make clothes for a few wealthy ladies? I invited them to the show that day, and they ended up bringing a lot of friends." Su Tian couldn't hide her excitement and pride. This was a sign of her recognition. "However, there are still some people I don't know. They weren't brought by those clients." Huo Beichen pressed his tongue against his cheek, secretly regretting that fewer people had added him on social media. The last time he boasted about his clothes, others inquired about who made them. He told the whole world that it was made by his wife, yet he never revealed Su Tian's name. It was a misstep. Today, many influential figures from Jinghai had indeed come to the venue. There was no denying that the clothes Liang Yunrui wore last time, though part of a private schedule, were enough for them to discern the exceptional quality of those pieces. Naturally, some wanted to order clothes, some sought collaboration, and others wished to meet Liang Yunrui's personal fashion designer. As a result, the venue became increasingly crowded with more and more distinguished individuals. Along with Su Tian's existing clients and their companions, the place was already packed. Tang Shui bought over a dozen cups of milk tea and invited a dozen young people. They clamored, "What are we going to see? It's just a personal fashion show. It won't take much time. There are free fruit and drinks inside. I hope you all enjoy yourselves." "That's great. Let's go in and take a look. If it's fun, can we call a few more classmates?" "Of course. You're welcome," Tang Shui said as he pushed open the door to the show, only to be astonished by the sea of people inside. Doubting if he had gone to the wrong door, Tang Shui stepped outside to check. "No, this is the right place. But why was there no one inside when I stepped out earlier, yet now there's no space left? Oh, it's so crowded. There are no seats." The dozen young people, all university students, gasped. Tang Shui quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, the show is too captivating. There are no seats left. But this scene is sweeter than drinking a dozen cups of milk tea." Who knew these university students would say such an exciting show were not leaving, right? "It's fine to stand in the back and watch. Since we're here, we might as well stay." So they stood at the back to watch. As the lights dimmed and brightened, the show officially began. Su Tian was busy backstage, and with so many people in front, she dared not slack off. She could only see the audience's reactions from the large screen backstage. As the show progressed, she observed the expressions on everyone's faces and secretly sighed in relief. It seemed everything was fine. Moreover, it appeared that the audience was growing in number, with more people gradually entering from outside. As Su Tian's show became increasingly spectacular, Su Yura's show was also underway. Su Luhua secretly informed Su Yuro over at Su Tian's side the staff are handing out milk tea to invite passersby to watch the show. Su Yuro couldn't help but shake her head. The passersby might see a good show, but was it really effective? She couldn't be bothered with Su Tian and focused on her own show. In the audience, some whispered, "Hey, why are they in another show venue? These clothes are quite nice. Where are they from?" The buyers and influencers sitting in the venue had their own channels of information. Those watching Su Tian's show recorded videos of the highlights and posted them on social media. A number of audience members at Su Yura's show saw the content on their feeds. Originally, they thought Su Yura's works were indeed quite good. To give Liang Mingchao some face, they came over. However, upon seeing Su Tian's works, they realized the stark difference. Some people began to feel restless. As buyers and influencers, keeping up with aesthetic trends was crucial. Especially for buyers, accurately gauging the market could yield significant results. It was evident that Su Tian's show was far more exciting than the one they were currently attending. Immediately, some people stood up. Once one person left, others followed. Gradually, more and more people began to leave. The empty seats on Su Yura's show became increasingly conspicuous. Xiao Shen was surprised to see people leaving. These were all individuals he had personally invited. Oh, why were they leaving so soon? Su Luhua was also anxious. "Xiao Shen, what's going on? The show is long. Perhaps they have something to attend to," and left early. Su Yuro smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. Their presence here is already great." Su Luhua went out to take a look around and returned to say, "Everyone has gone to Su Tian's side." Su Yuro frowned, and Xiao Shen couldn't believe it. What qualifications did Su Tian have to draw so many people over? The three of them were quite puzzled. But the reality was right before their eyes, leaving Su Yuro with no choice but to confront it. As the number of attendees dwindled, she finally felt anxious. "Don't let anyone else in. There are already too many people with no room to stand." Tang Shui was controlling the scene at the entrance. But that's how people are. The fuller the venue, the more they perceive its value. His actions only made people less inclined to leave. The people inside cherished their seats even more. Huo Beichen saw the crowd backstage and asked He Wang for some information. He Wang quickly returned. They all saw the show on social media and came over spontaneously. "I swear I didn't arrange any of this myself." Huo Beichen was taken aback. "So social media is this effective for others? Meanwhile, I haven't brought a single audience member for Su Tian." He Wang said, "Sister-in-law is truly impressive. This time she will definitely be famous. I've already heard many celebrities inquiring about her schedule and pricing." Huo Beichen glanced at Liang Yunrui. "Aren't you leaving?" "Why should I leave? I have to celebrate Su Su's successful debut later." There are many reporters. If you don't leave now, you might not be able to later. Oh, it's fine. Liang Yunrui put on a wig, turning into a completely different person with black hair. Huang, is it really just about the hair? This is about whether Chingu is jealous or not. Liang Yunrui was clearly pretending to be confused. As soon as Su Yuri's show ended, she hurried over to Su Tian's side. She wanted to see what was happening that made Su Tian's situation so much better than hers. She walked over quickly, only to see a sea of people, and couldn't discern any other details. Among the crowd, she spotted a figure that looked a bit like Liang Yunrui. But that couldn't be right. Liang Yunrui had dyed his hair red, and this person had black hair. It couldn't possibly be him. Su Luhua followed, and said, next time we hold an event, we should promote it more outside, and bring more people in. Su Yuro remained silent. Was this really just a matter of posting flyers? After the show, Liang Yunrui insisted on going to celebrate with Su Tian. It's too late. Su Tian needs to rest, not celebrate. Hua Beichen flatly refused. Then how about celebrating tomorrow? Liang Yunrui said, let's find a nicer place tomorrow. We'll talk about tomorrow's matters tomorrow. Liang Yunrui could only watch them leave helplessly. Huey patted his shoulder, saying, sister-in-law still has to do a media interview tomorrow. Let's put the celebration on hold for now. Returning to the hotel, Su Tian went to the bathroom to take a shower. Hua Beichen called Huey, saying, I heard someone is pursuing Liang Yunrui recently. Yeah, he's just got that charm that attracts attention. Then help them out. Huey immediately understood. Hua Beichen wanted him to share Liang Yunrui's contact information with those girls. This way Liang Yunrui would have less mind to chase after Su Tian. As Su Tian was showering, there was a knock on the door. Shall I come in and keep you company? Hua Beichen's voice came through, sounding a bit damp through the steam. Su Tian instinctively crossed her arms, saying, I'll be done soon, you can come in later. Although they had an intimate relationship, she still felt shy facing him so openly. The door was turned and opened with a click. Hua Beichen's figure appeared. Seeing him in shorts, Su Tian's ears flushed from the hot water. Let's shower together, hurry up. Don't you have to meet the media friends tomorrow? You should rest early to regain your spirits. He said, his words impeccable. But if he were more consistent in his words and actions, it would be even better. What he meant by hurry was that they could start right in. By the time Su Tian was carried out of the bathroom, her limbs felt weak. Thinking about meeting the media tomorrow, she got up to find some clothes. Her steps were a bit unsteady as she stood up and almost fell, but fortunately Hua Beichen caught her quickly. Hearing the man's light laugh, Su Tian couldn't help but grumble. How dare he laugh? Wasn't it all because of him? She rummaged through her suitcase for clothes and took out a long silk dress with spaghetti straps. It was her own creation, custom-made, perfectly fitting her body and showcasing her elegant figure. Facing the mirror, she asked, which one do you think is better, this one or the other two? Whichever my wife thinks is better is the best one. Hua Beichen bent down to embrace her and kissed her neck. His teeth gently grazed her skin, causing Su Tian to let out a light gasp. The place he kissed was marked with a red bruise, especially striking against her fair skin. He left a similar mark in another place. Hua Beichen. Su Tian's voice trembled unsteadily. Hua Beichen reluctantly lifted his head, gazing at the girl through the mirror. Her bashful, yet angry expression was particularly alluring. He couldn't help but lower his head again, leaving a mark on her neck. I have to meet the media reporters for promotion tomorrow. If you keep this up, I really won't be able to go out tomorrow. Then I won't go out. Hua Beichen continued to ravage her neck. Su Tian held his fingers, whispering, Honey, are you afraid of me leaving you? Hua Beichen looked up, meeting her gaze. Su Tian had already noticed his recent insecurity. It seemed that the more he felt this way, the more he wanted her. If Hua Beichen knew her inner thoughts, he would realize she was overthinking. He didn't just want her fiercely now. After tasting her, he only wanted her more. Her voice was gentle, her attitude firm. I know that my development now won't be limited to just one place in Fan City. I will be traveling around and meeting many different people in the future. I also know that I might face many temptations and different circumstances in the future. But rest assured, I take my feelings seriously. A hint of mist appeared in the girl's eyes. Hua Beichen didn't expect her to say that. However, her words were undoubtedly the response he wanted. He leaned close to her ear, his voice hoarse. How do you take it seriously? Tell me. A hot breath filled Su Tian's ear. Prove it to me. Hua Beichen said, biting her earlobe. By the time Su Tian was worn out in the late hours, she truly regretted saying that earlier. This man really knows how to take advantage of every bit he gets. She was being serious with him, yet he took it seriously back. The next day, Su Tian changed into another dress with a more traditional style. This dress was less accentuating of her curves, featuring a collar with a knot, adding elegance, while sacrificing some of the sexy allure of the spaghetti strap dress. When she appeared in front of the media reporters, she took everyone by surprise. Designers like her were indeed rare. The reporters, accustomed to seeing stars, couldn't help but confuse her looks with those of celebrities. After the interview, just as Su Tian was about to leave, a beautiful woman called out to her. Miss Su, who are you? Zhang Jiyue, how could you help me design an outfit? I have a red carpet event, Zhang Jiyue said. Su Tian agreed. After learning more, she found out that Zhang Jiyue could only be considered a third-tier artist. To borrow haute couture from a well-known designer or have a long-established designer create an outfit was not only a huge expense, but also very difficult to arrange, especially now when they were all fully booked. There were many artists attending this red carpet event, and the good designers had already been reserved. Zhang Jiyue was currently on the rise, wanting to gain higher visibility through this red carpet. She had also recognized Su Tian's performance from last night's debut and wanted to take this opportunity to support each other and achieve mutual success. Su Tian understood her intentions and said, "What kind of dress are you looking for?" "It should be eye-catching, something that grabs attention at first glance," Zhang Jiyue said. "Sure. However, I believe that something more suited to you would be better." "Then it should be eye-catching. No matter what, please help me make it." "Miss Su, I really rely on you this time." Su Tian replied, "All right, I'll send you the design draft tonight." Back at the hotel, taking advantage of Hua Beichen being out on business, Su Tian focused on drawing the design and sent it to Zhang Jiyue after dinner. Zhang Jiyue approved and found it satisfactory. Next, she needed to make the outfit. That night, when Hua Beichen returned, he saw Su Tian still working diligently. He walked up behind her, looking down at her threading pearls with needle and thread. "Why not leave this to the people in the studio? This pearl needs to be strung this way. Mimi and Tang Shui haven't learned that yet." "Almost done, just a few more." Su Tian quickly finished stringing them up and held them up, saying, "They'll look good on the dress, right?" "Looks good. How about this?" Hua Beichen placed a box in front of her. Su Tian opened it and discovered a string of pearl necklaces inside. These pearls were clearly different from those she used for making clothes. Each pearl was plump and round, looking very appealing. "They look beautiful. They should go perfectly with your spaghetti strap dress," Hua Beichen said softly. "So I can go out wearing the spaghetti strap dress? As long as you don't mind the love bites on your neck." Su Tian touched her neck. She did mind and feared being seen. Hua Beichen put the pearl necklace around her neck. He lowered his head and carefully fastened the necklace. The smooth pearls touched her skin, causing Su Tian's heart to flutter. She didn't care about the brand of the pearl necklace. Hua Beichen's thoughtfulness was what mattered most. What she didn't know was that to prevent the necklace from being easily recognized by its brand, Hua Beichen specifically went to the brand's headquarters to have the designer make last-minute modifications. That night, at Su Yura's celebration banquet, Xiaoxin invited many friends over to make up for her debut. The celebration banquet was filled with many star artists, greatly improving Su Yura's mood. Everyone complimented her in front of Su Yuru. "Miss Su Xiao treats you exceptionally well. Yes, we all envy you." Given the Liang family's influence in Jinghai, even a side branch like Liang Mingqiao was well known. Naturally, everyone wouldn't miss the chance to fawn over Xiaoxin, the only son of Liang Mingqiao. Su Yura's confidence, which had been shaken, returned to its peak. She linked her arm with Xiaoxin's, full of spirit among the crowd. Sitting on the sofa, she cheerfully greeted the guests. "Miss Su, can we come to you for custom clothing in the future?" "Of course. We can do custom orders as well as ready tower," Su Yuru replied with a smile. "Thank you for your support." This visit to Jinghai naturally boosted the Su family's business. Su Yura's goal was thus achieved. Nearby, someone chatted quietly. "Zhang Jiyue, have you finalized your dress for the red carpet? Why not let Miss Su help you make one?" "I've already found a designer," Zhang Jiyue replied. "Who?" "Su Tian, the designer who gained fame a few days ago." Hearing Su Tian's name, Su Yuru turned to look over. She asked with a smile, "Miss Zhang, did you ask Su Tian to customize for you?" "Yes, Miss Su." Someone next to Zhang Jiyue said, "You don't know Jiyue, but she is Miss Su Yuru. I heard she even competed with Miss Su for her brother-in-law. Her character is not great, so be careful not to be deceived by her." Zhang Jiyue felt indignant upon hearing this. How could someone be so wicked as to steal their sister's man? Looking at Xiaoxin, who was gentle only to Su Yuru, how could Su Tian do such a thing? She was completely unaware that these people being close to Su Yuru only listened to Su Yuru's one-sided words. She said, "In that case, I can't wear a dress designed by such a person." "Miss Su, do you have any ready-made dresses? Can I ask for your help?" Su Yuru now wanted to break into the Jinghai market, relying on artists to promote her business. Among the artists that Xiaoxin helped her invite, Zhang Jiyue was the best choice. She had some fame, but not too much, so she wouldn't specifically seek well-known designers and brands. She was currently on the rise and was a promising star likely to enter the first or second tier due to a new drama. Zhang Jiyue took the initiative to speak, and Su Yuru naturally wouldn't refuse, sure, welcome to collaborate. After shifting to seek cooperation with Su Yuru, Zhang Jiyue did not communicate with Su Tian. Her manager felt it was inappropriate and said, "Shouldn't we inform Su Tian?" "What should we say?" "A designer who steals other people's men should know what it's like to have a contract broken." The manager fell silent. Su Tian continued to prepare Zhang Ziyu's clothing as usual. Because the clothes were difficult to make, she even canceled invitations from 2 other artists at the last minute. Mimi helped while saying, "I hope Zhang Jiyue can shine this time. Bring our studio along." Tang Shui shook his head. "Even if she shines, it will be Su Su who lifts her. How could she lift us?" "Exactly," Mimi agreed. Su Tian smiled. "All right, I'll borrow your good words. May we all soar together." The other 2 artists can just be forgotten. There will be opportunities for collaboration in the future, Su Tian said, not feeling regretful. The path is walked step by step. On the day of the red carpet, Su Tian arrived at Zhang Ziyu's studio, as requested, waiting to help her try on clothes. When she arrived at the studio, the busy staff were coming and going. "Excuse me, when can I help Miss Zhang try on the clothes?" Su Tian asked. "You mean Jiyue? She's already changed and gone to the red carpet." A small assistant, unable to bear it, secretly told Su Tian. "She doesn't need my clothes anymore. She found another outfit." After the assistant spoke, they hurriedly left. Su Tian, filled with doubts, called Zhang Jiyue. However, the other party did not answer her call. Su Tian got up and headed towards the red carpet venue. Upon arrival, a reporter recognized her and came over to interview her. "Miss Su, which artist are you collaborating with today? Can you reveal it in advance?" "I'm collaborating with an artist today, but it's not convenient to disclose details right now. I will inform everyone when I have news." Su Tian kept a hand hidden, not mentioning Zhang Ziyu's name. When she arrived at the venue, she found that Zhang Jiyue had indeed already changed into an outfit, had walked the red carpet, and completed her interview. She clearly looked satisfied with the outfit she was wearing, beaming with pride. Su Tian recognized it as Su Yu's design. "Miss Zhang, where's my dress?" Su Tian approached and asked. Zhang Jiyue smiled brightly, but with a hint of disdain. "Yours. I'm not wearing it anymore." "Miss Zhang, you ordered the dress yourself. It doesn't matter whether you wear it or not, but please sign the order for me," Su Tian said assertively. The handmade dress was quite valuable, and it took a significant amount of time to make. She couldn't just let Zhang Jiyue dismiss it. Zhang Jiyue said lightly, "I don't want the dress anymore. Do I still have to pay?" "Miss Zhang, don't forget you ordered this yourself. I still have the chat records on WeChat. Or do you want the reporters to know about this?" The manager advised Zhang Jiyue to just let it go. Zhang Jiyue, seeing so many reporters outside, could only choose to calm down. "All right, pay her. But I don't want the dress." "That's fine. As long as the payment is made," Su Tian replied. "If you don't want the dress, please still..." In the end, the agent paid Su Tian and confirmed that the clothes were not needed. Su Tian wasn't too disappointed. She just felt a bit regretful about missing the opportunity to dress the other 2 artists. Such large-scale red carpet events are not only opportunities for artists to showcase themselves, but also rare chances for designers. Missing this one means she would have to wait for the next opportunity. As Su Tian walked outside, she saw Lu Ting rushing out in a hurry. Upon seeing Su Tian, she exclaimed, "Su, I was just about to call you. Can you help me out in a pinch?" "What happened?" The gown Fong Lan ordered clashed with another artist. The other artist just walked the red carpet, and we only realized that her gown is almost identical to Fong Lan's. It's likely that both borrowed their dresses from different channels, resulting in such a huge mix-up. If Fong Lan wears this, it will definitely cause a major stir. So they have to change outfits at the last minute, but now it's too late to borrow from this brand again. "Can you lend me a gown?" Lu Ting asked urgently. "I do have a gown on hand, however it was originally ordered by Zhang Jiyu, but never used. The dress belongs to me. If Fong Lan wants it, she can take it." Sure. Lu Ting immediately took Su Tian to the backstage. Fong Lan and her agent were gathering. After hearing about the dress origin, the agent said, "Use it, it's better than clashing. Clashing isn't a big deal, but whoever walks last will feel embarrassed, so we have to change." "Let me modify some details for you," Su Tian said. Fong Lan's appearance is more distinctive than Zhang Jiyu's, allowing her to wear bolder colors. Su Tian adjusted the original design by separating the shoulder area, creating an off-the-shoulder look. With more sequins added, this silver mermaid gown appeared even more alluring. The agent's eyes lit up. Not bad, completely doable. A moment later, Fong Lan took the stage. Her status is quite similar to Zhang Jiyu's, not particularly famous, but she recently had a drama airing, allowing her to attend the red carpet. Her initial attention was not high, but as she walked out in this gown, she immediately drew a lot of gazes. "Is that Fong Lan? Her figure is quite impressive. This outfit really stands out." The flashes of cameras documented Fong Lan's every move. Zhang Jiyu recognized that Fong Lan's dress was originally hers. She pouted slightly. "This designer really just turned around and used my dress for someone else." The agent reminded her, "The dress is no longer ours. It seems that this Su Tian really isn't a good person. She stole my sister's boyfriend before and now." "Miss Zhang, where did you hear that I stole your sister's boyfriend?" Su Tian asked. Zhang Jiyu was taken aback, completely unaware of Su Tian's sudden appearance. Su Tian had just sorted out Fong Lan's dress and was about to leave when she heard Zhang Jiyu's words. Unable to tolerate it any longer, she interrupted her. Caught red-handed for bad-mouthing Zhang Ziyu felt a bit embarrassed. Can you say you didn't do these things? Su Tian stared at her. Miss Zhang, it's better not to spread rumors without proof. You are in the entertainment industry, but don't you know that rumors can destroy lives? Moreover, you know better than I do what actually happened with the dress. Similarly, the incident about stealing boyfriends is also completely unfounded. Zhang Ziyu was left speechless by Su Tian's retort. The agent, fearing trouble, said, All right, Miss Su, let's keep it brief. We have official business today. Su Tian hadn't planned to say much more, so she turned to leave. Zhang Ziyu felt somewhat upset. Upon returning to the hotel, Tang Shuai and Mei Mei had already watched the red carpet. Both were quite unhappy. This Zhang Ziyu, she decided not to wear it, but didn't call to inform us earlier. Exactly, are stars really that important? If I had known, I would have taken the jobs for the other two artists. Su Tian smiled and said, Since Fong Lan wore this dress, it doesn't count as a loss. I just wish that this Zhang Ziyu would flop hard. Mei Mei said indignantly. Just then Lu Ting called with a video. Su Tian answered. Lu Ting, brimming with excitement on the other end, said, Su, are you asleep? Not yet. Don't sleep yet, and none of you sleep. I brought cake, lobster, and milk tea. Oh, let's eat together. Mei Mei laughing asked, What's making you so happy? Fong Lan's outfit was rated as the best dress tonight by the fashion world. Also, the dramatic scene she aired tonight has wowed everyone with her acting. Now the whole world is discussing her character. This means that the dress Su Tian made for her has successfully entered the industry's spotlight, currently riding a wave of popularity. After hanging up the video call, Su Tian searched online and found that when Fong Lan was interviewed, she specifically mentioned her studio's name and expressed her gratitude. Wow! Mei Mei was overjoyed. Are we about to become famous? Tang Shuai said, I want to know how regretful Zhang Ziyu is tonight. Zhang Ziyu is indeed very regretful. She had ordered a dress from Suyu Ro hoping to showcase her figure on the red carpet tonight. However, she was drowned out among numerous artists. Instead, Fong Lan, who had not been in the spotlight, stole the show with the dress made by Su Tian and was selected as the best dressed. This title was originally hers. But it's too late for regret. Su Tian was the one she gave up on. The dress was also something she abandoned. Su Tian had the right to dispose of the gown in the first place. Lu Ting brought a lot of delicious food to Su Tian's hotel room. This is a treat from Fong Lan. She brought out various delicious items, saying, She also mentioned that your gown brought her good luck. Just tonight, 2 foreign luxury brands contacted her for promotional materials. She's already 1 foot in the fashion industry. Tang Shuai asked in confusion, Isn't she an actress? What use is it to step into the fashion industry? Only expressive actors can step into the fashion industry. The resources in fashion can also feed back into an actor's career. Fong Lan's previous clothing style was not seen by many. It was Su's gown that allowed everyone to see them. Su Tian smiled. It also requires her to have good acting skills for more people to notice her. It can't be credited solely to me, it's more of a mutual enhancement. Exactly, it's mutual enhancement, Lu Ting said. She wants to collaborate with you again. Who dares to steal my Su's collaboration? Liang Yunrui walked in sporting a head of unruly blonde hair. Su Tian, have you changed your hair color again? Liang Yunrui tugged at his hair. Hua Beichen said green is the color of being cheated on. But you don't have a girlfriend. Su Tian asked. That's true. Liang Yunrui realized. Hearing their conversation, the others were frozen in place. Lu Ting had been in the circle for a long time, but had never interacted directly with Liang Yunrui. It was the first time she saw a top artist so casually enter Su Tian's room. Tang Shuai, upon seeing his idol, could hardly believe his eyes. He stared blankly and asked, Are you Liang Yunrui? The one who sings? Oh, who else? Liang Yunrui casually sat down on the sofa, relaxed and carefree. You are Liang Yunrui? Tang Shuai pulled up his t-shirt. Can you give me an autograph? Liang Yunrui picked up a piece of cake from the table and took a bite, just as he heard the request for an autograph. He put down the cake, feeling awkward. I don't have a pen. I don't want an autograph anymore. Can I have the piece of cake? Tang Shuai asked eagerly. Liang Yunrui, is this a bit creepy? Tang Shuai had already carefully held the cake, grinning like he had found treasure. Liang Yunrui, forget it, he didn't want cake anymore. Lu Ting excitedly asked in a low voice, Su, when did you meet Liang Yunrui? He is my client, Su Tian simply explained. Oh, your client. At his level. What about your collaboration with Fong Lan? Will it still happen? Lu Ting began to worry for Fong Lan. Of course it will work. I'm not just relying on one client for my livelihood. Liang Yunrui, you can also rely on me as a client. You can make clothes just for me, whatever price you want, just let me know. Sorry, mister. Liang, my professional goal is to challenge as many styles and designs as possible, so I can't agree to your request. Hua Beichen walked in and said calmly, if he is willing to wear various dresses, it's not impossible. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Liang Yunrui choked on a sip of water, putting down the mineral water. Hua Beichen, you. He had been surrounded by various women these past few days, and this was the first chance he got to find trouble with Huobei-chan. Trouble had yet to be found, but he was instead being made fun of by Huobei-chan. Huobei-chan didn't look at him, but walked over to Su Tian. Regarding the dress for today, although there were some hiccups, the result is still good. Congratulations. Thank you. Su Tian smiled sweetly. Huobei-chan's heart fluttered as he looked down at her. Liang Yunrui didn't want to be fed this dog food, and stood up saying, I'm leaving. Tang Shui, give the new dress you made to Liang Yunrui. Huobei-chan, while speaking, was always gentle, but had an aura that was hard to resist. Tang Shui immediately took out the dress. Liang Yunrui, this is for you. Only after speaking did he realize he had become Huobei-chan's accomplice. Liang Yunrui angrily said, give me back my cake. In the end, Liang Yunrui didn't get the dress or the cake. It was getting late, and everyone dispersed. Su Tian saved a piece of cake for Huobei-chan. This was sent by Lu Ting and Fong Lan. It's very delicious. You should try it. I don't like cake. Su Tian remembered that Huobei-chan indeed didn't like sweets. It's such a delicious cake, it would be a shame not to eat it. She took a bite. Huobei-chan leaned down and kissed her, stealing a bite from her mouth. In the end, the cake disappeared between the two of them, hard to tell who ate more. Su Tian's face turned red, her voice softened. Didn't you say you don't like eating? In this way I actually do enjoy some. In the end, Huobei-chan finished the cake that Su Tian had saved. The next day, Su Tian lazily got up. Outside the window, the sky was already bright, and the man was sitting on the sofa beside her reading documents. Su Tian secretly put on a thick nightgown to cover the kiss marks on her body and to hide the exposed skin, to avoid stirring his interest again. Seeing her dressed like this, Huobei-chan raised his eyes, a shadow flashing in the depths. This nightgown looks good too. Su Tian glanced down. What was so nice about it? Her hands and feet were all covered, making her look unremarkable. Fortunately, the hotel room had enough air conditioning, allowing her to dress this way. You look good in anything, Huobei-chan said honestly. Then he added, you look even better in nothing. Huobei-chan. Su Tian punched him lightly, but her hands were weak, almost like tickling. Huobei-chan held her wrist and said, all right, I won't tease you, I'll let you rest properly. She had been working hard these past 2 days and was starting to feel overwhelmed. Huobei-chan wouldn't add to her fatigue. Taking it slow was also good. Su Tian snuggled with him for a while and then brought up serious matters. Julian, the designer I met in Paris last time, wants to collaborate with me to produce Ready Tower clothing. To do overseas business. Do you think it's feasible? I think it can work. I'll provide the designs, and she'll handle management and production. Haute couture can only produce one piece at a time, while mini garments can take several days or even months to complete. Ready Tower can be produced in bulk, adding more brand value. No problem. Oh, I unconditionally support anything you feel is feasible. Besides the collaboration with Julian in Paris, I want to return to Fan City and start producing Ready Tower clothing targeting the domestic market. Su Tian had already thought it through. Customization is the personal value of a designer, while Ready Tower represents brand value. Only by grasping both can one go further. Huobei-chan hugged her. Do what you want, to just try it. Whether you succeed or fail, it's enough to just try. But if that's the case, my time at home will inevitably decrease. I can take care of the home. If we are both busy, we can hire a maid or part-time help. Being able to free up hands to do what she loves more is to her more meaningful. Warmth flowed through Su Tian's heart. Since she was little, her family had always told her that her brother and family were the most important. No matter what she did, she had to consider the interests of the Su family and Sujia. Her dreams and wishes were all built upon that. Only Huobei-chan unconditionally recognized all of her. Her eyes sparkled. Suddenly Huobei-chan whispered, but there's one thing that can't decrease. What is it? Su Tian asked. The time spent with me. The man lowered his head and kissed her, whispering in a hushed voice. Su Tian confirmed the collaboration with Julian using the brand name H that she had previously decided on, while Julian would handle all other affairs. Upon returning to Fan City, her Ready Tower production would also begin. Knowing Su Tian's plans, Liang Jing promptly sent his gift to wish her success. A box of shrimp dumplings. Thank you, Liang Jing. Su Tian accepted. Are the shrimp dumplings I made delicious, Annie? Su Tian couldn't bear to discourage the little one and gently replied, they're very tasty. Then I'll make them for you again next time. Su Tian returned home and took out the shrimp dumplings, grimacing as she ate too. They tasted about the same as last time. After all this time, Liang Jing's culinary skills hadn't improved at all. Forget it, don't eat anymore. Huobei-chan put away the lunchbox. He said he would send more next time. Huobei-chan. He really needed to call Liang Yanshe and have him bring his son home to catch up on his summer homework. It's not good to keep receiving gifts from Liang Jing. I've also prepared a gift for the little one. He'll give it to him next time we meet. Huobei-chan took out a beautifully wrapped gift box. Seeing that he was being so considerate, Su Tian naturally felt happy. All right, I'll give it to him next time we meet. The next day, Huobei-chan brought the shrimp dumplings to the office. Li Tang and He Wang were no longer curious about what he was eating or how it tasted. Seeing the lunchbox Hua Beichen brought, Li Tang just wanted to keep his distance. During lunch, Hua Beichen instructed Li Tang, "Order me something to eat." "All right, Master Hua." After Li Tang ordered and returned, he saw that the lunchbox was still there and quietly asked, "Does this need to be heated?" "That was sent by Liang Jing, so I don't know if it's good or not." He Wang, sitting nearby, immediately replied, "It must be delicious." Liang Jing was the beloved little prince of the whole family. How could the food he sent be bad? "Do you want to eat?" Hua Beichen raised an eyebrow and asked. Li Tang was hesitating, but He Wang quickly replied, "Yes, we do." "Take it then." Hua Beichen handed. He Wang held the lunchbox and saw Li Tang looking worried, saying, "Don't worry, it's from Liang Jing. No matter how bad it is, it can't be worse than what your sister-in-law makes." After heating it up, they each took one. The two of them exchanged glances as they ate. Why did the dumplings from Liang Jing taste just like the ones made by their sister-in-law? Hua Beichen walked over casually holding a coffee and said, "No wasting food." Brother Tong went to Su Tian's side to bring back clothes for Liang Yunrui. Liang Yunrui was the first to try on the clothes. Liang Jing looked eagerly and asked, "Is there nothing for me? Your third uncle is going on stage, you don't need that much." Brother Tong said, "But Su Tian sent a gift for you." He took out the gift and handed it to Liang Jing. Liang Yunrui came out after changing. "What about my gift?" "Su Tian didn't mention anything for you." Liang Yunrui, not happy, not pleased. Liang Jing excitedly opened the gift box and found 3 exercise books and 5 practice books. Although he was already in the 3rd grade at the age of 5, he didn't really want gifts like this. Liang Yunrui laughed loudly as he pounded the bed. "This is great. Su Tian can send me more gifts like this." Liang Jing chased after him to hit him. To produce and sell Ready Tower clothing, Su Tian visibly became busier. A factory was needed along with a production line, and she also had to manage various fabric matters. She was busy in the studio when Mei Mei came running in and whispered, Su Yuro is here." Su Tian stepped outside and saw that it was indeed Su Yuro. Now her outfit was increasingly exquisite and fashionable, wearing the latest necklace and a bracelet from a luxury brand. Su Tian wanted to come downstairs for a bit. When they reached the cafe downstairs, Su Yuro ordered a coffee for Su Tian as well. She then opened her mouth and said, "I heard your personal show in Jinghai was very successful. I haven't congratulated you yet." In truth, Su Yuro was filled with jealousy as Su Tian's personal show was more successful than hers. Su Tian had also correctly bet on Fong Lan. Fong Lan had become very popular recently, her momentum unmatched. Every time she made an appearance, it was accompanied by another red carpet legend, and Su Tian's name was mentioned along with her. On the contrary, Zhang Jiyue had faded into silence. "No need to congratulate me, but it's all what I deserve." Su Tian smiled and said, "Is there something you need? I heard you're going to make Ready Tower clothing." "Yes, every designer will take this path." "Su Tian, do you know how difficult it is to make Ready Tower? This is not just a piece or two of custom work, it's a whole production line of clothing. If it incurs losses, it will be quite serious." "I am mentally prepared." Su Yuro shook her head and said, "The Su family has been making Ready Tower for a long time. Now that you suddenly want to do it, are you trying to get a piece of the family's pie?" "I want to do it, so I will." With such a large market, it's not about dividing things. Each person earns a living based on their own abilities, right? Su Yuro said earnestly, "If you want to do it, come back and help me. I'll pay you a high salary." Su Yuro now regretted chasing Su Tian away. Now that Su Tian was making a name for herself, she was the one who felt most threatened. She used to think that Su Tian had little strength and was just lucky achieving some results in the family's company. Now she truly felt a hint of fear. Thus, she did not want to see Su Tian succeed. If Su Tian succeeded, would Xiao Shen regret betraying her? Would Xiao Shen's father Liang Ningxiao turn to favor her? "No need to, I won't go back." Su Tian said, "After what happened with Zhang Zhaotian, I realized that you not only don't like me, but only want to use me. If I weren't a fool, I wouldn't go back at all." Su Yuro said, "Do you know how much money is needed for this production?" "You have no idea. You have to take out a loan from the bank, and the interest alone is enough for you to handle." Su Tian said, "You don't need to worry about that." After Su Yuro left, Su Tian indeed felt a bit worried. She had already filled out the bank loan application, but there was still no news. To make Ready Tower clothing, a production line is needed which requires huge financial support. Julian will take care of those matters in Paris. However, here in Fanqing, only Su Tian can handle it. When starting a career, the money that can be borrowed from the bank is crucial. Su Yuro and Xiao Shun had already met with several bank managers. The Su family's company has deep cooperation with banks. Now Xiao Shun, under the cover of his father's name, has a very strong connection with the banks. Su Yuro slightly mentioned in front of the bank manager that Su Tian's company was just a one-person operation with weak qualifications and background. The bank had already placed her on the loan rejection list. After all, everyone knew the situation of the Su family. Su Tian was just a daughter who left the Su family, and in the eyes of many she was merely a child who hadn't grown up, lacking the ability to withstand risks. They didn't even look at her information. "Borrow from me. I have plenty of money," Liang Yunrui said generously when he heard that Su Tian couldn't borrow money. "How can you borrow money for a company from a private person?" Su Tian thanked him for his kindness, but did not accept it. Liang Yunrui, "In this day and age is there still money that can't be lent out?" Tonga shook his head saying, "Little ancestor being too straightforward can put a lot of pressure on others." "Is that so? Is it not okay to borrow money?" At the dinner table, Su Tian mentioned rejecting Liang Yunrui's offer. Huobeichin, who had originally planned to pay himself, did not bring up the matter of money. He asked, "Which bank have you not visited yet?" "There's just one small bank left, the Fancheng City Commercial Bank. Tomorrow, I'll drive the company's car to take you to that bank." Su Tian realized. "You mean let them see the car of Huo Corporation?" "The bank won't lend you money simply because they fear you won't be able to repay it. If they know you have connections with Huo Corporation, would they still worry about your repayment capability?" Su Tian whispered, "But isn't that not quite right? I don't have any ties to Huo Corporation. What about me?" Su Tian smiled. "That's true. And besides, would you borrow money and not repay it?" "Of course not. Borrowing money means you must return it. Then what's the problem? When you go to borrow money from them, it also brings them performance." The next day, Huobeichin had He Wang drive one of the company's cars over. Afterward, Huobeichin personally drove Su Tian to the bank entrance. Su Tian felt a bit apprehensive as she entered. However, this time the loan department manager did not ask her to leave her information and sent her away. Instead, he carefully reviewed the documents she submitted. Her documents detailed future plans for the company, and making a profit was only a matter of time. After reading the materials, the manager smiled and said, "Miss Su, your company seems likely to become profitable very soon. I can approve the loan you're requesting." "Really? However, be aware that the interest is a bit high. You must repay on time, or else the house you live in, your studio, and your salary may be seized and auctioned off by us." "I understand. I will repay on time." As Su Tian came out, Huobeichin was waiting for her in the car. She shook the bank card in her hand, saying, "I did it. Look, I borrowed the money. Congratulations. And thank you for driving this car over. That gave me the opportunity to present my materials. If your materials weren't up to par, relying solely on this car would have been meaningless." After securing the loan, Su Tian's Ready Tower production line officially commenced production. News of this reached the Su family, and both Su Yuro and Su Luhua were quite displeased. What bank would actually lend her money, eh? Su Luhua asked, "Didn't you talk to the bank and tell them not to lend her money?" "I didn't pay much attention to this small bank." Su Luhua said, "This is ridiculous. Even if she loses money in business, that's fine, but if she uses the house to settle debts along with the inheritance your grandfather planned to share with her, she might really end up spending all her wealth." Su Yuro actually hoped she would suffer losses and be done with it. If she really made her business successful, it would be troublesome. After the Ready Tower production began, Su Tian hired some people to handle matters. Her clothing brand was finally established, named S with a logo of a capitalized S. Due to the recent fame and Su Tian's consistently innovative and charming designs along with good quality, the sales of the Ready Tower line were promising. Initially, only Fancheng had customers ordering these clothes, but gradually even Jinghai and other places nationwide began to place orders. Su Tian's business was thriving, but she also encountered more and more problems, including those related to business and taxation. In the evening, she sat in front of the computer reviewing materials on these topics. Huobeichin placed a cup of hot milk beside her, saying, "Drink something first before you continue looking. I'm a bit confused about this part." Su Tian held the milk cup, her brow furrowed. "This part should be like this." Huobeichin briefly explained a couple of points. Su Tian pointed to the next section, asking, "What about here?" "This corresponds to another section," Huobeichin explained. He leaned in and earnestly explained all the difficult points. Su Tian listened enlightened. Her strengths weren't in this area, it was the sudden workload that forced her to confront these issues. The problems that had puzzled her for a long time were resolved by Huobeichin in just a few words. She smiled, saying, "Thank you, dear. How are you so capable?" Huobeichin smirked. "Did you forget? I was originally engaged in this work. Then can I come to you with problems? Not just questions about this field, but any problems." His voice grew low with a husky temptation. "You can come to me for solutions. So what do you count as to me? A secretary, or a personal secretary, the kind that solves personal issues?" the man said in a husky voice. With Huobeichin's assistance, Su Tian handled matters with ease and confidence. The quality of SS clothing continued to improve. Not long after summer began, SS clothing, including autumn wear, was completely pre-ordered by clients. As a result, the Su family's clothing business saw a sharp decline in orders. Despite Xiaoxin's assistance, they could not reverse the downward trend. Su Yuro looked at the order list, deeply troubled. It was clear that Su Tian's business was affecting the Su family's business. Su Tian was currently thriving, snatching away a significant portion of the market from the Su family. Su Qingbang slammed the table, exclaiming, "This unfilial daughter. Why is she always going against the family? Let her come back. I need to have a good talk with her," Su Luhua said. However, she had to find an excuse to bring Su Tian back. But because of the previous incident involving Zheng Xiaoyan, no matter what excuse Su Luhua found, Su Tian refused to return. Su Tian's tone was calm. "If it's about Grandpa, have the nanny take him to the hospital. I will see him. If it's about something else, then I don't have time." After she finished speaking, she hung up the phone. Although Su Luhua was angry, she had no way to deal with it. Su Yuro softly said, "I do have a way." Su Yuro went to the fabric market. Tang Yang was organizing goods when he saw her, smiling. "Yuro here to pick up goods?" "Not today. I heard that Su Tian ordered a batch of fabrics from you." "Yes, this kind of fabric has always been exclusive to my family. Previously, she only ordered a little bit, but now that her business has taken off, the order quantity is particularly large." Su Yuro clenched her fists. Su Tian's order volume was almost half of the Su family's total. The Su family has been a long-standing enterprise for decades. How long has Su Tian been in business? Su Tian is slowly becoming a big boss. "Yeah, I really didn't expect that," Tang Yang said. "Once she becomes a big boss, she probably won't stay in Fancheng and will develop in Jinghai. In the future, whether she will order from you is uncertain." Tang Yang fell silent. He had pursued Su Tian before, hoping to form a strong business partnership with her. However, Su Tian did not have any feelings for him. He often interacted with Su Tian, witnessing her becoming more beautiful and confident, and the lingering thoughts in his heart were impossible to forget. If Su Tian went out of town, he would have even less chance. Regardless of her presence or in the business world, Su Yuro smiled and said, "There is always a way to keep her, isn't there?" Huo Beichen had Su Tian working on tasks while He Wang and Li Tang assisted in handling documents. "We have multiple roles, Brother Chen. Shouldn't you increase our salaries a bit?" He Wang asked. "Sure. Really? How about extra for the holidays?" Huo Beichen beckoned with his finger. He Wang responded, "The car keys should be returned first." Last week, He Wang had just borrowed a new car from Huo Beichen and had not even driven it for a week. He Wang held the car keys tightly, saying, "These documents from my sister-in-law are all quite simple. We can finish them easily. It's completely effortless." "Li Tang, what do you think?" Li Tang recalled the generous bonus from Hui Yi and nodded. "I think it's also a piece of cake." Huo Beichen answered a phone call. "All right, I'll come down to get it." Anything that required Huo Beichen to personally go downstairs must be very important. Li Tang hurriedly followed in his footsteps. When they reached downstairs, a delivery guy brought a food box. Huo Beichen received it with a smile. Li Tang guessed that this must be food sent by the young mistress. Sure enough, he soon heard Huo Beichen picking up. Su Tian said on the phone, "I made some delicious food for Grandpa and sent it to him while he was at the hospital." Thinking that making one portion is the same as making a few, she made extra so that He Wang and Li Tang could share a portion as well. On Su Tian's side, He Wang and Li Tang were both colleagues of Huo Beichen. In the past few days, they had been helping her with work. There was no need for excessive gratitude, so Su Tian made a few portions together. Li Tang did not hear what Su Tian said, but felt Hui Ye's gaze was chilling and somewhat frightening, not at all like the warm demeanor he had just shown. He didn't know where he had offended him. Huo Beichen placed the food box on the desk. He Wang asked, "What delicious food is this, Brother Chun?" "It's the food made by your sister-in-law," Huo Beichen replied, gritting his teeth on the last part. "And there are portions for you and Li Tang." He Wang and Li Tang exchanged glances, wondering if the food made by Su Tian was the same kind of dumplings they had tasted before. Now that they thought about it, both of them still had a sour taste lingering in their mouths. He Wang picked up the car keys and said, "Brother Chen, I remembered I have a client scheduled to discuss the development project in the South District today. I'm leaving first." Li Tang shrugged his shoulders and said, "Hui Yi, I brought a heartfelt lunch made by my mom for noon today, so I won't share with you." Huo Beichen's expression remained calm. "All right, then I'll eat a bit more myself." Su Tian called to ask him, "Honey, was lunch good?" "It was delicious. The eggplant and green beans were the best, and the ribs were also good." "Then I'll make it for you next time." Su Tian's voice was cheerful. "Okay, next time don't make portions for Li Tang and He Wang." "Why not? They don't like it." Su Tian nodded without suspicion. "All right, I'll make it just for you next time." In the evening, Su Tian received a phone call from Tang Shui. Huo Beichen hugged Su Tian from behind, unhappy that someone was calling this late. "Su, not good. Our batch of fabric has not been delivered yet." "Which batch?" Su Tian immediately sat up from the bed. "The most important and also the most expensive batch. Originally Tang Yang was supposed to deliver it 3 days ago. I have been urging him for the past 2 days, and each time he says it's coming soon, but it still hasn't arrived tonight. If it doesn't arrive by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, it will miss the delivery deadline." Su Tian said, "I will call Tang Yang right away." "Then hurry up, there isn't much time left." Su Tian glanced at the time. It was already midnight. She was unsure about Tang Yang's current situation. She dialed Tang Yang's number. However, no one answered. She started to feel anxious, got up, and put on her clothes. Huo Beichen asked, "Is it too late to switch to another supplier?" "It's too late. This type of fabric is only available from Tang Yang's family in Fan City. But I don't know where to find him now. I'll accompany you to look for him." Huo Beichen followed 2 steps behind Su Tian and sent a message to He Wang asking him to find Tang Yang right away. By the time Su Tian and Huo Beichen reached Tang Yang's building, He Wang had already dragged him out from a bar. "Brother Chen's sister-in-law, what a coincidence, I ran into Tang Yang at the bar tonight. If you have any questions, just ask him." Tang Yang had stayed in the bar the whole time, but didn't expect to be dragged out. "Tang Yang, where is the fabric you were supposed to deliver as per the contract?" Su Tian asked. "I'm sorry, this batch of fabric is very expensive and hard to obtain, and I haven't received it either." "You really haven't received it?" "Absolutely not." "Then why did you dare to sign the contract with me?" Su Tian angrily questioned. "Do you know how much you owe me and how much I owe other clients?" "I'm sorry." Tang Yang could only say this. "I'll compensate you according to the contract." He Wang punched him, saying, "You brat, compensating according to the contract would still mean my sister-in-law loses out." Tang Yang said, "I can't help it if there's no stock." Su Tian felt very discouraged. She sat on the street, the midnight wind, causing her nose to turn slightly red. This type of fabric can only be imported from out of town. The price will be a bit higher and the timeline will be delayed a bit. But I cannot be like Tang Yang, breaking my word and letting my clients down. I will contact a fabric supplier right away. It's too late now, no one will answer if you call. Is there really no fabric on Tang Yang's side? Huo Beichen asked. Su Tian suddenly remembered. I recall that the fabric from his family is usually transported by sea. Other fabrics are transported by land. A couple of days ago their cargo ship arrived. She was very attentive to the fabric suppliers and knew Tang Yang's situation well. She said, so that means he has the fabric. Huo Beichen immediately drove towards the harbor for maritime transport. As long as there is fabric, it's fine. He Wang and I will take people to check it out. You stay in the car. Hey honey. Huo Beichen and He Wang boarded Tang Yang's cargo ship, leaving Su Tian in her car. However, Huo Beichen arranged for a bodyguard to stay and watch over Su Tian. Soon Huo Beichen came out. Wife, let's go see if this is the fabric. Su Tian followed him onto the cargo. Su Tian looked carefully and nodded. These are the fabrics. He Wang cursed. That brat Tang Yang is really something. Having fabric, but claiming he didn't, what a joke. He Wang gathered some people to move it, Huo Beichen said. Su Tian whispered. Tang Yang was at fault first, but is there any surveillance here? Su Tian was worried that Huo Beichen and He Wang would get into trouble. If the police came, it would be even worse. If you are worried about me, then there is no need to worry. Huo Beichen said softly. Tang Yang is causing us trouble. It's quite normal for us to go back, isn't it? If you get into trouble, then I would be even more worried. Su Tian tugged at his sleeve. Huo Beichen chuckled lightly and said to He Wang, check if there are any surveillance cameras around here. Be efficient and leave no traces behind. Don't worry. He Wang had already arranged for the surveillance check. The people brought in to move the items were all reliable assistants. Tang Yang can just wait to cry. All the goods were loaded onto the truck and the labels were completely replaced, then sent to Su Tian's workshop. When Tang Shui saw the goods arrive, he was both surprised and delighted. I thought we wouldn't make it. We can use them right away, Huo Beichen said. The labels have all been removed. Seeing Huo Beichen so composed, Su Tian gradually felt relieved. He always worked in an orderly manner, giving people a strong sense of security. All her worries seemed trivial in his presence. After moving the fabric, Huo Beichen took Su Tian back to rest. By 7 in the morning, they went to Tang Yang's company to cause trouble. Tang Yang had had a sleepless night due to the chaos. Seeing Su Tian arriving with a large group, he felt a bit anxious and told the workers nearby call the police. Huo Beichen spoke calmly. Boss Tang might not know, but we called the police last night as well. After all, with so much fabric involved, we were afraid you wouldn't want to take responsibility, so we reported it first. After he finished speaking, the police indeed arrived. Other fabric merchants gathered to watch the excitement. After understanding the situation, the police said, you two should negotiate first regarding this matter. We can't fully intervene for the time being. Woken up early and brought here by He Wang, Tang Yang was a bit irritable. I said I would compensate. Is that not enough? What I want is the fabric, not money. Su Tian insisted. Tang Yang explained, I told you my supplier didn't provide me with the goods. I truly cannot give you anything. He never expected things would escalate to involving the police. Now he somewhat regretted using such tactics to restrict Su Tian's development. But having come this far, he could only brace himself and persist. Compensating is fine, then compensate now. Su Tian pulled out the contract. It states that in case of breach, double compensation is required. With the police here as witnesses, go ahead. Su Yuru, under the pretense of picking up goods, came early to watch the excitement. She said, double compensation. That's way too much. Su Tian, can't we negotiate? I haven't even asked him for compensation to cover my customers' losses yet. Su Tian replied, double compensation is already quite cheap. Tang Yang likely didn't mean it right. If it wasn't intentional, why hasn't he said anything for 3 days? If he had spoken earlier, I could have arranged for goods from elsewhere sooner. What does he mean by this? Su Yuru wanted to say more, but Su Tian fixed her gaze upon her. Su Yuru, you'd better not let me find out that this has anything to do with you. Su Yuru was silenced by her stare. However, she remained unflustered as she had not participated in this matter. She had only whispered a few words to Tang Yang. Who would have thought that Tang Yang, unwilling to compensate, truly did not want Su Tian to grow her business? I can compensate, but the goods are genuinely not here. Tang Yang was dead set against giving the goods to Su Tian. Alright, everyone heard it. Tang Yang has no goods and is willing to compensate. Even Su Yuru was here as a witness, so everyone naturally believed Tang Yang. Seeing that both sides were willing to reconcile, the police said, since you are willing to negotiate, that's fine. If there are any further issues, we can come back later. Thank you for your hard work. The things I discussed with Tang Yang earlier have legal effect, right? Su Tian asked. We've made a record, don't worry, we won't favor anyone. Su Tian nodded. Seeing the situation, everyone couldn't help but sympathize with Su Tian. Even if you compensate now, it's too late to find fabric. This business had just started, yet it encountered such a huge setback, it would be difficult from here on out. I wonder if I can still repay the bank loan. Su Tian is indeed having a stroke of bad luck, Su Yuru said. Do you still need fabric? I can help you. No need. Su Tian's tone was cold. Su Yuru smiled slightly. Even at this point, Su Tian was still putting on a brave front. What good would that do? As Su Tian was about to leave, a worker rushed to Tang Yang and said, Boss Tang, our batch of fabric is missing. What fabric? The expensive batch on the cargo ship. Tang Yang was surprised. How could it be missing? Have you called the police? Su Tian felt somewhat anxious upon hearing this. She instinctively looked at Hua Beichin. Hua Beichin's expression was calm, showing no signs of panic. His steadiness gave Su Tian confidence, and she cast aside her anxiety. The worker replied to Tang Yang. We called the police, but they said the fabric was non-existent from the beginning. Hua Beichin said, the police are still here and haven't left. Boss Tang, why don't you tell them about your fabric situation? Tang Yang started to say, it was meant for Su Tian. Before he could finish, before Su Tian and the police could speak, someone else interrupted. Boss Tang, didn't you say there was no such batch of fabric? You said your supplier didn't give you any. How come there are two different statements? The police looked at him. Can you repeat that? Tang Yang realized that whatever he said now would only be contradicted. He was momentarily stunned. What fabric are you talking about? The police asked. Tang Yang's eyes flickered, unsure of what to say. Su Tian was slightly anxious while Hua Beichin gently squeezed her palm. She remembered that Hua Beichin had mentioned last night that the batch of fabric had already entered the production line, and once cut, it would be impossible to trace back to Tang Yang. The cargo ship had also left no traces. Coupled with Tang Yang's contradictory attitude and statements, the police found it hard to believe him. She had always been well-behaved and rarely did anything out of line. But Hua Beichin had brought her to do this, and she not only had no regrets, but felt exhilarated. Her only worry was fearing that Hua Beichin would be implicated. In the end, Tang Yang went to the police station. The matter had nothing to do with Su Tian, so she didn't need to go. Over the next 2 days, that batch of fabric had completely turned into clothing. Tang Yang, caught in his own contradictions, had no choice but to suffer this silent loss. He regretted it deeply, but there was nothing he could do. Watching Su Tian's finished garments being sent nationwide, he found himself at a loss. Tang Yang still had to compensate Su Tian for the money. When he came to pay, Su Tian did not show up. Only Hua Beichin was present. Hua Beichin casually sat on the sofa, and Tang Yang suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. With a gaze that only those in power possess, Hua Beichin said indifferently, after signing, Boss Tang, in business, trust establishes credibility, while distrust leads to failure. What do you think? Tang Yang remained silent under his gaze for a long time. It was only after leaving that he felt a chill of sweat on. For some inexplicable reason, he felt that he no longer wanted to provoke Su Tian. Su Yuru went to investigate the source of the batch of fabric belonging to Su Tian. However, since the police had not continued their investigation, she naturally found no clues. Su Tian is just too lucky. Su Yuru could only attribute everything to Su Tian's good fortune. But she knew that good luck would not always favor a person. In the morning, Su Tian went to the studio. Hua Beichin accompanied her to the entrance of the Baojin shopping center. He released her waist after a kiss. Shall I take you upstairs? He said in a low voice. No, you should go back to work first. Su Tian was still sore now. There's not much going on at the company today. Hua Beichin insisted. He went upstairs with Su Tian. Once inside the elevator, he placed his hand on her waist, still sore. His warm palm pressed against her waist, bringing a comforting sensation. He only stopped when someone entered, obediently placing his hand down. Su Tian felt her cheeks burning. In the studio, a high-end client was arriving today. Su Tian had made an appointment with her yesterday. She knew her name was Liang Jing and that she came from Jinghai. Mimi poured Liang Jing a cup of coffee. Please wait a moment, designer. Su will be here soon. Liang Jing nodded, stirring her coffee as she waited. Moments later, the studio door opened. Liang Jing saw a beautiful young woman walk in. Miss Liang, you're here. Su Tian greeted. Liang Jing was surprised to see a familiar face accompanying her. It was none other than Huo Beichen, the Huo Beichen from Jinghai. Why was he here, and why was he being so affectionate with Su Tian? Liang Jing's expression turned to one of astonishment. Huo Beichen raised his gaze, seemingly recognizing her, his expression indifferent. Liang Jing felt a tremendous sense of pressure emanating from him. She opened her mouth. Before she could finish with Master Huo Beichen interrupted her. Huo Beichen, Su Tian's husband. Just call me Mr. Huo. Liang Jing instantly understood he did not want to be called master. So was he hiding his identity? Miss Liang, what occasion do you plan to use the dress for? Su Tian asked. For my mother's memorial. It's also my father's birthday. Su Tian was momentarily stunned. I'm sorry. There's no need to apologize, it's not your fault. My father wants to recognize the son he had with his mistress at his birthday party. What do you think I should wear? Miss Liang, your mood seems a bit off. Huo Beichen said calmly, perhaps you need to calm down a bit before we continue the conversation. His voice was very calm, yet it exerted an invisible pressure. Liang Jing realized that her emotions had been too intense. Su Tian stood up and said, then you can take a break, they'll return shortly. Su Tian left the reception room and returned to her office. Huo Beichen followed her. If you encounter a client you don't want to deal with, there's no need to force yourself. Clients all have their thoughts and emotions, it's inevitable. Just let her calm down. So you guessed her idea. Liang Jing, coming from Jinghai, specifically seeking me for custom clothing with her mother deceased, and her father having an illegitimate son. She must be Liang Ningqiu's daughter Xiaosheng's half-sister, right? Su Tian had quickly guessed her identity. Huo Beichen said, she came with emotions. If you don't want to do business with her, you can send her away. It's fine, I'll let her calm down. She'll understand. Liang Jing indeed came with a lot of emotions. Her father Liang Ningqiu continuously took their shared assets to support his illegitimate son, and now he was opening a company for him, building connections, continually transferring wealth. She had heard that Xiaosheng had a designer girlfriend and wanted to come see for herself. However, did Huo Beichen just claim to be Su Tian's husband? This meant she had misidentified her target for venting. Mimi came over to refill her coffee. She asked, Mr. Huo and designer Su have been married for how long? For a while. They seem to have a good relationship, right? I'm quite envious. But I heard that designer Su was with someone named Xiaosheng. That's a bit private. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to pry. He cheated, haven't you heard? Xiaosheng has long been with Su's older sister. This was no secret at all. Mimi blurted it out. Liang Jing felt a bit regretful for not having clarified things before coming to find Su Tian. In fact, she should have known that Su Tian was no longer involved with Xiaosheng the moment she looked at Huo Beichen for the first time. Su Tian came out of her office and Liang Jing stood up. Miss Su, I was a bit harsh earlier, I'm sorry. It's fine, I understand. I thought your studio and factory were all investments from my dad. I was mistaken. I have long been done with Xiaosheng. Liang Jing smiled. Congratulations, Mr. Huo seems like a good person. Su Tian poured her another cup of coffee and asked, so are we still making the dress, Miss Liang? Of course, as long as you agree. Su Tian smiled. No problem. What style do you want? Liang Jing stated her requirements. Alright, I'll send you the design drawing tonight. Liang Jing stood up to leave. Su Tian had a client to meet in the evening. Huo Beichen said, I'll accompany you. What do you think? I can't handle it? Su Tian asked with a smile. I am your secretary, the kind that stays close. Naturally, where you go I follow. Su Tian smiled while biting her lip. Huo Beichen changed into another outfit, taking out a tie and handing it to Su Tian. I've only seen secretaries tying ties for their bosses, not the other way around. Su Tian remarked. Huo Beichen wrapped his arms around her hands. Then, I don't mind using the tie. He touched her wrist. Su Tian surrendered. Alright, stop it. There's no time left. She took the tie and helped Huo Beichen put it on. Dressed in a suit, Huo Beichen looked even taller and more imposing than usual. Su Tian gazed at her husband, feeling a sense of admiration. He truly was handsome. This marriage still felt like a beautiful dream, making her reluctant to wake up. It was only when Huo Beichen's fingers clasped hers, their warm skin touching, that she realized this was not a dream. The client in the evening came from out of town. This client is a strong woman in her 50s, looking very capable. Su Tian saw her approach and stood up to greet her. Ms. Wu, accompanied by several staff members, sat down with a smile, saying, Miss Su, it's been a long time. You look even more beautiful than before. You flatter me. Su Tian smiled as she poured tea for her. Ms. Wu's eyes landed on Huo Beichen, exclaiming, who is this? Miss Su's secretary, Huo Beichen. He introduced himself with a nod. In the workplace, he always regarded himself as a secretary, though he could also be seen as a bodyguard. After all, most clients had no personal relationship with Su Tian and didn't need to know about her private life. Ms. Wu nodded. No wonder you are so serious. Turns out you are a secretary. After some pleasantries, the conversation shifted to work. Ms. Wu intended to order a batch of autumn and winter clothing from Su Tian. Her order volume was substantial, almost half of the usual daily output. This could be considered a rather large client. If this order was successful, Su Tian's business for the year would exceed expectations. After a few drinks, the conversation became much more relaxed. Ms. Wu brought up Hua Beichen several times, asking how old is Mr. Hua. 28, still quite young, she remarked. I have a daughter about your age who has been single and hasn't dated. It was clear that she took quite a liking to Hua Beichen, even introducing her daughter without inquiring about his relationship status. Su Tian held her cup, biting her lip as she observed Hua Beichen's expression. He remained composed, making it difficult to discern his emotions. Ms. Wu came from a prosperous background, having accumulated significant wealth and business through hard work. Her words implied that whoever was with her daughter would inherit these assets. Ms. Wu, please excuse me for a moment, Hua Beichen said softly. Miss Su, please come with me. Su Tian, being led by him, could only passively leave the dining table. At the corner, Hua Beichen leaned down to ask, aren't you going to explain anything to Ms. Wu? You saw I tried to interrupt her 3 times, but she kept cutting me off. Ms. Wu spoke quickly and loudly, making it nearly impossible for Su Tian to interject. She suddenly laughed. With Ms. Wu's substantial background, has Secretary Hua considered taking a shortcut and saving 30 years of hard work? Hua Beichen grasped her chin and kissed her deeply. After kissing Su Tian until her lips tingled, he released her, saying, would you still want me to take a shortcut? No, I can't bear to do that. Su Tian wrapped her arms around his waist. A husband as good as you, I wouldn't want to give you away to anyone. She took out her wedding ring from her bag and handed it to Hua Beichen. Please put it on for me. Hua Beichen accepted it, holding her finger and gently sliding the ring onto her ring finger. She explained, I usually don't wear it because I work with needles and pain, afraid of damaging it. Hua Beichen took out his own ring and placed it on his ring finger. He whispered in Su Tian's ear, the reason I usually don't wear it is that I'm afraid of hurting you. His simple words conveyed a lot, reminding Su Tian of many intimate and shy moments. Su Tian buried her head in his chest, feeling shy. Hua Beichen and Su Tian returned to the dining table. Ms. Wu smiled and said, come on, let's have another drink. Secretary Hua, I still have something to discuss with you. Hua Beichen raised his glass and said lightly, just this one more drink will be enough. Otherwise my wife will scold me when we get home. Ms. Wu showed understanding. You. Ms. Wu was taken aback. Sorry, Ms. Wu, I don't want him to drink too much. They both raised their glasses and Ms. Wu noticed their matching rings. She suddenly realized, so you too. Sorry, Ms. Wu, we haven't appeared as a married couple because this is a work setting, Su Tian briefly explained. Ms. Wu recalled that she hadn't asked Hua Beichen about his relationship status earlier. Furthermore, several times when Su Tian tried to interject, she had hurriedly overlooked it. She laughed, so that's how it is. I must be too anxious as a mother. I understand, before I got married my family always urged me to get married too. Indeed, Hua Beichen said. Ms. Wu jokingly asked, Miss Su, are you so eager to reveal your identity that you aren't worried about me pulling out of this deal? In business, with all the twists and turns, having someone like Hua Beichen caught the client's attention, and it's inevitable that they might flatter to secure the deal. Su Tian replied earnestly, Miss Wu, with your business acumen and intelligence, you surely understand that making this deal is beneficial for everyone, right? But what if it doesn't work out? Ms. Wu was flattered and felt delighted, yet still asked. If it doesn't work out, then I simply won't pursue this business. Business can succeed or fail, but finding a lifelong partner is much harder to come by. Su Tian said, her fingers being held by Hua Beichen under the table. Ms. Wu laughed heartily. Oh, you're quite straightforward. Seeing how well suited you two are, I wish you 100 years of harmony. Thank you, Miss Wu. Ms. Wu leaned closer to Su Tian, saying, Miss Su, if you encounter a good man, please recommend him to me. I can introduce him to my daughter. Sure, no problem. Does Mr. Hua have any brothers or good friends? They can also be recommended to me, Miss Wu asked Hua Beichen. Hua Beichen nodded. I am an only child. If I have any single friends, I will recommend them to you. In the end, Miss Wu signed a contract. Hua Beichen took it for checking, stamping, and accounting. Ms. Wu, slightly tipsy, held Su Tian's hand, saying, having a supportive husband like this is a tremendous blessing. As women striving outside, who wouldn't want a diligent partner who doesn't care for titles? You both should cherish this and wish for 100 years of harmony. Ms. Wu was sent to the hotel by her staff. Su Tian returned to the car, where Hua Beichen was finishing up the documents, putting everything away. The contract is processed and placed here. Su Tian hugged his arm. Husband, you work too hard. You have to manage your own work and mine as well. My own work has entered a stable phase, so there's no need to worry too much. Squeezing out time to accompany you is merely a small task. But if this continues, it will still waste your time. I want to hire 2 full-time assistants. Hua Beichen embraced her, hiring 2 full-time assistants. What about me? Sensing the hint of jealousy in Huabeiqian's words, Su Tian smiled. You are his personal secretary, which makes you different from them. They were brought in specifically to handle work. Huabeiqian finally smiled in satisfaction. The next day, Su Tian had Tang Shui publish a recruitment announcement. Soon applicants began to arrive. Tang Shui handed the materials to Su Tian, saying this has already gone through preliminary screening. These are the qualified ones. The final decision on which two to choose is up to you. Su Tian flipped through the materials. The shortlisted candidates included both males and females. She was not concerned about gender. What mattered was capability. Let's schedule interviews for them tomorrow, Su Tian said. In the afternoon, she received a call from Liang Jing inviting her for coffee. Su Tian agreed, and they arranged to meet at the bottom of the Baojin shopping center. When she arrived, Liang Jing was just getting there as well. Liang Jing removed her sunglasses and chose a seat, saying, Miss Su, what would you like to drink? She handed over the menu. Su Tian ordered a latte and asked Miss Liang, did you need something from me? I confirmed that Xiao Shun is together with Su Yuru. My father's money is also being invested in the Su family's company. I would like to ask about the cash flow issues in the clothing company. Su Tian replied, I can only share what I know roughly. However, I don't have much connection with the Su family, so I don't know their internal matters very well. Liang Jing said, I know you don't have much connection with them, otherwise I wouldn't have asked for your help. It's fine. I just want to clarify how much my father has invested, just to have a general idea. Does your family not have any accounts? My mother passed away very suddenly. She died of illness. Logically, I should have had a share of everything in the family, and my mother's inheritance should also be mine. But when I took care of my mother's funeral, I found out that there wasn't much money left in the family accounts. The company's accounts didn't reflect that amount either. Later, I discovered that my father had secretly transferred it out. Liang Jing forced a smile. The coffee arrived exuding a bitter aroma. She seemed to have no one to confide in, and facing Su Tian, she let her true feelings show. My father was really very good to me before, and everyone envied me for having such a great dad. I always thought I was the happiest girl in the world. But after my mother passed away, he began transferring the family's assets to his illegitimate child. I've met that Xiao Shun, and I can only say that he is unworthy of you. He is far inferior to me. Yet because he is a son, my father believes he can carry on the family line, so he is willing to put everything on him. Su Tian handed her a tissue, resonating with her feelings. She softly said, the Su family is quite... My parents worked desperately to have a son because I wasn't one, and I hindered their hopes. Thus, I was sent to live in the countryside from a young age. As I grew up, my elder sister and I were always required to consider the interests of our younger brother in everything we did. It seemed that all our efforts were for that one goal. In the eyes of some of them, it seems that only a son is worthy of being called bloodline. A daughter is nothing. Liang Jing looked at her seriously. Then your situation is worse than mine. At least my father used to. It's okay, I understood long ago that relying on anyone is not as good as relying on oneself. So when Xiao Shun cheated and became successful, I wasn't sad, but instead I knew it was my chance to leave home. Su Tian said, so your marriage to Mr. Hua, was it purposeful? Liang Jing asked. It was at first, but not anymore. Su Tian took a sip of her coffee, rich in flavor. Liang Jing also returned to her usual self, wiping her tears and smiling. You are right, the feelings of outsiders don't matter. What matters is oneself. Su Tian smiled yes. Although they had just met, their similar experiences made it feel as if they had known each other for a long time. Liang Jing said, this time I came to Fan City to retrieve my mother's inheritance. It was earned through her hard work and cannot all be used by my father to fill the needs of outsiders. I wish you success. Miss Su, if needed, could I ask for your help? Su Tian thought for a moment and said, I will. The next day, Su Tian had to handle recruitment matters. Huabeiqian came along with her. Since most of the new recruits would be taking over work from him, he naturally wanted to see if they had the capability. As Su Tian and Huabeiqian entered the office, Tang Shui lowered his voice and said, Mei Mei went out for morning tea with Su Yuru. Mei Mei's personal relationships are her own business. I don't care. Su Tian replied softly. But Su, I always feel that Su Yuru has ill intentions. She invited me for a meal before, but I didn't agree. What if she has Mei Mei backstab you? Su Tian said, whatever happens, happens. Okay, that's all I need to hear. Tang Shui was truly exasperated with Mei Mei. The studio's business wasn't doing well before, but everyone persevered. Now that it was at a high-speed development stage, how could she act like this? Let's meet the applicants first, Su Tian said. Tang Shui went out to notify them. Su Tian's studio was developing well now, and the offered benefits were also good, so the applicants coming in today were all quite qualified. Knowing they would be working as Su Tian's assistants, everyone had already looked into her background before arriving. Not to mention anything else, just Su Tian's appearance was enough to make everyone sigh. Did the current boss even have to be so good-looking? Everyone was eagerly waiting for Su Tian's interview. Finally, the interviews began. Everyone took turns going in to meet their future boss, Su Tian, and her current secretary and assistant, Huabeiqian. The interview time wasn't long. 6 applicants took Su Tian 2.5 hours to finish interviewing. After considering everything with Huabeichen, she decided to give them a final response in the afternoon. The interviewees left. Su Tian stretched and went out to make coffee. Honey, what would you like to drink? She asked Huabeichen. Just drink from your cup. Su Tian smiled, lowered her head to brew the coffee, and poured hot water into the cup. She stirred it, and the aroma of coffee filled the air. You drink first, Su Tian said. Huabeichen nodded. You go first. Su Tian seemed to sense what he was about to do, and quietly said, don't cause trouble in the studio. Today there weren't many people in the studio. Because Mei Mei was not there, the other staff members had gone to help on the production line, leaving only Tang Shui behind. After printing out 2 documents, he saw 2 people arriving at the studio entrance. The 2 individuals who arrived were the interviewers from earlier. A girl named Zhao Huan, and a boy named Lu Qi. Zhao Huan apologetically said to Tang Shui, Mr. Tang, I just lost my earring in the tea room, and wanted to come back to look for it. Tang Shui replied, sure, but what is Lu Qi doing back? Zhao Huan explained, when I got downstairs I realized that Lu Qi is my university alumnus. He came with me to help look for it. Zhao Huan also considered that there were not many girls in the studio, and she worried that returning alone might lead to trouble, which is why she brought Lu Qi with her. Go ahead, Tang Shui said, following behind them. Zhao Huan walked at the front. Her earring was a birthday gift from her mother, and she valued it greatly, feeling anxious. She was the first to push open the door to the tea room. To her surprise, she saw a couple kissing. The man was handsome and charming, and the girl was delicate and pretty, making her wide-eyed in astonishment, yet unable to do anything but admire. Noticing someone was there, Su Tian pushed away Huabeichen. She had only taken a sip of coffee, and Huabeichen wanted to share it from her mouth. Her face turned red with embarrassment as she exclaimed, Huabeichen. Zhao Huan quickly said, I'm sorry, it was not intentional. Lu Qi arrived a moment later, but also witnessed this scene. He was taken aback for a moment, recognizing one as the boss and the other as the boss male secretary. He blurted out, do I have to work like Secretary Hua if I become an assistant? Surprisingly, he didn't mind. In fact, he felt a bit eager. Zhao Huan was stunned for a moment, blushing as she glanced at Su Tian. Should she really kiss such a beautiful girl? She quickly said, I can do it. Huabeichen's expression darkened like a storm cloud as he coldly stated, who said you could do the same things as me? What nonsense were these 2 thinking? Su Tian hurriedly explained, Secretary Hua is my husband, we have a certificate. Zhao Huan and Lu Qi simultaneously displayed expressions of disappointment. Huabeichen thought, what kind of attitude is that? Zhao Huan quickly bowed and said, I came to the tea room just now and lost my earring. I wanted to come back to find it. Then you can look for it, Su Tian said as she stepped out, giving Huabeichen a slight glare. It's all his fault for kissing in the tea room for no reason. Back in the office, Huabeichen immediately removed Zhao Huan and Lu Qi from the list of candidates. Are you really going to remove them? But they were the best performers among the interviewees. I am hiring an assistant for my wife, not someone who covets her. What Huabeichen couldn't understand was why even Zhao Huan seemed untrustworthy. She looked at Su Tian. What kind of shyness was that? Do you want me to hire someone capable or incapable? If I can't even trust them with work, then who will do my job? Su Tian asked him. In the end, Huabeichen compromised. Just those 2, I'll personally train them. It didn't matter how Zhao Huan and Lu Qi were. What mattered was not making Su Tian work too hard. Since Miss Wu ordered that batch of goods, Su Tian's inventory had already dwindled. However, because these clothes were in high demand on the market, many customers wanted to place orders. This brand had suddenly become a hot commodity, and it was difficult to find. Some people learned that Secretary Hua had a lot of influence in the company and specifically wanted to meet him. However, it was clear that they couldn't get an appointment. On Friday, Su Tian held a meeting. During the meeting, Tang Shui reported, the goods we can secure this year are down to the last batch. Su, our performance this year has truly skyrocketed. It's the result of everyone's hard work. Mei Mei spoke up, Su, can you let me have the last batch of goods? I have an old client who has been wanting to order our clothes, but couldn't before. Su Tian replied, but I already promised yesterday that the last batch of goods would be handled by Bei-chun. Huabeichen has always helped her, but never made any demands. When Huabeichen spoke up yesterday, Su Tian agreed, without hesitation. Mei Mei was clearly disappointed, replying, oh, so we don't have any other clothes? Currently we do not. Su Tian said, Mei Mei, our recent focus is on planning for next year and completing high-end custom orders for private clients. Oh, Mei Mei could not hide her disappointment. Su Tian needed to bring a few models home. Occasionally she needed models to support her while altering clothes at home. Huabeichen and He Wang each carried 2 models upstairs. He Wang asked, where should I put them? Su Tian glanced and said, they can only go in the dining room for now. The originally small 2-bedroom apartment was becoming increasingly cluttered due to Su Tian's belongings. From the emptiness when they first moved in to now having several models, there was no place to put them. He Wang casually remarked, Shouldn't you guys be looking for a bigger place? After moving the stuff, Su Tian took some drinks and sliced fruits to serve. She invited Hee-Wong. Hee-Wong, stay for dinner here. I have time today, and will cook myself. She had troubled Hee-Wong with quite a bit today, and she felt she had no way to thank him. Hee-Wong took an apple and a bottle of cola, saying, "Sister-in-law, I just remembered I have some work to do and need to go back to work late. In that case, I'll just order takeout later." Since that was the case, Su Tian didn't keep him. Hua Beichen displayed a confident expression. The shrimp dumplings sent by Liang Jing were not delicious, but they weren't completely useless. During dinner, Hua Beichen asked, "Wife, have you ever thought about buying a bigger house?" He watched Su Tian every day as she bent over to draw design sketches and had to cut and make them. This place was already unsuitable. "I have thought about it, but I want to wait a little longer. I'll talk about it after collecting the remaining payments." "Are you worried about money not being enough?" Hua Beichen asked. "If we buy, we might as well get a better and bigger house. You put in half and I put in half, but we are still short." Hua Beichen put down his chopsticks, saying, "What do you mean by each putting in half? I live in your house, and you never asked me to pay half, right?" He looked at her and said, "Whoever has money should contribute more. Besides, I am your husband. Oh, what's the point of earning money if I don't use it to support my wife? I'm just afraid you're working too hard to make money and still have to support me." Su Tian understood him well too. Hua Beichen held her hand. "With your words, no matter how hard it is, it doesn't mean anything." The housing prices in Fan City were not outrageous. Su Tian estimated that buying a decent house, just over 100 square meters, would be manageable for over 3 million. However, when they went house hunting, they found that the more they looked, the larger the houses became. Hua Beichen's reasoning was quite sound. Over 100 square meters for a 3-bedroom apartment is a bit too small. What about the master bedroom, a study, a child's room, and a nanny? Or perhaps what if there are 2 children? Hua Beichen asked. "I hadn't considered that far. Haven't you thought about having children with me?" Facing the man's intense gaze, Su Tian had nowhere to hide. In the end, the house that Hua Beichen had set his sights on was 180 square meters with 5 rooms and 3 halls. The price suddenly surged to over 6 million, which was a full double of Su Tian's budget. She thought about Hua Beichen's 1 million savings, and she couldn't possibly take out all her earnings. She still needed to keep some to maintain the operation of her studio. Back in the car, she was still calculating in her mind. Qin Feng made a video call. Su Tian perked up. "Mom, it's been a while. I heard you two are buying a house. What size are you looking at?" Qin Feng had recently been to Africa, standing on the vast grassland looking revitalized. Hua Beichen stated flatly, 5 rooms and 3 halls over 6 million. Qin Feng exclaimed, "Isn't that too?" She intended to say it was too small, that it would feel oppressive for long-term living. The Hua family's villa had a living room larger than that. Realizing the misstep, Qin Feng quickly corrected herself. "That sounds wonderful. Very suitable. The money has been transferred to you. Keep it, and buy it soon." Before Su Tian could respond, 7 million had already arrived in her account. She was left speechless with astonishment. "Mom, we can't take that much money from you for the house. This is money your father and I prepared for Beichen and his future wife years ago. He hadn't found the right person before, so he never settled down or thought about buying a house. Now that you two are together, it's only natural to buy one. Don't feel burdened. Even if it weren't you, we would still provide this money. Alright, I have to go see elephants now. I won't keep you any longer." Qin Feng ended the video call. Su Tian was still in a daze. "This is too much for my parents. Their savings are also to ensure we have a better life. This money might as well be their retirement savings spent. It's alright. When we have more flexibility in the future, we can slowly pay them back. Moreover, spending money for us makes them happy as well." Su Tian secretly resolved to save money and return it to them later. If they don't want it, we should still keep the money for the elderly's needs. With the money, she immediately booked the house Hua Beichen had chosen. When Su Tian went to handle the paperwork, Qin Feng called Hua Beichen. "Why buy such a small house? Won't it be a hardship for the girl?" "I see Su Tian's development. She will inevitably go to Jinghai in the future. The house in Fansheng may not be lived in for long." Qin Feng smiled. "So when do you plan to tell her your true identity?" Hua Beichen fell silent. He hadn't found the right opportunity yet. "Think it over carefully. Once you've decided, tell her early. It's not good to keep it like this." Su Tian brought the contract over for him to see. "Hubby, take a look at this." "No problem." Hua Beichen signed without hesitation. Such a major event as buying a house was done so simply. Su Tian still felt a bit out of the loop. She rubbed her cheek. "So this large flat is ours now?" The sales assistant smiled and said, "Yes, our house is fully renovated. By the time you get it, you can move in after decorating it." After leaving the sales office, Su Tian and Hua Beichen went to the supermarket. "He'll cook tonight." She was in a good mood, her eyes sparkling as she spoke. "Sure, I'll assist you," Hua Beichen replied while picking vegetables. He picked up a bottle of red wine and casually asked, "Wife, have you ever thought that your husband could be quite wealthy?" "No, why would I think that?" Su Tian grabbed 2 bottles of drinks and placed them in the shopping cart. Compared to money, I value the person more. She knew Huabeichen had such concerns of being seen as a poor man by the Su family and occasionally defined as such by outsiders. She said seriously, if I really wanted to marry a wealthy man, I should have held on to Xiaoshen tightly back then. He was much wealthier than the Su family. But no amount of money can replace what matters. My parents are considered quite wealthy, right? Yet their relationship is poor and they always fight. Rather than overthinking, it's better to earn money well. Moreover, Huabeichen himself wasn't exactly poor. Just the fact that his parents could pull out 7 million to buy a house showed that they weren't poor by any ordinary definition. As long as one works hard and saves money, they can still live well. Just as she was saying this, she spotted Su Yuru and Mimi also picking fruits. Seeing Su Tian, Su Yuru smiled. Congratulations, Su Tian. I heard your Ready Tower products have been selling really well recently. The sales are indeed quite good, a bit better than the Su family. Su Yuru's expression remained unchanged, but she felt quite jealous. Are you planning to increase production lines next year? Do you need our help? No need. Su Yuru smiled briefly. Alright, just call me if you need anything. Mimi saw Su Tian and awkwardly, Su. Su Tian knew that she had been getting close to Su Yuru recently. Without waiting for Su Tian to ask, Mimi explained herself. I just ran into Sister Yuru at the supermarket entrance. It wasn't a planned meeting. There's no need to be so nervous. You are just my colleague, it's not like I own your personal life. Su Tian said. Yes, I know you are the best. Mimi laughed a bit awkwardly. Su Tian looked at her and said, I don't interfere in my employees' private lives. However, I really hate being lied to. Once unfaithful, never tolerated, you should understand that, right? Huabeichen, standing nearby, touched his nose, his tongue brushing against his cheek. Mimi hurriedly waved her hand. How could I deceive you? That's impossible. I never said you deceived me. Why are you feeling guilty? I still need to buy groceries, so I'll be leaving now. Su Tian pushed the shopping cart and walked away. Su Yuru stared at Mimi. What are you afraid of? You didn't do anything wrong. Nothing, let's go buy things. Mimi said. Huabeichen followed Su Tian's footsteps. Don't worry too much, it's just an employee. They can come and go as they please. Yeah, I'm not worried. The company is a place where people come and go freely. Su Tian smiled as she said, as long as they don't deceive me, everything is negotiable. She was holding a green vegetable, and with a snap it broke. The sound made Huabeichen's eyelids twitch slightly. In the bar, Huang handed a bottle of beer to Huabeichen. So are you planning to say it now? To confess to your... Now is not the right time. Huabeichen took a sip of beer, his attractive atoms, apple moving. The matter with Mimi had already made Su Tian very troubled. Saying it now would undoubtedly make things worse. Chingu, it was my foolish idea to pretend to be poor back then. Should I go and admit my mistake to sister-in-law? You're being foolish now too. Let her blame me, it's better than blaming you, right? Huabeichen frowned slightly. I'm the one who interacts with her, not you. Besides, if I hadn't pretended to be poor back, then she wouldn't have considered marrying me at all. I don't understand, isn't it a good thing for her that you have money? Why couldn't she marry you when you were wealthy? In her original family, there were too few things she could decide for herself. She left that family to gain the freedom to control her own life. If I were too wealthy, it would put immense pressure on her and might lead her to choose to distance herself from me. Huabeichen had previously dared not take any risks to probe or confess for fear of pushing her further away. Now finding a suitable opportunity was crucial. Mimi did not leave, but continued to work earnestly. Even Tang Shui couldn't figure her out. During lunch, he quietly asked her, why are you getting so close to Su Yuru? Su Yuru clearly has a purpose. I just happened to run into her. I wouldn't turn away someone who greets me. Mimi, do you have any difficulties? If you encounter any problems, tell me. No, I'm not lacking anything. Just eat your meal. Su Tian arranged to meet with Lawyer Chun in the afternoon. Since starting the clothing sales, legal issues had increased. Currently, the company did not have a dedicated legal department, so Su Tian hired Chen Ping as a legal consultant to provide legal advice to the company on a part-time basis. After discussing with Chen Ping, she picked up her documents and left. Just as she was about to leave, she saw Liang approaching. Miss Su, what a coincidence. Liang noticed her holding documents. Are you also consulting Lawyer Chun? I'm consulting Lawyer Chun about matters related to my company. Well, how coincidental. I'm also consulting Lawyer Chun regarding my mother's inheritance. I've heard he is very professional in this area. Su Tian nodded. Yes, Lawyer Chun is very professional. I've sought his help many times before. You've made the right choice in consulting him. Well, that's good. I'll go find Lawyer Chen now. See you later. After putting the documents back in the office, Su Tian was headed to meet a client. Honey, will you accompany me? She called Huabeichen. Actually, she didn't want him to go out of his way, but Huabeichen was quite willing to participate in such things. I can't accompany you today, you go by yourself. See you tonight. Okay, see you tonight. Su Tian hung up and entered the hotel. The client was easy to communicate with, and during the meal the matter was resolved. Su Tian saw off the client and sat back down to eat. Every time she communicated with clients, her focus was on work, and she ate very little. There was still a large table of untouched dishes as she sat down and feasted. Just as she was eating, Lu Ting called her. Su Tian asked, "Are you taking the flight back to Fan City tomorrow?" "I'll pick you up." "Sorry, Su, I can't come back tomorrow. I won't be able to celebrate your house purchase. I can only verbally congratulate you. I'll come and warm up your new house when you move." "That's fine, we won't celebrate tomorrow. It's not a big deal." "Do you have issues with work?" Lu Ting said Fonglan's manager's husband cheated. She needs to look after her child for the next few days and wants to fight for custody, so she can't manage Fonglan's work and I have to cover for her. The last time I saw the manager and her husband, they looked very affectionate. Su Tian sighed a little. "Yeah, who would have thought that? I heard it's because the manager was too busy and her husband felt lonely. A while ago when the manager was chatting with us, she mentioned that her husband had been distant lately and not long after this happened." Lu Ting concluded, warning Su Tian, "Little Su, don't put all your thoughts into work. Make sure to spend time with your husband too. Men fear loneliness too. Loneliness is no excuse for cheating. Working hard doesn't mean playing around." Su Tian felt a bit guilty as she spoke. She realized that she had indeed been too busy lately. There were always things to handle at work. She wanted to grasp both high fashion and ready tower, but time was always tight. Especially recently, the time spent with Hua Beichen was entirely him helping her handle her work. Lu Ting said, "That's true. No matter the situation, it's not an excuse for cheating. We shouldn't make excuses for men's mistakes. But human feelings are mutual, don't you think?" Su Tian nodded. While she was speaking with Lu Ting, she raised her head and saw Hua Beichen entering the restaurant with a young woman. He pulled out a chair for her, inviting her to sit. The young woman smiled brilliantly, and Hua Beichen's face was unusually filled with smiles. As they spoke, she even playfully hit Hua Beichen. The usually composed Hua Beichen merely smiled it off. Su Tian said, Ting, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm hanging up." "The slap earlier was because you got married without telling me. You tell me, shouldn't I hit you?" Tan Siyuan said to Hua Beichen. Though she looked young, she was actually over 40 and always regarded herself as the elder. "Next time you have a wedding banquet, make sure to send me an invitation first," Hua Beichen promised. "Do you still remember that I'm your cousin?" Tan Siyuan said, "You didn't even bring Tian to meet me, making me feel like a wasted cousin. She's been quite busy lately and hasn't had the time." Tan Siyuan smiled and reminded him a couple's relationship needs to be nurtured. If she values her work and dreams more than you, doesn't that mean you haven't truly won her heart yet? Why is it that your dad is so good at dating, but you're just a block of wood? Hua Beichen rubbed his nose. "Shouldn't you take some time to learn from your dad properly?" "That's not true. Su Tian and I have a stable relationship and there are no issues." "Really?" Tan Siyuan asked. "Really?" Hua Beichen felt a bit uncertain when asked. In his impression, Su Tian was easy to get along with, like a little sun that radiated warmth. However, she rarely displayed any emotional fluctuations toward him. She didn't get jealous or sulk. Tan Siyuan observed his expression. "Could it be that you really haven't won that little girl's heart yet?" After saying this, she saw a figure not far away. Though she hadn't met Su Tian before, she had seen many photos. The young girl was even more lively and striking than in the pictures. Seeing Su Tian looking this way, Tan Siyuan reached out to touch Hua Beichen's hair. Hua Beichen had always kept a distance from others, and just now, when Tan Siyuan playfully hit him, he had already considered it tolerable as a show of respect for his elder. When Tan Siyuan brushed her fingers through Hua Beichen's hair, he instinctively tried to evade her touch. Tan Siyuan seemed to anticipate his movement and tugged at him, saying, "Don't move, there's something in your hair." She leaned in closely to remove the imaginary object from Hua Beichen's hair. Su Tian pursed her lips, intending to turn and leave. However, she did not take a step forward. Her fingers tightened as countless thoughts flashed through her mind in an instant. Ultimately, she walked straight toward Hua Beichen. Seeing her approach, Tan Siyuan called out in a delicate voice, "Beichen, can you cut this steak for me? I can't manage it." Hua Beichen found her behavior strange. How could this usually poised elder suddenly act like a little girl? Frowning, he turned around and heard a familiar sweet voice behind him. "Mr. What a coincidence." Hua Beichen turned back to see Su Tian with red eyes, a thick layer of mist forming in her gaze. His heart was suddenly struck, and he immediately stood up, knocking over the plate without realizing it. "Wife." Hua Beichen grasped her hand. Su Tian pulled her hand away, smiling as she said, "Are we discussing work or meeting friends?" Neither. Hua Beichen seized her hand again. "Wife, let's go outside to talk." He noticed Su Tian was in a bad mood and didn't want her negative emotions to be exposed to others. To Su Tian, this felt more like a cover-up. She nodded. "All right, let's go outside." "Mr. Hua, is our one-year marriage contract about to become invalid?" Su Tian's voice trembled slightly when she spoke, yet she maintained a smile. Hua Beichen knew she was feeling jealous. He had imagined countless times that Su Tian would get jealous over him, that she would fluctuate emotionally due to the fear of losing him. But seeing her genuinely upset, no longer the happy person she usually was, made him realize that this was not the scene he wanted to witness. Compared to those moments, he preferred her to be emotionally stable, showing a pure smile, even if it meant he had to give more in their relationship. Wife, you're misunderstanding. She's my cousin. She's my father's biological cousin. Hwabachin, your lies could be a bit more convincing. How could she possibly? She's 40 years old, has a son and a daughter. She just happened to pass by Fan City today and wanted to see you. Soo Tion's emotions calmed slightly, giving way to a hint of embarrassment. After a moment, she said, "Why didn't you tell me earlier? You have to meet a client today, which is naturally more important. You have your dreams to fulfill. How could I let a small matter interfere with your progress? Your relatives are not a small matter." Soo Tion bit her lip. She lowered her head, recalling her earlier demeanor in front of his cousin, feeling embarrassed once again. No matter what it is, it's a small matter in front of you. Hwabachin held her hand. Everything else can take a back seat. Soo Tion bit her lip. It's my failure to understand the situation that made me lose my temper at you. You don't have to endure me like this. If you're unhappy, you can just say, "I am unhappy. Unhappy about you saying the marriage contract is invalid." Hwabachin held her chin, making her look directly at him, "But I'm also quite happy to see you care enough to be jealous to value me and our relationship." He extended his finger to wipe away her fallen tears. "Soo Tion, I'm quite pleased that you feel jealous over me. But if the cost is making you feel this miserable, then I hope you can be a little more heartless." "How could I be heartless toward you?" Soo Tion bit her lips slightly. "I also worry that your feelings might change. And I feel lost due to the uncertainty. Hwabachin, am not as strong and unconcerned as you think I am." Hwabachin embraced her, holding her tightly. Every word she said was not a sweet whisper, yet it brought Hwabachin more joy than any love confession. Soo Tion adjusted her mindset and returned to the restaurant. Thinking about meeting Hwabachin's cousin made her feel a bit awkward. Hwabachin held her hand and said softly, "It's okay, I'm here." At the dining table, Tan Siyuan was elegantly cutting her steak. "Cousin Soo Tion just mentioned a bit about work," Hwabachin said, "but it's all been resolved." Tan Siyuan understood all too well that this was a kind lie from Hwabachin for Soo Tion's sake. However, the issue was originally her doing, so she had to take responsibility. She smiled. "I know Soo Tion is busy with work. It's fine. Please sit down. Cousin, I am Soo Tion. I couldn't accompany Bachin today due to some matters, but he'll treat you to dinner tomorrow." Tan Siyuan smiled. "It's fine. Work is important. I was just passing by and wanted to see you." As she spoke, she threw a glance at Hwabachin. After what happened earlier, she could confirm that this young girl truly cared for Hwabachin. Hwabachin recalled her earlier actions, realizing they were all deliberately meant to provoke Soo Tion. He felt a bit helpless and directly said, "Then you can eat slowly by yourself. I've already paid the bill, so I won't stay with you." "Oh, you child." Tan Siyuan could only watch as Hwabachin held Soo Tion's hand and left. She shook her head and sighed. Bachin has learned a bit of his father's essence. The next morning, Soo Tion got up early to prepare several dishes. She packed a lunchbox and handed it to Hwabachin, saying, "This is your lunch. There's no need to wake up so early just to make me lunch. It's too much trouble." Hwabachin said understandingly. "It's not troublesome at all, not at all." Hwabachin arrived at the office, and when noon came, he cherished the lunchbox like a treasure and went to the pantry to heat the food. Looking at the dishes in the lunchbox, he first picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs. There was a bit too much vinegar, but it still smelled quite good. Eggplant with fish flavor. Why was there so much vinegar in this as well? Spicy and sour shredded potatoes. The vinegar was more than the chili. There was vinegar in the braised fish too. He realized that Soo Tion was doing this on purpose. Last night, he made Soo Tion jealous, and today she specifically added a bit of vinegar for him. Hwabachin chuckled and sent her a WeChat message. "Today's dishes are quite good, delicious. If it's tasty, eat more. Of course. I will definitely finish what my wife made." Hwabachin polished off the meal and took a photo of the empty lunchbox to send to her. In the afternoon, Liang Yunrui called Hwabachin. "You must come in person. Is there something you can't say over the phone?" "It's just that it can't be said over the phone." "Hurry over." Hwabachin pondered for a moment, set down his work, and drove over. Since some matters needed to be clarified in person, he also had to let Liang Yunrui know his stance. Upon arrival, Hwabachin looked up and saw that it was a private hospital. He frowned slightly, then took long strides inside. Liang Yunrui was pacing anxiously with his arms crossed, asking Tong, "Good, do you think this girl is my sister?" "I can only say it's very possible. She went missing at a very young age in the hospital, then spent a few years in an orphanage before being adopted by a couple. All aspects, including age and the location of her disappearance, match your sister." Liang Yunrui had already seen her photo. From the photo, there was no hint at all. Little Liang Yu was very cute, so she should have grown up to be as well. She should also have features of the Liang family. However, it was difficult to say that he and his two brothers resembled each other, so it was impossible to make a full judgment based solely on the photo. His sister went missing in Fan City, and that was the main reason for his visit this time. Tonggu had already helped him search for many people before, and there were indeed some cases that were quite close. However, the DNA results did not match. Little ancestor worrying won't help. The DNA results will be out soon anyway, so just sit down for a bit. Seeing him pacing around in circles, Tong Gu advised, "Let me check if Hua Beichin has arrived," Liang Yunrui said as he walked out. He glanced outside a few times and saw Hua Beichin just parking his car striding over. "Hua Beichin," Liang Yunrui waved at him. Hua Beichin glanced at him sideways and walked over. Stopping in front of him, Hua Beichin remained calm and asked, "What's the matter?" "I might find my sister, and I called you to witness." As he spoke, he blocked Hua Beichin to prevent him from leaving. Unexpectedly, Hua Beichin wasn't planning to leave this. Liang Yunrui was rather surprised. "Are you planning to wait for the results with me?" "I don't need to wait for the results. However, there are a few things I want to say to you." "Then go ahead." "Liang Yunrui, I have married Su Tian, and there is absolutely no possibility of divorce. Even if you find your sister, she will at most be an ordinary friend of mine, just like you. There can be nothing between her and me." Liang Yunrui was unconvinced, "But my sister clearly likes you so much. You're overthinking it. Not to mention she has been missing for so many years. Her feelings and mindset must have changed, and she might not even remember what happened when she was young. Furthermore, just because she likes me must I like her in return? As an older brother, you are being too demanding. No matter who she is, I could never like her, just so you know. And I hope you won't instill any inappropriate thoughts in your sister whom you finally found." After saying this, Hua Beichin turned to leave. Liang Yunrui blocked him. Hua Beichin, the Hua family, and the Liang family have always had a friendly relationship. Even if you don't want to marry my sister, you could at least meet her to alleviate her regrets. "What regrets does she have?" Hua Beichin raised an eyebrow at Liang Yunrui. "In this matter, you are the only one." "Liang Yunrui, because you were sick as a child, only the old Chinese doctor in Fan City could treat you, so your parents brought you and your sister to the hospital to see the doctor. Then your sister went missing. All these years you have felt very guilty, thinking it was your fault that she got lost. All the regrets belong to you alone, so don't try to drag me into repaying your regrets. Do you think that by pairing me with your sister you can compensate for your regrets? It's not that simple. Liang Yunrui, handle your own matters yourself." Hua Beichin left after saying this. Liang Yunrui did not stop him again. He lowered his head and returned to his original spot, finding a place to sit down. Tong Gu patted his shoulder. "It's not your fault. You were just a child back then." Just then the doctor came out with the test report. Tong Gu quickly caught it and handed it to Liang Yunrui. Liang Yunrui said, "You check it for me." Tong Gu skillfully opened the report. Since accompanying Liang Yunrui, he had helped with this many times. After opening it, he met Liang Yunrui's eager gaze. He shook his head. Liang Yunrui looked down. "Not again." In the parking lot, Tong Gu comforted him. "It's okay, he'll go back to the orphanage and ask again." "All right, let's go. Let's find Su Tian and grab a meal. I still have 15 dumplings at her place." As Tong Gu was about to drive away, a girl rushed over. He told Liang Yunrui, "Chun Mingyao, that's the girl mentioned in the report just now. When Tong Gu looks for people, he generally doesn't tell them who is searching for them. He fears that if they find out it is not them, they would be given false hope unnecessarily. This time was no different. He just didn't know why Chun Mingyao had come looking." Liang Yunrui was feeling lazy, wearing a hat to cover his face, not wanting to meet anyone. Tong Gu got out of the car, and Chun Mingyao hurriedly asked, "Who are you looking for?" "You wouldn't know. The DNA does not match." Chun Mingyao felt a bit disappointed. She thought she would be found and taken home today. "Can you tell me who is looking for me?" "Miss Chen, since it doesn't match, knowing who is looking for you won't change anything, right?" Chun Mingyao was left speechless by his question. Tong Gu nodded as a farewell and drove away. Chun Mingyao felt unsatisfied and followed them. Su Tian received a call from Liang Yunrui. He asked from the other end, "Are you guys coming home for dinner tonight?" "Are you cooking?" "Mr. Liang, I have something to do tonight and won't be cooking." Su Tian replied. "Oh, then forget it." Liang Yunrui continued to cover his face with the hat and let Tong Ji drive away. Su Tian stopped the car and came down with some fabric. Mimi whispered, "Who is it that cares whether you cook or not?" Liang Yunrui. "Oh." Mimi's mouth. Su Tian asked her, "Has Su Yuru asked you to do anything recently?" "Not for now, but she's always contacting me to go out for tea and shopping." "Don't worry, I will tell you everything she does." Previously, Su Yuru had been contacting Tang Shui and Mimi. After Tang Shui ignored her, she shifted her focus entirely to Mimi. Mimi immediately told Su Tian, and Su Tian thought that if Mimi refused her again, she would definitely contact other staff members. It would be better to let Mimi deal with her half-heartedly and see what she was up to. Thus, Mimi became this undercover agent. "It's okay if you go out with her, and have any expenses, I'll reimburse you." Mimi smiled. "All right. But when I go out with her, I will let her pay for everything. I wouldn't want to spend my own money." Su Tian couldn't help but laugh along. Chun Mingyao followed Liang Yunrui's car here, but upon seeing there were no other people in the car, just Mimi and Su Tian, she felt disappointed. As she thought about it, Liang Yunrui's car had already driven far away, and she couldn't catch up. Chun Mingyao really wanted to find her family. Chun Mingyao had this thought before, but she had no way to pursue it. This time she felt she had found some clues. She looked into Su Tian again. Initially she thought there was nothing, but when she saw the photos of Su Yuro and Su Liuhua, she was taken aback. The next day, Su Tian handed a shrimp dumpling to Tong Gu. This is for Liang Jing, Su Tian said. Don't let Liang Yunrui know. I know Liang Jing must want to eat it. Otherwise Liang Yunrui wouldn't have called her yesterday afternoon. Su Tian said, but I told Liang Yunrui that there's no need to get too close. Even if my husband isn't jealous, I'm still afraid of being torn apart by Liang Yunrui's fans. Tonggu laughed. Your sense of boundaries is quite clear. It should be. Su Tian smiled. Tonggu took the shrimp dumpling upstairs. Liang Jing was still struggling with the mock test paper he received last time. He tugged at his hair. Uncle Tong, what did you bring up? A gift from your little aunt. Liang Jing looked confused. Can I refuse it? From now on, don't bring anything for me. Tonggu laughed. Then can I eat it? Not allowed. Liang Jing immediately protected his food. Food can still be accepted. Su Tian was very happy today. The big house had signed the contract and would soon be handed over. She wanted to buy some things to put inside and arrange the soft decoration. Once everything was set up, they could move in. She took Huabei-chin with her to go shopping. There were many beautiful things in the home goods market, and she carefully looked and chose. This is nice, but it seems unnecessary. Su Tian set it down. This one is okay too, but if the hard decoration is really done as stated in the contract, then there's no need to buy this. Huabei-chin smiled and said, if you really like it, we can tear down the hard decoration and arrange it according to your ideas. There's no need for that. The hard decoration is also something we paid for. It's all included in the house price. Su Tian emphasized the importance of savings. The sales assistant came over to introduce things, asking her, how many rooms do you have? How do you want to arrange them? I can help with suggestions. 5 rooms, the master bedroom, a secondary bedroom, a study, and a baby room. Su Tian counted on her finger. For the baby room, the items must be the best, free of pollutants and any formaldehyde. You two can take a look at the items over here. These are all very eco-friendly and the materials used are top-notch. Su Tian was inexplicably pulled into the baby supplies section by the sales assistant. She hurriedly explained, we don't need those yet. It's fine to just take a look. Huabei-chin held her hand. If you like something, just buy it or it will come in handy later. Su Tian raised her eyes and lightly glared at him. If someone heard this, they might think she already had children. She quickly found an excuse and pulled Huabei-chin away. What? Don't you like those things? Huabei-chin asked. We don't have children yet, why buy those? There will be children eventually. Talking about this, Su Tian actually had concerns. Do you prefer a boy or a girl? I will love whatever you give birth to. Su Tian's face flushed. What about my parents and grandmother? Huabei-chin looked down at her. In our family, there's no need to worry about gender preference. As long as they are our children, whether boy or girl, I guarantee they will be treated equally. Is there a requirement on how many we should have? Su Tian pursed her lips, thinking about the time that giving birth would take. The hardships of raising children and having to pause her work made her feel deeply insecure. He said earnestly, what I mean is one is enough. I can't bear to see my wife suffer. Su Tian pressed her lips together. Really? Really? And everything will be based on your wishes. You are busy with your career now, we can wait until your career is stable before having children. After we have one, he'll get surgery, and we won't have more. He said it very seriously, with each word carrying a What if I don't want to have any? Su Tian asked. Huabei-chin thought for a moment, and said, then I will respect your wishes. We can choose not to have kids, or we can adopt. But not having kids won't affect us in any way. Why adopt when we can have children? Su Tian held his hand. Come on, let's go look at baby supplies. Huabei-chin's words alleviated her anxiety about childbirth significantly. That evening, Su Tian received a call from Su Luhua. She had previously blacklisted her mother, but Su Luhua called from the nanny's phone. Su Tian thought there was something wrong with her grandfather, so she answered. Su Luhua told her to come back tomorrow, saying there was something very important to discuss. Besides Grandpa, what important matters could there be in the Su family? Su Tian said, could it be that they want me to help with something again? Huabei-chin pondered for a moment. No matter what it is, I will accompany you back tomorrow. He won't allow something like that to happen again. Okay, sounds good. I'll take the opportunity to visit Grandpa. The next day, Su Tian and Huabei-chin returned to the Su family. She didn't know what the matter was, but with Huabei-chin by her side, her heart was settled. What worse things could possibly happen? She entered the Su family and, familiar with the place, went straight to her grandfather's room. Old Master Su was confused and couldn't recognize anyone, but the nanny took good care of him. Su Tian always gave the nanny a little extra money each time, as it was clear she was doing her best to care. Second miss, the old master has been eating quite well lately, the nanny reported. The supplements you sent, I have. Su Tian held her grandfather's hand and whispered a few words to him. Huabei-chin stood by, recalling what Grandpa had said about how brave old Master Su was on the battlefield, daring to fight the enemy at just over 10 years old. He was a man worthy of respect. Su Tian and Huabei-chin arrived at the living room together. Su Qingbang was also there, along with another young girl whom Su Tian did not recognize. She wasn't curious about who she was and didn't bother to ask. She felt indifferent towards the matters of the Su family. The maid served tea to Huabeichen and Su Tian. Su Tian noticed that Su Luhua and Su Yuru seemed particularly cheerful today. She glanced at Huabeichen, unsure of what the mother and daughter were plotting. Huabeichen gave her a look signaling her everything was under his control. Su Luhua took a sip of tea and eagerly spoke up. Su Tian, I'm afraid you will need to return the inheritance your grandfather left you along with the house you are currently living in. Upon hearing this, Su Tian realized that the mother and daughter indeed had some ill intentions. Although she didn't lack for these things now, she didn't want them to succeed. She said the inheritance from my grandfather was given to me under the personal witness of a lawyer. As for that house, it is in my name, and I will not return it. Su Luhua shook her head, saying, then you must return it. Because we have just learned that you are not our biological. Since you are not a member of the Su family, you cannot keep these things. What? Su Tian was astonished. She suspected that her mother and elder sister were fabricating lies to get what she had. Look, this is our second daughter. Su Luhua pulled the unfamiliar young girl beside her. Mingyao, come here. Chen Mingyao stood next to Su Luhua. Su Tian observed this girl named Mingyao, who indeed resembled Su Luhua and bore some resemblance to Su Yuru. Su Luhua said to Su Tian, we only realized that we had mistaken the children all these years when Mingyao was found. You are not from the Su family, Mingyao is. But for some unknown reason she was lost for so many years and has only just now been reunited with us. She produced a DNA verification report. Su Tian took it with skepticism. After reading it, she showed it to Huabeichen. Huabeichen glanced through it and quietly said it's not fabricated. How could we dare to fabricate something like this? Su Luhua said, Su Tian, if you don't believe it, you can also undergo a DNA test, and you will know the truth. No wonder we always felt you didn't fit in with our family and couldn't get along with anyone. It turns out it's like this. Su Yuru said, you have occupied the position of the second young lady for a long time, it's time to return it. Upon hearing this, Su Tian surprisingly did not feel disappointed. On the contrary, she felt a sense of relief. After all these years, what treatment had she received as the nominal second young lady? Su Luhua said, since you are no longer a member of our family, we have raised you and fulfilled our obligation. You are now married, and what does not belong to you must be returned to Mingyao. I will get a verification done. If I really am not a member of the Su family, I will return these things to you. Su Tian said calmly. Yes, when the time comes you must return the inheritance from grandfather. Su Luhua said, that is what grandfather left for his descendants, and you cannot keep it. As for the house, it is also for my biological daughter. Su Tian took a deep breath as she walked out of the Su family. Chen Mingyao looked at the departing Su Tian and asked Su Luhua, Mom, are all those things really left for me? Of course they were meant for you. Su Luhua gazed at Chen Mingyao. Despite lacking a strong mother-daughter bond, she still liked her more than Su Tian because she resembled her. She thought no wonder she could never feel affection for Su Tian over the years. Chen Mingyao was delighted, feeling that her efforts to find her parents were not in vain. Her life over the years hadn't been easy. Although her foster parents raised her, their financial situation was quite average, far from the lavish villa of the Su family. So I will be wealthy from now on? Chen Mingyao asked. Su Luhua initially thought to say that no matter how wealthy they were, they still had to take care of Su Jie, who was the younger brother and the hope of the entire family. However, considering that Chen Mingyao had just returned, she didn't rush to say that. During dinner that night, Chen Mingyao looked at the huge dining table filled with various foods and felt thankful for finding her family. She remembered something and asked Su Yuru, elder sister, you mentioned that Su Tian's husband has a connection with the Su family. Does that mean he should also? Su Yuru smiled and asked, are you interested in him? Chen Mingyao recalled seeing that man for the first time. With such handsome features and tall stature, how could anyone ignore him? He shouldn't have been Su Tian's husband. Seeing that she was truly enamored with Huabeichen, Su Yuru said, that man is merely a pretty face. His family is very poor. Chen Mingyao was instantly disappointed. Su Yuru continued, moreover, he currently lives in Su Tian's house. Also, he drives the worst car. All of Chen Mingyao's thoughts were dashed. Having accustomed herself to a hard life, she no longer wished to return to such circumstances. Since the Su family had such good conditions, she didn't want to make herself look so miserable. Su Yuru added, stay with me, and we can dress you up nicely. When you go to Jinghai in the future, you won't have to worry about elder sister, you have to take care of me from now on. Chen Mingyao had developed the habit of reading people's expressions during her time living outside. She knew that Su Yuru had a say in the Su family, so she would definitely listen to her. As Su Tian walked out of the Su family gate and got into the car, she couldn't help but glance back. Huabeichen held her hand, saying, if you want to see grandfather in the future, I will accompany you back to see him. Su Tian gently nodded. I actually feel relieved now. Knowing that she was not their daughter brought her an inexplicable sense of freedom. Perhaps it was indeed because she was not a member of the Su family that she received such treatment. Even though she was well aware that all of this was ultimately due to the Su family's preference for sons over daughters and had nothing to do with her real identity. Huabeichen felt sorry for her and embraced her. Su Tian said, I still want to get a DNA test. I'm afraid this is just another trick to get what I have from them. If it turns out to be true, then I can return those things to them later. Hua Beichen nodded in agreement. He accompanied Su Tian to a private hospital. Having the DNA test done quickly requires money. Su Tian was eager for results, so she opted for an expedited service. She and Hua Beichen sat outside waiting. Liang Yunrui and Brother Tong came in and happened to see them. Liang Yunrui walked over and asked what's going on. Are you both concerned about me finding my sister? Liang Yunrui wanted to say more, but Tong Gu had already pulled away this little ancestor who couldn't read the room. Mr. Liang, are you looking for your sister? Su Tian asked Hua Beichen. Yes, I heard that his sister got lost when she was young. Su Tian stopped asking questions and quietly waited. Tong Gu said to Liang Yunrui, he'll go find out what's going on. Little ancestor, you shouldn't provoke Lord Hua anymore. Mainly this little ancestor can provoke Lord Hua without consequence. As his agent, he has to clean up the mess. With someone like Lord Hua, how much face does an agent have to keep cleaning up after him? Then you should go find out quickly, Liang Yunrui said. Tong Gu soon returned after inquiring. Coincidentally, that Chun Mingyao was actually the second daughter of the Su family. She returned to the Su family for a DNA test, and Su Tian is also undergoing a DNA test to verify if she is indeed a member of the Su family. Liang Yunrui exclaimed, what a coincidence. However, it doesn't rule out the possibility that the Su family deliberately wants to trouble Su Tian, looking for an excuse to take money from her, Tong Gu said. Liang Yunrui said, go buy some fruit cake and snacks for Su Tian. Poor child, which family has no conscience to treat a girl this way? In the end, Tong Gu still didn't go. Showing up in front of Lord Hua, how much face could he afford to lose? Soon Su Tian received the test report. She had brought her grandfather's hair for the identification. The results showed that she indeed had no blood relation to old Master Su. In other words, Chun Mingyao was not the person Su Luhua was looking for. She was genuinely a child of the Su family. What about herself? Su Tian raised her gaze, a momentary flash of confusion crossing her eyes. Hua Beichen wrapped his arm around her shoulder, saying, no matter who you are Su Tian, you are yourself. Su Tian's heart suddenly felt enlightened. Whether or not she was a member of the Su family did not affect her being herself, nor did it affect her feelings with Hua Beichen. After getting in the car, she asked, honey, what if Chun Mingyao claims that I took you away and wants you to divorce and marry her? Hua Beichen replied calmly, does she think she can have the moon from the sky? But you do have a marriage agreement with the Su family set by the two old men. Right at the red light intersection, Hua Beichen pressed the brake, turned to look at her, and said, my marriage to you has nothing to do with any agreements, nor does it matter what the two old men said. If it weren't for you, even with 100 marriage agreements, I wouldn't get married. He still remembered that day at the Su family, the moment the girl walked out in her cotton dress. That glance was the beginning of his downfall. Su Tian revealed a sweet smile, her eyes meeting his gaze. Until the sound of a honk from behind brought her back to reality, the red light had turned to green. Liang Yunrui and Tong Gu received the test report. Bad news, it's a no. Tong Gu flipped through the report and said, good news, we've ruled out another one. Liang Yunrui rubbed his forehead, another one ruled out. If there weren't so many people in the country, it would be quick to find out. He asked, what does the report say about Su Tian? She is indeed not the daughter of the Su family, Tong Gu said, so now the inheritance and the house need to be returned. It's fine after all, Hua Beichen won't mistreat her. After saying that, he realized that even though he wanted to compensate his sister, he held no hostility towards Su Tian. In fact, he hoped even more that Su Tian would be happy. Tong Gu whispered, hey, since Su Tian isn't a child of the Su family, then she. Liang Yunrui's eyes suddenly lit up. Quick, let's go to their homes. Su Tian and Hua Beichen had no mood to cook that evening. The two simply ate a bit outside. While discussing the matter of transferring the inheritance and the house, they returned to the community. At the entrance, the lighting flickered, and Su Tian noticed two people squatting at the door. She gasped in surprise and leaped into Hua Beichen's embrace. Held tightly by the man, the streetlight came back on. Liang Yunrui and Tong Gu stood up from the ground. Hua Beichen said coldly, what are you doing? Liang Yunrui's tone was surprisingly friendly. I still have dumplings stored here, feeling hungry today, thought I'd eat. Next time, Hua Beichen didn't want to acknowledge him. Please. Hua Beichen said, I think the paparazzi must be very interested in knowing your whereabouts, right? Liang Yunrui shivered. Don't be so ruthless, okay? Hua Beichen shot him a look that said, you can, then it'll come another day. Liang Yunrui had to leave first. Tong Gu said, it's not like there won't be another chance to meet, we'll talk next time. I can't wait for next time, or I want to go today. Can I take a leave today? He really didn't want to provoke Hua Beichen. Why don't we just make it clear and let Su Tian come with me for a try? Tong Gu said, but what if it doesn't work? Weren't we supposed to agree on a principle that regardless of who the other party is, we try not to let them have any hope to avoid disappointment? When it comes to Su Tian, do you have to let her down? Liang Yunrui tugged at his hair as he got into the car. The next day, Su Tian, accompanied by Hua Beichen, went to sign the agreement. Su Luhua was clearly very excited. She had long wanted to reclaim these assets. Now that they were under Chun Mingjio's name, they would eventually be Su Jia's. The lawyer had also arrived. Miss Su, take a look at these terms. Strictly speaking, if the Su family still recognizes you as one of their own, we can redistribute the inheritance according to the will, and you won't have to return everything. From a legal standpoint, you still belong to the Su family, the lawyer explained. Su Luhua felt the lawyer was really meddling. Just do your job. The lawyer said, I am doing my job. Su Tian isn't one of our Su family members anymore. How can we force ourselves to recognize her? She must have her own parents, her own family. We shouldn't force Su Tian. Su Luhua's words were grandiose. The lawyer shook his head and softly asked Su Tian, Miss Su. If Su Tian needed it, he actually had ways to help her fight for some benefits. Su Tian replied calmly, Thank you, lawyer. But I am indeed no longer a member of the Su family. I don't want any of these things. She also didn't want to get involved with them. Her only concern was her grandfather. Her grandfather was old, and aging, illness, and death are common human experiences. Once her grandfather is gone, she would have no ties to the Su family. The lawyer said, All right, hey, race the inheritance agreement. You can sign it now. Just as Su Tian was about to sign, her phone received a video call. It turned out to be a call from old Madame Hua. Su Tian picked up, and old Madame Hua asked, Is this how the lotus flower button is made? You taught me yesterday, and I managed to make 2, but I forgot again when I woke up today. It's like this, Su Tian repeated. If you're worried about forgetting, I can record a video for you later. That's wonderful. Old Lady Hua smiled cheerfully. Su Luhua urged, Su Tian, let's focus on the main business first. If Tian is busy, then Grandma won't disturb you. All right, Grandma, I'll call you later. Su Luhua said, First sign this agreement. Grandpa's inheritance will be transferred to Meng Yao. Old Lady Hua, still on the line, asked, What are you signing? Su Tian briefly explained. Old Lady Hua understood and said lightly, How much inheritance is worth rushing you to sign an agreement like this? This is Grandpa's biological granddaughter, so I must transfer it to her. Old Lady Hua said. Then let's transfer it to avoid complications later on. Good child, Grandma will leave her future inheritance and house to you. Thank you, Grandma, but there's no need. You should live until you are 180 years old. Keep it for yourself to spend. Su Luhua and Su Yuru couldn't help but laugh. With the little wealth the Hua family had, how could they even refer to it as an inheritance? Even if the Hua family had a house in Jinghai, it was still a house for the whole family to live in. What could they give to Su Tian? After Su Tian ended the video call, she picked up her pen and signed. Su Luhua put away the agreement and had the lawyer bring another one. This is the transfer agreement for my house. Su Tian had no intention of taking her things. Su Luhua said, I know you're moving out now and need to rent a place. They'll give you 3 days to move. She actually couldn't wait to reclaim the house immediately. But seeing Hua Beichen still gave her a bit of apprehension. This man stood silently, exuding an aura that could suppress the entire scene. In the end, she decided to give them 3 days to move. Su Tian said, No need, I'll move tonight. Since she was already going to move, it was better to do it early than late. You said it yourself. Oh, I'm not forcing you, Su Luhua said. Su Tian nodded and asked the lawyer, Is there anything else you need me to do? No, that's all. Then I have settled things with the Su family. Oh, I hope you won't seek me out again in the future. Today marks a clear division. Su Tian stepped out feeling calm. She shook her head and glanced at the sky. Oh, it was a deep blue and the air felt humid. Hua Beichen said, We'll move tonight. Su Tian's 2-bedroom apartment was already filled with many things. Wang Li Tang and Tang Shui all came to help. This dishwasher needs to be disassembled and moved out. Su Tian said, And this bed in the guest room. Hua Beichen smiled beside her. All right, let's move it all. Tang Shui said, But your new house is big. These things won't match there. I want to keep them. Tang Shui carried things out, and when he opened the door, he saw Liang Yunrui standing at the entrance. He saw his idol and was so shocked that he stammered, Liang. You have a cold, why are you stuttering? Liang Yunrui came in, I'll help too. You, the esteemed young master, better not, Hua Beichen said calmly. If you get hurt, I won't be able to explain it to your fans. Don't underestimate me, I have plenty of strength. As soon as Liang Yunrui finished speaking, Hua Beichen placed a packed box on his shoulder, causing him to shrink down slightly. Tang Shui quickly said, I'll carry it. Liang Yunrui insisted, No need, I'll do it myself. With so many people, the moving process was quite fast. Soon all the items were loaded onto the truck and sent to the new house. After moving out, the old 2-bedroom apartment was left with some clutter. Wang asked, Sister-in-law, should we clean this up? If you really want to help, please make it a bit messier for me. After all, when I first moved in, it was much dirtier and messier than it is now. Wang understood and started to work immediately. He might not be skilled at tidying up, but making a mess was his specialty. That night, Su Luhua brought Chun Mingyao to collect the house. On the way, Su Luhua reminded her, This is all your mother's dowry. In the future, when you get married, it will bring you face in your husband's family. So in the future, help your brother more. If your brother does well, you won't be bullied by your husband's family. Chun Mingyao nodded repeatedly, as she and her adoptive parents were currently living in a very ordinary two-bedroom apartment. Returning to the Su family gave her a different perspective. Helping her brother is helping him. As long as they live well, how they live doesn't matter. With the Su family's financial strength and the villa they lived in, this apartment surely wouldn't be bad. When she followed Su Luhua into the community, she asked, "Mom, did we take a wrong turn?" "No, go upstairs," Su Luhua replied. Chun Mingyao felt a bit anxious. Was this really the community? It didn't seem to be much better than the one her adoptive parents lived in. When she opened the door and saw inside, Chun Mingyao felt even worse. This two-bedroom apartment was somewhat small and quite shabby. The things inside were scattered all over the place. She seriously doubted that Su Tian had actually lived here before. Su Liuhua, seeing the mess, angrily exclaimed, "What is this? How could Su Tian do this? Moving out is one thing, but leaving the house in such a mess." While complaining, she received several pictures sent by Su Tian. The pictures showed the condition of the house when Su Tian had just moved in. That state was far worse than what it was now. Su Liuhua. Chun Mingyao asked, "Mom, is this really the only house you're giving me? Is there nothing else? We'll talk about it again when you get married." Chun Mingyao felt a bit doubtful in her heart. Late into the night, Su Tian's new house had been roughly tidied up. Compared to the previous space, it was much more spacious, facing south, with a fully transparent design throughout. In comparison to the house she lived in before, it was like a vast difference. She stood barefoot on the floor, feeling relaxed. Pulling back the curtains, she could see the moat of Fan City, where boats decorated with shimmering neon lights floated. A gentle breeze brushed by, refreshing her spirit. Hua Beichin embraced her from behind, gazing together at the brilliant Fan City. Su Tian softly said, "I didn't expect that in the end I would live in the house you bought. That's not important. What matters is that we are living together." Su Tian turned around and initiated a kiss on the man's lips. The two embraced and kissed. While washing up, Su Tian couldn't find her toothbrush. "That's strange, yours is here, but mine is gone. Maybe it got lost somewhere." "No worries, I'll just get a new one," Su Tian said, picking up a new toothbrush. When she got in the car, Liang Yunrui asked, "Where's your toothbrush?" "It's right here," Tonga said. After a whole night of helping Su Tian move, wasn't that just for this toothbrush? He pulled a plastic bag out of his backpack and said, "Look." Liang Yunrui opened it to take a look and asked, "What is this?" Tong Gu discovered that the plastic bag contained a broken fruit knife, which Hua Beichin had asked him to take down and throw away. In other words, Tong Gu threw the toothbrush into the trash can and left the fruit knife behind. "Get out, get out." Liang Yunrui immediately got out of the car and rushed towards the trash can. The old lady collecting trash saw him and declared, "Young man, this trash can belongs to me." Tong Gu stuffed 500 yuan into her hand, saying, "We are looking for something." The old lady helped them search, but in the end nothing was found. Liang Yunrui rubbed his sore back and complained, "What a waste of effort helping Hua Beichin move so many boxes." Hua Beichin hired a part-time cleaner who would come to clean the big house regularly. This way Su Tian wouldn't have to worry about these matters and could focus on her work. Su Tian initially thought it was a bit expensive, but after calculating the time she could save, she felt it was worth it and accepted the offer. She arrived at the studio feeling refreshed due to the move. As soon as she got there, she saw Chun Mingyao waiting. "Is something wrong?" Su Tian felt indifferent towards her. To be frank, she wasn't anyone significant to her. "Su Tian, where did you get that car?" Chun Mingyao jumped straight into the question. Her tone was very much like Su Liuhua, instantly provoking Su Tian's annoyance. She responded with a nonchalant expression, "It's none of your business. It must be that Grandpa secretly gave you money to buy it, right? How much more did Grandpa secretly give you? What else did he give you? If you believe that Grandpa gave me money to buy things, you better go check his bank statements for proof before coming to me. When there's no evidence, don't bother me. Fine, I'll go look for evidence right now. You just wait." Su Tian said, "Chun Mingyao, do you really think being the second daughter of the Su family is something good? Do you truly think you can get what you want? You'd better manage yourself well, or else don't say you won't get anything. You might end up getting drained dry." Chen Mingjio's heart sank. Grandpa's inheritance had already been transferred to Su Jia under the pretense that she was unfamiliar with returning home. The house from yesterday was visibly worthless, and she could never live in such a terrible neighborhood. Not only did her mother not give her anything else, but she also constantly reminded her to help Su Jia well in the future. Chun Mingyao turned to leave. Tang Shui remarked, "How can this young woman have such a bitter expression?" "Just like her mother," Su Tian replied. Tang Shui shrugged. A day later, Chun Mingyao came again, this time with a new excuse. "Mom said that all these years you've grown up in the Su family, the expenses for raising you have been considerable. Since you're no longer a daughter of the Su family, you have to pay this money back, right? Did Su Luhua send you?" Su Tian asked. "You don't need to care who sent me. I have my reasons and evidence. Chun Mingyao had mentioned to her mother that she needed some money as she hadn't worked and hadn't attended college lacking any skills and needed some money to rely on. Su Luhua told her to ask Su Tian for money, saying that it should have been hers all along, allowing her to ask Su Tian for whatever she could get. Chun Mingyao immediately came. Su Tian found it amusing. It was one thing for Su Luhua to have no feelings for her, but it seemed she had no feelings for her biological daughter either. She said, "Then you can hire a lawyer to list the expenses and take me to court. I will comply with whatever the court decides. I won't give you a single cent privately. Su Tian you." Chun Mingyao didn't expect her to say that. "Why doesn't your mother give you money? She spends 2,000 or 3,000 a month just for Su Jie's living expenses. It wouldn't be a problem for her to spare a few thousand for you. Su Yuro's salary from the company is also several tens of thousands a month." "So much?" Chun Mingyao asked. Su Tian replied, "It's not just that. Su Jie also has a supplementary credit card from your father that he can use freely. Su Yuro owns a villa and 2 large apartments." Chun Mingyio's eyes widened. "Why don't you have any?" "Because I'm not their precious eldest daughter, nor am I the son they wanted to have." Su Tian said, "Do you understand?" Chun Mingyao left. Worried that the Su family would come after her for child support, Su Tian called lawyer Chen Ping. Chen Ping said on the phone, "They actually have no right to demand that from you. Being brought back home by mistake was, but I'm afraid that if it comes to that, they'll entangle me. They'll calculate my expenses over the years and give them to you first. If it really comes down to a lawsuit, I hope you'll represent me." "No problem." Su Tian calculated her past expenses. She had always excelled in her studies, and both her elementary and middle school were very ordinary schools with little to no expenses. Her scholarships were enough to cover all her costs. The tuition for high school and university was a bit more expensive, but she had applied for student loans, and with various scholarships, it was sufficient to cover her tuition and living expenses. In other words, she really spent very little of the Su family's money over the years. She did spend some money from her grandfather, but Su Tian wouldn't count that against him. She believed that when her grandfather was clear-headed, he wouldn't hold that against her. However, it's been so long that finding evidence would be difficult. She'd have to go to the bank to check records, which might not even be possible. She consulted Chen Ping on what she should do. Chen Ping reported this to Hua Beichen. Hua Beichen held the records that Su Tian had compiled, each entry documenting a life where Su Tian was not valued. With this, how could the Su family still have the nerve to ask her for child support? You let the bank open a green channel and print out all these income and expenditure records. You handle everything else and don't let Su Tian worry about it. Chen Ping responded quickly to Su Tian, assuring her that she need not worry as he would specifically take care of these matters. Su Tian breathed a sigh of relief. For these matters, a lawyer was indeed necessary. Professionals are different. At the studio, Liang Yunrui came over and Tang Shuai's hands trembled as he poured coffee for him. "I want Su Tian to make clothes for me." "Sure, you sit first, I'll go call her." After notifying Su Tian, Tang Shuai returned to his workstation, leaning on his hands while seriously admiring Liang Yunrui. Liang Yunrui felt a chill run down his spine from being stared at. Liang Jing said, "Make one for me too." "Got it, I won't forget you." Su Tian came out and Liang Jing ran over, hugging her leg. "Auntie, I finished all the practice books and exercises you gave me." "That's great, but when did I give them to you?" "It was the gift you brought last time." Su Tian recalled that the gift she had given him was actually brought to him by Hua Beichen. Could it be that what was inside wasn't a gift, but just exercises? But Liang Jing was still so young, what kind of exercises could he have done? Sensing her confusion, Liang Yunrui explained, "He's already studying the 3rd grade curriculum." Su Tian rubbed Liang Jing's head, saying, "You are so impressive." Liang Jing's face turned red from the praise, and he held his head high, feeling quite proud. Liang Yunrui coughed lightly and said, "Help me make a few outfits for daily wear, and for the concert either is fine." "Okay, I'll remember that." "What style do you want?" "Just whatever you think suits me. I'll send you the songs and arrangements for my concert later. Then I'll just do as I see fit." Liang Yunrui said, "All right, you can take my measurements now. I can tell you haven't changed much, or just use last month's measurements." "No, I think I've changed quite a bit. I've been working out this month and lost weight." "You measure me." Su Tian said, "Tang Shuai, come help Liang mister with his measurements." Tang Shuai was eager and quickly brought over the measuring tape. Liang Yunrui wanted to grab a strand of Su Tian's hair, but it was so difficult. He had to patiently let Tang Shuai measure him. Su Tian was selecting fabrics nearby, and Liang Jing was curiously asking her questions, which she answered one by one. Suddenly, she stepped on something and leaned forward. "Be careful." Liang Yunrui rushed forward and caught her completely in his arms. At the same time, he didn't forget to pull a few strands of hair from her head. "Are you all right?" Liang Yunrui asked. "I'm fine, thank you." Su Tian was very grateful to him. If she had really fallen, the consequences would have been unimaginable. When Hua Beichen entered, he saw this scene. Liang Yunrui was holding Su Tian, and the two just happened to lock eyes. Su Tian noticed him first, broke free from Liang Yunrui's embrace, and ran towards him, throwing herself into his arms. Hua Beichen's rolling jealousy was barely suppressed. He wrapped his arms around her waist and raised an eyebrow at Liang Yunrui, saying, "Is Mr. Liang quite idle these days? Yes, there's no concert and no album release. It's fine to play around, right? Sure, do you need me to keep you company?" Hua Beichen asked. Liang Yunrui recalled how he had been beaten by Hua Beichen at the boxing gym and involuntarily felt a bit of, "That's not necessary. I'm hanging out with Tong Gu." Su Tian spoke up. "Mr. Liang is here to take care of my business. Oh, just now I almost fell, and it was Mr. Liang who helped me." Hua Beichen asked softly, "Where did you fall? Does it hurt?" He reached out to rub her waist, lowering his gaze to check if she was injured. Liang Yunrui covered Liang Jing's eyes, saying, "It's just showing off affection, don't look." Under Hua Beichen's cold gaze, Liang Yunrui quickly added, "I still have things to do," taking Liang Jing away. He led Liang Jing outside, and at the door he bumped shoulders with Hua Beichen. Tang Shui always felt that Liang Yunrui was quite afraid of Hua Beichen. That shouldn't be the case. How could Liang Yunrui be afraid of him? Was it just his own illusion? Once everyone left, Hua Beichen wrapped Su Tian in his arms and leaned down to kiss her. It wasn't until she was pushed onto the desk that Su Tian reacted, blushing as she said, "This is the office." "But it's your office too." Hua Beichen continued the kiss. "But I have a client scheduled in 10 minutes. Well, 10 minutes is still 10 minutes. Indeed, 10 minutes wasn't enough for Hua Beichen to do much, but it was ample time for him to enjoy the kiss. Just as Su Tian worried that the client had arrived, Hua Beichen ended the kiss. Looking into her watery eyes and her lips flushed from the kiss, he reached out to caress her cheek, saying, "There's still time. Hua Beichen, you can't do this next time." Su Tian hurriedly tidied her hair. Just then she heard a knock on the door. It must be the client. After Liang Yunrui left, he realized his hands were empty. "Where's my hair?" He clearly pulled a few strands of hair from Su Tian's head just now. Now thinking back, it was Hua Beichen's sudden arrival that flustered him, and he didn't even notice when he let go, causing the hair to be lost. Liang Yunrui tugged at his own hair, saying, "What a wasted trip. Uncle, do you want this?" Liang Jing took out a small bunch of hair. "Where did you get that?" "I saw a cleaning lady come out of Andy's office, and I asked her for it." "Clever. It's because you stood out in comparison." Liang Yunrui said. Liang Jing, "Stop right there. I'm not giving you the hair unless you give me an attractive offer." 2 days later, Chen Mingyao came knocking again. Su Tian didn't see her, but called Chen Ping instead. Chen Ping arrived in 15 minutes. Chen Mingyao threw out a piece of evidence, saying, "Su Tian, you've spent so much money at the Su family. Your car, and everything you've spent before." Chen Ping picked up her evidence, not knowing where she had gotten it from, as Su Tian had spent a lot of money from the family. After all that, this was the evidence she presented. Chen Ping glanced at it and said, "How does the bank statement of Su Leiazizi prove that it was given to Miss Su?" Chen Mingyao was stunned. "If you're not satisfied, you can sue. But fabricating evidence is illegal. Don't end up sending yourself to jail while trying to get money." Chen Ping reminded her. "But all of this is money that went out from Grandpa's account." Su Tian said calmly, "Grandpa has always lived in the Su family. Who do you think is the most likely to have spent the money from his account?" Chen Mingyao was reminded and immediately thought of Su Liuhua, who wore gold and silver every day, and Su Yuro, who was extravagant, and Su Jie, who spent lavishly every day. She had gone to see him at his university, and Su Jie was indeed pursued by others every day. "Chen Mingyao, please, if you want money, find the right target. Don't say I didn't spend the Su family's money. Even if I did, how much could it be? How much can you get from me? If you want to protect your rights, go ask your parents." Su Tian reminded her, "I'm not the darling of the Su family. Do you wish you were?" "Chen Mingyao, I just remind you, while they still feel some guilt towards you, take some money, go study well, or learn a skill, get a good job to support yourself, so your future life won't be so painful. Of course, if you can become their darling, that's another story." Chen Mingyao walked out in a daze. "Lawyer Chen, thank you for—" "You're welcome." Su Tian watched Chen Mingyio's back and couldn't help but shake her head. She hoped she wouldn't be so naive as to be used by this mother-daughter duo and end up with nothing. Su Tian received an invitation to attend an event for fashion designers in Haicheng. It was said that many renowned designers would participate, making it very meaningful and valuable. After receiving the invitation letter, she arranged her itinerary without a second thought. Hua Beichen held her tightly, reluctant to let go, asking, "How long will you be gone?" "They'll be back in 3 days at most. The flight is quick." Seeing Hua Beichen's reluctance to part, Su Tian took the initiative to kiss him. "He'll make it up to you when I'm back. He'll set aside at least 2 days just for you. Then why not? Stay with me now." Hua Beichen's voice was low and husky as he pressed her into his embrace and kissed her. In Haicheng, on the plane, Su Tian encountered Su Yuro and Xiao Shun. Xiao Shun's gaze lingered on her for a moment. Su Yuro spoke coolly, "You're attending that event too?" "Yes, I was invited by the organizers." Su Tian brandished the invitation on her phone. Su Yuro felt a surge of displeasure. Her own invitation had been secured through Xiao Shun's help. Yet Su Tian had received a direct invitation. Without further conversation, Su Tian headed to her seat. Su Yuro now harbored only hatred for her, devoid of any lingering affection. She wasn't even a member of the Su family anymore. She had thought that by leaving the Su family, she would appear less frequently before Xiaoshen. But it was unavoidable. Why was Su Tian so infuriating? After disembarking, Su Tian went directly to the hotel arranged by the organizers. When she approached the front desk to check in, the clerk informed her, "Miss Su, the hotel is fully booked. Since you didn't make a reservation in advance, we cannot process your check-in." Wasn't it said that all invited guests could check in directly? That's correct, but you still need to book ahead. Otherwise, we can't confirm which guests are coming and reserve rooms accordingly. Su Tian didn't argue. She watched Su Yuro and Xiaoshen smoothly complete their check-in. She understood it was futile to reason with a clerk merely following orders. Su Yuro smiled and said, "Didn't book in advance. Need my help? Want to crash on our floor? I wouldn't mind, but I'm afraid you'd get sick of our lovey-dovey act." "I have no interest in becoming part of your little game," Su Tian retorted. "In fact, I have no interest in staying in the same hotel as you at all." Su Yuro's smile faded. "Su Tian, you didn't book, so why take it out on me? If you've got the guts, go yell at the..." She was convinced that Su Tian, merely one of the invited designers, could never reach the organizers directly. Her own ability to do so was thanks to Xiaoshen. "Whatever. They'll find another hotel. That way I won't have to endure your bad luck." Su Tian grabbed her suitcase and turned to leave. Su Yuro sneered inwardly. All nearby hotels had been booked solid for this event. Where could Su Tian possibly go? Of course, hotels dozens of kilometers away still had plenty of rooms. She turned to Xiaoshen and said, "A friend of mine needed to come on short notice, so I asked you to arrange a room for her. I didn't expect it to leave Su Tian without a place." "Forget it. Your friend is more important." Xiaoshen thought it was time Su Tian learned a lesson to realize how valuable he was. Though she was already married, Xiaoshen didn't mind if she came back to him later, taking her as a mistress. She was delicate and lovely. It wouldn't be a loss. Su Tian walked along, scanning the nearby hotels, but every single one was fully booked. The nearest available was 20 kilometers away, which would make attending the event extremely inconvenient. As she stepped out the door, a car pulled up in front of her. The man who got out said politely, "Miss Su, there was a hiccup with your room arrangement. We've secured a separate room for you nearby. Please follow me." Su Tian was cautious. "I won't get in your car. Where is it? Can I walk over and check it out?" "This?" He hesitated only briefly before agreeing. "Just give your name when you arrive." Su Tian glanced at the address. It was right next door. Not only was this hotel far more upscale than the previous one, but her room was a presidential suite. Could it be that the organizers knew about Su Yuro's schemes and arranged compensation? At the front desk, she gave her name and received excellent service. The clerk personally carried her suitcase and escorted her to the presidential suite. Su Tian knew this hotel was reputable. Still, she felt a twinge of anxiety and asked, "Are other designers staying here too?" "Yes, Miss Su. Rest assured, we'll notify you of any schedule changes or updates for the event." Finally at ease, Su Tian wandered around the room before flopping comfortably onto the bed. Then she sent a message to Huobeichen. Su Yuro tried to play dirty, but ended up shooting herself in the foot. If she knew him staying here, she'd probably be fuming. She deserves it. Huobeichen had already arranged a better hotel for her, afraid she might face hardship on the trip. He had worried he wouldn't have a chance to use it. Since Su Yuro was causing trouble, he supposed he should thank her for the opportunity. "If only you were here. This bed is amazing, more than enough for the two of us. Missing your husband, already eager to sleep together." Su Tian blushed. "Huobeichen, I'm here. I want to sleep with you too." Liang Yunfeng tapped his fingers on the desk. Liang Yunrui sat across from him and said, "Sister, found her. Second brother, my efforts weren't in vain." Second brother Liang Yunfeng reviewed his test report. "Are you sure? People have forged reports before to win your and Mom's affection. This time it's real." She had no idea about it at all. Besides, she's already married to Huobeichen. Why would she need to deceive us? Married to Huobeichen. Liang Yunfeng cursed under his breath. That brat Huobeichen got lucky. "Got a photo?" he asked. Liang Yunrui sent the photo to his second brother. After looking at it, Liang Yunfeng stood up immediately. "Let's go. We're picking up our sister." "Second brother, why are you so sure all of a sudden? Look at her face, her features. How could you need a test report to confirm she's our sister?" Liang Yunfeng shot him a glare. Liang Yunrui was speechless. He should have shown the photo first. Still, the test report was genuine. He had handled it personally. To avoid the kind of deception they'd suffered before, he had told neither Su Tian nor Huobeichen. For the test materials, he had used the hair Liang Jing found, and also bribed the housekeeper at Huobeichen's place to obtain Su Tian's toothbrush. Foolproof. Liang Yunfeng's car pulled up outside a hotel in Haicheng. The front desk explained clearly, "Su Tian didn't make a reservation, so she can't stay here. Where she went, we don't know." "I see you still have vacant rooms," Liang Yunfeng remarked. The clerk looked a little guilty. The vacant room was the one meant for Su Tian. Su Yuro's so-called friend had never shown up. The front desk could not arbitrarily handle this room. After all, it would just be left vacant. Faced with Liang Yunfeng's intense gaze, the front desk was at a loss for words. Liang Yunrui exclaimed angrily, "It's Su Yuro again." "Who is that?" Liang Yunfeng asked. "Second brother you don't know." Liang Yunrui recounted all the grievances Su Tian faced in the Su family. Now that Su Tian is no longer with them, Su Yuro is still causing such trouble. Liang Yunfeng listened absent-mindedly, fiddling with his phone. Back in the car, he casually made a phone call, just mess with it a bit. Moments later, due to a leak, several rooms in the hotel where Su Yuro was staying were affected. The room most severely impacted was Su Yuris. She and Xiao Shun were in the room with water nearly. By the time she and Xiao Shun were rescued to the lobby, several other guests had also been evacuated. Cleaners and maintenance workers were urgently dealing with the aftermath. Xiao Shun interrupted at a critical moment, shouted angrily, "How does your hotel arrange its operations? You must compensate my losses." He immediately softened, uncertain of what the future held. Su Yuro was also worried about this issue. Others joined in the commotion. "You need to compensate us for our losses. How could things go so wrong like this?" The hotel manager came out with a serious expression, saying, "We will do our best to resolve the issue and compensate everyone for their losses. Many of my losses cannot be compensated by you." Xiao Shun referred to his physical state. Su Yuro also recalled her computer and design drafts, which seemed to have been waterlogged. The manager said, "Mr. Xiao, Miss Su, the leak originated from your room. We have already checked, and it was due to your bathroom faucet being left on." "That's impossible. I clearly turned it off." Su Yuro retorted angrily. "We just invited third-party personnel and firefighters to enter, and the recorded video detected the cause. We will not wrong anyone." Others were furious for being forced out of their slumber. Upon hearing that the issue was due to Xiao Shun and Su Yuro, all the blame quickly shifted to them. "You two must compensate us." "Exactly. How could it end up like this? I have an event to attend tomorrow. Do you want me to go with dark circles under my eyes?" In the adjacent hotel room, Su Tian was sleeping soundly, completely unaware of the events unfolding. Liang Yunrui gave a thumbs up to Liang Yunfeng. "Second brother, you're indeed ruthless. It's just a small meeting gift for my sister." "Second brother, when are we going to see our sister?" Liang Yunfeng replied, "Let's find an opportunity tomorrow. Don't scare her, I'll be gentle with girls, understood?" Su Tian woke up at the right time. After washing up, she went downstairs to the restaurant for a meal before tidying up to head to the event. She lived nearby and arrived early. Unexpectedly, Su Yuro and Xiao Shun had come even earlier. Su Yuro had not slept well the previous night, so when the time came, she simply decided to stay awake and came over with Xiao Shun. Seeing Su Tian, who radiated youth and vitality, Su Yuro felt a pang of discomfort. How could she come here so early from such a distant place? "Su Tian, did you sleep well last night?" she asked. "Of course I slept well. The facilities of a 7-star hotel are indeed different." "Which 7-star hotel did you stay in?" Su Yuro inquired. "The one next door," Su Tian pointed out. "I didn't expect the organizers to arrange accommodation at such a comfortable hotel." Su Yuro knew the organizers had not arranged rooms there. Su Tian had paid a high price and was basking in the glow of her luck. Su Tian asked her, "Didn't you sleep well? Why do you have such heavy dark circles and bags under your eyes?" Su Yuro felt her heart ache at the mention of the topic, her mood visibly dropping. Meanwhile, Xiao Shun was still negotiating with the hotel staff. In the end, they would have to pay. What a stroke of bad luck. Su Tian smiled brightly. "I just heard that the hotel you stayed in was flooded last night. You should have reserved a room at my hotel in advance." "No, if you had stayed at my hotel, wouldn't our room also have been flooded?" Su Yuro had no words to express her pain. She secretly regretted that last night, while trying to please Xiao Shun, she had forgotten to turn off the water after taking a romantic bath with him. Because of this incident, Su Yuro had already become notorious. Similarly, several designers whose rooms were flooded had drastically reduced their opinion of her. At this event, Su Yuro had originally planned to shine and make many friends, but instead ended up in a situation where everyone kept their distance. Many indeed feared bad luck and kept their distance from her. In contrast, Su Tian was like a fish in water, navigating through the crowd with ease. Xiao Shun comforted her. "It's all right, next time we will seize the opportunity better." "Who knows when the next time will," Su Yuro said unhappily. Xiao Shun was also displeased. "My health is in trouble. Is it still my fault?" Su Yuro then realized her tone was off and hurriedly adjusted to a softer tone, saying, "Shingu, you were just a bit startled. You'll be fine after some rest. They'll accompany you while you recover." Su Tian was having a good conversation. After finding a spot to sit down, a young man approached and handed her a business card saying, "Su Tian, my name is Liang Yunfeng." The name sounds somewhat familiar. Liang Yunfeng had a somewhat charming demeanor, but Su Tian surprisingly found him very easy to get along with. After chatting for a bit with his polite demeanor, she gave him her business card. "Su Tian, I'll come find you in a few." "All right." Su Tian thought he was looking to have her make clothes for him and did not pay much attention. As soon as Liang Yunfeng returned to the lounge, he was mocked by Liang Yunrui. Second brother, you said I was too timid to directly reveal my identity to Su Tian. Aren't you even more timid? After chatting for so long, you didn't say anything useful. Liang Yunfeng was left speechless. I had it all planned, but not a word came out. Coward. Liang Yunrui, are you looking for a fight? That evening the event concluded. The organizers arranged for everyone to have dinner together. Su Yuro was in poor spirits and left after just a few bites. Su Tian finished her meal before leaving. It was her first time in Haicheng, and she planned to explore and buy some souvenirs to take back. Choosing the well-known night market in Haicheng, Su Tian took a taxi straight there. The night market was very lively, and she spotted a familiar face and ran over Miss Liang. Liang was buying food, and was also pleasantly surprised to see her. Su Tian. Call me Liang. I came to Haicheng for the event. What about you? I came out to hang out with friends. You went to buy food. Liang asked, have you ever thought about whether that girl's family is your parents? No, Chen Minjio's adoptive parents adopted her because they couldn't have children. Su Tian said, but my understanding of the Su family is very limited right now, so I can't help you gather any information. That's fine, I have a lawyer helping me with the Su family's matters. Liang was very open-minded. That's good. Su Tian bought milk tea and sat down with her. Just as Liang sat down, she waved to the side. Immediately a man approached, handing Liang some food with a gentle smile, saying, the cream version you love is sold out, so I bought you the ice cream version. Su Tian found his voice familiar, and when he turned to face her she recognized him. Chen the lawyer. Su Tian was quite surprised. Chen Ping also felt a wave of embarrassment upon seeing her. Miss Su. Su Tian frowned, saying, you guys. Liang smiled, and said, I'm together with lawyer Chen. But that doesn't affect work matters, right? Su Tian remembered that lawyer Chen had children at home. Could it be that he was divorced? In front of Liang, she felt it inappropriate to ask directly. However, she couldn't sit still and stood up, saying, I just remembered I have an appointment with a friend. I'll leave first. She hurriedly left, thinking she would find an opportunity to ask Chen Ping later. Logically, she shouldn't meddle in others' private lives. However, watching Liang potentially being the third party, she couldn't remain completely indifferent. She left with a heavy heart. Moments later, Liang called her. Liang. Su Tian's words choked in her throat. Su Tian, do you consider me a friend? Of course I do. Then let me ask you, why did you have such an indescribable expression when you saw lawyer Chen? Liang had experienced her father's betrayal of her mother and the betrayal of the family through asset transfer, making her very sensitive. Su Tian said softly, let me share my concerns with you. You should understand and resolve the issue yourself. If you need help, just call me. Okay, go ahead. Liang's voice also became serious. I remember when I interacted with lawyer Chen before he had a son who was a few years old. Since you want to be with him, you need to clarify his family status. Liang on the other and hung up the phone. This left Su Tian feeling restless. She had no interest in shopping and returned to the hotel early. Miss Su, someone called out to her. Su Tian recognized him as someone responsible for a crew in the entertainment industry whom Lu Ting had previously introduced her to. Hello? Miss Su, your costume guidance and suggestions for our drama last time have greatly benefited us. Our drama is a hit and has led many fans to explore our country's traditional costumes. It was just a bit of help. Last time Su Tian helped out because of Lu Ting, and besides, she was also compensated. So she didn't think much of it. We should properly thank you. By the way, tomorrow our crew is having a celebration banquet at this hotel. We invite you to come and have a meal. Other crews are also asking about you. Su Tian understood from his tone that he wanted to introduce her to work and resources in this area. She had no reason to refuse. She smiled and replied, sure, I'll be there on time. Great, just come directly to the VIP hall downstairs. Su Tian nodded, and this news eased her earlier chaotic feelings. Back in her hotel room, she shared this good news with Wabachin. Tomorrow I have to attend this cruise banquet. Congratulations, perhaps you'll also receive job opportunities from I should. Su Tian became very excited when talking about this. Her ideas in the field of costume design were extravagant and new ideas popped up every day. Ready Tower production is very traditional and haute couture depends on the client's preferences, but many costumes in the crew allow her to express her ideas and novel concepts more freely. Each has its own merits. Then I'll take pictures to show you when I attend tomorrow. Su Tian said. Su Tian temporarily forgot about Chen Ping and Liang. Liang looked at Chen Ping with a cold expression. Chen Ping knew that this was Su Tian's issue and proactively explained without waiting for her to ask, did Miss Su tell you that I have a child? Am I married? Then what is your situation? I'm wronged. Previously Mr. Hua asked me to impersonate his college classmate to help Miss Su. Later, after she invited me to dinner, I don't know why Miss Su misunderstood that I have a child. But I really don't. I swear. I can go to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow morning to check my marital status. Liang was aware of Hua Beichen's identity. She thought for a moment and said, "They'll give you a chance to check tomorrow. If you're clean, then everything can be discussed. You better be clean." Looking at Liang's twisted expression, Ping felt that this matter needed to be resolved immediately. "He'll call, he shall. He can prove it." Ping didn't dare disturb Beichen and immediately called Wang, asking him to explain to Liang. The next day, Su Tian dressed up simply and wore the necklace that Beichen had given her. She was going to attend the crew's celebration banquet, and she imagined that everyone would dress up carefully. The next day, Su Tian dressed up simply and wore the necklace that Beichen had given her. She was going to attend the crew's celebration banquet, and she imagined that everyone would dress up carefully. They didn't see Su Tian, and she didn't call out to them. She remembered that Liang had a very cold and serious tone last night. Had they reconciled today? Su Tian thought to herself, had Ping divorced and given Liang an explanation, or did Liang not care about those matters? She frowned slightly, unable to think deeply about this issue. Just then the person in charge arrived at the entrance of the banquet hall to receive them, and saw Su Tian, greeting her warmly. Su Tian didn't have the energy to think about this issue, and followed the person in charge into the VIP hall. The hall was bustling with people, very lively. All the main creators of a crew were present, filling dozens of tables. The journalists on site were also swamped, holding cameras and trying to capture every usable material. At the event, very few people recognized her, or whom she recognized. She was enjoying her leisurely time, observing everywhere and broadening her horizons. When Beichen's plane arrived in Haicheng, it was still morning. Wang followed beside him, saying, "The matters regarding this project came up suddenly, so the other party requested us to sign the contract before noon. I thought it would help avoid delaying the process, so I agreed." "No problem." Beichen had no objections to coming here. Anyway, he wanted to pick up Su Tian. Signing the contract was just a side task. Today, Beichen, dressed in a suit handcrafted by a top designer and paired with a shirt personally made by Su Tian, exuded an air of exquisite luxury. He wore diamond cufflinks on his sleeves, and the watch on his wrist was a top-tier brand, limited to only 3 pieces worldwide. After not dressing up like this for some time, he found himself feeling a bit out of place. On the other hand, Wang felt an indescribable comfort in wearing the outfit Beichen had on. The t-shirt he bought from an online store was quite scratchy. "Brother Chen, over here." Wang guided Beichen through the entrance of the commercial building. Su Tian was already having a meal in the banquet hall. Listening to the host on stage mentioning an upcoming activity for a group photo, she was happily chatting with a costume designer from the crew when she grabbed her bag and followed everyone onto the bus towards the next venue. The so-called activity consisted of team building and answering media questions to increase the buzz and exposure for the actors and the project. She was quite interested in learning about these activities and situations within the crew. "Everyone, let's take a group photo together," the host called out. "Everyone is included, please come this way." The crowd began to move towards that spot. Su Tian followed at the end of the line, planning to choose a corner spot for the photo. After all, she could only be considered an external staff member and not a member of the main creative team. After Beichen signed the contract, he walked out accompanied by Wang. The young investor beside them smiled and said, "Mr. Hu, would you honor us with a photo together? This is our recently popular TV drama, and it's making quite a profit." Wang, intrigued, asked, "Are there many beautiful women in it?" "There are indeed quite a few." "Mr. Hu, young master, you both previously invested in advertisements for our project." Beichen had invested in many things, and such small projects would not leave a lasting impression on him. Wang encouraged him, "Brother Chen, let's go take a look. If Mr. Hu will grace us with his presence, it would be even better," the investor chuckled. Beichen nodded and stepped forward with them. There were so many people present, at least a few hundred. Getting a few hundred people into one photo was not an easy task. Reporters and photographers were trying to find angles, while 4 or 5 people were specifically arranged to help position everyone. Hearing that Mr. Hu had arrived, although everyone was not certain of his exact identity, the director in charge understood the significance of having an investor present. Seeing Beichen's outstanding demeanor and remarkable appearance, the person in charge realized his value. "Mr. Hu, please stand here in the center position. Young master, please also stand beside Mr. Hu." The person in charge began to organize. Beichen was indifferent to such pretensions. "I can just pick any spot for the photo, no need to steal the spotlight." Seeing that he truly did not care about these formalities, the organizer slightly adjusted his position. Although he was not in the center, he was still aligned with the focal point. Su Tian heard that a very distinguished Mr. Hu had arrived. In the crowd, she was jostled around and could barely see what was happening in the center. Someone noticed Su Tian and pushed her toward the center. "I can just stand here," Su Tian hurriedly explained. "I'm just an external costume designer." The person arranging the positions saw her bright eyes and beautiful features and assumed she was one of the main actresses. Without listening further, they took Su Tian's hand and pushed her toward the center, thinking to themselves that someone who looked good should not be in a corner. As Su Tian was pushed to the center, Hua Beichun was also brought over. Mr. Well, how do you feel about standing? The organizer and the investor surrounded Hua Beichun, treating him as an absolute VIP. Su Tian was pushed right next to him. The investor was talking to Hua Beichun. Mr. Well, you see, we have at least dozens of such projects in our company. Our future development relies on your support and that of Hua's group. Having you here is a true privilege. This investor was a heavyweight from a certain platform, and Su Tian had previously heard Lu Ting mention him. Seeing Hua Beichun, who could make this person bow and scrape. Su Tian's eyes flashed with shock, and as her gaze fell upon Hua Beichun, she instantly recognized that the suit he wore was of extraordinary quality both in material and tailoring. It was custom-made and could only be tailored in Italy. Hua Beichun had also just spotted Su Tian. He had not expected to see her at such an event. Su Tian, he said softly. Su Tian looked at him in disbelief, taking in the diamond cufflinks on his sleeves and his luxury watch. He'll explain later. Su Tian remained silent, unsure of what to say in front of the investor, the organizer, and so many reporters. Dazed, she followed the camera operator's instructions, smiling for the photo. After it was done, Hua Beichun reached out, trying to grab her hand. However, the investor, worried someone might do something to Hua Beichun, conveniently blocked him at that moment, causing more distance between the two. He Wang wore a face of despair. Had he known, he wouldn't have come to this event. He only wanted to see the beautiful Mr. Well, let me escort you out. Hua Beichun furrowed his brow as Su Tian had already disappeared into the crowd. He told the investor, no need to worry about me. He strode away. The investor and organizer were puzzled, wondering what had displeased Mr. Hua. Su Tian quickly walked out, spotting Li Tang in a sharp suit carrying a large stack of documents. Usually dressed casually, Li Tang now appeared very imposing, overshadowing many present. Su Tian heard someone calling out, assistantly. These documents are from Master Hua. Li Tang looked up and immediately saw Su Tian. He hurriedly explained, sister-in-law, I've been on duty from Mr. Hua at the headquarters these past few days. Headquarters, Mr. Hua, is it Hua Beichun? Su Tian asked. Sister-in-law, please don't misunderstand. Li Tang was at a loss for words to explain, just as Hua Beichun was striding toward them. Su Tian. Li Tang quickly dashed to the side. He couldn't handle such an intense confrontation. Su Tian, let me explain. Hua Beichun stepped up to Su Tian. Seeing tears in her eyes, he said with a pained expression, I didn't mean to hide it from you. I intended to tell me what? Su Tian forced a smile. Tell me I'm just a fool. The head of the Jinghai Hua Group, President Hua, came to Fancheng to get married. Was it all for fun? How long will you keep playing before you stop? Do you think it'll be easy to shake me off afterward? Lord Hua, you sure know how to have a good time. Su Tian, don't say that. If I can't say that, then what should I say? Lord Hua hid his identity. Besides this, is there anything else? Isn't it quite amusing? Su Tian recalled the series of events she had experienced. Her brows furrowed deeper. I could go to Paris, hold my own solo show, launch my Ready Tower line. Lord Hua must have put in a lot of money and effort behind the scenes, right? Did you think that would be enough compensation for me? Thinking about these things filled her with frustration. She had believed she had achieved her career and realized her dreams on her own, but it all turned out to be Hua Beichun's money at work. Her eyes reddened and tears fell continuously. Hua Beichun stepped forward, wanting to embrace her. Su Tian broke free from him, and with a strength she didn't know she pushed him away and ran out. The scene was crowded, and in the blink of an eye she disappeared again. Hua Beichun immediately ran toward the parking lot, while pulling out his phone to make a call. Su Tian's phone rang, but she didn't answer. She returned to the hotel, packed her things, and left. As she walked out, the hotel manager approached to ask if she needed anything, but seeing her pale face, he feared something was wrong. Did Lord Hua tell you to follow me? Ah, yes, no. Su Tian gave a bitter smile. Don't follow me anymore. Go attend to your own business. She had already guessed that the hotel room was booked by Hua Beichun. It was hard for her to articulate her feelings now. Was she being cherished or caged? She grabbed her suitcase and hailed a taxi, but she didn't head to the airport, unsure of where to go. Sitting in the car, she recalled everything, and it all seemed to have traces. Thinking that all her efforts were nothing but a joke, she didn't know how to define this relationship or this marriage. Her phone kept ringing with incoming calls. Even the driver couldn't help but remind her, Miss, your phone has been ringing for a while. Su Tian picked it up and saw many missed calls. From Hua Beichun. From Liang Yunrui. She thought no wonder Liang Yunrui and Hua Beichun seemed so familiar. Given their statuses, they must have known each other long before. The ringing stopped for a second, then another call came in. It was Lu Ting. Su, I heard you're at the cruise celebration party. How is it? Fun. It's okay. What's wrong with your voice? What's going on? Where are you? They'll come to you. Su Tian didn't know where to go now, but going to Lu Ting was better than returning to Fancheng. Lu Ting was in a neighboring city accompanying Fong Lan at an event. The event was over and Fong Lan planned to stay for a couple of days of fun, so Lu Ting had nothing much to do. Su Tian directed the driver to the address Lu Ting had given her. At the hotel entrance, she got out with red eyes. Su. Lu Ting was shocked and heartbroken to see her in such a state. What happened? Did Hua Beichen bully you? He'll go settle the score for you. No, it's not that. Lu Ting said, come on, let's go to my room and talk. After hearing the whole story, Lu Ting was astonished. No wonder. He wants Lamborghini. Every time he picked me up, he used a Lamborghini. She asked Su Tian, so how did Hua Beichen explain it? Would any explanation help? Su Tian had calmed down a lot. She said, Ting, do you remember what I told you about Xiaoshen's parents? I remember. Xiaoshen's father Liang Ningqiao had a fiancée in Jinghai years ago. He came to Fanxing for fun, fell for Xiaoshen's mother, and lived with her under a false name for a while as a married couple. Later he went back and got married. Xiaoshen's mother raised Xiaoshen alone as a widow, never knowing where this so-called husband had gone. Liang Ningqiao only remembered he had a mistress and a son after his wife died. So he came back spending money and time to make up for them. Damn, it is Hua Beichen the same. Men just play around with no losses anyway. As she said this, she saw Su Tian's eyes grow even redder. It's okay. Hua Beichen can't be like that. Su Tian stayed silent with red eyes. She had never felt secure since childhood, and Xiaoshen's father's story had shown her the selfishness of many wealthy men. She had thought that her insecurities were being slowly healed by Hua Beichen. She could try to love and be loved without reservation, to accept a relationship, a marriage. But in the end, if Hua Beichen got unhappy one day, he would leave, just like Liang Ningqiao disappearing into the vast crowd of Jinghai. She would be like Xiaoshen's mother, not even knowing where to look for him. Men like that were used to discarding the old for the new, tossing aside former lovers like worn-out shoes without a care. She didn't know his real family, his exact address, or his closer friends. Su Tian's eyes reddened again, misted with tears. Lu Ting brought over a bunch of beers. Let's drink. After we finish, get a good night's sleep. Maybe things won't seem so bad when you wake up. Okay. Su Tian's voice was thick with tears. Hua Beichen drove, gripping the steering wheel fiercely. He Wang and Li Tang both called, saying they hadn't found Su Tian. The hotel checked the surveillance footage and saw Su Tian getting into a taxi. Hua Beichen got the destination from the taxi company and was now on his way. He pressed his tongue against his cheek, hating himself for letting Su Tian run away right before his eyes, unable to keep thinking of her reddened eyes. A dull ache throbbed in Hua Beichen's heart. He remembered something and immediately called Lu Ting. It took several tries before she answered. When she picked up, she lashed out. Hua Beichen, you're just as wicked as Liang Ningqiao. Don't come looking for our Su anymore. She hung up and helped the slightly drunk Su Tian. Come on, let's keep drinking. Liang Ningqiao. Hua Beichen found the name vaguely familiar. He immediately asked He Wang to look into the man's background. His car had already arrived at the hotel where Lu Ting was staying. Meanwhile, the information from He Wang came through. Liang Ningqiao's situation is just like this. What a scumbag, totally shameless. This gives us men a bad name. Hua Beichen was speechless. He never imagined that his deception of Su Tian would align so perfectly with Liang Ningqiao's circumstances. No wonder Su Tian feels that he is another Liang Ningqiao. Hua Beichen gritted his teeth fiercely. He understood Su Tian's lack of security all too well. The harm her original family caused her, the trauma brought by Xiaoshen. She never expected that Liang Ningqiao's matter could indirectly hurt her. He blamed himself for not explaining things to her clearly in time, and also for neglecting the shadows these matters had planted in her subconscious. He did not go upstairs. Perhaps Su Tian needed a bit of space. He Wei drove over. He saw Hua Beichen with his brows furrowed, looking dejected, and softly said, Brother Chenil, go up and check the situation. He ran upstairs and knocked on Lu Ting's door. Lu Ting opened the door slightly tipsy and recognized him. She said, Su is already asleep. We had a bit of wine. Let's talk about it tomorrow. This is also my fault. At the beginning, it was my suggestion for Brother Chen to act poor. So you all really intended to casually find a girl in another city to spend your loneliness with? He Wei immediately swore to the heavens. No, none of us did. Brother Chen didn't want to marry Su Yuro back then, right? Lu Ting understood this point. She nodded. Then why didn't you say anything afterward? Because there was no opportunity to say it afterward. Besides, if sister-in-law knew Brother Chen had money, she might have kicked him out long ago. He Wei said, today is also my fault. If I hadn't insisted on going to the crew to see pretty girls. Lu Ting's expression darkened, and she directly closed the door. He Wei realized he had misspoken and knocked again. Lu Ting said, go ahead and see your pretty girls. Ting, let me explain, that's not what I meant. Lu Ting didn't knock again. He walked down dejectedly. Hua Beichen saw him come down and asked, how did it go? Ting is angry with me. Hua Beichen. He said softly, this is none of your business, you should go back first. Of course it is my business. I'm not going back. He Wei stayed with Hua Beichen in the car. As night fell, neither of them spoke. Su Tian was drunkenly dazed, sleeping from the afternoon until evening. After sleeping for too long, she woke up very early in the morning. Lu Ting was also wide awake and opened the curtains. She saw Hua Beichen leaning against a luxury car downstairs. Has Hua Beichen been here all night? Su Tian pursed her lips. Lu Ting said. After you fell asleep, He Wei came over and said a few words. He said that Hua Beichen had concealed his identity before because he didn't want to marry Su Yuro. Su Tian's expression paused. In fact, wanting to get married had always been her idea. She said, they'll find Hua Beichen later to ask him clearly. Su, maybe things aren't as bad as we think. Look at Hua Beichen, he even bought a house in Fan City and he treats you quite well. Thinking of He Wei, she became angry again. But this amount of money is nothing more than a drop in the bucket for rich people like them. It's just a casual expense for keeping a mistress. Who can say for sure? Su Tian suddenly realized that she truly knew nothing about Hua Beichen. She didn't understand his various situations, had never been to his real home, and didn't know where he specifically worked. Just as she was thinking, someone knocked on the door. Lu Ting went to answer it first. It was a delivery person, and Lu Ting said, we didn't order any takeout. It's Mr. Hua downstairs who ordered it. He said this is the hangover soup and congee for Miss Su. Su Tian glanced out the window. He had seen her window light up downstairs and knew she was up, so he ordered this. Her mood was somewhat complicated. Lu Ting said, then let's eat something first. After Su Tian ate, she tidied up and prepared to go downstairs. Lu Ting encouraged her, have a good talk and see what he really thinks. If he turns out to be someone like Liang Ningqiao, then divorce him. We won't waste our efforts on such a man. But I sincerely hope that Hua Beichen is a good man who truly wants to spend his life with you. Let's just prepare for the worst. Su Tian was amused by her. Got it. Go ahead, call me immediately if there's a... Su Tian went downstairs, her hands slightly clenched, her knuckles turning a bit white. The elevator stopped on the first floor, and she paused for a moment before stepping out. Two people walked towards her. Liang Yunrui and Liang Yunfeng. Before Su Tian could greet them, Liang Yunrui said, shall we go over there for a coffee? I have a few words I want to say to you. Su Tian thought that's fine, so she agreed. She was lost in her own thoughts and didn't notice Liang Yunrui's bright eyes or the unusually gentle and polite tone he used with her. She also didn't notice Liang Yunfeng's gaze lingering on her, filled with tenderness. Su Tian took a seat and casually ordered a cup of coffee. She then gently asked, what is it that both Mr. Liang are looking for me? Tian, there is indeed. I'll tell you, when I was 5 years old I fell ill and came to Fan City to see a traditional Chinese medicine doctor. My parents brought my sister and the nanny with us. Liang Yunrui spoke of past events, no longer flippant, but rather serious due to his guilt. That day after seeing the doctor, I insisted on having ice cream, because I hadn't had any for a long time due to my illness. My parents were talking to the doctor, and the nanny took me to buy it. I don't know how my sister ended up following us instead of staying with my parents. I was so focused on getting ice cream that I didn't pay attention to her. Who would have thought that when the nanny finished buying the ice cream, I turned around and saw my sister was gone. I thought she had gone back to find my parents, but when I ran back to them, she was not there either. So your sister went missing? Su Tian asked. Yes, if she had been following me at that time, if I had called out to her or reminded the nanny or held her hand, she wouldn't have. Liang Yunrui's voice was low. So have you found her now? I came to Fan City to find her. Liang Yunrui's gaze was locked onto Su Tian. Su Tian felt a bit uncomfortable under his gaze. She vaguely sensed something. Liang Yunrui said, Tian, do you believe me when I say my sister is you? Su Tian was stunned for a moment. She then softly asked, have you done a test? Liang Yunrui immediately pulled out a pile of documents. Yes. They're all here. Look. Su Tian took them, flipping through seriously. She slightly frowned. You are my sister? Liang Yunrui said with certainty, I just don't know how you ended up being picked up by the Su family and mistakenly recognized as the second daughter of the Su family. Su Tian had not yet digested this fact. Her thoughts were complex, and after a long moment, she lifted her coffee cup and took a large sip. Su Tian said softly, I think I might know what's going on. What is it? Liang Yunrui immediately. When I was still in swaddling clothes, when Su family's second daughter Chen Mingyao was still in swaddling clothes, she was sent by her parents to live with an old woman in the countryside for care. The old woman had poor eyesight and hearing, unable to see or hear clearly. It seems Chen Mingyao fell ill in her childhood, and the old woman took her to the city for treatment. Somehow Chen Mingyao got lost, and the old woman mistook me for her and took me back to raise. Since the old woman had no relatives or friends and couldn't see clearly herself, she was unaware of the mistake. At that time I was still young and didn't know any of this crying and making a fuss, so I had to live with the old woman. At 6 or 7 years old I was taken back to the Su family. The Su family also didn't know what their second daughter looked like and rarely visited, so they were unaware of the mix-up with their second daughter. In fact, they didn't even care. Su Tian recounted her speculation. Liang Yunrui was furious. What kind of people are they? How can they do this? Su Tian whispered, it's meaningless to talk about them now. Liang Yunrui held Su Tian's hand. I'm sorry, sister. It's my fault that you've had to suffer so much. You were just a child back then, or it's not your fault. Liang Yunfeng said with concern. All these years neither our parents nor any of us have ever forgotten you for a moment. Every time Mom mentions you her mood becomes very heavy. Yeah, we all miss you. Yeah is your name, Liang Yunrui told her. Su Tian felt her heart move. She had originally worried that the Liang family's situation was the same as the Su family's. But upon hearing them say this, could it not be? Yeah, since we have found you, come back with us soon, Liang Yunfeng said. We don't want to see you suffering outside anymore. I still have a few things to settle. Su Tian felt a sense of homesickness at the thought of returning home. Right, I still have things to deal with too. Liang Yunrui said. I'll call Huo Beichen and tell him I found my sister. Let him come over. Yes, it's indeed time to call him. Liang Yunrui said. Do you remember when you were a child you saw Huo Beichen and cried to marry him? I always thought of him as my brother-in-law and wanted to keep him from marrying. But look, it turns out to be like this. Liang Yunrui couldn't help but laugh. While he spoke, he dialed Huo Beichen's number and put it on speaker. Huo Beichen's voice came through with slight impatience. Liang Yunrui, you'd better have something important. Calling my name. Huo Beichen, given the situation between my sister and you should call me brother. Liang Yunrui, are you looking for death? Hurry over, I found my sister. Huo Beichen, come meet her immediately and take her home. Su Tian remained silent beside him. Huo Beichen's dissatisfied voice came through. Liang Yunrui. Su Tian and I are already married. I'll say it one last time, I have no relationship with your Liang family. Whether you found your sister or whoever it is, it's your own business. My wife, my only wife, is Su Tian. Liang Yunrui laughed upon hearing this. Oh really? Are you that in love? Yes. Liang Yunrui, I'm telling you, stop having ideas about Su Tian. Otherwise you won't be able to bear the consequences. With that, Huo Beichen hung up the phone. Liang Yunrui tried calling again, but the other side didn't answer. After several attempts, he realized that Huo Beichen had already blocked him. Liang Yunrui cursed under his breath. Good for you, Huo Beichen. Su Tian was momentarily stunned by Huo Beichen's words. Liang Yunrui thought for a moment and said, Huo Beichen is actually quite good. Liang Yunfeng shot him a sideways glance. What else? Even if the sister we found isn't Su Tian, do you think Huo Beichen would settle for someone forced? Liang Yunrui asked, Sweetie, are you planning to leave him hanging and come back with us to see Mom and Dad, or take him along? I just found out he's from the Huo group. Su Tian said softly. I was a bit worried. What are you worried about? Third brother has taken care of it. I was originally worried he would hide his identity and marry me like some men who play around and leave without a care. Liang Yunrui immediately shook his head. Absolutely impossible. You don't know how many times I've looked for him. His attitude has always been very firm. Su Tian said. Then I want to meet him first. She looked again at Liang Yunrui and Liang Yunfeng. Are you really sure about the relationship between us? Without a word, Liang Yunrui pulled a few strands of hair from his head. Liang Yunfeng found a box, pulled out 2 strands of hair, packed them, and handed them to Su Tian. Yeah, go check it out. It will put your mind at ease. Su Tian stood up holding the box. Liang Yunfeng opened his arms. How about a hug from second brother? Liang Yunrui hurriedly said, let me go first. Let third brother hug you first. Su Tian couldn't help but laugh. Liang Yunfeng, who usually looked cold and aloof, now gazed at her eagerly, and she couldn't bear to refuse. She first gave Liang Yunfeng a gentle hug, then lightly hugged Liang Yunrui. Liang Yunrui was not satisfied and wrapped her in a tight embrace. Liang Yunrui, Huo Beichen's cold voice came from outside. He strode in. Su Tian hurriedly released Liang Yunrui and blocked him, saying, Can you both leave for a moment? There are some things I want to ask Huo Beichen alone. I want to stay to protect. Liang Yunrui began to speak, but Liang Yunfeng pulled him away, leaving the scene. Wei, who was following Huo Beichen, also halted. Huo Beichen quickly walked over to Su Tian and asked, Did he do anything to you? Let me see. He took Su Tian's hand, placing it in front of him to check, worried that Liang Yunrui might have done something. Seeing Su Tian's eyes slightly red, Huo Beichen's voice became very soft, but his grip on her wrist was firm, as if afraid she would leave again. Su Tian noticed his anxious expression and the weariness in his eyes. Perhaps he hadn't rested well last night downstairs. She softly said, He didn't do anything. Let's have a good talk. All right, let's go back to the car, Huo Beichen said, holding her wrist. What came into Su Tian's view was a very luxurious car. Although she wasn't very familiar with cars, she knew this one must be quite expensive. She glanced at it before getting in. Huo Beichen said softly, Wife, I know the matters of the Su family and Liang Mingqiao have made you feel very insecure, worrying that I might be that kind of person. Huo Beichen said solemnly, Now I tell you, my purpose for coming to the Su family in Fan City was not to seek marriage with the Su family's daughter, but to cancel the engagement. I was worried that this marriage proposal could not be avoided, and I couldn't fulfill my grandfather's last wish, so I pretended to be very poor, hoping that the Su family would take the initiative to call off the engagement. As you can see, the Su family indeed looked down on me and took the initiative to break off the engagement. Su Tian recalled the past, everything still vivid in her mind. However, when you stepped out and invited me to marry you, I was willing. Not only willing, but at that moment, I also thought of spending the rest of my life with you. Huo Beichen held her hand. At that time, I thought about revealing my identity to you. But I was afraid that you would distance yourself from me because of my identity and wouldn't let me stay in your house. For my own selfishness, I wanted to gain your love first before being completely honest with you. He looked at Su Tian. I'm sorry, it's my selfishness that doesn't want to leave you, not wanting to take any risk of being distanced from you. I fear you would fear my identity, afraid you would treat me as the lofty Mr. Hua. The grandmother you met is real and my parents are real. They are all willing to cooperate with my small selfishness. The wedding ring is real. This wedding ring is not the one you have in mind. Su Tian looked at him in confusion. I don't want you to wear a ring worth only 5,000 yuan to marry me. So I asked a designer to customize the wedding ring we wear now, designed according to your favorite style. This ring can only be customized once in a lifetime for each person based on their identity information. Su Tian looked down at her ring. Huo Beichen also wore a wedding ring. She had heard that her wedding ring was particularly bright, the quality looking exceptionally good, unlike the one from the brand she had initially considered. Su, I have never told you the truth, hoping to let you realize how important I am to you before revealing it. Because apart from you, I will not marry anyone else. You worry about things like Liang Mingqiao, but I am not Liang Mingqiao. Su Tian bit her lip, slightly hurt. She didn't know all this. Inside her there was indeed a lot of insecurity. She asked softly, why do you like me? We haven't known each other for long. Silly girl, liking someone has no reason. The moment I laid eyes on you, I liked you. You have no idea, when you proposed to marry me, the emotions in my heart surpassed any important moment in my life, surpassing when I advanced in my studies, surpassing when I came first, surpassing when I took charge of the Hua group. Huo Beichen tightly grasped her hands. So there will be no deceit, no abandonment. I want to be with you whether in Fan City or going to Jinghai. It's all up to your wishes. Su Tian had been with him for so long. Huo Beichen had never said so much. Still such affectionate words. She always thought that their feelings grew over time, mutually relying on and depending on each other. She never imagined his feelings for her would be so fervent. In contrast, it was she who hadn't thought so much. Huo Beichen leaned down and kissed her soft lips. His kiss was fervent, gentle, yet filled with aggression and possessiveness. With this kiss, he declared his feelings and inner thoughts. And with this kiss, he proclaimed his sovereignty. He released Su Tian, and the girl's eyes were slightly red, misty with tears. She softly spoke. Huo Beichen, your affection moves me deeply. But what about my career? Is my career all arranged by you, achieved by your power and wealth, fulfilling all my dreams? Thinking about this, she felt both touched and uncomfortable. If all her dreams were completed in this manner, then what was the meaning of her efforts? Were her moments of success, the award she received, not reduced to a joke? She knew all too well that if everything she owned depended on others, the feeling of insecurity was alarming. What others could give, they could also take away. Like her experiences growing up in the Su family, whether it was mother-daughter feelings or family relationships, whether they were given to her or earned through her efforts. If something was not earned through her own hard work, then she would always be bound to others. Huo Beichen's love was like this, and Huo Beichen's provision for her career was likewise. No. Huo Beichen saw her expression change abruptly and knew this was the issue she cared about the most. He immediately clarified. All your clients are entirely your own. I have never interfered in any way, nor have I arranged any of my people to customize clothes for you. Before the trip to Paris, I had no idea who David and Julian were. You getting there was all due to your own effort. The personal show in Jinghai, the clothing customization line in Fan City, everything I did was what you personally. He raised his right hand and swore, if I lie, let me. Su Tian stretched out her finger to cover his mouth. There's no need to be so serious. She actually didn't want to part with him. Huo Beichen said seriously, except for Chen Ping, who is from the company, and Li Tang, who is my assistant, I have not participated in any of your career-related matters. He couldn't immediately produce evidence to prove his words. After pondering for a moment, he said, if you still have concerns, you can inquire indirectly and verify. But there is one thing you must never do. What? You must never leave me. You must not run away from me like you did yesterday. You must not run to places where I cannot find you. You must not avoid me. You must not harm yourself when unhappy. Huo Beichen, you are saying one thing. Also, you must not distrust me. You must not divorce me. You must not. Can't I believe you? Su Tian saw him show a flustered expression she had never seen before and already had a rough judgment in her heart. Having been together with Huo Beichen for so long, recalling the everyday moments, her worries and doubts had dissipated significantly. Moreover, if Huo Beichen were truly like Liang Mingqiao, he wouldn't be here explaining. Instead, he would have seized the opportunity to flee. Seeing her smile, Huo Beichen held her tighter and kissed her again. If she still had worries or insecurities, then that would be his failure. In the future, he would ensure to eliminate all her inner anxieties. Huo Beichen's voice was husky. Wife, let's return to Fan City. Ting Ting is still here. Su Tian felt a bit uneasy about her. Moreover, she hadn't even told Ting Ting a word. Leave it to He Wang regarding Lu Ting. Give He Wang an opportunity as well. Give He Wang an opportunity. So As Hua Beichen drove away, Su Tian couldn't help but glance back at the hotel. So does He Wang have feelings for Lu? Upon returning home, Hua Beichen immediately went to find the agreement the two had signed earlier. Su Tian asked, "What do you need that for?" Hua Beichen quickly found it. Su Tian also looked for the agreement, and after pulling it out she saw the contents on it. "Hey, it says 10 years on here. I clearly remember that we wrote it for a duration of 1 year." Hua Beichen smirked. "I'm afraid 1 year isn't enough for you to fall in love with me, so I plan to spend at least 10 years making you love me. Does that mean I made it too easy for you? You tricked me into your grasp in less than a year. It's already quite a challenge. Darling, you should know that with just one glance you captured my heart back then." Hua Beichen held her close and engulfed her in a passionate kiss. He pressed her onto the soft bed, and Su Tian gradually began to comprehend the situation. So when he first saw her at the Su family, this man had already made up his mind to grow old with her. She wrapped her arms around his neck, tilting her head to reciprocate his deep and sweet kiss. Suddenly she let go of him and asked, "What about the matter with the Liang family's daughter?" Hua Beichen was taken aback, then promptly asked, "Liang Yunrui told you?" "Yes, he said the Liang family is set on having you as their son-in-law. That Liang family's daughter has always said she wants to marry you since she was little." Hua Beichen replied seriously, "Liang Yunrui did say that to me. But I've never felt much for the opposite sex since I was young. Before meeting you, I never felt any emotional or physical needs. Don't say that little girl was just joking back. Then even if she grew up and stood before me, I would still say this. I wouldn't have feelings for her, just wouldn't." He had always liked to immerse himself in the world of knowledge, creating his own realm. He had no impression of whether that little girl had appeared or what she was like at all. Su Tian pouted instead. "So you really wouldn't have feelings for her?" "I truly wouldn't. But what if she really likes you and wants to marry you?" "That's her problem. Oh, it has nothing to do with me." "Hua Beichen, you're heartless." Hua Beichen grasped her fist that she had thrown at him. "It's enough for me to have feelings for only you." He leaned down to kiss Su Tian. Su Tian pushed him away. "You don't even like me, why kiss me? When did I ever say I don't like you? You said that when I stand in front of you, you wouldn't feel anything. You just wouldn't feel anything." "You?" Hua Beichen's mind raced as various thoughts flashed and connected together. "What you mean is, you are that little girl from the Liang family." "Yes. Liang Yunrui and Liang Yunfeng found me today and said I am their lost sister. So when Chen Mingyao returned to the Su family, Liang Yunrui began looking for you." "That should be it. I've also thought about it. The old woman who raised me was half deaf and half blind and might have mistaken the child, as she may not even know the truth. At that time I was still too small, under 2 years old. Being mistaken, all I could do was cry, and as I grew older, I completely forgot about my childhood." Hua Beichen held her tightly. "Liang Yunrui wouldn't deceive us about this matter. So you really are that little girl from the Liang family." They pulled a few strands of hair from my head in front of me, saying that if I didn't believe it, I could verify it myself. I want to give it a try to ensure there are no mistakes. "Then let's go now." Hua Beichen took this matter more seriously. For no other reason, his girl had suffered too much since childhood and had never enjoyed any warmth of family. The Liang family at least adored their daughter. The love he could provide couldn't fill the void of Su Tian's lost family affection, but they could. In the testing facility, there were also other records of Liang Yunrui and Liang's parents, so even if Su Tian didn't bring those strands of hair, Hua Beichen could still have them verify it. But since Su Tian brought their hair, it was even more convenient. After expediting the process, the testing report came out quickly. It matched the testing report they received from Liang Yunrui. She and the two brothers indeed had a blood relation. She was also confirmed to be the biological daughter of Liang's parents. Hua Beichen embraced her, feeling a mix of emotions. Upon returning home, Hua Beichen gently asked, "When do you plan to meet your parents?" "Let's wait until my second and third brothers arrange it." Su Tian had suffered too much psychological trauma from Su Qingbang and Su Luhua during her years living with the Su family. She was relatively fine with her two brothers, but found it hard to imagine what her parents would be like. Hua Beichen comforted her, "From what I know, your parents love you dearly. All these years they have been very concerned about finding you. Liang Yunrui has also been coming to Fan City every year, searching all the orphanages and nurseries in Fan City, looking for many adopted and foster children." No one expected that Su Tian would accidentally become the second daughter of the Su family. If it weren't for Chen Mingyou's situation this time, Liang Yunrui might not have thought of her as Liang Yu's possibility. Su Tian understood. He was trying to soothe her heart, nodding, "I understand." Hua Beichen held her in bed. "You liked me and wanted to marry me when you were less than 2 years old. Are you happy now? Who wants to marry you?" Su Tian had long forgotten those matters and felt like hitting him due to his teasing. "I'm sorry for not responding to you back then," Hua Beichen said softly. "I'm sorry. It wasn't really your fault, you were only 5 at the time. Not responding to me is quite normal. I was just wondering if there was a possibility that if I had responded to you letting you come to my house to play more often you wouldn't have gotten lost. You would have grown up in the Liang family, frequently coming to my place growing up beside me. He fantasized and yearned for that possibility, and the thought of missing out on it brought him pain and regret. It's okay if we really grew up together. Over time we might have grown tired of each other, and in the end we may not have been able to be together. Maybe we would have become enemies. This way is much better. Still, there will inevitably be regrets. At the very least, you wouldn't have suffered these pains. Huobei-chan, everything is the best arrangement, isn't it? No matter when or how we met, we eventually ended up together. That alone is no longer regrettable, Su Tian said softly. Hee-Wang knocked on Lu Ting's door. She glanced around and asked, "Where's Su? She's with Brother Chun. They might have already returned to Fan City." Lu Ting pondered, so have they reconciled? How could they not? Brother Chun is truly sincere to sister-in-law. Heaven and earth can bear witness. Let me tell you, Brother Chun was worried about how to explain his identity to sister-in-law. The only thing he feared was her leaving him. Well, then that's good. Lu Ting was quite happy for Su Tian. Hee-Wang said, "We are not that kind of men. Oh, we take relationships very serious." "That's true, young master. You do treat relationships seriously, just that you like to check out if there are any beauties on." Lu Ting smiled and said, "All right, the matter is clear now, goodbye." As she spoke, she was about to close the door. Hee-Wang propped his hand against it. "I really wasn't looking around. Does it have anything to do with me?" Lu Ting slammed the door shut. Fong Lan came over with several staff members to find Lu Ting, and Hee-Wang had to leave for the time being. Su Tian had been stuck to Huobei-chan all night, and when she got up her arms and legs were weak. Just as she woke up, the man kissed her fiercely. Hua! Su Tian couldn't make a sound, her eyes glistening with tears from his kiss. Huobei-chan whispered, "Thinking about how I missed you for so many years, I want to make up for it in every way possible. Even spending a little more time together is good." Su Tian wrapped her arms around his neck. "I've already spent the whole night with you." "Not enough." He pushed her back onto the bed and reached out to untie the straps of her nightgown. When Su Tian woke up again, it was already noon. Huobei-chan had ordered food and placed it on the dining table. Now that their identities were public, he no longer needed to hide. The food he ordered was from the best hotel in Fan City, freshly made and delivered immediately. Su Tian, having exerted herself too much, was already starving to the point of her stomach touching her back. She picked up her chopsticks and started eating. Seeing Huobei-chan's gaze fixed on her, she gathered her nightgown and said, "You should eat too. Don't you have to go to work? The branch office here in Fan City doesn't have much business. What about the main office? Don't you take care of that? I've been handling it for many years. Everything is in order." "So are you not eating because you're cultivating?" Su Tian laughed. "I'm just very puzzled as to why I missed a sweet and lovely girl when I was young." "So why was that?" Su Tian found it very normal. "I haven't figured it out yet. Actually, a 5-year-old boy has his own world and his own interests. It's normal not to pay attention to the little girl nearby. He wasn't at the age of budding romance yet. I remember. When I was 5, I wanted to finish all the elementary school courses and move up to middle school as soon as possible. And my programming courses had a very tight schedule. I had no time for anything else." Su Tian's eyes widened. 5. Middle school. When I was 5, I was still playing in the fields in the countryside. About that, Huobei-chan replied. "That's quite pretentious, mister. Hua. He'll accompany you to work later. I no longer need to maintain that intense study schedule in my life. I just want to enjoy the time spent with my wife." Huobei-chan rode out on an electric bike that could carry passengers. "Huobei-chan, did you buy this bike so that I could hold you when I ride?" Su Tian figured it out at a glance. "Yes. Actually, when I was riding your electric bike, that was my thought. They were just getting to know each other back then." "Rogue. If I'm not a rogue, how can I get my wife to hold me?" Su Tian said softly, "But not today. I don't want to take this bike." "Sorry, I didn't think of that. He'll go switch to a car." He glanced at Su Tian's skirt and asked, "Does it still hurt?" "Don't ask, just go drive." Su Tian wasn't in much pain. Huobei-chan was possessive, but still gentle. Besides, he had already applied medicine for her. However, she still felt a bit sore. Taking a car to work would definitely be much better. Soon Huobei-chan arrived in his own car, a black Rolls-Royce Cullinan, which was quite low-key. At the entrance of Baojing Commercial Plaza, Su Tian got out of the car, first while Huobei-chan went to park. As soon as Huobei-chan's car left, a young man with messy yellow hair rushed over, shouting at her, "Su Tian, you're quite something." Su Tian recognized this as Sujia. She didn't know how he turned out like this. He was clearly the one treated best in the family, yet he looked a bit sharp and monkey-like. He also had a head full of yellow hair. Su Tian remembered that Liang Yunrui had also dyed his hair recently, but Liang Yunrui had fair skin and distinct features, and he worked out regularly, making his yellow hair look stylish and trendy. Su Jia just came off as a bit showy. "What did I do? If you have something to say, say it. If not, don't bother me." Although Su Tian had taken care of this younger brother in the past, she had no feelings for him. He was as harsh and unfeeling as Su Luhua, and was very unfilial towards their grandfather. Su Tian had long known what kind of person he was, and had long lost all expectations. Su Tian, it's one thing for you not to be a member of the Su family, but now you're instigating my second sister to cause trouble at home. She quietly misappropriated several million from the company's account and yelled at our parents to buy her a car and a house. On top of that, she secretly sold the company's fabrics and transferred the money. Su Jia was furious. Chen Mingyao had caused chaos in the entire Su family. Su Luhua was so angry that she cried and scolded. Chen Mingyao said that it was Su Tian who instigated her to do this, and Su Jia was so angry that he came to find trouble with Su Tian. Hearing all this, Su Tian couldn't help but laugh. What does this have to do with me? If Chen Mingyao did it, go find her. We're all adults. Whoever does the actions is responsible for them. If it weren't for you telling her those things, would she do this? Whatever I told her to do, she would do it. Well, then go ahead and sue me. Whatever the court decides will compensate you accordingly. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't know what's good for you. Su Jia had always looked down on Su Tian. The whole family spoiled him and placed all interests first for him. Only Su Tian had always acted independently and never took him seriously. Su Jia just wanted to vent his frustrations. He raised his fist and swung it at Su Tian. Before he could hit Su Tian, he was grabbed by his fist and thrown away. He got up and saw a tall, big man. It seemed to be the poor man Hua Beichin, whom the Su family often looked down upon. Su Jia said, "All right, today I'm going to teach you a lesson too." Before he could finish his words, Hua Beichin landed a punch on him. Su Jia, not willing to back down, tried to hit Hua Beichin again, but was knocked down after a few punches, bleeding from his head. You guys. He pointed at Hua Beichin and Su Tian before fainting. Hua Beichin took out his phone and directly called the police. Su Tian secretly shook her head, realizing that the Su family's lavish lifestyle and piles of gold and jewels had produced such a useless son. Su Jia was badly injured. He sought to harm Su Tian, and naturally Hua Beichin showed no mercy. During the recording of the statement, Hua Beichin and Su Tian recounted the events to the police in detail. Now we just need to see how badly he is injured. I hope you will cooperate with our investigation. Of course, Hua Beichin nodded. Outside, Su Qingbang, Su Liuhua, Su Yuro Xiaoshun, and Liang Mingqiao rushed in together. Who attacked our little Jia? How could someone be so ruthless? What did our little Jia do wrong? Su Luhua cried as she entered, clearly worried about Su Jia. Su Jia was the lifeblood of the family. If something happened to him, her life would not be good either. Upon seeing Su Tian, Su Luhua glared at her. Was it you? Did you hurt little Jia? Su Yuro frowned. Su Tian, aren't you going a bit too far? First you incited Meng Yao to take the family assets, and now you've harmed little Jia. He struck first. He struck first. How much damage could he possibly inflict? He's still a child. Su Luhua retorted angrily. A 21-year-old child. Why don't you try feeling his punch then? Su Luhua was even angrier. Su Tian, it's not just you. Hua Beichin is involved too, right? You two are so well off. It's really unfortunate that our Su family has raised such a jinx. I will definitely sue you too until you rot in jail. Whatever, feel free to sue, came the indifferent reply. Su Yuro angrily stated, Little Jia is the only son of the Su family, my only brother. Su Tian, can't you be a little rational before you act? Su Yuro, what's wrong with your son? What's wrong with your brother? Who is obliged to accommodate him just because he was born? If you are willing to sacrifice everything to support him, that's your own business. If others don't want to accommodate him, what's the problem? Su Tian retorted. Without a son, how can this family be sustained? Su Yuro exclaimed. Your daughter isn't human, but I consider myself one. Su Tian, how can you lay hands on a child like that? You don't deserve to be called human. As soon as Su Yuro finished speaking, she took a step back, frightened by Hua Beichin's glare. This man had a gaze so dark it seemed as if he wanted to devour her, terrifying and instilling fear. Su Yuro was too scared to say anything further. Hua Beichin said in a low voice, we should leave first. Su Tian stepped forward, wanting to follow him. Who allowed you to leave? You are not permitted to go. Su Luhua said, the matter isn't resolved yet, you can't leave. Su Yuro turned to Xiaoshun and said, Shingu, no matter how you look at it, this incident is Su Tian and her husband's fault. You must help me. Dad, look. Xiaoshun turned to Liang Mingqiao. I will take care of it. I won't let them leave. According to procedure, Hua Beichin and Su Tian could leave first and then cooperate with the investigation. Thus, to be safe, Su Luhua and Su Yuro invited Liang Mingqiao over. As long as he spoke, everything would be easy to handle. What's going on? Who can't leave? With a clear and pleasant voice, Liang Yunrui stepped inside. Liang Mingqiao was startled and delighted to see him, little third young master. He had been in Fan City for so long without encountering Liang Yunrui and had no chance to meet him. He didn't expect to run into him in such a situation today. Seeing Liang Yunfeng enter behind Liang Yunrui, Liang Mingqiao was even happier. Second young master. Everyone knew that the Liang family held an extraordinary position in Jinghai, and the family head rarely made appearances. If one wanted to connect with the Liang family, they could only seek the three sons of the Liang family. However, these three young masters were not so easily seen. Otherwise, Liang Ningqiao wouldn't have been lingering on the sidelines for so long. As long as he could meet them, he as a side branch still had a chance. He felt that coming today was the right decision. Su Luhua and the others heard his address and understood the identities of the two men. They had often heard Liang Ningqiao speak of them, so they were quite familiar with the names and appearances of these young masters. Third young master, second young master. The Su family members were all busy greeting them. Su Yuro gazed at these two men, her eyes sparkling. Liang Ningqiao quickly explained to Liang Yunrui, "It was Su Tian and Hua Beichen who harmed my son's girlfriend's child, injuring the child." "Child? How old is the child?" Liang Yunrui asked. 21 years old. Your family's law states that a 21-year-old is still a child." Liang Ningqiao was at a loss for words. Who struck first? Although Su Jie struck first, he was just playing around and didn't intend to really hurt anyone. But Hua Beichen was different. As soon as he struck, he injured the person to such an extent. Liang Ningqiao was after all a side branch of the Liang family, and although he didn't have much say in the family, he believed that Liang Yunrui would help him for the sake of the family. Liang Yunrui clapped Hua Beichen on the shoulder and said, "Well done. It was worth it to have you around." Liang Ningqiao was stunned. Liang Yunrui continued, "I will take Hua Beichen and Su Tian with me. Do you have any objections?" Su Luhua and Su Yuro were full of objections. However, when Liang Ningqiao shot them a glare, they couldn't voice their complaints. This, young masters, given how seriously Su Jie is injured, if this is just let go, it won't be justifiable legally or with the police. Liang Ningqiao still wanted to salvage the situation. Two police officers approached saying, "We found 2 daggers on Su Jie. He is suspected of intentional assault. After his injury surgery, he will be detained by us." Liang Yunfeng glanced at Hua Beichen. 2 daggers. Hua Beichen looked at Liang Yunfeng. 2 daggers. Well, 1 dagger is enough for assault. 2 daggers are also fine. Su Luhua panicked. How could this be? He's still a child. Liang Ningqiao angrily exclaimed, "What kind of education are you giving your son? He deserves this." He originally thought it was just a simple fight, so he was willing to come as a mediator to ensure Su Jie was fine and to intimidate Hua Beichen and Su Tian. But the situation took a sharp turn, making him lose face in front of Liang Yunfeng and Liang Yunrui. Liang Yunrui laughed. Intentional assault. A 21-year-old is already legally an adult. Adults must bear the consequences for their actions. Hua Beichen and his group exited. Liang Ningqiao chased after them, saying, "Second young master, third young master, I've been doing business in Fan City recently. How about you two honor me with a meal? I've been quite busy lately. I appreciate the sentiment, but must decline." Liang Yunfeng's expression was calm, but his refusal was very straightforward. Liang Ningqiao did not push. Just being able to brush shoulders with these two was enough. He said, "That's Su Jie. He's a bad influence. I was deceived into helping him. Please don't take offense, young masters." He realized that these two were quite familiar with Hua Beichen and Su Tian. After getting in the car, Liang Yunrui grasped Su Tian's hand, asking, "Are you okay? Did you get hurt anywhere?" He had refrained from being too affectionate in front of so many people earlier, fearing Su Tian might reject him. At this moment, he couldn't care less. Just after he finished asking, he noticed that Su Tian's other hand was being held by Liang Yunfeng. "Let go, I want to see." Liang Yunfeng asked, "Isn't she my sister?" "Well, yes, but I..." Liang Yunfeng ignored her, carefully inspecting Su Tian's hand, and gently asked, "Are you scared?" "It's okay, my second brother is here." Su Tian felt warmth in her heart. "I'm fine. Su Jie didn't touch me." Hua Beichen was too gentle. Liang Yunrui said, "I want to be on the scene, or I would have to smash Su Jie's head." "Don't scare Yaya." Liang Yunfeng glared at him. "Oh, okay. So my name was originally Yaya?" Su Tian asked. "Yes, when our parents had us 3, they hoped for a daughter. After you were born, our parents were overjoyed. The whole family was very happy, so they named you Yaya." Liang Yunrui explained, "Do you remember? When we were young, you liked to play with me the most, often tugging at my clothes and following behind me." Liang Yunfeng shot him a glance. "Yeah, clearly liked me the most, as she always wanted me to carry her." "No way. Yaya clearly wanted me to carry her." The car door opened, and Hua Beichen pulled Liang Yunrui down, taking his place, and drew Su Tian into his embrace. He shifted his body, sitting in the middle, separating Su Tian from Liang Yunfeng. "Hua Beichen, you dog." Liang Yunrui cursed. "You take over driving." Hua Beichen had been driving all this time, and after feeling jealous for the entire journey, he finally could not hold back, pulling over to assert his claim. Liang Yunfeng glanced at him coldly. "Hua Beichen, stop fighting me for my sister. Second brother Su Tian is now my wife, my person." Liang Yunfeng was pleased by the term second brother, but the latter part of the statement clearly annoyed him. He fell silent, at a loss for words. While driving, Liang Yunrui said, "Hua Beichen, you haven't called me brother yet." "Master Liang, watch out for oncoming traffic," Hua Beichen said coolly. Su Tian watched them bickering back and forth, feeling not troubled at all. Instead, a vague sense of happiness arose within her. So this is the warmth that comes from family. Su Tian agreed to Liang Yunfeng's invitation to accompany her back to Jinghai. Huo Beichen noticed her apprehension. I'll go back with you, so don't worry too much. Do you know my parents? I do. Uncle Liang is very serious and Auntie is very gentle. So you call my parents. Dad is serious and Mom is gentle. Huo Beichen embraced her. I'm just worried I want pass Dad's test or I want to make a good impression. Su Tian smiled, realizing that Huo Beichen wasn't more relaxed than she was about meeting the in-laws. Don't worry, he'll protect you when the time comes. Good, everything depends on my wife. He recalled past events when my parents were looking for you back, then they worried a lot. They will definitely be very happy to see you home this time. But I wonder if we'll get along well with them. You definitely will. When I came back from the countryside before, my mother told me that they would love me. If I behaved and listened, I could get along. For a long time afterward, I thought they didn't like me because I wasn't obedient and didn't listen. Huo Beichen held her. Knowing about those past years didn't break her, nor did it make her resentful. However, they left numerous tiny scars etched into her heart and emotions. These need time and love to heal. Huo Beichen softly said the Liang family is different from the Su family. Even if something unexpected happens, we can just choose not to associate with them in the future. We can live our own lives, it will be the same. The journey of life is always about the past. What matters more is the direction of the future. You're right. My happiness is the most important. I can even abandon the Su family, so what other families matter? Su Tian curled her fingers slightly, encouraging herself. But how can one not yearn for familial affection? The plane landed in Jinghai. Huo Beichen held Su Tian's hand. Su, let's go home first. Why? I promised you I wouldn't have my parents pick me up at the airport. Shouldn't we go to the Liang family first? Liang Yunrui was displeased. Annie, come home with us. Liang Jing clung to her leg, refusing to let go. Huo Beichen calmly stated the Liang family is still very unfamiliar to Su, but she has met the Huo family's elders. I want to give her a little buffer. Ultimately, Liang Yunrui had to let go. When he returned home, Liang Jinsheng put down his newspaper. Where is she? Where's my baby? Where's my big baby? Xu Shui, dressed in a cheap house, stood at the door waiting. Upon seeing her son accompanied by Liang Jing, her eyes filled with disappointment. Su went back to the Huo family first. Shall come home tomorrow. She isn't familiar with Jinghai and has only been to the Huo family. Oh, I wonder if the baby will adapt to the food in Jinghai. Will she adapt to the weather? Xu Shui asked. With Huo Beichen around, it should be fine. Liang Jinsheng felt disappointed, and Xu Shui comforted her husband. Regardless, the baby will be back tomorrow. Don't give our son a cold shoulder. Grandpa and Grandma, I've brought you gifts. Liang Jing timely emerged, diffusing the family's emotions. The car stopped in front of the Huo family's old villa. The butler stood at the entrance ready to greet them. Young master, young mistress. Su Tian recognized him as Grandpa Wang, whom she had met last time when he played the role of an old friend of the Huo matriarch. Grandpa Wang, you can just call me by my name. Young mistress, that won't do. The butler hurriedly replied him, the housekeeper, you can just call me Old Wang. She stepped inside, already mentally prepared, yet still shocked by the size and decoration of the Huo family's old residence. She had made clothes for the wealthy wives of top tycoons in Fanqing and visited their homes, but none of those compared to even a fraction of the Huo family's old residence. When the Huo matriarch saw Su Tian, she was immensely delighted. Tian, come sit by Grandma. Su Tian sat beside her, and she patted Su Tian's hand, saying, this rascal finally revealed his true identity to you. Ooh, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Can you stay a few more days this time? Huo Beichen touched his nose. Grandma, this time Su Tian is back. Ooh, she won't stay at home for too long. That's only right. You should go home and spend time with your parents and stay a few more days. Huo matriarch smiled. I never expected you to be a child of the Liang family. The Huo family had a good relationship with the Liang family, and the Huo matriarch was genuinely pleased. After dinner at the Huo family residence, Huo Beichen received several phone calls. They were all from friends who had heard he brought his new wife home and were clamoring for him to introduce her. Su Tian was accompanying the old Madame Huo for tea. Upon hearing this, the old madam said, you should take Tian around to meet your friends. Tian, don't just sit here drinking tea. Go out and have fun with the young people. Su Tian rose and said, Grandma, I'll accompany you for tea another day. At a bar in a spacious private room, He Wang and a few young people were playing cards. Others who weren't playing sat aside, drinking and chatting. He Wang, how come there was no news at all about Brother Chen's marriage? He Wang smiled. When has Brother Chen ever not made a decisive decision and acted on it? Exactly. That's how decisive he is. But honestly, I wouldn't want to get married. Oh, wouldn't I be tied down? A young woman with exquisite voluminous curly hair spoke up. How long have they been married? Not long, but their relationship is quite good. He Wang said. It's like that when it's still fresh, the woman said, pulling a cigarette from her bag. He Wang stopped her. When Siki, go smoke outside. When Siki retorted, Brother Chen never minds where I smoke. You've become quite something lately. Isn't it because the sister-in-law doesn't like the smell of smoke? He Wang said, if Brother Chen gets angry later, don't say I didn't warn you. When Siki's expression shifted slightly, After a long thought, she put the cigarette away. The others voluntarily went to the smoking area in the back. The door opened. People stood up in twos and threes. Brother Chun is here. Brother Chun's sister-in-law sit over here. Hua Beichen, holding Su Tian's hand, took the seat of honor. Su Tian sat beside him, observing how everyone spoke to him, recalling the aura of a long-time superior that always surrounded Hua Beichen. The signs had been there all along. Hua Beichen introduced everyone to Su Tian. They all called her sister-in-law. Even those visibly older than Hua Beichen addressed them as Brother Chun and sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, what would you like to drink? He Wang asked. Hua Beichen, remembering she had to meet her family the next day, said passion fruit juice. Su Tian didn't really feel like drinking as she usually abstained among people she wasn't close to. Hearing Hua Beichen order her favorite juice, she pursed her lips in a smile and said thank you. The scene stung when Siki's eyes. The Wan and Hua families were old friends, and she had grown up with Hua Beichen as a childhood friend. To stay by his side, she diligently studied finance, a subject she disliked, and eventually secured a job working with him. Hua Beichen had never been involved in scandals, nor were there any ambiguous women around him. She could be considered unique even if only as a work partner. But she always believed she was special, that Hua Beichen looked down on those ordinary flashy women, as well as those soft, delicate, and incapable girls. She knew that one day she would be with him as a partner in both work and life. Yet Hua Beichen got married. When Siki said with a smile, Beichen, how's your stomach after your time in Fancheng? I made your favorite taro steamed pork. Should I send it to Butler Wang as usual? Hearing this, Su Tian looked over at Siki. When Siki smiled generously, Miss Su may not know, but in Jinghai I've always been in charge of Beichen's secretariat. The 16 secretarial assistants by his side all report to me. As for his daily life, I've always managed it. At her words, the others lowered their heads to drink, falling silent. Hua Beichen spoke up, honey, when Siki's job and position are similar to Butler Wang at home. He Wang couldn't help but spray out a mouthful of wine. The others also became lively again. Only when Siki's expression soured instantly. Fortunately, the dim lighting helped her conceal it. So Miss Wen is in charge of these matters. Then I'll entrust Beichen to your care at the company, Su Tian said, picking up on Hua Beichen's cue. Of course. After all, I've worked by Beichen's side for 6 years. He Wang immediately chimed in, that's right, I've been with Brother Chen often these 6 years too. Siki is dedicated and diligent. Whenever I go to work with Brother Chen, I can always snag a bite or a drink. His meaning was crystal clear when Siki's relationship with Hua Beichen was purely professional. He had witnessed it all firsthand over the past 6 years. She wanted to blur the lines between work and feelings, but even He Wang knew it was impossible. When Siki changed the subject, so Miss Su, as the young mistress of the Hua family, you'll inevitably have social engagements. You should learn to drink a little. Hua Beichen frowned and said lazily, Su Tian married me not to attend social functions for me. What kind of dinner party would require her to drink personally? His words were arrogant, yet everyone believed them. In Hua Beichen's world, there truly was no drink that he or Su Tian had to accept. When Siki, on the other hand, often had to drink heavily for work. She held her glass, gave an awkward smile, and downed the wine in one gulp. The topic passed, and they moved on to other things. But when Siki had brought a close friend who lacked tact, seeing her friend humiliated, the friend felt annoyed. She asked with a sweet smile, Miss Su is from Fancheng. What do your parents do for a living? She had already inquired about the Su family's general situation, knowing Su Tian was no longer even the second young miss of the Su family. But her inquiries were limited, as she didn't know much more. My parents. Su Tian looked at Hua Beichen for her. She genuinely didn't know her biological parents' occupations. Business people, Hua Beichen said. Oh, business people. Perfect, maybe we can collaborate in the future. But I wonder if they can handle the opportunities Boss Hua provides. She spoke with a laugh, the veiled mockery in her words, unmistakable. Hua Beichen's expression hardened, and he lounged back on the sofa. Is this your show tonight? The friend, hearing these emotionless words, broke out in a cold sweat. She stammered. When Siki, familiar with Hua Beichen's temper, knew he was angry. She quickly said, my friend doesn't know how to talk, Beichen. Don't be angry. If she can't talk, she should shut up. If she can't keep quiet, she should stay home and not embarrass herself in public. When Siki deeply regretted not stopping her friend the moment she tried to defend her. I'm sorry, I'll apologize to Miss Su on her behalf, when Siki said. Hua Beichen had already stood up, taking Su Tian's hand. I'm tired, let's go home. No one dared to advise otherwise. When Siki stood frozen in place. Tonight's gathering was one she had insisted on organizing. The presence of so many people was certainly not for her sake. Hua Beichen, leaving after barely 15 minutes, was a direct slap in her face. If this continued, she would become a laughingstock among the circle. She had thought that no matter what, Hua Beichen would at least give her some face and wouldn't let things escalate to this point. She had merely tested the waters a little. He Wei picked up his coat and stood up, glancing at Siki. No matter how important Butler Wang is to the Hua family, can his status surpass Aunt Qin's? When Siki's status was akin to Butler Wang's, while Su Tian's status was comparable to Qin Feng's. In the car, Hua Beichin quietly said to Su Tian, "If you don't want to attend such gatherings in the future, we won't go. It's not that I don't want to go, others are quite nice. I've known Wensiki since childhood, but we've had little interaction." Later she entered the Hua group. Her work capability is decent, which is why she got into the secretarial office. "I didn't know she had such feelings for me." "I've already noticed it," Su Tian smiled. "How did you figure that out?" Hua Beichin only learned today that many of Wensiki's previous inquiries about his well-being went beyond a professional level. He simply hadn't paid attention at the time, so he hadn't realized. "It's a woman's intuition." Su Tian laughed. Hua Beichin embraced her, saying, "It seems I should have fewer female employees around me in the future. What matters to me is not what she says or does, those are trivial matters. What I care about is only your attitude." As long as Hua Beichin had no interest in those women and was willing to protect her, their thoughts would never surface. The most frightening thing is a man's ambiguous attitude. Hua Beichin chuckled, saying, "I will maintain a correct attitude, love my wife, cherish my wife, and listen only to her." That night, Hua Beichin sent out the notice for Wensiki's reassignment. She was transferred from the secretarial office to another department. The new department had decent benefits in all aspects, but one thing was certain: there would be almost no possibility of directly meeting or conversing with Hua Beichin in a work setting. When Wensiki received the transfer notice, her colleagues congratulated her on moving to such a good department. She was filled with frustration but had no outlet and couldn't complain. Liang family. Early in the morning, before 5, Xu Shui got up. She went to the kitchen to check if all the fresh ingredients were prepared. In the kitchen, Zhang Ma smiled and said, "Everything's ready, madam. We know what Miss likes to eat." "It better be. If anything goes wrong, I won't let it slide." "Madam, you should have some morning tea first. There's no need to worry so much. There's still plenty of time before Miss like Mr. and young master, they should sleep in a little longer." Before Zhang Ma could finish, Liang Jinxing turned on the television and began watching the political news. Xu Shui stepped out and smiled, saying, "I thought I was the only one up so early. It seems a few of my sons are patient." She finished speaking when her eldest son Liang Yunch pushed the door open and walked in dressed in sportswear, drenched in sweat. "Did you go for a morning run 2 hours early, son?" "It's more comfortable to run earlier," Liang Yunche replied. "I'm going to take a shower first." Xu Shui shook her head. "I bet Yunfeng is still asleep." "Mom, keep an eye on Liang Yunrui and Liang Jing. These two are going to tear the house apart." My alarm was set for 5, but they got up at 3. Xu Shui. It turned out that she and her husband were not the earliest risers in the house. Liang Yunrui poked his head out, saying, "We weren't tearing the house apart, Mom. Some of the balloons we set up last night deflated, so Liang Jing and I were fixing them." "Why didn't you say so earlier? Where are the deflated ones?" "They'll come." Su Tian stood at the Liang family door. Her anxiety had lessened to a minimum under Hua Beichin's comfort and companionship. The butler greeted them with a smile, saying, "Miss Young Master, please come in." Su Tian stepped inside and saw everyone sitting on the sofa stand up in unison. The first person she noticed was her gentle mother, Xu Shui, dressed in a qipao. She had seen photos and knew this was her mother. Her mother looked very kind, always smiling. Su Tian recalled how Lu Ting often said she had a pair of smiling eyes. She instinctively opened her mouth and called out, "Mom." Xu Shui, originally smiling, couldn't help but shed tears upon hearing that. "Baby. Mommy's baby." Once Xu Shui started crying, she couldn't stop. Remembering the years of longing and searching, it was both heartbreaking and joyful. Su Tian hugged her mother, feeling a pang of bittersweetness in her heart. After a flurry of chaotic recognition, Su Tian also shed quite a few tears. After meeting her parents, her 3 brothers, and her nephew Liang Jing, Hua Beichin softly said, "Let me accompany you to wash your face." "Beichin, you accompany the baby upstairs to wash in her room. That room is cleaned daily." Su Tian and Hua Beichin went upstairs. She opened the door and was taken aback. This room still carried the essence of a baby having lived there, adorned with various photos from her infancy. Baby bottles, rocking chairs, toys, all arranged neatly. But it was also evident that various items had been added later: princess dresses, a piano, roller skates, and a castle. Everything a girl would love, all contributed by the family. Then there were jewelry, necklaces, and accessories added. It was an entirely pink, dreamy home. Su Tian felt tears welling up again. Hua Beichin gently patted her shoulder, curling his fingers to wipe away her falling tears. Before long, it was time for lunch. "Make yourselves comfortable," Xu Shui called to Su Tian. "Where would you like to sit, baby?" Liang Jing immediately patted the chair next to him, saying, "Sit here." Liang Yunrui blocked him, saying, "Sit with me." Liang Jinshin coughed lightly. "Come sit next to me." He was usually serious and spoke little. When he spoke, everyone stopped fighting for seats. Hua Beichin had intended to sit on the other side of Su Tian, but seeing Xu Shui's eager eyes, he tapped his tongue against his cheek and ultimately gave up that spot to her. Surrounded by her parents, Su Tian initially thought she would feel uncomfortable, but unexpectedly she adapted quite well. Liang Yunrui urged her to eat. Just as she lifted her chopsticks, Shu Shui said, "Wait." She picked up a plush rabbit from the side and stuffed it into Su Tian's hand, saying, "You have to hold this while you eat, baby." Su Tian cradled the rabbit tightly, holding it close, and nodded, holding back tears. "Yes, thank you, Mom. It's the one you used to hug, but we couldn't find it, so Mom bought a new one." Shu Shui said, "Just make do with it." Hua Beichen pondered. When the meal was almost finished, Shu Shui stood up and said, "Oh dear, I almost forgot I've left the baby's favorite red date cake in the kitchen." Hearing about the red date cake, Liang Yunrui's lips twitched. "Mom, there are plenty of dishes. I'll let my sister eat more vegetables, okay? But the baby loves the red date cake I made with my own hands." Shu Shui went in and brought out a portion, placing it in front of Su Tian. There were 6 small pieces shaped like various animals, looking delightful. Su Tian took a piece and gently bit into it. How could someone make red date cake that tastes so peculiar? She finally understood whose culinary skills Liang Jing had inherited. Liang Yunfeng said calmly, "Mom, isn't there also the peach gum made by Zhang Ma? My sister would definitely love that." "Oh, I almost forgot. He'll go get it." As soon as Shu Shui left, Liang Yunfeng and Liang Yunrui each took a piece of the red date cake from her plate and popped it into their mouths. Liang Jing also got a piece. Liang Jingxing followed suit and took a piece. Liang Yunrui nudged Hua Beichen's arm. "The piece left by Tian is yours to finish." After everyone finished the red date cake, Shu Shui brought out the peach gum. Seeing the plate of red date cake empty, she said gently, "The baby's taste hasn't changed at all. Also, Mom will go get you some more." Despite everyone's persuasion, Shu Shui brought out another plate of red date cake. Su Tian whispered, "Mom, I can only eat this much at most. I can't eat any more." That's right, eating too much will cause indigestion. Just eat this much. They'll make some more for you another day." While Shu Shui went to tell Zhang Ma to buy more sea buckthorn-produced red dates, everyone seized the opportunity to quickly devour the red date cake left on Su Tian's plate. Hua Beichen spoke up, "Dad, Mom, brothers, my grandmother, and parents invite you to the Hua family tomorrow for a visit. Liang Jingxing wasn't too fond of this son-in-law, whatever. They'll come to pick you up early tomorrow." Su Tian and Hua Beichen spent an afternoon at the Liang family. Shu Shui initially wanted to keep Su Tian at home, but fearing she might not be used to it, she had to watch her and Hua Beichen leave with a heavy heart. She asked Liang Jingxing, "Why are you being so cold? In the entire Jinghai aside from Hua Beichen, is there anyone better as a son-in-law?" "None." Liang Jingxing felt that no one was worthy of his daughter. "You know," Shu Shui laughed, picking up a cushion from the side, "as long as my baby is back, everything else doesn't matter." At the Hua family old residence, Su Tian spent the night in Hua Beichen's room. Hua Beichen didn't often stay here, only occasionally returning home to spend the night. Back at the old residence, Hua Beichen asked he wanted to go back to the house in Fan City to help him find something. What could be so important? Su Tian asked. "You'll know when you see it." The next day, Huang came over early. Hua Beichen asked him to find something, and he flew back and forth. "Brother Chen, I've brought the thing." Hua Beichen took the item and returned to the room upstairs. Su Tian was just waking up, rubbing her eyes and asking, "What is it?" "Take a look. A plush rabbit. Just like the one my mom gave me yesterday." Hua Beichen said, "I heard from my grandmother and the housekeeper that it was the one you gave me when I was little. I had the housekeeper find it from the storage last time too. Did you take it to Fan City? How come I never saw it?" "I took it to Fan City, but didn't let you see it. At that time Liang Yunrui often threatened me, saying he would make his sister marry me. I didn't even know you were the child of the Liang family back then. He threatened me, and I threatened him too. Only this rabbit had been hugged by you personally, so he didn't dare to do anything to me." Hearing such a childish act, Su Tian couldn't help but smile, her eyes curving as she held the plush rabbit and went downstairs for breakfast. Seeing this, old Madame Hua smiled warmly. "Oh, how did you find this rabbit?" "I had Steward Wang find it in the..." Old Madame Hua laughed. "Speaking of this rabbit, it was given to you by Tian when she was very small, right?" Hua Beichen regretted not accepting it back then. Then he heard old Madame Hua continue, "At that time, when Tian gave it to you, you cherished it for 2 days before letting the housekeeper take it away." Hua Beichen completely had no impression of that. Su Tian looked at him. "Back then you were so immersed in your own world that no one could pull you out. Only when Tian came to play occasionally would you relax a bit. Don't you remember that?" Su Tian whispered. "You used to ignore everyone, didn't you? But you still had to pay attention to her, right?" "I only paid attention to her." Old Madame Hua said. "The others truly were ignored." Hua Beichen really didn't know that the rabbit was something he accepted personally. However, he vaguely recalled that there indeed seemed to be such a thing. Su Tian was probably the only one who had pulled him out of his own world. Later, when Su Tian went missing, he probably didn't want to think about that fact and treated it as if those things had never happened. Fortunately, after all the twists and turns, he still recognized her, married her, and brought her home. Hua Jingye and Qin Feng returned. To show respect to the family of his in-laws, Hua Jingye decided to cook today himself. Qin Feng personally tied an apron around him, saying, Honey, it's all up to you now. Hua Beichen took the driver to the Liang family to bring all the family over. Stepping into the Hua family gates, hearing that Hua Jingye was cooking himself, the Liang family members were a bit surprised. It was one thing for Hua Jingye to know how to cook, but he rarely cooked for outsiders. Liang Jingsheng had a good relationship with him, but he had never tasted his cooking. Today, hosting the Liang family, Hua Jingye personally cooked. Even serious Liang Jingsheng couldn't help but show a hint of a smile. Xu Xuan nudged his arm. Honey, show off your skills too. Liang Jingsheng took off his suit and stepped towards the kitchen. Everyone was astonished. Even Su Tian was surprised that Dad hadn't even entered the kitchen yesterday. Xu Shui whispered to her, the salmon you loved the most yesterday and the dry-fried beef ho fun were actually made by your dad sneaking into the kitchen. It's just that Liang Jingsheng is proud and never promotes the fact that he can cook. Plus, Xu Shui had a gentle and restless nature, so everyone thought Liang Jingsheng was the kind of person who couldn't even find the kitchen at home. However, behind the scenes, Liang Jingsheng often cooked for love. Qin Feng said to Hua Beichen, look how foresight your dad is teaching you to cook early on. Otherwise, you'd never be able to marry a wife. Liang Jing raised his hand. I've already learned to make shrimp dumplings. Liang Jing is really great. The three Liang brothers busily sipped tea and ate fruit, keeping out of the spotlight. After dinner, old Madame Hua sent Hua Beichen off, saying take Su Tian and Yun She and his brothers out to have some fun. We adults have some matters to discuss. The so-called discussion was about the wedding of Hua Beichen and Su Tian. This was undeniably a significant matter, with both sides eager to make grand arrangements necessitating a careful discussion. After their families met, Su Tian and Hua Beichen did not linger in Jinghai and returned to Fanqing. Su Tian's plan was quite simple. Her career had already begun, and it was only natural that it would develop in Jinghai. The focus would gradually shift there, and in at most 1 or 2 years she would be settled. Upon learning that she had her own career to pursue, although both sets of parents felt reluctant, they ultimately let go. Back in Fanqing, Su Tian planned to visit Lu Ting first. From her social media, she could see that Lu Ting should be on vacation these past few days, staying in Fanqing. He'll chat with her for a bit and come down. Su Tian said to Hua Beichen, you wait for me in the car, it won't take long. She carried a cake upstairs and knocked on Lu Ting's door. The door opened, and He Wang said, is that a cake? Hand it over. When he realized it was Su Tian, he exclaimed, sister-in-law. I thought it was the delivery guy. Su Tian saw him in a bathrobe and handed over the cake, saying, never mind, I won't disturb you. Be nice to Ting Ting, or you'll be in trouble. Su Tian hurried downstairs, and Hua Beichen asked with a smile, so soon? He Wang is here. And he's in a bathrobe, so I won't be the third wheel. He was pretty quick to act. I should go buy some red roses for them. Just then Su Tian received a call from Tang Shui. After listening, she said, I'll be there right away, no rush. Hua Beichen accompanied her to the studio. Tang Shui was in a rush. It was currently late summer and early autumn, but the entire fashion industry was already preparing for next year's spring collection. If the speed slowed down, the market would be completely taken over. Naturally, Su Tian was no exception. She had already arranged for a batch of early spring designs to be drafted. While meeting with clients today, Tang Shui showed the draft designs, only to find that the clients had already received Su Yu's drafts. Su Tian's batch of designs was eye-catching in both style and color, and industry insiders could tell at a glance that it would definitely be a hot-selling style next year. However, Su Yu had moved first, securing the clients before Su Tian had the chance. Tang Shui exclaimed, these designs are clearly plagiarized from Su Tian. She just acted first, and now our entry into the market is too late. Don't panic, I have a plan. But the Su family will start shipping tomorrow. What can we do now? Tang Shui lamented, I never expected Su Yu would pull such a stunt. Other staff members also expressed their worries. Su Tian's designs were ready, but the garments had not yet been produced. Su Yu had stolen a march on them, taking more time than expected. Tang Shui, did you manage to get their garments? Yes, and the quality is quite good. Su Tian smiled, I was worried that their quality would be poor. Hua Beichen saw her confidence and was not worried that this matter would affect Su Tian. He said, just focus on what you need to do, there won't be any problems. Wife, let me know what you need me to do, and I will take care of it. I won't hold back then. That evening, Su Tian accomplished numerous tasks. At the Su family household, Su Luhua was very satisfied with this year's performance. The styles presented by Su Yu had greatly pleased the clients. The order volume for the Su family had surged, far surpassing previous levels. The Su family's clothing business had not seen such prosperity in a long time. You need to seize this opportunity. We can't let others get ahead of us again. I will, Mom. Because of Su Jie, Su Luhua harbored deep resentment towards Su Tian. Su Jie had been arrested for carrying 2 daggers, and the Su family had to exert considerable effort to bail him out. Since then he had been recuperating, and even now he had not fully healed. Su Luhua wished for Su Tian to go bankrupt. Xiao Shen said, my father said you can do whatever you want this time, you don't need to worry about the investment funds. Thank you, Brother Shen. If it weren't for your father's significant investment, I wouldn't have dared to produce all the garments so early, and I even added a few days to the production line. When it comes to profits, we will handle it fairly. Oh, what belongs to you and your father will be deposited into your accounts. Why do we need to say these things between us? That would be impolite, wouldn't it? We need to keep things clear. Privately, we should show our respect to your father. Su Yuro smiled understandingly. She truly felt fortunate to have the assistance of Liang Ningqiao and Xiao Shun, who otherwise the Su family's clothing company could not have developed so rapidly, nor would they have such a large number of clients. As for Su Tian, she was indeed a minor inconvenience. However, she had investigated and found that Liang Yunfeng and Liang Yunrui had no real ties to Su Tian, so no matter how extreme her actions were, she wouldn't provoke the two brothers. As long as shipping goes smoothly tomorrow, any subsequent issues will be manageable. The next day, the Su family began shipping. These innovative styles with excellent fabric and color combinations were sure to become bestsellers. Su Yuro arrived at the company early, watching as batch after batch of garments was shipped out. Xiao Shun held her gently, saying, "You take care of things here. I'll prepare a celebration dinner for you tonight." "Sounds good. By the way, my father is also hosting a banquet tonight to officially announce my identity and revert my surname back. Tonight marks a double celebration," Xiao Shun said. "Congratulations, Brother Shun. In the future, when you return to Jinghai, my business will also follow you there. With our two families combining strengths, we will surely reach greater heights." Xiao Shun felt satisfied. Returning to the Liang family gave him support. With Su Yura's talent for making money, he need not worry about establishing himself after returning. "So, Brother Shin, should I call you Mr. Liang from now on?" "Actually, that's not the case. My father originally did not have the surname Liang. He married into the Liang family, which is how he ended up with that surname. My father plans to let me revert to his original surname after my career stabilizes and things settle down." Su Yuro had not expected this. Xiao Shin smiled again, saying, "Honestly, I think having the surname Liang is not a bad thing. The Liang family is large and prosperous. Even as a branch, it can bring the kind of reputation we desire. Let's see how my father plans it." "All right, whatever you all decide." Someone rushed over and said, "President Su Tian has arrived." Su Yuro knew Su Tian would definitely come looking for her, but did not expect her to arrive so quickly. "Su Tian, is there something you need from me?" Su Yuro asked knowingly. "I heard you have a lot of goods coming in, so I came to take a look and learn a bit." Su Tian came along with Huobeichen. Su Yuro felt that Huobeichen's aura was becoming increasingly formidable, exuding an air that was hard to provoke. She smiled and said, "Feel free to look around and learn as you wish, but I have other matters to attend to, so I won't keep you company." As she spoke and was about to leave, Su Tian reminded her, "Don't go just yet, there are people looking for you." Su Yuro focused her gaze and saw that the newcomers were Qin Ping and Liang Liang. She recognized both of them and had dealings with them before. Su Tian brought a lawyer. Su Yuro's eyes flickered for a moment, but she felt no fear. She remembered. Su Yuro recalled that Mei Mei had mentioned that after she took Su Tian's design drawings, she destroyed the original copies. Su Tian should have no original copies left. As long as her clothing had been shipped and reached the clients, even if Su Tian brought a lawyer, it would be of no use. "Lawyer Chen, is there something you need from me?" Su Yuro asked. "Miss Su, I am here on behalf of Miss Liang. According to the evidence, we possess Miss Su's funding for this clothing production, and the increase in the production line all came from Mr. Liang Ningqiao." "So what?" "Mr. Liang Ningqiao's current source of funds comes from his late wife. We have located Mrs. Liang's will, and all her estate after her passing was left to her daughter Liang Liang. So now we need to recover this sum of money." Su Yuro's eyes widened in disbelief. Was there really such a situation? "Then you should go find Mr. Liang, but it's no use looking for me. We have already sought Mr. Liang. He confirmed this in the morning. Therefore we have come to recover this money. What Liang Ningqiao is attempting is to transfer these assets and family wealth, laundering them through Su Yura's company to make them uniquely his. Liang Liang has been in Fan City for this very matter. She had already obtained evidence of her father's actions. Faced with absolute evidence, Liang Ningqiao had no choice but to admit it. After all, his father had been adopted into the Liang family. If Liang Liang truly made a scene, the Liang family would undoubtedly side with her. Su Yuro said, "Then do as you please. I have no money on hand anyway." "Having no money is fine. We can use these clothes to offset the debt." Lawyer Chen produced the contract. "According to the amount Liang Ningqiao agreed to pay you, these clothes should belong to us." "But Lawyer Chen, don't forget, while clothes can be exchanged for money, the design copyright belongs to me. Even if you can use the clothes to offset the debt, the copyright is still mine. With copyright protection, you have no right to take or dispose of these clothes." Su Yuro was confident. "I'm sorry to say, Miss Su Tian has long authorized the copyright of this batch of clothing to us 3 months ago." Lawyer Chen took out another contract. The date was 3 months ago. At that time, Su Yuro didn't even know of the existence of these design drafts. She widened her eyes. Mei Mei walked up to Su Tian with a smile and said to Su Yuru, "Miss Su, I'm sorry I deceived you. I told you that after Su's designs were just drawn there was a power outage, and when she reopened her computer all the design drawings were gone. She was disheartened and too lazy to redraw them, turning to draw something else. It was also I who told you that I secretly copied these design drafts and gave them all to you as per your wishes. It was also I who kept urging you to use high-quality fabrics. Only then would the clothes have a sense of quality and truly sell for high prices. Otherwise Lawyer Chen and Miss Liang holding on to inferior clothes would be useless. Mei, you actually deceived me. You and Su Tian colluded to deceive me. How can you say Mei said, you contact the people in Su's company every day trying to extract information from them, trying to get Su's materials and designs. How can you think we wouldn't guard against you? If Su hadn't been on guard against you early on, the foundational design drafts would have long been stolen and used. Su Yuru gritted her teeth, realizing that it was Mei who deceived her into believing that Su Tian had no original drafts, making it impossible for her to pursue copyright protection, thus emboldening her actions. Su Tian's design drafts were indeed excellent, showing them to clients brought in orders like snowflakes. Yet all her reliance was reduced to ashes by Su Tian. Su Tian, you did this on purpose. You deliberately set me up, schemed against me. Su Yuru, if you hadn't tried to extract information from our studio's people, how could it have mattered even if I schemed against you? What you face today is of your own making. Su Tian. Su Yuru's face twisted in hatred. Using something that does not belong to you so brazenly, you should have anticipated this day would come. Su Yuru turned to look at Xiao Shun. Brother Shin, help me. It's all Su Tian's scheme against me. Xiao Shun comforted her. I have already called my dad. Sure enough, moments later Liang Ningqiu's figure appeared. He brought many people with him. After Qin Ping and Liang sought him out, he had also been thinking of countermeasures. Seeing him appear, Su Yuru felt as if she had found a savior, uncle. Liang Ningqiu said, the will that Lawyer Chen presented is fake, and the so-called copyright protection and transfer are all false. Someone seize them and tear those documents apart. He also intended to destroy all the information on the computer phones and cloud storage. He had worked hard to endure wanting to transfer all the family's money without leaving anything for his daughter, wishing to leave it for his son instead. Now that Liang was taking everything, he was unwilling. He had a bit of power and wanted to solve the problem through unconventional means. Although there were risks, it was not entirely impossible. Even if the police came, he could evade responsibility by claiming it was a family issue, thus feeling confident. Liang Ningqiu, what are you doing? Huo Beichen asked coldly. Liang Ningqiu was taken aback by his words, feeling an inexplicable fear. However, in the end his interests prevailed, and he said, no one is allowed to leave here today. Su Yuru felt a bit reassured as she believed in the power of authority and that Liang Ningqiu could resolve these issues. This was also why she needed to cling to power. Just as those people were about to take action, Liang Yunrui's voice came through. Who dares to act? Seeing Liang Yunrui, Liang Ningqiu instinctively felt fear. Third young master, I am merely handling a family matter, Liang Ningqiu quickly said. He was greatly surprised to see Liang Yunfeng and Liang Yunxie also present. Liang Yunrui was one thing, he often appeared in public in the entertainment industry. Liang Yunrui nodded. Since you are handling family matters, I will take my people away then. Liang Ningqiu immediately said, please feel free. Tian, come here. Liang Yunrui smiled and waved at her. Third young master, this person cannot be taken away. Liang Ningqiu immediately said. Su Yuru's heart was in her throat. If Su Tian was taken away, what could they do? Did you not say you were handling family matters? What is Su Tian to your family? This. Moreover, what does my sister Liang Yunrui need to cooperate with? As Liang Yunrui's words left his mouth, Liang Ningqiu's expression changed dramatically. He suddenly remembered that the Liang family had lost a girl, and Liang Yunrui had been searching for her over the years. So, the child that the Liang family lost was actually Su Tian. Xiao Shen looked at Su Tian in disbelief. She was Liang Yunrui's sister. Her status was far more precious compared to him, and even Liang Ningqiu. He momentarily did not know what to say. Su Yuru was even more shocked, angry, and regretful. She regretted that when Chun Mingyao came to her door, she hurriedly recognized her, just wanting to get the inheritance and house back from Su Tian. This also gave the Liang family the chance to find Su Tian. If Su Tian was still the second young lady of the Su family, wouldn't they be at the mercy of the Su family? Third brother, let's go. Su Tian said. Let's go. Su Tian added. Liang is my friend. Even if we're resolving family matters here, could you help protect her from harm? Third brother. Oh, her. According to seniority. What should she call me? Liang said generously. According to seniority, my dad should call you third uncle, and I should call you grandpa, calling Su Tian Aunt Tian. Su Tian hurriedly waved her hand. There's no need to call that way. This is the seniority left on the family tree. I have no choice. Liang said with open hands. All right, since you are considered my grandniece, I will protect you. Liang Yunrui said. Whoever dares to bully my grandniece must ask me first. With this statement, Liang Yunrui left Liang Mengchao in an awkward position. Watching the three brothers of the Liang family leave with Su Tian, Su Yuro clenched her fingers tightly, filled with jealousy, as she watched their retreating figures. As for Liang Mengchao, he was already in the wrong. Faced with the reckoning from his daughter and the lawyer, he could no longer resist. Thus, Su Yuro's carefully crafted clothing became someone else's wedding dress. All the finished clothes would no longer belong to her, and the profits naturally had nothing to do with her. Liang and Shen Ping asked people to sort everything out. Su Luhua was shocked upon hearing the news. How did it end up like this? What about our clothing company? She was very surprised. Mom, there's nothing left. How is that possible? We should sue. We need to find a lawyer. We should ask Xiao Shun for help. Su Yuro's design drafts all used Su Tian's. Going to sue. Su Yuro shook her head. It's no use. Shingu can't help us. Su Tian, she is the daughter of the Liang family. That Liang family. Su Luhua was left speechless with shock. She trembled, never expecting things to— No wonder Liang Yunrui personally came to take Su Tian away last time. After Xiao Shun left, there was— Shingu, is there any room for maneuver in this matter? Uncle, my dad doesn't even want to acknowledge me now, and there's no way he would help us. Su Yuro, it's precisely because of you that my dad's investment in Fansheng went down the drain, all efforts wasted. And it is also because of you that my dad lost the protection of the Liang family. Could you please stop bothering me and him? Because of me, eh? Xiao Shun, when we were together, it was not just my one-sided desire. So what? If you didn't sweetly agree with me, would I be with you? I was originally Su Tian's boyfriend. The two had a heated argument and parted unhappily. That night, Liang Yunrui was in a good mood and treated everyone to drinks. Liang stood up with a smile. Actually, tonight's drink should be on me. A large part of what Su Tian resolved was my business. Su Tian, I'll toast to you first. All right, but the one who should be toasted the most is Mei Mei. Su Tian was about to drink from her cup. Hua Beichen took her wine glass away. He'll drink it for her. Liang Yunrui, who was a step too late to grab the wine glass, was speechless. Liang Yunfeng handed a glass of juice to Su Tian. Liang turned to Mei Mei saying, Mei Mei, I really should thank you. When we went to collect that batch of clothes today, the quality and stitching were truly excellent. The design was Su Tian's credit, and the quality should be credited to you. That's only right. Su Yuro trusted me and wanted to drag me along on her illegal venture, so I definitely had to supervise the quality well for her. Mei Mei drank a glass. Tang Shui insisted that Mei Mei drink another glass. You've really made me suffer. I really thought you had sided with Su Yuro and were going to abandon us to run with her. I'll punish myself with a glass. Mei Mei smiled. I didn't dare to tell you, afraid Su Yuro would notice something unusual. Su Tian said, it's all because I didn't let her tell you. Afraid that too many people would know, Su Yuro would be on guard. Come, let's toast Su Tian again. Liang Yunrui asked Huang. Huang, didn't you say you were dating recently? Where is your girlfriend? Bring her to show us. Isn't she on a business trip? I'll bring her over next time. If you didn't bring your girlfriend, you owe me a drink. Huang raised his glass. All right, I willingly accept the punishment. Su Tian quietly asked Hua Beichen, honey, what was Huang's attitude towards relationships before? Did he ever have a history of being fickle or cheating? Oh, he has never had a girlfriend, so there's no question of being fickle or cheating. He does genuinely like looking at pretty girls. Wherever there are pretty girls, he goes there. Then doesn't that pose a potential risk? Su Tian was not at ease. Wife, have you heard this saying? What saying? Those who associate with the virtuous become virtuous. Those who associate with the wicked become wicked. If Huang stays around me, any mischievous thoughts should be corrected, becoming more loyal and devoted. Su Tian couldn't help but laugh. You really know how to flatter yourself. Isn't it true? My dear wife, do you have any doubts left about me? It absolutely cannot happen. After finishing the drink, Liang Yunrui asked, are you coming back with us, sister? My elder brother and second brother both have houses in Fan City. Liang Yunrui could not be certain about that. After all, the houses bought by his elder and second brother were seldom occupied. If you care for your sister, shouldn't you let her live more comfortably? Liang Yunrui tugged at his hair. Forget it. You all go. Don't let me see you here. He added, I'm not saying you're in the way, sweet. I'm talking about him. Su Tian smiled. All right, third brother, goodbye. Bye, elder brother and second brother. Watching them leave, Liang Yunrui said, you all don't even know to help me keep my sister around. Look at her, does she seem like she wants to stay? Besides, do you think Hua Beichen looks like someone who could make you want to stay? Liang Yunfeng asked. Hua Beichen and Su Tian were about to get into the car. Su Luhua appeared out of nowhere. She looked disheveled and downcast. Su Tian had never seen her like this. Su Tian. Su Luhua's voice trembled. Can I ask you for one thing? Please stop your involvement with the Su family's company. She choked up. I know we have all wronged you, but the company was left by our grandfather. For the sake of grandfather, I beg you. Mrs. Su, I never intended to get involved with the Su family's company. Including this time. If Su Yuru didn't take my design, this wouldn't have happened. She knows she was wrong as she knows she was wrong. If the Su family's company conducts business properly and fulfills their responsibilities, they won't encounter any trouble. I won't bring you any trouble either. I hope you understand that your troubles are never caused by others, but by yourselves. Su Luhua felt indignant, but dared not argue too much. Su Tian continued. Instead of begging me, why not go home and manage your children properly? What they did doesn't need to fall on my shoulders. But this time Liang Jing only reclaimed her mother's inheritance. Oh, what wrong did she do? Grandfather left you plenty, and he built such a large family business for you. If you don't cherish it, no one can protect it. Su Luhua left with a pale, flushed face. Ho Beichen handed her a bottle of water. Su Tian smiled. I wasn't affected by her mood. If you don't want the Su family to bother you again, I have plenty of ways. No, Su Tian shook her head. After all, the Su family is where grandfather belongs. For grandfather Sake, as long as they don't provoke us, we don't need to take drastic actions. Ho Beichen remembered grandfather had also advised to treat grandfather Su's family kindly before he passed away. But grandfather surely never expected that if these people were not worthy of kindness. She said, but if they really come to provoke us, I won't be soft-hearted. Ho Beichen nodded in reassurance. If you won't be soft-hearted, then I can rest easy. I won't, having suffered so many losses, how could I feel pity for the wicked? Su Tian smiled. I will only feel pity for my own kind. Then feel pity for me. Ho Beichen leaned closer, his voice already husky. Su Tian tilted her head and kissed the man's cool lips. Ho Beichen deepened the kiss, immediately fiercely reciprocating, his fingers sliding under her skirt. We can't do this here. Then I'll take you home right away. Ho Beichen reluctantly ended the kiss and Su Tian delegated many of her tasks in Fan City to Tang Shui and Mei Mei. The two of them had gradually gained the ability to handle things on their own after going through this period of training. Especially since they had been with Su Tian from the start, working hard to establish the studio, they were more like partners than mere staff. Su Tian allocated shares of the company to the two according to their contributions. Tang Shui and Mei Mei became even more motivated. During lunch break, Mei Mei asked Su, aren't you going to Jinghai soon? Yes, Su Tian nodded. I have always wanted to expand my business to Jinghai. Now that I have the opportunity to go, I will naturally take it. Moreover, now both my maternal and in-law families are over there. Mei Mei propped her chin with both hands, enviously saying, Ah, beautiful girls really are like little princesses lost from rich families. I wonder when my biological parents will come to find me. Tang Shui remarked, you're dreaming a bit too early today. Don't wake me up. Mei Mei hit him. Your food is ready. She hurried to the microwave to get her food, took a bite of braised ribs, and exclaimed, Oh, my mom's ribs are really delicious. Forget it, even if someone comes to recognize me and take me back to be a little princess, I would still prefer my current mom. Your mom would be at a loss whether to be happy or sad to hear that. Tang Shui said. Su Tian smiled. From now on, the business in Fan City will be in your hands. Keep in touch at all times. Definitely. We will grow bigger and stronger and create a brilliant future. Mei Mei and Tang Shui chimed in unison. By the way, Su, when you get married, you must invite us to the wedding feast. Of course, you two hurry and prepare red envelopes. Lu Ting was reluctant. Are you going to Jinghai so soon? Didn't they say you need to stay in Fan City for 2 more years to oversee things? Things that Mei Mei and Tang Shui can handle, I don't need to worry about anymore. I will miss you so much. You make it sound like you won't have time in Jinghai. Su Tian smiled. Most of Fonglan's work is in Jinghai, so you can come find me anytime. She added with a laugh, Isn't He Wang going to stay in Fan City? In every aspect, most of the time, you will also be in Jinghai. Lu Ting said, I am not sure about He Wang yet. His family is in Jinghai, although they cannot compare to the Liang and Ho families. They are still quite an intimidating family. Do you think I can handle it? Since you can handle so many difficult clients and jobs from Fonglan, dealing with the He family will be child's play. Actually, I don't really know whether he is serious or just playing around. Su Tian said, While you were away, I saw He Wang mention you, smiling both gently and radiantly. I've seen a similar smile on Ho Beichen's face. Really? Lu Ting asked, blushing. Of course it's true, I'm not tricking you, and I gain nothing from it. Upon returning to Jinghai, Su Tian followed Ho Beichen back to his bachelor apartment. Though it was called a bachelor apartment, it was merely a name. In reality, it exceeded 300 square meters, much larger than the house in Fan City. After returning, Su Tian's energy was quickly consumed by Xu Shui and Qin Feng, who had already begun preparing for their wedding. The two were energetically selecting jewelry, wedding decorations, and various supplies, and after finishing they dragged Su Tian along to see. Sitting on the sofa in the Hua family's old residence, Su Tian watched as various items were streamed in. Qin Feng smiled at her, saying, These are wedding supplies, take a look and see what you like. I like them all. How about you decide, Mom? It still depends on what you like. I can't make all the decisions for you. Getting married is a once-in-a-lifetime event, and everything must be done to the best standard. Otherwise, there will be regrets. After selecting some items, Su Tian was called back home by Xu Shui to look at jewelry. Xu Shui had ordered many exquisite jewels, all reserved for Su Tian. However, she wanted Su Tian to choose the style she liked. During the process, Xu Shui asked, "Are you hungry, baby? Shall I make you some date cake?" "Mom, date cake isn't very digestible. We'll have something else instead." "Oh, not digestible. Then I won't make it anymore." But she was a bit troubled as she didn't know how to make anything else besides date cake. Liang Jinxing, who had been silent and serious, put down his newspaper and said, "I've made some yogurt taro cake in the kitchen. You can take it to your daughter." Su Tian looked at him saying, "Thank you, Dad." Liang Jinxing unfolded his newspaper again and continued reading the news. The paper obscured the corners of his mouth, which had curved up slightly. Liang Jing came running down the stairs asking, "Aunt, what delicious food are you having?" Su Tian smiled. "Yogurt taro cake, come on, let's eat together." "Have you taken your medicine yet?" Xu Shui asked. "Take your medicine first, then have some cake." "I've already taken it. The butler brought it to me just now." After finishing the cake, Liang Jing was taken away by the nanny for his class. Su Tian asked, "Is Liang Jing not feeling well?" "It's an old ailment, something he was born with," Xu Shui said. "I think he looks quite healthy most of the time. Is this illness not serious?" "Basically, there's no major problem, but he still needs to take medicine for conditioning. After 2 more years, he should be fine." Talking about family matters, Xu Shui wanted to tell her daughter everything. "You don't know, when Liang Jing was first brought home, he was really on the verge of death, completely lifeless. Later, after countless medical treatments and several surgeries, and spending some time abroad taking new medicines from research institutes, he was able to reach this state." Su Tian thought back to each time she had seen Liang Jing. He had always appeared healthy and cheerful, making it hard to imagine he had gone through all that. What about his mother? He doesn't have a mother. How can that be? He was left at our doorstep wrapped in a blanket with a medical record inside, along with a letter stating, "He is your eldest brother's son." Xu Shui took out the original documents and said, "Look, I still have everything saved." Su Tian glanced at it. The medical record indicated a rare disease that is difficult to treat. If it weren't for the Liang family's financial resources and the manpower and effort spent, such a condition would be impossible to manage in an ordinary child. "So your eldest brother doesn't know who his mother is?" "He doesn't know? Your eldest brother has a personality like your father's. Always serious and aloof, and he's never had a female friend around." After the child came back, he also said he didn't know who she was. "In recent years, your eldest brother has focused all his time on Liang Jing's health, but fortunately the child is now fine, and he is very smart and sensible, beloved by the whole family. Liang Jing is very well behaved. The first time I met him, I really liked him." Xu Shui smiled and asked, "Enough about them. Have you seen any jewelry styles you like? How about this one?" Su Tian found it hard to choose. Xu Shui smiled. "Why not just take them all? You only get married once, don't shortchange yourself." As she spoke, she had already made a decision and was calling the jeweler. "Mom, I can't wear that many." "It's fine, just change them out daily. You'll be able to wear them all. Mom loves to see you looking beautiful." On the day Su Tian tried on wedding dresses, she was accompanied by her. She didn't let Hua Beichen go. It was said that in Liang family's customs, the groom cannot see the bride in her wedding dress before the day of the wedding. However, when taking wedding photos, the bride can wear a different style of wedding dress. Lu Ting accompanied Su Tian to try on the wedding banquet dress. He Wang also came along. Lu Ting confiscated his phone, saying, "You can't have your phone. What if you take a picture of Hua Beichen?" "How could I? I wouldn't do anything you don't allow." Lu Ting didn't believe him. "We'll return it to you after we're done trying on." Hua Beichen had indeed thought of asking He Wang to take a photo for him. However, he heard from Xu Shui that according to Liang family customs, if he saw Su Tian in her wedding dress early, it might be bad for the marriage. So he held back and was not curious at all. Liang Yunrui sent him a WeChat message. "Su Tian looks absolutely stunning in her wedding dress. She looks like the most beautiful and breathtaking little princess. Do you want to see?" "I don't want to see." "Fine, I never intended to show you anyway. You just missed the chance to feast your eyes." Hua Beichen snapped his phone shut and focused on his documents. After reading a page, he found it hard to concentrate and picked up his phone, walking straight out the door. He drove to the entrance of the wedding dress shop, but did not go inside. By evening, Su Tian and Lu Ting came out with He Wang and Liang family's 3 brothers following behind. Hua Beichen strode over to Su Tian. Upon reaching her, he directly embraced her and leaned down to kiss her. With so many people around, Su Tian felt embarrassed. He Wang coughed lightly, saying, "Brochen, this makes it seem like I'm neither romantic nor devoted." Hua Beichen released Su Tian and provocatively glanced at Liang Yunrui. Oh, what did it matter if he could see the wedding dress? If anyone were to be close only, he could be so close to Su Tian. "Everyone, I will take Su Tian home now," Hua Beichen said. Liang Yunrui said, "We agreed to have dinner together tonight. He'll treat you later. Hua Beichen helped Su Tian into the car. Liang Yunrui said. He Wang said, forget it, Ting Ting, let's head back first. Liang Yunrui retorted, is having a girlfriend something to boast about? Indeed, it's a bit more impressive than being single. Have you confirmed the wedding dress? Hua Beichen asked, already imagining how stunning Su Tian would look in it. Yes, it's already confirmed. He'll show you the photos. Before she could finish, she remembered she couldn't show him yet, and hurriedly put it away. Hua Beichen nervously swallowed. Please remember, don't let me see it. I remember. But isn't this a bit superstitious? Su Tian had never heard of this custom before. I don't know about superstition. In any case, I can't take any risks that might jeopardize our marriage. Su Tian smiled. Then I must hide my photos well in these next few days. I can imagine on the day of the wedding you'll be even more beautiful and enchanting than in our wedding photos. Before they knew it, it was the day of the wedding. The union between the Hua and Liang families caused a stir throughout Jinghai and even the entire country. On the day of the wedding, the Jinghai Grand Hotel and several surrounding malls and restaurants were fully booked. The luxury cars arranged by the Liang family dazzled the eyes and overwhelmed the senses. Helicopters circled above. The number and status of the guests attending the banquet were truly astounding. Su Tian was getting her makeup done in the dressing room accompanied by Xu Shui, Lu Ting, and Mei Mei. Looking at her daughter in the wedding dress, Xu Shui felt both gratified and happy, her eyes moist. Lu Ting secretly brought over 2 small cakes. Here, Su, eat a little to tide you over. Su Tian had started changing into her wedding dress early that morning and doing her hair and hadn't eaten much. She took it and had a couple of small bites. Outside, the groomsmen were already waiting. Today's groomsmen were undoubtedly the most extravagant in Jinghai. In addition to Liang Yunfeng, Liang Yunrui, and He Wang, there were many young masters from prestigious families collaborating with both families, forming a luxurious entourage. Lu Ting and Mei Mei were genuinely worried they wouldn't be able to handle it. If we receive enough red envelopes, can we open the door? Lu Ting asked. Mei Mei nodded. If we've received enough, let's just open it. The bride kidnapping began. Lu Ting and Mei Mei blocked the door, asking for red envelopes. Someone slipped something through the crack of the door. Lu Ting picked it up and saw that the envelope didn't seem to contain money, as she opened it to find shiny diamond rings. Soon another envelope was passed in. Mei Mei glanced inside and saw 2 car keys for luxury vehicles. As more and more envelopes came in, they were simply a mixed bag: property deeds, stock certificates, jewelry, luxury watches. Lu Ting and Mei Mei exchanged glances and said to Su Tian, we have no choice. Money really can buy people's hearts. We've been corrupted. We have to open the door now. Su Tian smiled, her eyes sparkling. Let's open it. The door opened, and the groomsmen ushered Hua Beichen inside. The man stood tall with deep-set eyes and a prominent nose. The custom-tailored groom's suit accentuated his imposing presence as if a deity had descended. Su Tian gazed at him with a smile. This reminded Hua Beichen of the day he first met her, when her beauty struck him instantly, causing him to willingly fall and forever submit to her gentle grace. He stepped forward, kneeling on one knee, gently putting on her shoes. The wedding proceeded as usual. To the soothing and joyful rhythm of music, Hua Beichen and Su Tian walked out together. Both of them possessed striking beauty, filling the venue with cheerful laughter and various blessings. Su Tian's heart swelled with happiness. After the wedding concluded, Hua Beichen accompanied her to change into her banquet attire, switching to a pair of soft flat shoes to go toast at each table. Liang Jing was today's flower boy, looking quite dapper in a small suit. Once the wedding was over, Su Tian had Liang Yunrui take him to eat first so as not to affect his health. During the meal, Liang Jing didn't see Liang Yunshe and asked, where's my dad? He might have gone to the restroom. Liang Yunrui replied, not paying attention. In an empty room at the hotel, Liang Yunshe sat in a chair, his legs crossed, radiating an aura that was hard to ignore. Standing opposite him were Su Liuhua, Su Yuro, and Chen Mingyao. Speak up, why are you silent? Liang Yunshe asked. The 3 had infiltrated the wedding venue today, and Liang Yunshe had ordered them restrained. After the wedding ended, he personally came to deal with it. Su Luhua truly dared not speak. Liang Yunshe's aura was too intimidating. She and Su Yuro had come to the wedding venue specifically after hearing about Hua Beichen's identity. They intended to cause a scene at the wedding. Because the wedding arranged by Old Man Hua and Old Man Su was meant for Hua Beichen and a girl from the Su family. Initially, they thought Hua Beichen was a poor man and wished to have no ties with him. But now that they knew his identity, how could Su Luhua and Su Yuro bear to miss this opportunity? They came to create a disturbance, knowing they wouldn't win, but still wanted to at least gain some benefit. Who knew as soon as they appeared they were taken here by Liang Yunshe's men and locked up for over 3 hours. Su Luhua quickly said, we won't cause any trouble anymore, please let us go. We were blinded by greed and thought we could seek an explanation for the engagement set by the old man. Chen Mingyao beside them couldn't help but sneer, this Su family truly says whatever comes to mind, accustomed to looking down on others. You can stop the trouble. I heard that the Su family's clothing company is about to go bankrupt. Yes, our Su family is currently. So please let us go. Liang Yunche asked Chen Mingyao softly, what are you doing here? I was forced to come by my mother and my elder sister who said that having more people would create more noise. But I know if they truly wanted to create more noise, why not let Su Jie come? They always protect their son while the daughter is left to handle the mess, and when there are benefits later they give it to the son. Chen Mingyao, from now on, everything in the Su family will be under your control, Liang Yunche declared. Su Luhua and Su Yuro were shocked, but they both knew they could not resist. After the previous incident, the Su family was severely weakened and on the brink of bankruptcy. Chen Mingyao was shocked as she might not have the ability to handle this. Liang Yunche said, don't you still have a cousin named Jiang Yuheng? He was the grandson of Old Man Su. Jiang Yuheng will cooperate with you to manage the Su family and handle the various matters of the Su clothing company. If Su Luhua and Su Yuro give you trouble, you can come to me anytime. Don't bother Su Tian. Chen Mingyao hurriedly nodded. Okay, I will definitely not disappoint your expectations. In any case, Chen Mingyao was completely disillusioned with this patriarchal family. However, if she were to manage it, she would have to rectify everything. She didn't understand, but Jiang Yuheng did, especially with the support of the man before her. Although Chen Mingyao had not received much education, she understood why this man was acting this way. He was merely considering the old Master Su's interests. No, to be precise, it was for Su Tian's sake. Old Master Su was the only one in the entire Su family who treated Su Tian well. No matter what, Su Tian would not allow the Su family clothing company founded by Old Master Su to be lost. Liang Yunjia loved his sister dearly. On the surface, he rarely did anything, but he cared deeply about the things related to the Su family. Among Old Master Su's many descendants, his daughter Su Yun was a normal person, and Jiang Yuheng was not bad either. Their relationship with Su Tian was also quite good. Thus, Liang Yunjia made such arrangements, allowing Jiang Yuheng and Chen Mingyao to manage the company, preserving Old Master Su's hard work. Chen Mingyao understood that everything she had now was thanks to Su Tian. So why bother to be like Su Luhua and Su Yuru, failing to see clearly and opposing Su Tian? If she could do her part well and coexist peacefully with Su Tian, the benefits would be hers. Why not enjoy it? Remember what you said, if anyone bothers Su Tian, there will be no need to continue with the Su family's company. We might as well enter bankruptcy proceedings. Chen Mingyao vowed. Rest assured, I will definitely not bother Su Tian. I absolutely won't appear in front of her again. Liang Yunjia couldn't be bothered to listen to her anymore and stepped out. Su Luhua and Su Yuru exchanged glances, also understanding the underlying meaning. If they did not create trouble, they would have stable days ahead. If they continued to stir up trouble, the Su company would directly cease to exist. The choice lay with them. Su Tian and Hua Beichen offered a toast at Liang Yunrue's table. Liang Yunrue stood up and said, when drinking with me, you can't use mineral water. Get a Real bottle. Hua Beichen nodded, of course. He took a bottle of white liquor and poured a glass for Liang Yunrue. Today I don't believe I can't get you drunk, Liang Yunrue said defiantly. Liang Yunjia stood up and said, all right, Beichen, let's just drink this one cup at the table. Liang Yunrue replied, big brother, you're biased towards him. Tian only likes him as her husband. If you get drunk, who will compensate? Liang Yunjia asked. But she has plenty of brothers, you needn't worry about getting drunk, drink more. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Su Tian's face turned slightly red as she toasted her elder brother. Big brother, I toast you. Liang Yunrue, also known as the punching bag. Hua Beichen and Su Tian's married life was calm and happy. Su Tian's career was steadily progressing. Both families supported her career greatly. Su Tian and Hua Beichen had agreed that 3 years later, once her career was fully stable, they would consider having children. Recently, Lu Ting introduced Su Tian to a job. She would be the costume supervisor and designer for a historical drama. Su Tian happily accepted. The female lead of this drama was Fong Lan, and Su Tian's collaboration with her was quite familiar. Lu Ting was now Fong Lan's manager, and the resources in her hands had noticeably improved. Su Tian prepared the costumes for the creative team in advance. When the filming began, she would occasionally visit the set to make adjustments based on the situation. Today she came over with a cake. Please enjoy, everyone. She placed the cake on the table in the makeup room. Fong Lan couldn't help but say, Su, are you torturing me? You know I can't eat it. Lu Ting took 2 pieces and said, Fong Lan, don't worry about losing weight, it'll help you eat. Su Tian smiled. Next time I'll bring some salad, the kind without any dressing. While they were talking, the male lead's assistant came over and said, Miss Su, our Ningo wants you to help him check his clothes. There's a button issue with today's outfit, please help him fix it. All right, let's go, Su Tian said. Upon entering Wei Ning's dressing room, Wei Ning smiled and invited her to sit down. Wei Ning was 1.76 meters tall, not particularly tall among male artists, but his proportions were excellent. He had a palm-sized face, very photogenic, and had been very popular in the past 2 years. He looked good in ancient attire. Su Tian had known he was a good fit when she tailored his clothes before. Su, please help me with this button. Others can't fix it. They'll do it, Su Tian replied. Wei Ning nodded, thank you so much. He instructed his assistant to buy milk, tea, coffee, and fruit. This type of button required handcrafting and sewing, which took some effort. Wei Ning casually chatted with Su Tian. Su, why haven't I seen your little nephew come to play with you lately? He, after coming a few times, insisted on coming. But he caught a cold these days and his family won't let him come. Is it serious? Wei Ning looked visibly anxious. Not serious, just needs some rest, she replied. He has a weak constitution and truly needs to be careful. Yes, but after such a long period of recuperation, he is almost better now. Su Tian said. Ningga, why do you like Liang Jing so much? Since Su Tian entered the crew, Wei Ning's conversation always revolved around Liang Jing. He's a very likable kid, exactly to my taste. Su Tian smiled. He is very obedient, and I like him a lot too. Sometimes I think if I have a child in the future, I hope they would be like him. How wonderful that would be. Su, you are so wonderful. Your child will definitely be as you wish. What you said seems a bit too intimate. Su Tian didn't respond any further. After fixing the button, she said, I'm going to check on Fong Lan. Just then the assistant returned with the items, handing everything to Su Tian. Miss Su, these are what Ninggu asked you to buy. Thank you for your help these past few times. Su Tian couldn't refuse and had to accept. She took them back to Fong Lan's makeup room and shared with them. Lu Ting quietly asked her, what's up with Wei Ning? He seems overly kind to you. I've noticed that too. To avoid rumors, I should minimize contact with him from now on. Su Tian knew that in the entertainment industry gossip was everywhere. Sometimes unfounded rumors could spread wildly, deeply disturbing the parties involved, not to mention if they actually got a bit closer. Recently, because she was measuring his size, fitting, and altering clothes, Su Tian had indeed been closer to him for a while. However, during that time, she often brought Liang Jing along, so she didn't guard against Wei Ning. It was only in the past few days that she gradually realized that Wei Ning was being too familiar with her. After speaking, Su Tian felt a bit unwell. Lu Ting noticed that her face was slightly pale and quickly supported her. Are you all right? In the hospital, Huo Beichen arrived immediately. Following him were the three brothers of the Liang family, Liang Jinxing and Xu Shui. Huo Jingye and Qin Feng were still abroad on vacation and had not yet been informed. Huo Beichen looked at the doctor with a grave expression. So what exactly is wrong with my wife? Congratulations, Mr. Huo. Mrs. Huo is pregnant. It's been 2 months already. Huo Beichen was both surprised and delighted. Pregnant. Xu Shui happily said, this is truly wonderful. Our family is going to have another child. Liang Yunrui said, so that means I am going to be an uncle. Tian have a daughter, okay? That little rascal Liang Jing is always opposing me. A daughter would definitely be well behaved. He'll take care of her. Liang Yunfeng also smiled. A daughter would be great if our family lacks girls. Su Tian smiled shyly. What if it's a son? Would you not like him? If it's a little nephew, I can manage that, Liang Yunrui said. After all, it's your child. The doctor laughed. It's actually twins. So Mrs. Hua's prenatal checkups will be more frequent than those of other single pregnancy mothers. This made everyone even more delighted. Xu Shui looked at her daughter with concern, knowing that childbirth is not easy and twins would require a lot of effort. However, seeing her daughter's joyful expression, Xu Shui couldn't help but feel happy for her. Since she was going to give birth anyway, having 2 babies at once was indeed a kind of luck. Back home, Huo Beichen gently stroked Su Tianxian's belly. It was hard to imagine that within such a flat abdomen there were already 2 little treasures. During dinner, he picked Su Tian up around the waist and carried her to the dining table. No need to be so careful. I can jump around now, Su Tian said as she got down from his arms ready to bounce. Huo Beichen quickly held her back, his voice filled with tension. Slow down. He carefully placed Su Tian in her chair, saying, the doctor said the first 3 months are critical. You must take good care of yourself. Su Tian recalled the doctor's advice and nodded. She said, but I remember we were using protection. Oh, why am I pregnant? Huo Beichen had fleeting thought about this too. However, he quickly reasoned, no method of contraception is 100% effective. Since we have a child now, it means our fate with the child has arrived. I agree. Su Tian decided not to dwell on the issue anymore. Huo Beichen placed a nourishing soup in front of her. At the Liang residence, Su Tian sat on the sofa eating the peach gum that Zhang Ma had made. Xu Shui said, I told you I would come to see you. Why did you come all the way here? You need to take care of yourself in the first 3 months. It's fine, Mom, I'm doing great. You coming over every day to bring me food is a hassle. It's no hassle at all, not at all. Xu Shui asked, baby, didn't you say you didn't want kids in these 2 years? Why are you thinking about it now? We've always been using protection. We never planned for a child. Perhaps the method failed, Su Tian straightforwardly told her mother. Xu Shui said, I see. Since you're pregnant, it's better to give birth early. You can still pursue your career later. Liang Jing ran down the stairs, usually rushing directly to Su Tianxian's side. Today, halfway down, he suddenly stopped tiptoeing over. Su Tiantian couldn't help but laugh. Oh, Liang Jing was just too adorable. Annie, am I going to have a little brother or sister? Yes. That's great. I will treat them to the shrimp dump. Su Tiantian remembered the taste of the shrimp dumplings he made and couldn't help but smile wider. Can I touch them? Yes. Su Tiantian nodded. Her belly was not very prominent, yet only slightly bulging. Liang Jing carefully touched it, marveling at how two little friends could fit into such a small belly. Su Tiantian saw his astonished expression turn to disappointment. She knew he must be thinking of his mother, whom he had never met. She smiled and said, "Shall we go play in the garden?" "Be careful, baby," Shu Shui hurriedly reminded. Nightfall. Hua Beichen took out a storybook and, speaking with a magnetic voice, vividly narrated children's stories to Su Tianxian's belly. Su Tiantian couldn't help but laugh. Can they really understand? Even if they can't understand, they can still get familiar with my voice. Hua Beichen stroked her belly, knowing that their father has been accompanying them since they were little. When they are born, they might cry for their father instead of their mother. Then you can rest more and recover early. Hua Beichen felt a pang of heartache. Childbirth is already tough enough, but let me handle the feeding and diaper changing when the time comes. He leaned down to kiss Su Tiantian, his restless hands familiar as they brushed aside her nightgown. Su Tiantian pushed his hands away. "We have a child." The doctor said after the first 3 months of the critical period, "It is very safe now." Hua Beichen had been enduring for a long time. The water bill at home was inevitably skyrocketing. However, in the end, he was extremely restrained. Even though he was playful, he dared not cause too much trouble for Su Tiantian. The next day, Su Tiantian woke up late. After becoming pregnant, she had become very sleepy. After yawning and finishing her wash, she noticed the house was eerily quiet. She walked slowly down the stairs. The maid saw her and was about to speak. She gently waved her hand. The maid then kept quiet and went to the kitchen to get some food. Su Tiantian saw Hua Beichen with his back to her, focused on doing something. As she approached, she realized he was fiddling with a doll, awkwardly practicing how to change its diaper. Su Tiantian couldn't help but burst into laughter. Hua Beichen, caught off guard, had misaligned the diaper again. "You've been practicing this." "I'm worried that if I wait until the time comes to practice, it will be too late. Although people say that you will naturally know how to do it when the time comes, it's always better to be prepared right." He helped Su Tiantian sit down, asking, "Are you feeling uncomfortable?" He was afraid he had hurt her last night. "No." Su Tiantian shook her head, blushing. Hua Beichen's throat tightened slightly. "Since you're not uncomfortable, it means you better not explain." Su Tiantian said, "You have so much energy, you can go learn how to make formula, how to feed the baby." This reminded Hua Beichen, and he immediately stood up. "Good idea. He'll learn right away." Su Tiantian was smiling when he leaned down, resting his hands on her chair. "So what reward can my wife give me tonight?" His hot breath brushed against her. Su Tianxian's face flushed. "Let's talk about it after you learn it. Then if you learn it, does it mean you can ask for whatever reward you want?" Hua Beichen rubbed his nose against her cheek, his tone ambiguous, his voice low and seductive. Su Tian arranged to go shopping with Lu Ting. She was currently fascinated by baby products. Although both sets of grandparents had sent numerous items to their spacious home, it was now filled to the brim. However, she greatly enjoyed the process of personally selecting items. She made a list and purchased according to it. While buying clothes, Su Tian felt a bit conflicted. "Both the pink and blue ones are nice, but I still don't know their gender." "Then let's buy both." "All right, they can wear in." A store clerk approached and asked, "Do you know the baby's gender?" Su Tian shook her head. However, she felt a bit reluctant to continue shopping here. Lu Ting lowered her voice and asked, "Does the Hua family have preferences regarding the baby's gender?" "I don't think so." Su Tian recalled Hua Beichen saying that it didn't matter whether it was a boy or a girl. Yet her upbringing made her a little uneasy. Lu Ting smiled. "I think so too. Let's go check out that area over there." After finishing their shopping, Hua Beichen came to pick up Su Tian. Lu Ting envied. "You have it good, Su, always being picked up and dropped off." "Got it, I'll have to arrange less work for Huang later," Hua Beichen said. The two of them went for a routine prenatal checkup. After the examination, Hua Beichen took out a pen and diligently recorded what the doctor said. Other doctors and nurses were covering their mouths and laughing. Their biggest impression of Hua Beichen was that he spoiled his wife, being the best husband in the entire hospital, taking care of his wife and listening to the doctor's advice. After leaving the hospital, Hua Beichen took Su Tian to a hot pot restaurant. Su Tian tugged at his sleeve. "The doctor said to pay attention to your weight. The doctor also said to focus on nutrition. Most importantly, the doctor said to maintain a good mood." Hua Beichen comforted her. "Just eat a little less." He ordered a mildly spicy pot and cooked vegetables and meat for Su Tian. "Cook all the meat slices for a few more minutes until fully cooked, then there will be no safety risks." Su Tian indeed hadn't dared to eat hot pot for a while, her lips reddening from the meal. Later it'll take you to eat dry pot, spicy hot pot, mixed veggies, roasted duck, and roasted goose. Listening to Huabeiqian's plans, Su Tian salivated as she ate. In the past 3 to 4 months, she had focused on nutrition and hygiene, eating too blandly. The doctor said that during the last 2 months before giving birth it's best to eat lightly, so I can indulge during this time. Huabeiqian served her more dishes. I just need to supervise your portion. Husband, you're so good. You're my wife. Oh, if I'm not good, what if my wife no longer wants me? Su Tian smiled with pursed lips. Have you thought about whether we'll have a son or a daughter? Of course a daughter. Huabeiqian replied without hesitation. A daughter like you would be wonderful, cute, and beautiful. What if both are daughters? Then that would be even better. Huabeiqian held her hand. I like daughters. But since it's your birth, if it's a son, I suppose I can accept that too. Su Tian's worries were dispelled. Huabeiqian added, but regardless of whether it's a son or a daughter, after this one we won't have any more kids. Pregnancy and childbirth are too hard on you. I think it's not too bad a sweet burden. But I see you not sleeping well at night and suffering from morning sickness. It really pains me. We agreed that after this one we wouldn't have any more children, all right? Su Tian nodded. Okay. Heaven has already favored us enough by allowing us to have twins, 2 children at once. We are already very lucky. Huabeiqian went to visit Su Tian's grandfather. The old man was still not fully conscious, but was being well. Huabeiqian recorded a video for Su Tian. Are you reassured now? Su Tian nodded. Once you finish your confinement, you can visit Grandpa again. Huabeiqian was worried about her missing him and being uncomfortable with her big belly, so he made a special trip. Su Tian asked, how is the situation at the Su family's company? Under Jiang Yuhang's management, it's quite good. That mother and daughter wouldn't dare to cause trouble. When they attempted to act up, the daughter the Su family found back was even more dramatic, directly overshadowing them. Su Tian had never imagined before that the only way to deal with that mother and daughter was to counter them with their own tactics. As long as Grandpa's company was secure, she didn't have to worry, and she was also not ungrateful for Grandpa's nurturing over the years. Huabeiqian smiled and asked, since I've helped with such a big matter, what reward do I get? You can sleep in the study at night. Wife, no. The study is great, quiet, and peaceful. You don't have to worry about me waking you up frequently at night or needing to drink water. I would rather be woken by you. In the blink of an eye, Su Tian was already over 7 months, along her belly quite large. Huabeiqian, worried, often took leave to stay home with her. Su Tian wanted to go out shopping, and Lu Ting came to pick her up, reassuring her multiple times that she would pay attention to safety, which allowed Huabeiqian to relax. After Su Tian left, he received an anonymous message. Mr. Hui, you must be very interested in this information about Su Tian, right? He frowned slightly and opened the message. It contained several videos showing Su Tian with Liang Jing on set. At noon, Shi and Liang Jing were resting in the lounge. The video seemed normal at first until Wei Ning's figure appeared at the lounge door. He secretly entered the lounge. After about 10 to 20 minutes, he came out with a flushed face, looking quite The videos all displayed the same situation. Soon after, another anonymous message came in. Mr. What do you think Su Tian's child is, yours or Wei Ning's? Huabeiqian's expression changed drastically. Who was so bold as to sow discord between him and Su Tian? Before Huabeiqian had a chance to investigate the source of the message, Liang Yunche's call came in. Did you receive some? Elder brother, what do you mean? I received them too. Liang Yunche said. Let's meet up. Half an hour later, in a private club's room, 4 men sat together with serious expressions. Liang Yunfeng and Liang Yunrui had also arrived, as they too had received the same videos and messages. Liang Yunrui was the first to speak. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could sweetheart do such a thing? It must be slander. The videos are synthesized, right? However, it was clearly not. Liang Yunfeng was a technical expert and had already confirmed it. Liang Yunche spoke. Sweetheart would never do such a thing, especially with Liang Jing present. But Wei Ning's demeanor and actions suggest he had bad intentions. Are you implying that Wei Ning did something secretly? Liang Yunrui asked. There's another video. Liang Yunche said. Everyone noticed that another video had been received on the phone. In the video, Wei Ning used a calming incense. This is a highly effective yet harmless calming incense. It can lull one into a deep sleep. Therefore, when Wei Ning entered the restroom, Su Tian and Liang Jing were in a particularly deep afternoon nap. Liang Yunche glanced at Huabeiqian. From his expression, Liang Yunche realized that Su Tian had never mentioned this matter, because she herself didn't know. Huabeiqian's expression was cold. It was my concern for the safety of the crew that led to not assigning security personnel to accompany her. It was my mistake. For a moment, everyone fell silent. Coupled with the information received, which specifically mentioned that the child might be Wei Ning's, everyone was plunged into an awkward silence. Who sent the information is currently not important. What matters is whether the child in Su Tian's belly truly has this possibility. A silence that was hard to articulate. The atmosphere was thick with tension. Liang Yunche spoke up. Beiqian, you decide how to resolve this. We respect your opinion. I don't want Su Tian to know about this matter to avoid adding to her mental burden. As for the child, I don't want to dwell on it too much. Regardless, since the child is born of Su Tian, it must also be my child. No need to investigate anything. Just let Su Tian safely give birth. I Huobeichen can still support 2 children. Once the child is born, I will not seek any more children. This will be the only child Su Tian and I will have. Let me be clear, since you've made such a decision, if anything goes wrong in the future, and if you have regrets, do not blame Su Tian for it. If the matter is unrelated to Su Tian, then naturally she cannot be blamed. Su Tian will soon give birth, and I hope everyone will keep their mouths shut, knowing what should be said and what should not be mentioned. Liang Yinche nodded. All right, you stay with Su Tian. I will take care of the ensuing entanglements. Huobeichen said. Wei Ning and the mastermind behind the video cannot be spared. That is only natural. Also regarding Wei Ning, any hint of the matter may cause a stir. I do not wish for more people to learn of this. Huobeichen's tone was heavy. The only thing he cared about was Su Tian. He could not allow her to be affected in any way. Later that evening, Su Tian returned from shopping. She saw Huobeichen sorting baby clothes. The maid chuckled. Madam has finally returned. Mr. Huo personally washed and dried all the baby's clothes and is now organizing them. He didn't even let us lend a hand. Su Tian stepped forward and wrapped her arms around his waist. Honey, are you a bit too anxious? Are you worried about me giving birth? I am indeed a bit anxious, thinking about the pain and risks of childbirth. Huobeichen turned and embraced her, feeling her presence. He was unwilling to bear any risk of losing her. The matter of childbirth was one thing, and everything else was the same. Don't worry too much. We are going to the best hospital, and we have booked the best obstetrician. Both I and the baby will definitely be healthy. Don't leave me. Huobeichen's voice was low. No matter what happens. Of course not. Su Tian soothed his anxiousness. No matter what, I will be by your side. So will I. Liang Yinche quickly found out who had posted the video. It was Wensiki. She stood before Liang Yunche looking uneasy, but not particularly afraid. Yes, I obtained the video from a paparazzo. Why can't I send it to Huobeichen? Should I hide the truth from him? This video may not necessarily be true, right? Liang Yinche remained unfazed. I can understand your desire to protect your sister, but to say the video isn't real. If you were 100% sure Wei Ning did something, you wouldn't have sent it to us anonymous. Wensiki's expression froze, and then she said, although I don't know what he did inside, just looking at his demeanor, how could I not know? Even if neither of us believes he did anything, what do you think the others who saw the video will think? Liang Yunche's expression darkened. I don't care what you say if tomorrow I see the video through other channels. Wensiki, hearing this warning, knew the video must not circulate. She could not bear the wrath of the Liang and Huo families. Keep your mouth shut. Here is a ticket to Africa. You won't need to come back again. Young Master Che. Wensiki was taken aback. Is this also Huobeichen's intention? What do you think? Liang Yinche was already protecting Su Tian. With such a huge incident happening, Huobeichen was still protecting Su Tian. He directly had her leave for Africa. How could she accept never returning home? The matter was done by Wei Ning. I just obtained the video. Liang Yinche said calmly. Precisely because of this you are still receiving this ticket to Africa. Wensiki's pupils dilated as she understood his implication. If she participated in this matter, she might not even know how she would die. Wei Ning had just finished an event and was dragged into a car as soon as he reached the backstage. He was taken directly to an abandoned repair shop in the suburbs. Liang Yinche sat in the car, his voice flat. Just kill him directly. He showed no mercy towards Wei Ning. Wei Ning cried for help, but unfortunately in this desolate area there was no one else around. Liang Yinche pressed a button in the car and played a Chopin piano piece. The noise outside was hardly heard until a knock sounded on the window. Liang Yinche impatiently lowered the window. Young Master Che. Wei Ning dropped quite a bit of things related to young Master Jing. We didn't dare to act on our own. Liang Yinche took the items and saw photos of Liang Jing and some small trinkets. What was Wei Ning trying to do? Or did he know something about Liang Jing? Liang Yinche stepped out of the car and walked into the repair shop. Wei Ning lay on the ground, blood at the corner of his mouth, looking exceptionally handsome. No wonder he became a star, relying on his looks. Liang Yunche's voice was devoid of warmth, a chilling laugh that held no mirth. Wei Ning looked up at him, his pupils constricting. Tell me, what are these for? Liang Yinche pulled out Liang Jing's belongings and asked. Wei Ning's eyes flashed with hesitation, but in the end he remained silent. I gave you a chance. If you don't speak, I will eventually find out. I originally wanted to give you a quick in, but since it's come to this, let's take it slow. Liang Yinche turned to leave. Wei Ning spoke up. Why do you want to kill me? You know what you've done, don't you? I don't know what I've done. Young Master Che, let me be a clear ghost. Liang Yinche turned and kicked at him. Wei Ning asked, is Liang Jing's body all healed now? This sect. Liang Yinche forcibly restrained himself. What makes you think you know? Liang Yinche said. If you want to be an enlightened ghost, I certainly cannot let you have your way. He tilted his head, and those guarding around him closed in, wielding various cruel torture instruments. Wei Ning shrank back in fear. As if having made a certain resolution, he spoke again. I should not have given birth to Liang Jing, but I had no choice. If this can ease your anger, then do as you wish. After he finished speaking, he closed his eyes and tightly clenched his fists. Liang Yunche's steps halted, and the expression in his eyes changed rapidly. He pushed through the crowd and rushed forward, grabbing Wei Ning by the collar. What did you say? You said Liang Jing is your child? What else could it be? You came to me asking for my life, isn't it, because of this? It doesn't matter, go ahead and do it. Everyone out. Liang Yunche said sharply. He reached out to tear open Wei Ning's clothing, revealing tightly bound straps around her chest. So she is a woman. You said Liang Jing is your child? Wei Ning was surprised by his attitude. Aren't you trying to kill me for this? I can no longer hide it. Do I accept my fate? You are a woman. I am a woman. Wei Ning lowered her head. Liang Yunche suddenly chuckled. Why did you light the calming incense and go to Su Tian and Liang Jing's resting room? I just wanted to see Liang Jing and spend a little time with him. I know it was wrong of me. In the face of death, Wei Ning had nothing left to deceive. She said softly, Che Xiao, I'm sorry. I didn't know why I ended up in your room at first. Later I became pregnant, and the doctor said if I aborted the child I would die. Thus I had to give birth to Liang Jing. But he was born with a rare severe illness, and the doctor said that even with all the money in the world, there is no medicine for it yet. Unless I went to America to find a top medical research institute and used connections to obtain the medicine. How could I possibly manage that? With no other choice, I had to leave him at the Liang family's doorstep. I knew that if the Liang family took him in, the child would still have a glimmer of hope. This is the truth behind the child who fell from the sky at the Liang family's doorstep 5 years ago, carrying a medical history. Liang Yunche's voice was cold. How you really can hide well. How long did he search for her based on Liang Jing's medical history? Yet she thrived right under his nose. I can't hide. In this circle, it's too hard to be a woman. I wanted to earn more money. I wanted to be closer to Liang Jing. Coincidentally, I had a friend from an orphanage who passed away, and he left his identity to me, allowing me to use his name Wei Ning until now. If he had money at that time, or if I had money, he could have been cured. So I wanted to earn more money. In this world, having more money is never a bad thing. Wei Ning spoke softly. Hearing her reminisce about her friend, Liang Yunche's voice grew colder. Since you want Liang Jing, why bother sneaking around? What can seeking him out accomplish? I dare not. Wei Ning lowered her eyes. She feared the Liang family's power. Without asking Liang Yunche's opinion, she kept Liang Jing as she was afraid. She was also afraid after sleeping with Liang Yunche. Going to see him, she feared bringing shame to Liang Jing's identity. No one knew how happy Wei Ning was when Su Tian brought Liang Jing to the crew. She tried every means to get close to Su Tian, inquiring about any bit of information regarding Liang Jing. Liang Jing was very attached to Su Tian, and she had little time to interact with him privately. She truly wanted to embrace Liang Jing, to hold that little child in her arms as she did 5 years ago. She had no way to do so. Therefore, she spent a fortune on calming incense with no side effects, using it in the room where Su Tian and Liang Jing took their afternoon nap. She then quietly tampered with the door lock to create a bug that she could open, sneaking in while they were asleep. All she wanted was to take a good look at Liang Jing and hug him. Every time she had a brief encounter with Liang Jing, it filled her with indescribable happiness and satisfaction. Liang Yunche understood her feelings. A deep glimmer crossed his cold eyes. Want to see Liang Jing? Wei Ning suddenly looked up, her eyes filled with hope. Please me, and I will give you a chance. The chilling words slipped from the man's lips. Wei Ning momentarily didn't understand what it meant to please. When she realized she understood, Liang Yunche turned to leave, and Wei Ning struggled for a moment before following in his footsteps and getting into the car. In the hotel, after washing up, Wei Ning revealed her originally beautiful and delicate features. Usually she relied on her short hair, voice, height, and makeup to pass as a delicate male artist without any problem. Only when she was truly barefaced did her stunning beauty shine through. Liang Yunche sat on the sofa, his tie loosened. Wei Ning bit her lip and walked over. Liang Yunche looked her up and down, though sitting his posture was condescending. Che Xiao, if you are satisfied, will you really let me see Liang Jing and spend time with him? Do you think I would go back on my word? Of course not. Che Xiao is not that kind of person. Wei Ning wrapped her arms around his neck and awkwardly kissed his lips. The man's lips were cool and soft. She kissed him without knowing how her inexperienced and awkward kiss pleased Liang Yunche. He rolled over, pinning her beneath him. Wei Ning was awakened in the middle of the night by the sound of a WeChat notification. As her fingers barely touched her phone, she accidentally pressed the voice message from her manager. Wei Ning, where are you exactly? You missed your interview tonight, and the media is already tearing you apart. Call me back. The voice was a furious roar. Just as she hurried to reply, she was pushed back by Liang Yunche. He said coldly, I don't want to hear the name Wei Ning. But Su Rui. Liang Yunche swallowed. Yes, her original name was Su Rui. Liang Yunche had come across this when investigating Liang Jing's background. But the lead ended there. No one expected her to disguise herself as a man and remain active. Liang Yunche despised the name Wei Ning. Liang Jing was playing with Su Tian. The story I'm telling the younger siblings will definitely love it. He held a storybook earnestly telling the story. Hua Beichen, whose exclusive job was taken away, was watching Liang Jing with cold eyes. Su Tian said, "You tell one and let your uncle tell one." Hua Beichen's expression shifted from cloudy to clear. Su Tian received a call from Liang Yunche. "Liang Jing. Okay, come pick him up." After hanging up, she said, "Liang Jing, your dad is taking you out to play so you can meet one of his friends." Then I will come back to accompany you tomorrow, little aunt." Liang Jing is truly obedient. I hope the younger siblings will be as well behaved as you in the future. When I was young, I was very obedient to the perfect child that never caused my parents any worry. Then our baby will definitely be even more obedient, just like dad. And second, like brother Liang Jing. Su Tian smiled. Hua Beichen was comforted. He said, "But I still prefer children who are as lovely and beautiful as their mother. A little mischievous is fine." "I am not mischievous at all." Su Tian protested. "Who told you that I chased chickens and dogs in the countryside as a child, almost breaking my leg and crying?" Su Tian touched her cheek. "Is that true?" "I don't remember." "I love little rascals." Hua Beichen gently rubbed her cheek. Just as Su Tian was about to say that Liang Jing was still around, and not to spoil the child, Hua Beichen covered his eyes and secretly kissed Su Tian. Liang Yunqing arrived. "Elder brother." Su Tian stood up. "How have you been lately?" Liang Yunqing asked. "Very well, I've been having checkups on time, and there haven't been any issues with the examinations." Liang Yunqing nodded, noticing her belly was already quite large. "Carrying twins must be tough, right?" "It's okay. Everyone takes good care of me, and I feel quite well myself." Liang Yunqing said to Hua Beichen, "I have something to discuss, let's talk in the study." "All right." Just as Hua Beichen was about to step forward, Su Tian suddenly furrowed her brow. She held her belly. Hua Beichen hurriedly supported her. "What's wrong? Where do you feel uncomfortable?" "My stomach hurts a lot." "They'll call the hospital immediately." Liang Yunqing said, "Let me call you. Take care of Su Tian." Su Tian's lips were already turning pale from the pain. Liang Yunqing finished the call and looked a bit anxious. "What happened?" Hua Beichen didn't have time to explain. Fortunately, because they had already booked a green channel at the hospital, the emergency vehicle arrived in just a few minutes. The obstetrician they had booked also came along with the ambulance. Su Tian was in so much pain that she couldn't speak. Once in the vehicle, the doctor immediately said, "It's time for her to give birth a bit earlier than we expected. However, twins are prone to premature births. Don't worry, we will handle it right away." Hua Beichen held Su Tian's hand tightly, feeling heartbroken. Fortunately, the doctor quickly provided pain relief to Su Tian. Her expression calmed down as she smiled at him. "Don't worry, everything will be fine." Soon Su Tian entered the hospital and was taken to the operating room. Hua Beichen stood at the door of the operating room, his expression grave. Both families arrived accompanying him as they waited. No one dared to say anything, fearing it would increase Hua Beichen's anxiety. Liang Jing sat beside him, also worried. Liang Yunqing patted his head, signaling him not to worry. The lights in the operating room went out. The doctor came out. Hua Beichen's voice trembled. "Doctor, what is the situation? How is my wife?" "Both the mother and the twins are safe. However, the babies are a bit underweight and will need to be observed in the incubator for 2 days." Hua Beichen breathed a sigh of relief as he saw Su Tian being wheeled out. The expression on his face changed from nervous anxiety to tenderness. He leaned down, holding her hand. "You've worked hard, my wife." Su Tian felt delighted and happy now that she knew the babies were safe. Only then did the family rush forward, some to see Su Tian, others to check on the babies. Liang Yunrui quietly asked Liang Yunfeng, "Second brother, do you think there will be any issues with Wei Ning's matter?" "As long as Hua Beichen's attitude is fine, there shouldn't be any problem." "So how is Wei Ning's matter resolved?" "I asked elder brother, but he hasn't said anything yet." Liang Yunqing lowered his gaze, hearing their conversation. A faint smile appeared on his lips. He wasn't in a rush about it anymore. Wei Ning had originally arranged to meet Liang Yunqing today to see Liang Jing. However, she had been waiting without seeing anyone. She was very anxious. Later, she vaguely heard from Fong Lan that Su Tian had given birth and both families were in chaos. She guessed that Liang Yunqing was probably at the hospital. She initially wanted to visit the hospital, but after thinking about it with her paparazzi, she decided against it. She was somewhat distracted while filming. Fortunately, she managed to control her focus and finish today's scenes. She changed clothes in her dressing room. Usually, she didn't let her assistant help when changing clothes to avoid unnecessary troubles. Hearing someone push the door open, she jumped in surprise, having clearly locked the door. "Who is it?" She covered her chest. Liang Yunqing's figure appeared. Wei Ning let out a sigh of relief. "Young Master Che, where is Liang Jing?" "He went to the hospital to stay with the younger siblings. He must be tired now and has gone home to rest." "Oh, when can I see him?" "Next time, I guess." Liang Yunqing stepped forward, Did I not say that you are not allowed to act under the identity of Wei Ning? Young Master Che, the drama is about to finish filming. I don't want to withdraw at this moment and let the whole production suffer losses. I plan to choose to exit the entertainment industry after this work is completed. Plan. Are you planning to take on other jobs? It's not about taking on other jobs, it's that during the filming of this drama, I signed some contracts to cooperate with promotions and events. That's too much. The name Wei Ning should be severed from you sooner rather than later. Young Master Che, I don't even want you to finish filming the drama. Wei Ning bit her lip. Young Master Che, please give me a little more time. Are you begging me? I am begging you. Show me your sincerity, let me see it. Wei Ning recalled the previous night, when she was almost exhausted. Didn't she show enough sincerity? But she couldn't argue, and she stepped forward, wrapping her arms around his neck and kissing his lips. Liang Yunqing turned the tables and bit her lip, pressing her firmly against the makeup table. Young Master Che, could we not do this here? Wei Ning truly felt like she was going to die. But I like it, what can I do? Young Master Che, make less noise, it's more effective than begging me. After staying in the incubator for 2 days, the babies visibly grew. They transformed from wrinkled to rosy. Xu Shui brought the baby to show Su Tian. Baby, look, it's just like you when you were little. Liang Yunrui shook his head. Not as good looking as my sister when she was little. But it clearly looks like Beichin. Su Tian laughed at them. Yes, in the future the boy will look like Beichin and the girl will look like you. It would be so beautiful. Xu Shui said happily. Qin Feng added, in the future we will take turns taking care of them. Grandpa has prepared the swing and the small pool in the Hua family garden. We are just waiting for the 2 little ones to return. All right, 1 month at a time. Xu Shui agreed. A month without seeing them. Isn't that too long? Qin Feng asked, how about 7 days? Hua Beichin held the child in his arms. I will take care of them myself. You don't need to worry about it. Oh, but Tian needs to rest. Let us take care of them. Xu Shui had always regretted not raising Su Tian herself. She does need to rest, but I'm fine, Hua Beichin said. You are welcome to visit the children. He wanted to personally accompany the children as they grew up. Qin Feng smiled. All right, but you mustn't tire out Tian. Women, you know, if they don't rest well during confinement, it will affect them for a lifetime. Hua Beichin nodded. Since he said so, Xu Shui couldn't insist. Call us if you need anything. Hua Beichin nodded and skillfully changed the diapers for the 2 babies, cleaning their little bottoms. Su Tian watched from the side, her eyes curved with a smile. Liang Yunqing walked in, watching Hua Beichin soothe the 2 children to sleep. He said, I have a couple of things to discuss with you. Hua Beichin recalled that he had something to say on the day Su Tian gave birth. He didn't know what to say. In the stairwell of the corridor, Liang Yunqing handed Hua Beichin a cigarette. I don't smoke. Liang Yunqing remembered he had to see Su Tian later, so he put the cigarette away. Taking care of the kids must be hard. It's tiring but enjoyable. Liang Yunqing smirked. Have you done a DNA test? Of course not. Big brother, I hope you won't bring this up again in the future. The child isn't Wei Ning's, Liang Yunqing said. It never was. It's yours. It was always. Liang Yunqing smiled. Wei Ning is a girl, the biological mother of Liang Jing. It always was. Hua Beichin's words got stuck in his throat as he realized what. I mean, Wei Ning is a girl. Hua Beichin was stunned for a moment, and then laughed. Liang Jing's mother. How did you come to know her? Liang Yunqing twirled the cigarette with his fingers, thankful that he had taken a moment to check on her that night. Otherwise it would have been a lifelong regret. To put it simply, years ago she slept with me, gave birth to Liang Jing, and when she couldn't afford to treat the child, she returned him to me, then changed her name, and lived in the entertainment industry. Her purpose in entering that lounge was to accompany Liang Jing for a while. After this explanation, Hua Beichin understood the whole matter. Su Tian was soon discharged from the hospital and returned home to rest. Hua Beichin, on top of the existing household help, hired 2 additional nannies specifically to care for Su Tian. One was a nutritionist managing Su Tian's diet. The other was a rehabilitation therapist helping Su Tian with some light exercises to prevent health issues. Additionally, there were 4 caregivers to look after the children. In just a few days, Su Tian had already recovered as if she had never been pregnant. Her complexion was rosy and her steps were light. When she entered the nursery, she softened her footsteps. What met her eyes was her daughter sleeping soundly on Hua Beichin's chest with her son sleeping beside them. Su Tian smiled. She didn't disturb them and walked out. The caregiver chuckled. During this time it's been President Hua taking care of the children. We've actually had a bit of leisure. Su Tian returned to her room for a nap. When she woke up, she saw Hua Beichin by her side. He smiled. The children went for a massage. Darling, don't tire yourself too much either. You should also rest more when you have the time. The doctor said that more intimate contact with the babies can strengthen the bond between father and children. Hua Beichin pinched her chin and smiled. In a while my focus will shift to you, and I won't be able to care for them. During this time, Su Tian was focused on recuperating, while Hua Beichin, needing to keep his energy up, could only pass the time by taking care of the children. Do you think if I don't spend enough time with them, they won't be close to me later? Su Tian felt a bit worried. How could that be? You carried them for 10 months, it was hard enough. The bond between mother and child is unbreakable. Su Tian thought about it and agreed. Her worries were premature. When the children were a few months old, they began recognizing people, and every day they clamored for Su Tian. They even monopolized the bed numerous times. Hua Beichen was so angry that he wanted to spank their little bottoms. But that was a matter for a few months later. Su Tian was busy recuperating and didn't notice that Liang Jing had been visiting less often. Ever since he was taken out for meals with Wei Ning by Liang Yunqing, he had begun to prefer visiting Wei Ning. When he had just met Wei Ning, he had actually wanted to get close to her. However, at that time Wei Ning was distant, so Liang Jing didn't get too close to her. Now seeing her willing to be close to him and getting along well with his father, Liang Jing couldn't help but cling to her. Anyway, he had no chance to cling to Su Tian. Hua Beichen occupied most of Su Tian's time, and the two little ones took up the rest of her time. Xu Shui noticed her eldest son often took Liang Jing out, and felt quite pleased. It's good to take the children out more. You as a father shouldn't always be thinking about work, you need to care for the children. I know, Mom. Taking advantage of Liang Jing going upstairs, Xu Shui said, You're not a kid anymore, as shouldn't you seriously consider marrying someone? Look at Beichen and Tian, they're younger than you. I've already picked out a few candidates. If you're free this weekend, take someone out for dinner, and maybe go out for a stroll. Mom, I already have someone I like. Oh, which girl? What's her name? I can't tell you for a while long. What? Why so mysterious? Can't you tell me now? Liang Yunqing smiled. I said I would bring her to you later, and I will definitely do so in due time. Don't worry. The next day, Liang Yunqing went to work. Xu Shui quietly pulled Liang Jing aside and asked, Does your dad have a girlfriend? No. Then who are you playing with outside? Dad's friend, he's an uncle. Xu Shui was puzzled. Logically speaking, her eldest son's expression from yesterday indicated he was quite close with a girl. Why had Liang Jing frequently gone out to play with him without her ever seeing anyone? It was strange. Yunfeng Yunrui, what's the situation with your big brother's girlfriend? Liang Yunrui, in a hurry to leave, said, Big brother will tell you in a few days. Why are you so anxious? After saying that, he ran off. Liang Yunfeng also hurried out. Because of Wei Ning's identity, they dared not speak carelessly about what their big brother had yet to reveal. It was better to keep quiet and wait patiently. Liang Jing knew his father would bring his girlfriend home soon, and he felt a bit down. He knew this was inevitable, but he couldn't shake the feeling that his father's choice would not be someone he liked. If he were to say what kind of mommy he liked, he actually had an answer in his heart, but he didn't dare to speak it. He noticed that Liang Jing seemed troubled. That evening, Liang Yunqing accompanied him to play badminton. After a game, he took him to sit by the lake. Do you have something on your mind? Dad, are you going to bring your girlfriend home? Are you two going to get married? Don't you like that? No, Dad, looking for a girlfriend and getting married is a natural thing. The teacher said it's normal for adults to get married. Then what are you worried about? Liang Jing lowered his head and said nothing. What kind of mommy do you like? Liang Yunqing reached out and patted his head. If I had to choose, I would prefer a mother like my aunt. Also, I like. In our country, that's not allowed. Do you like men as your mother? Knowing this was an impossible possibility, Liang Yunche chuckled. Do you really like her? I really do. What if I said she could be your mother? Really? Liang Jing lowered his head. But you just said it's not possible. Remember, your uncle Wei Ning is not called Wei Ning. Her name is Su Rui, and she's a girl. Liang Jing was shocked, raising his head to look at Liang Yunche. After a long pause, he jumped up, brimming with joy. But you have to keep it a secret first, as she has work to finish. Liang Jing quickly nodded. When can I stop keeping it a secret? Soon, it won't be long now. The evening sunlight was gentle. Hua Beichen was on the balcony with the two children basking in the sun. What is the dosage for the probiotics? Su Tian asked. The children had been a bit constipated recently, and the doctor recommended probiotics. However, it was the first time Su Tian was responsible for these matters. He'll handle it, Hua Beichen said. I'll do it myself. I still haven't changed a diaper or taken care of them yet. Su Tian had previously focused on recovering her health. Now that she was well, she certainly didn't want to leave everything to Hua Beichen. Hua Beichen smiled. Okay, then go look at my phone's photo album. I took pictures of the doctor's instructions yesterday. He had told Su Tian his phone password before. However, Su Tian had never gone through his phone. Su Tian went to her room and opened his phone album. She clearly saw the dosage for the probiotics and watched a few videos of massaging the baby's belly, carefully learning the techniques. After watching this, she was about to put down the phone, but it automatically jumped to another video. In the video, Wei Ning was sneaking into a lounge. That was the lounge where Su Tian had once stayed. Su Tian was puzzled and watched a few more videos, seeing messages sent by an anonymous person. She felt a bit dazed. These things were sent to her before she gave birth, directly implying that her child was not Hua Beichen's. And these hidden meanings all pointed to one thing: Wei Ning had done something to her. Su Tian felt a chill run down her spine, unable to believe it. She turned around and Hua Beichen was quickly approaching. Seeing that Su Tian had been inside for quite a while, without coming out he handed the children to the nanny, and came in to find her expression had changed. What happened, baby? Are you feeling unwell? What's wrong? These videos. What videos? Huo Beichen took the phone. He remembered that he hadn't deleted them initially because he wanted to investigate their source. Later Liang Yunche quickly explained everything to him, and he hadn't thought much of it. During this time, he was busy taking care of the children and had completely forgotten about it. Seeing Su Tian so flustered, Huo Beichen hurried to explain, "It's nothing, my love, the situation with Wei Ning is a misunderstanding." But these things clearly. Su Tian's heart was in turmoil. She hadn't been following Wei Ning's situation at all during this time. Does this mean that Huo Beichen and the others had already dealt with and resolved these matters without telling her? My love, Wei Ning is a girl. These videos meant to sow discord are just a facade. Su Tian's mind was in disarray, her thoughts jumbled. Huo Beichen hugged her, "I'll call your brother right away." When Liang Yunche received the call, he asked, "You want me?" "It has to be now, immediately. But I'm very busy right now." Tian saw the video and is feeling very upset. "I'll bring Xiao Yi with me right away." Wei Ning was packing her things. The filming for the crew had come to a halt, and she had paid the full penalty for her contract with the company. Her manager followed, closely exasperated. "You're on the rise, soon to be a top male artist. Once that happens, you won't have to worry about food and drink. Why are you so intent on terminating your contract and retiring? This script is solid and it's bound to be a hit. I'm sorry, but I really want to retire." Wei Ning had already taken a huge risk by disguising herself as a man, and with the situation involving Liang Yunche, she had to withdraw. "Wei Ning, you really want reconsider?" Before her manager could finish, the door was pushed open and a tall and upright man walked in. He recognized Liang Yunche and exclaimed, "Che Xiao. Have you packed up?" Liang Yunche walked over, draping his arm around Wei Ning's shoulder and reaching for her things. The intimacy was visible to the naked eye. The manager was taken aback, speechless, watching as Liang Yunche escorted Wei Ning out. "So, is it really like this?" Once in the car, Liang Yunche said, "Let's go to a place first." "Che Xiao, where is Liang Jing? Is Liang Jing the only one on your mind?" "No, it's just that I haven't seen him for a few days. I was wondering if we got married, would you completely forget about me?" Wei Ning was surprised. Marriage? Where is this coming from? She had never had such extravagant hopes. Just being able to see Liang Jing often was enough for her. Liang Yunche didn't continue on that topic and said, "Let's go meet Su Tian, you should change your clothes." Huo Beichen had explained the situation to Su Tian. She was very surprised. "I made her clothes, but I didn't notice anything." However, she is indeed very cautious. "We take measurements hoping actors will wear less for accurate sizing, yet she always wears quite a lot. Are you reassured now?" "Yes. So there's no need to call your brother and Wei Ning over now, it's too much trouble. I want you to see them in person so you'll feel at ease." Huo Beichen kissed her. "They'll be here soon, let's change and go downstairs." While Su Tian was changing, Huo Beichen stood nearby, swallowing hard. He stepped forward to embrace her, whispering, "I really regret calling your brother over, it's delaying my plans. Don't keep them waiting. Oh, let's head down first. Can I get a reward when we come back?" Huo Beichen had been patient for 2 months, eagerly waiting for these few days. He regretted making that call. An explanation would suffice. When has he not seen Wei Ning? He held her in his arms, brushing his lips against hers, indulging for a moment before releasing her to go downstairs with Su Tian. Wei Ning stepped into this place feeling anxious. Is this Su Tian and Huo Beichen's home? It's grand yet warm. She felt a bit envious. Huo Beichen cherished his wife, and every time Wei Ning heard it, she felt envious. "Loving you is an unwavering promise in this life. What are you looking at?" Liang Yunchao asked. "Nothing." Wei Ning shook her head, not continuing to look at the toys and clothes that belonged to children. In this house, every corner is filled with evidence of Huo Beichen and Su Tian's love. It is something she admires but can only long for. Liang Yunchao glanced at the stairs with dissatisfaction. Why hasn't Huo Beichen come down yet? His voice was so urgent just a moment ago on the phone. Finally, the figures of Huo Beichen and Su Tian appeared at the top of the stairs. Su Tian's lips were slightly swollen and red. Wei Ning could tell immediately why. She slightly lowered her head, realizing why they had only come downstairs at this time. "Elder brother Wei Ning." Huo Beichen began. "Her real name is Su Ruyan. She won't be using that name anymore," Liang Yunchao said. Upon seeing Wei Ning, Su Tian looked very different from before. She had previously dressed in men's clothing, looking handsome and refined. Now she was radiant and charming. Though her hair was still short, the difference was quite apparent. "Sister-in-law's name is really beautiful," Su Tian remarked. Su Ruyan's face immediately flushed. She instinctively observed Liang Yunchao's reaction. Liang Yunchao's expression showed no change as he asked, "Are you feeling well?" "Very well, elder brother." "When will you bring sister-in-law home to see mom and dad?" Tian. Su Ruyan felt very embarrassed. She was also worried that too much teasing would upset Liang Yunchao. He had never shown any signs of that. However, Su Tian was quite certain she had long received various forms of information. Previously, her mother had mentioned that elder brother would soon bring his girlfriend home, but she didn't know Su Rian's identity then, so she couldn't guess who the girl was. But just now Hua Beichen had told her quite a bit, and she had figured it out immediately. She made the correct judgment. She heard Liang Yinchao say, "It should be in the next few days. If you two are free in the next couple of days, come back as well." Su Rian was stunned, her eyes widening slightly. What was Liang Yinchao saying? Her fingers tightened slightly. He wasn't joking with her, was he? Once they stepped out the door, Su Rian's steps felt a bit unsteady. Was she really going to meet Liang Yinchao's parents? Was he really going to take her to see his parents? Would they really get married and live together with Liang Jing in the future? Liang Yinchao noticed her pause and asked, "What are you daydreaming about? Yin, are you really going to take me home? What else could it be?" "So you, Liang Jing, cannot be with..." Liang Yinchao said, "I also need a wife. Or do you not want him?" Su Rian's lips moved. "I don't mind. I just feel a bit nervous." Su Tian will also return home, then along with Liang Jing. There's no need to be too nervous. Upon hearing his words, Su Rian's expression relaxed. Su Tian is a very approachable girl, as she had known her for quite a while. Liang Jing is no exception. It's just the others. Yun Liang Jing knows about me. He only knows that you are a girl for now. The other things you can slowly explain to him later. Su Rian's eyes gradually turned red. The future meant a connection with Liang Jing. Her life could actually intertwine with Liang Jing's. And Liang Yinchao. Liang Yinchao reached out and held her fingers, slowly tightening his grip. Back upstairs, Su Tian was still immersed in the excitement of meeting Su Rian. Hua Beichen pulled her into his embrace, giving her a deep kiss that left her with no energy to say anything else. Before his kiss left her head spinning, Su Tian asked, "So during that time you really didn't know Wei Ning was a girl with Su Rian?" Then did you ever doubt that the child wasn't yours? No. Did you ever think, what if? There's no such possibility. Hua Beichen's voice was calm and resolute. Did you never consider this possibility at all? Hua Beichen held her fingers. I never thought about any such possibility. What I consider is that the child is the one you bear with difficulty. It is our shared treasure. As long as you give birth to it, it is your child, and as long as it is your child, it must also be my child. Wife, this matter will never have doubts or any accidents. It is only you and me, and our child will always be cherished by me. Hua Beichen kissed her, his voice almost a whisper. His tone was warm, light, yet powerful, as if declaring a solemn vow. Su Tian recalled that morning at the Su family, when he suddenly barged into her life, completely altering her destiny. She remembered his unconditional trust and love. She will forever be grateful for his appearance that morning and for her decisive choice of him. Her voice was gentle and sweet. I love you, Hua Beichen. I love you too, Su Tian. Loving you is an unwavering promise in this life, as well as the meaning of walking hand in hand into the future. The end.